everyone, welcome to this video on Tableau training by Simplilearn. Did you know that in our data-driven world, companies are willing to pay a premium for people who can turn messy spreadsheets into beautiful, actionable stories? Today, Tableau is one of the most in-demand skills in the tech industry, and by the end of this course, you will see exactly why. Now, whether you're a student, a business analyst, or just someone who loves data, learning Tableau is a game changer. It's not just about making charts, it's about making decisions. From retail giants to healthcare providers, everyone is looking for experts who can visualize data to save costs and drive growth. That expert could be you. So in this comprehensive training, we have broken everything down into simple, easy to follow steps. Here's what we'll be discussing. First, we'll start with the basics, installing Tableau and connecting to your very first data source. Second, we'll dive into data relationships. You will learn the difference between live and extract connections and how to blend data from different places. Third, we will get creative. We will build pie charts, bar charts, and even donut charts while learning how to format them for a professional look. Fourth, we will explore the power of map. We will show you how to create simple and filled maps to track data across the globe. And finally, we will put all of it together. You learn how to use advanced filters and sets to build interactive dashboard that really pops. Also, if you are interested in becoming a professional in the world of data, you should definitely check out this Data Analyst Masters program. Now, this course is specifically designed to help you focus on Tableau, one of the most powerful tools for creating visual stories and interactive dashboards. So whether you're a beginner or looking to upgrade your skills, our syllabus covers everything you need. You will start with the basics of Excel, SQL, move into Python, R programming, and master advanced data visualization. The biggest advantage of this program is that it's not just about theory. You will get hands-on experience by working on real-world projects like crime analytics, sales tracking. Plus, when you finish, you won't just have new skills. You will earn industry-recognized master certificate from Simplilearn and a official certificate from Microsoft. This is your chance to join in a field that is adding millions of new jobs. And with our expert-led classes and career support, we will help you get noticed by top hiring companies to land your dream job. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main purpose of Tableau? Your options are to write long essays, to visualize data and create charts, to edit photos and videos, or to browse social media.
So here in Google, if you type Tableau desktop download, okay, just type Tableau desktop download. Yeah, Tableau desktop download, you type over here in Google, and then you can go to this area, this link that is download Tableau desktop. Okay, you can click the link here after typing Tableau desktop download. So just like Power BI, you are also having here Tableau desktop. Okay, there we had Power BI desktop. Here we are having Tableau desktop. So if you click this link here, after typing Tableau desktop download Tableau desktop, then here you'll come to this area. It says here Tableau desktop, start your free 14-day trial. Now see here, I'll be telling you the difference. Okay, the first difference is coming over here between the Power BI desktop and Tableau desktop. See, Power BI desktop, as you know, that it's a free tool. So it's free for the lifetime. Okay, so that's the best part of Power BI. But Tableau desktop is having a 14-day trial period. So after 14 days, you have to pay money. So here it says download free trial. Okay, definitely we have to go for this one, download free trial. And then when you click on that download free trial, and then the free trial should get downloaded. Okay, it should get downloaded over here. Yeah, so it will take some time here, and once it get downloaded in your system, then please double click that exe file, and then you install. Okay, you agree to the terms and conditions, and then you click on install, and then it will get installed. Okay, so installation also will take some time. I would like to tell you one important thing here, that Tableau desktop, as we know, the Tableau desktop is having a 14-day trial period. Okay, now the question will come that, okay, what should I do after 14 days? So if you are a student, okay, now listen to this thing very clearly. If you are a student in a university, then you can get a free license for this Tableau desktop for 1 year. Okay, you'll be getting a 1 year free license if you are a student or if you are a university professor. Okay, so only for these two categories there is a free license, either for the university professor or for the student. So if you are a student, then what you can do that simultaneously, I'm not saying that you wait for 14 days and then you apply for the student license. What you can do here in Google, if I let me make it bigger for you. So here you write down Tableau desktop. Yeah, you see here in my case it is showing me here Tableau desktop download student. Okay, so Tableau desktop download student. If I click it, then here it will take me to, you have to go to this area, Tableau for student. If I click it, Tableau for student. So see, this is the page. If you want, I can also put it in the chat window here. Yeah, so I put up the link in the chat window. You can also use this link if you are a student. And then here it says download Tableau desktop and Tableau prep builder. Okay, now what is this Tableau prep builder that I'll be talking in the presentation here. So here it says get Tableau for free. Okay, so suppose if I click this link here, then what it will ask you here, it says full-time students at accredited credit-bearing academic institutions worldwide are eligible for a free 1-year license to activate Tableau Desktop and Tableau Prep. Okay, so you'll be getting the license for two products of Tableau. One is Tableau Desktop and Tableau Prep. In this training program, we'll be focusing only on Tableau Desktop. We'll not be using Tableau Prep, but it is good that you are having also Tableau Prep. Yeah. Complete the form below to confirm your eligibility and unlock your free license. You must be 16 years of age or older to request a license. So here in this form, you have to give all the details. Okay. Also here, it requires your school issued email. So here, if you type your email ID, let's say if I type my email ID samirrodia@gmail.com, it will not accept. Yeah, because it has to be samirrodia@ something university dot edu or something like that. So I have to give my university email ID, not the common email ID. Yeah, general email ID, yeah, Yahoo Mail or Gmail. So I have to give this my university mail ID. Yeah, date of birth, blah blah blah, school and everything, and then you click this button, verify student status, and then the details will go to the Tableau. If required, your Tableau will also ask you to send the this your university ID, okay, your identity card. It will also tell you to scan that university identity card and send it to them. Or sometimes they may say, okay, but I would say that today only you apply for this license, okay, and then you can wait for it, and maybe once the new year is there, then you will be getting the license. Okay, these are the important things. Okay, the Tableau desktop is in general it is having 14 days trial period. Now see, suppose if you want to pay for this Tableau license, definitely I'll not tell you to pay for that amount, say pay for this Tableau desktop. But the normal costing of Tableau desktop is around $70 or 70 euros per month per user basis. Yeah, so every month you have to pay $70 or 70 euros. That's the price. Okay, so here I would say that Tableau is having some issue when I compare with Power BI, because Power BI desktop, free tool, you get every month new versions, and you are not paying anything for that. But Tableau desktop, you have to pay money. Okay, but now I'll show you those who are not university professors or those who are not university students, what you can do. That, see, currently if you have downloaded the latest version, so currently the version which is there for the Tableau desktop, it is uh, 2024. Let me show you that part. Yeah, so this is the Tableau desktop which I've already opened. Yeah, so here if I go to help and then about Tableau, so currently I'm having this, today only I downloaded this latest version. It is 2024.3.1. Okay. So now see what happens, that suppose after 14 days, if your this Tableau desktop trial will get over. So what I'll suggest you, that those who are not university professors or those who are not students, you can first of all remove the current Tableau desktop from your system. Okay, whatever you have installed, you remove that portion. Yeah. And then again, what you do, you go to Google, and in Google, you type here Tableau desktop, Tableau desktop older versions. Tableau desktop older versions. So if you type over here Tableau desktop older versions, then here you can go to this area here. Yeah, see, Tableau is a now a say a part of Salesforce company. Okay, we'll talk about that part in the theory, but here it is showing you Salesforce. So here it says downloading previous versions of Tableau desktop. So suppose if I click this thing, so here it comes to downloading previous versions of Tableau desktop or server. I will go to this area, go to downloads and release note. I click on this portion, downloads. Now see here, these are all the, see the current version is 2024.3.1. Okay, if you want, I can also share this link in the chat window. Yeah, if you want to come over here, you can click the link in the chat window. So the current version is 2024.3.1. Now suppose if this version you have already installed and now it is over, the trial period is over, then you remove this version from your system, from your laptop, and then you come over here to this page. You can save this page for a reference purpose. And now see, it is 2024.3. If I click this one, so see in 2024.3 there are again two versions. Okay, this is the latest version, 0.3.1, and that was released in November 21. And before that, this new version was also there. Another version was also there. There is 2024.3. So what you can do, you can now come to this area on this page, and you can click this version here, 2024.3, and then you install this version, the older version, the next older version. You install it, and then again use it for 14 days. Okay, I know that this is a tedious process, but this is how you can save your money. Okay, so otherwise, if you are ready to pay $70 or 70 euros, I don't mind. But this is what I normally recommend to the participant, that you can go to the next older version. So now if you download this version and if you use it for 14 days, again you remove that version, again you come to this area, and now you can go to 2024.2. Now see, up till, if you are going till let's say 2023 also, this version, then you don't have any problem. Okay, because normally we think that, oh, if I'm going to the older version, then definitely I'll be not having all the latest features. But as such, in Tableau, this is my personal feeling, that in Tableau they are not changing so much things in Tableau. Okay, in Power BI what happened, that every version is having something new, but in Tableau the changes are not that much drastic. So even if you one by one, if you go see for 2024.2 also, if you click it, there are so many versions. You can use this version, for every version you can use it for 14 days. Okay, likewise 2024.1 and so on. Okay, so this is how you can save your money. And at least I would say that, see, just now you have to focus on this course. Okay, you try to have this Tableau desktop for this course. Okay, and then after the course is over, if you are in the organization and if you want to do something more with the Tableau, then definitely you can ask your organization and they will pay the money for you. Okay, but at least just now for this course, you have to go like this. Okay, those who are not having this, now this is Tableau desktop. Okay, so in case of Tableau, they also have one more version, another tool which is known as Tableau Public. So suppose if I write down here Tableau Public download. Okay, Tableau Public download. Now, what is this Tableau Public here? Tableau Public, remember that it's a free version, okay? And it is free for the lifetime. Just like Tableau, just like Power BI Desktop, here they are having Tableau Public. So here you don't pay anything, and here you don't have any problem of trial period. Okay, so this is also another tool, especially for this training. I would say, for especially for this training, you can go for Tableau Public also. Okay, so I'll tell you what is the limitation over here, definitely, because whatever is free, it is yeah, there is no free lunch in this world, as we know. So whatever is free, it will not have all the features, but I'll tell you, yeah, the exact difference over here. But Tableau Public also, what I would suggest you that just now you go for Tableau Desktop, you use it for 14 days. After 14 days, if you want to still use Tableau Desktop, I already shown you the method of going to the older versions. If not, then you can come to this Tableau Public, and here we are having this link, Tableau download Tableau Public. If I click it, okay, so normally here I think so I'll show you exact link, because somewhere will be finding the link here, the Tableau Public. Tableau Public here, let me see. Yes, this is the Tableau Public. Tableau Public is a free platform to explore, create, and publicly share data visualizations online. With the largest repository of blah blah blah, yeah, Tableau Public makes data skills this thing. Okay, so this is the button, Tableau Public. Maybe you can also download this parallelly along with your Tableau desktop also, because see, sometimes if your Tableau desktop is over, at least you are having the backup of Tableau Public, I would say. Yeah, so this also you download immediately. Yeah, click on this link, go to Tableau Public, and then definitely here also it will ask you to sign in. Yeah, here it says sign up for Tableau Public. If I click it, then here I have to give here my first name, last name, email. Now see here, email you can give your Gmail or Yahoo Mail also. Okay, here they don't require a professional mail ID. So in the Tableau Public, you can, if you want to create your account, you can create your account with your Gmail ID or Yahoo Mail ID or any other general mail. Okay, so give your last name, first name, email, password, concern password, and it will create a account, and then from there it will start downloading. Okay, maybe after you put all these details, then it will show you download Tableau Public. You click on that button, and then it will download that Tableau Public, and then you install it. Okay, so two tools you have to install one by one today: Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. Benefits of data visualization, let us quickly see. So quick and clear understanding of the information. As I said, as I mentioned earlier, that whenever you see a visualization, you are able to get the information very quickly, and you are also able to remember that visualization. So quick and clear understanding of the information. Second benefit of data visualization is identify emerging trends and act quickly based on what we see. Yeah. So this is a great benefit of data visualization, identifying emerging trends. Now see, whenever I'm conducting the sessions, let's say Power BI sessions or Tableau sessions for the mostly for the US and Canadian participants, yeah, on another platform. So there I always give the example. In this second point, I give the example of India. Okay, that we were. I think so. This also we discussed maybe in the business analytics portion also, business analytics with Excel. That after the COVID, two major things happened in India. First one was the digital payment. Yeah, everywhere people were just scanning the QR code or barcode, and they were paying the money. Yeah, which was great, and up till now also the things are going on very well. And the second thing was this online sessions. Yeah, especially for the universities, because I was associated with many universities, but I was not able to conduct the online sessions before the COVID. Yeah, because there was no trend. I'm not saying that there was no technology. There was no trend of conducting the online sessions in the university, especially. Yeah, for this kind of simply learn courses and this thing, we were having the things, but for university there were no online courses, online sessions. So that also happened. Yeah, thanks goes to COVID. And since 2020, yeah, after this COVID, uh, I'm regularly conducting the online sessions for the students, also for the university students, okay, up till now. So that is the major thing which has happened. And for the digital payment, okay, I always give this digital payment example even to my German colleagues also, that here in Germany also still people are believing in the hard cash. Many people, though definitely many, or many of the shops, they are taking the credit cards and debit cards, but still many people, they are having the cash. Okay, they believe in cash. Even just now we are having the Christmas market and all those things. In Christmas market, I don't know, hardly I've seen one or two stores, one or two, yeah, shops over here in the Christmas market with their okay, where they are accepting the credit cards or debit cards. Otherwise it's fully on the cash. I don't know about other countries, yeah, whether the same thing is there, but here mostly people are going for the cash. So what happened, that when that COVID came, so it brought many challenges, yeah? And those who accepted those challenges and they came out with some solution, they are still there in the market. Yeah, I remember that I'm coming from a city known as Vadodara in Gujarat. And earlier when I used to visit my city, my state, I used to go to some specific restaurants. Okay, yeah, because they were famous for good food. But when I went after COVID, many of those my good restaurants, they were closed down. They were completely shut down. Okay, I don't know what was the reason, but one of the reason was that what I came to know was that they did not accepted the new change. Yeah, initially people, they were not going to the restaurants, they were having everything online. Yeah, everything was delivered. But these restaurants, they somehow they insisted that no, we have to bring here the people rather than the delivery. So those who did not accept it, the change, they were out of the market. And also it happened in my city that many of the new restaurants also got opened during the COVID time, and they are still there. Yeah, because they accepted this new trend. Okay, so whatever this example which I'm giving here, this example also applies to us. Yeah, to our own life, that if whatever the new things which are coming in the data analytics or business analytics, if we are not accepting those changes, we'll be also out of the market. Yeah, just like those restaurants. So today we are talking about generative AI, tomorrow we'll be talking about something else. We have to continuously learn these new tools. That is what is my thing. Okay, and I'm also doing the same thing. Yeah. So emerging trends we can quickly identify with the help of data visualization, and we can implement it. Then the number three is identify the relationships and patterns. So we can see that, okay, if our sales have gone down, then why the sales have gone down, what are the reasons for that lower sales, so that we can easily identify with the visualization. The fourth benefit over here is share our story with others. So share our story with others. Now what is the story here? Story means we are talking about the report or the dashboard. Yeah, now you know that in every organization everybody will not be creating the dashboard, everybody will not be creating the Power BI report. Few people will be creating the report and the other people will be utilizing that report. Yeah, so here sharing our story means if I create my report, then definitely I have to share with my colleagues. So I have to share my story with other people. So in case of Tableau also, I'll be showing. And in Tableau, it is little bit different compared to Power BI. Yeah, so that also we'll discuss, that where this Power BI and Tableau are different in terms of creating the report and creating the dashboard. Okay, so when that particular topic will come up, I'll tell you these differences. Number fifth is analysis at various levels of detail. Analysis at various levels of details means, suppose if I'm working in a MNC company, So definitely I'll be having the we were talking about this analysis at various levels of detail. So we start from US. From US we go to the state. From state we go to the city, and within the city also we are having the various areas. So we are having the postal code or pin code. So we go to that area level. So this is what we mean by analysis at various levels of detail. And in short, it is known as hierarchy. Okay, so that is that hierarchy topic. And the last point over here, the last benefit is improved customer experience and engagement. Now, whatever we have seen up till now, all the benefits, why we are doing all those things, why we are sharing our story, why we are doing the analysis at various levels of detail, because we want to give the best experience to our customer. We want to make them satisfied. We want, or we want to make them happy. Yeah, because if the customers are happy, if the customers are engaged with our company, overall we are also happy. It's a win-win situation. So in general, these are the benefits of data visualization. Yeah. Now I'll not talk about Power BI, just skip this thing. But what I wanted to show you here, that this is the magic quadrant. I don't know whether you saw it in your Power BI course. This is the magic quadrant for analytics and business intelligence platform. Now, who has created this magic quadrant? The magic quadrant has been created by this company known as Gartner. Okay, so Gartner, I think so. You must have heard this company name. If not, then I would like to inform you that this Gartner is a very famous research company. They are conducting a lot of research over here. So they are every year they are creating their own report, and then there are companies who are buying those reports. Okay, these reports are not free of cost. You have to pay for it. So here, I want to highlight that what is the scenario of those various data visualization products that we are having in the market. So this is the scenario which was there in 2022. Yeah, so we'll see the scenario of 2022, 2023, and the latest scenario in 2024. So in 2022, you can see that in this magic quadrant, we are having these four quadrants. So we are having the leaders section, challenger section, niche players, and the visionaries. If you focus on the leaders section, the leaders in this data visualization area, here it is written Microsoft. And then it is written here Salesforce bracket Tableau. And the third leader is Click. I'm sure that you must have heard this Click company. Click is a very famous data visualization company in US, but their products are used worldwide. So Click is having two products. Initially, they were having Click View, and the latest product is the Click Sense. Yeah. So I have also learned that tool, Click Sense and Click View, though I'm not using regularly here. Now here comes Microsoft. Now see, I initially told you that Power BI is currently number one tool in the data visualization market. But now see, here it is not written Power BI, it is written here Microsoft. Why? Microsoft, why it is written Microsoft? Because definitely Microsoft is not having one tool, that is Power BI. But if I just talk about data visualization tool, then the data visualization tool, Microsoft is having two products. First one is Excel, as we know very well, and the second one is Power BI. Okay, so Excel came almost like 30 years before, or 30, 35 years before. So, and today also people are still using Excel for the data analysis, for visualization purpose, everything. So that's why here they have not specifically mentioned Power BI, but they have mentioned here Microsoft. Yeah. But overall, I would say that I'll repeat that sentence, that Power BI is currently number one tool in the data visualization market. Then comes Tableau, and then comes Click, and then these are the other tools. You see that I was talking about this tool, MicroStrategy. In 2022, it was in the niche player segment. Yeah. Then Google was here, challenger section. Google is having Google Looker Studio. Initially, Google changed the name to Google Data Studio, but then last year, sorry, this year only, they changed it to Google Looker Studio. So I have also learned that tool. Yeah. So see, that is the advantage that we also all get this thing, that if you know one tool, you can learn the other tools very easily. Yeah. Just remember that their look and feel effect is different, and definitely some of the features which are available in Power BI will not be available in Tableau, or the features which are available in Tableau, they will not be available in Power BI. So you have to understand only those features which are not common. Now in 2023, what was the scenario? The scenario was same. Microsoft was number one, Salesforce Tableau was number two, and Click was number three. Yeah, here little bit you can see that this micro strategy, which was in niche player, now it has shifted to challengers. It shifted to challengers here in 2023. Yeah, maybe this Alibaba also, Alibaba Cloud, it also came over here. So some changes occurred over here. Now let us focus on 2024, the current year. So in current year, you see here the scenario leaders section. See, so many leaders are now here. Microsoft, Tableau, Click is over here. Google has come now here. Yeah, now so now I know that some of the companies have shifted to Google Looker Studio because it is also cheaper. Yeah, everything comes to the price initially. Then we are having here Oracle and ThoughtSpot. ThoughtSpot is also a great is a tool, famous tool. So see, now you can see that Tableau is facing a lot of competition here. Definitely, it is also this Power BI is also facing competition, but here all these tools are nearby Tableau. Yeah. So whenever a company wants to decide which is the best tool or which is the second best tool, then now company has to think over these other tools also. So that's why when I saw this figure for the first time, I was really astonished. Yeah, because till 2023 and 2022, you see the 2022 2023, the scenario was almost same, especially for the leaders section. But as soon as we went to 2024, the things changed here. And now I don't know what will happen in 2025. Maybe some other one or two tools will come over here. You never know. So this is what I wanted to highlight here. That is how this data visualization market is moving. So now we'll be focusing really on the topic of Tableau. Okay. So Tableau data visualization tool. Okay. And it is very popular among the users. Now, what it says here, Tableaus allow us to evaluate raw data in the form of graphs and report. Yeah. So initially we create some graph or some charts, and then what we do, then we put all those graphs and charts into one particular page, and that page is known as dashboard. Okay. Just I would like to ask you one question here, that you have all used Power BI desktop. Okay. So I would like to ask you one question, that whatever the visualizations you are creating in Power BI desktop, that whole file, okay, that whatever that Power BI file that you are creating, Power BI desktop file which you are creating, yeah, that is having an extension of .pbix. So what is that Power BI file known as? That's my question. Yeah, that Power BI file is having many pages. You must have created various pages. So what is the name given to that whole concept of that file? Okay, what is that whole file known as in Power BI? So it's known as report. Yeah, so that should be very clear. That whole Power BI file which we create in the Power BI desktop, it is known as Power BI report. Why I'm stressing this point? Because many people, they also mention it as a dashboard. That is not a dashboard. Okay, in Power BI desktop you cannot create a dashboard, and normally the dashboard is of one page only. Dashboard will have only one page, while in the Power BI file we are creating various pages. So that is known as a report. Okay, so you should be very clear over here. Yeah. Now I would like to ask you that where we can create dashboard in Power BI. Suppose if I want to create a dashboard in Power BI, where should I create? Okay, so now the answer for this question is this, that where I can create the Power BI dashboard. Power BI dashboard can be created only in Power BI services. I repeat, Power BI dashboard can only be created in Power BI services. It cannot be created in Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, we create only Power BI report. Yeah, that's why I asked this question. I wanted to clear this confusion. Yeah, because many people they say, oh, see, many people they feel that dashboard and report are same. No, in case of Power BI, it is totally different. Yeah, so you must have, yeah, in your online session, you must have been shown that how we can create a dashboard in the Power BI services. Yeah, I hope that you must have been shown this thing. Yeah, how to create the dashboard in Power BI services, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that you should know the concept. Okay. So dashboards are always created in Power BI services. That Power BI services, as you know, that it's an online platform. Okay, where suppose if I want to share my report with my colleagues, then I have to publish that Power BI report into the Power BI services, and then from there Power BI services I can provide the access. I can say that okay, I want to give access to, let's say, Diksha. Okay, so I'll write down the email ID of Diksha, or let's say Clifton or Henry or whoever. Yeah, and then you will be able to see my report in the thing. And dashboard also I can create in the Power BI services. And what I do that from the Power BI report, I can take some few visualizations from the report and I can put it into the dashboard. Okay. So this is what is Power BI. Okay. Now in case of Tableau, in Tableau, we don't have the concept of Tableau report. We have the concept of in the Tableau. We'll be now mostly tomorrow onwards. We'll try to see that in Tableau, what happened that on one page, I can create one visualization. I repeat, on Tableau, in Tableau desktop or in Tableau public, whichever you tool you use, on one sheet, yeah, I can create only one visualization. While in case of Power BI, on one page, you can create many visualizations. Yeah, so that is where the difference now is coming up here. Yeah, so in case of Tableau, I create 10 sheets. 10 sheets means 10 visualizations, let's say. And then in the Tableau desktop or Tableau public, I'm having a separate section which is known as Tableau dashboard. So Tableau dashboard, if I want to create, I don't have to go to any other online platform. I can do it in the Tableau desktop or Tableau public. So in the Tableau dashboard, I bring all the visualizations, okay, and I can put it into one place, and that is what is meant by Tableau dashboard. Okay, so here this difference comes up between the Power BI and Tableau. Yeah, so that is what. So here in case of Tableau also will be creating these kind of yeah, here they have used the word report, but it's not actually the report, it's a Tableau dashboard where you can bring all the visualizations together. Data can be in the form of big data, Hadoop, SQL, cloud based cloud data, anything can be there. Okay, and all the data can be brought into Tableau, that we'll see further in the practical part. Tableau software does not require any technical or programming experience, that I've already explained you earlier. Yeah, Tableau is user friendly, which is a great skill for data science, applicable to any business, fast and easy. Yeah, many of the things are getting repeated over here. I will skip this portion. Okay, now what we'll do that before we go with this concept of data blending and other things, now let me focus on the Tableau. Okay, so if you have already downloaded the Tableau and installed the Tableau, please open. Either you can open Tableau desktop or Tableau public, or both also, it's fine. So see, when you open, when you double click the Tableau desktop, you will get this kind of screen. See this portion here you'll not be able to see anything. Yeah, because these are the files which are already created by me. Yeah, so that's why, yeah, you can see there. See, these are some of the files which are created by my students in one of the Indian universities. So when I opened it, yeah, I can also click this file directly, and I can open this Tableau here. So initially in your case, you'll not be able to see anything here. Now on the left hand side here, you are having this area which is known as connect. Okay, so in the case of connect area, you are having here Tableau server. So see, in many of the big organizations, what they do that they also purchase Tableau server. Yeah. In case of Tableau, they are having two products here: Tableau server and Tableau online. Yeah. So suppose if I want to share my visualizations, or if I want to share my Tableau file with my colleagues, then I'm having two options here. Either I can purchase the Tableau online, okay, or I can purchase the Tableau server. Now, if I'm working in a smaller organization, yeah, in smaller organizations, the number of users will be very less. Let's say there are 10 people or 50 people, let's say. So in that case, I will not be able to go for Tableau server because Tableau server is very, very expensive. I don't know the exact price over here, but Tableau servers are very, very expensive. So it is only useful for very, very large organization. Yeah, those organizations which are having some little bit of doubt about the security of their data, yeah, and all those things, for them, if they go for Tableau server, then it is fine. Yeah, they can pay the money also, and plus they are having large number of users. So Tableau server, they can buy it, and then they can put all their visualizations, all their data set on the Tableau server. Yeah. So if I want to connect to Tableau server, I can click on it, and then it will show me here the I have to write down the server name, I have to click on connect, and then I have to give my username and password, and then I can connect to the Tableau server. I can bring the data from the Tableau server, I can connect with the Tableau desktop, and then I can start my visualization process here. Okay, so that is what we mean by the Tableau server here. Then we are having this portion here, which is known as a to a file. So in the file, we are having options like Microsoft Excel. Yeah, if you are having a data set, let's say our majority of our data set are in Excel, so we'll be mostly using this button here known as Microsoft Excel. So if I click on Microsoft Excel, yeah, I'm just clicking on Microsoft Excel here, and now I can go to any of this file. I can bring the data from any of this Excel file. I can connect over here. Yeah, we'll also see further. Not now. I'm not showing you everything here just now, but I can connect any Excel file to Tableau by clicking this button. Then we are having text file. Either you say text file or CSV file. This is that option that we have to click. Then we are having JSON file, Microsoft Access, PDF file. If you are having the data in PDF also, you can connect that PDF file to Tableau and you can bring the data over here. Then spatial file. I think so. Spatial file is related to some geographical file. I think so. I'm not, yeah, because I'm not using that file so much. But yeah, it is related to the geographical data. And then we are having the statistical file. Statistical file here, this is very, very important option. See, you must have heard about one tool, one statistical tool, which is known as SPSS. I repeat, SPSS. Yeah, I have used that tool during my PhD work. So SPSS stands for Statistical Package for Social Science. Yeah, it's a tool from IBM, and there you can do any kind of statistical analysis, yeah, t-test and f-test and all those different kind of testing, hypothesis testing, yeah, regression analysis and correlation and all those things. So it's a very famous tool, especially I know that in India it's very, very famous. And similar to that SPSS, there is another tool which is known as SAS. Yeah, SAS. Yeah, it's known. Yeah, it is always spelled as SAS only. So SAS is more famous in other countries. Yeah, in India, I'm not sure whether it is still famous, but yeah, SPSS in most of the universities I know that they use SPSS. So suppose if you have created an SPSS file. Now see, SPSS is great for the statistical analysis, but if you want to create visualizations, then definitely you can use the Tableau. So you can create a statistical file from your SPSS, okay, and then you can connect that statistical file to Tableau by clicking this button over here. Yeah, so and I think so in Power BI, up till now what I know that in Power BI you are not having this option to connect the SPSS file to Power BI, but in Tableau they are having this option. Yeah. Then we are having here more. More means if you are having something else, let's say you are having XML file, suppose XML, your data is in XML file, you can click on more, and then you can connect to that particular file. Let's say XML file. Okay, you can connect over here. So these are the file options. Then come server options. So in the server, we are having here Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, Amazon Redshift. These are the standard servers which we use. But apart from that, we also have here more. Okay, so suppose if I click on more, you see here, there are so many options here. These are installed connectors. So see, there are a lot of here Alibaba, Amazon Athena, Azure, yeah, Cloudera, Databricks, yeah, Dremio, Dropbox. You see, many Google. So these are various options. If you click on this more here, yeah, and also there are some additional connectors. Yeah, there are install connectors are 71, additional connectors are 38. These are very specific here. Exasol, Denodo, okay, Delta, and many more. Salesforce, Marketing Cloud by Tableau. Okay, so there are many options here. So when you click on more, you get all these options here. Yeah. So this is the Tableau desktop. Yeah, these are the options which you get in Tableau desktop. Apart from that, you also have here quick start. Okay, what is this quick start here? In the quick start here, it says jumpstart your analysis with pre-built template. So see, in case of Excel also, we have the templates. So if I don't want to really create everything from scratch, I want to use some template, then these templates are also available over here, like Salesforce, Sales Cloud, okay, budget controlling, retail sales, call center, agent analytics. You have to just connect your data with this file, and then it will be done. Everything will be done. Okay. So if I click on view more, yeah, I have clicked on this view more here, and now here, these are the various analysis which are already created. Yeah, financial performance dashboard, yeah, Salesforce, Databricks. Yeah, see, there are so many options here. It's a very long list here. So you can also use these templates here. Yeah, you can use these templates over here, the ready, the built-in templates, and you have to just connect the data, and the visualizations are ready. So this will save a lot of your time. Yeah. Then there are these two sample workbooks. Okay. So just like if you remember that in case of Power BI also, we have one sample data set button in the Power BI, if you remember. So in case of Tableau also, you are having these two data sets. One is known as Superstore data set, and another one is known as World Indicator. And plus here below, it will show you the latest Tableau version. Yeah, if you let's say if you are opening this Tableau after 2 months, suppose, and in the next 2 months, if one new version has come up, then here it will show you that now you can download the so and so version. Okay, so here you'll be getting that information about the new version. Okay, definitely if you go to the Tableau desktop also, there also you'll be getting that information, but normally we don't go to the Tableau desktop. Yeah, we open this because today only I opened this Tableau desktop, this tool, and I saw that a new version was there, so I downloaded that new version here. Okay, so this is overview of that Tableau desktop. Let me show you here Tableau public. So this is Tableau public. Yeah, here it is already written Tableau public. So in Tableau desktop, it will be written like this only, Tableau book 1. See, in my case also, I'm having currently the license version. So here it says Tableau license expires in 14 days because today only I've installed. And very soon I'll be also getting that free license for 1 year. Yeah. So then I can, I can input that license code, and I can extend my license here. So this is when it is not written here any Tableau public, then this is your Tableau desktop. And now this is Tableau public. Yeah, as I requested earlier that please also download this tool. Okay, because if the Tableau desktop is not working, at least you can work with Tableau public for this particular training course I'm talking about. Here also you can see that, see, in the Tableau public, you don't have that option of the Tableau server. So here in the Tableau public, you are having all those options here. See here, we don't have that option of Tableau server. You can see here, there is no option of Tableau server. While in case of Tableau desktop, I'm having that option. So see, this is also one of the difference here. So these are the standard options here in the Tableau public: Excel, text file, JSON file, Microsoft Access, PDF, spatial file, statistical file. Now see here, if I'm having XML file, if I'm having the data in XML, I cannot connect over here with the Tableau public. I can connect only these 7 files here. Yeah. Then to a server. In the server, I'm having option of OData and more. If I click on more, you see here in the Tableau public, I'm having only these 3 connectors. Only 3. Okay. Google Drive, OData, and Web Data Connector. That's all. I've never used this Web Data Connector. Yeah, and OData also. I mostly use the Google Drive here if I want to connect it over there. But now you see that now this is the first comparison here. In the Tableau, this is my Tableau desktop. If I click on more here in the server, I see here how many? 71 plus 38. Okay, so 109 connectors I'm having here. 109 in the Tableau desktop. While in the Tableau public, I'm having only 3 connectors here. So remember that Tableau public is only used for the training purpose, nothing else. If you want to really use it in your organization, you have to always go for the Tableau desktop. Yeah, because normally in companies, we are mostly connecting the data from the Tableau, say from the various server. Either it can be SQL server or Oracle server or IBM server. Yeah, we, definitely we also use the Excel files and CSV files and all those things. But here, in that case of Tableau public, I'm not having that option of connecting to SQL server or Oracle server or IBM server. Yeah, so this is one of the major limitation here between the Tableau in the Tableau public here. What the point? So what I was talking here that will be connecting this file here, sample superstore 2024.xls. You already downloaded in one of the your folder. So we'll be connecting from the folder. Okay, we cannot connect from here from the LMS. It's not possible. So in this Excel Tableau desktop file, I'll be clicking on Microsoft Excel. Okay, I click on Microsoft Excel here, and now I have to go to that folder. Okay, so I go to that folder. Let me go to my D drive. Okay, Simplilearn, Tableau course, data files. And here I'm having that file, sample superstore 2024. You can connect that sample superstore 2024 wherever it is available. I click on open. Yeah. And now here you are having the another window. You see here, now it is a different window. When we were clicking on the Excel file, Microsoft Excel, that was another window, connect window. Yeah. And now when we already connected that sample superstore 2024 data set with this Tableau, now you are getting this window. So here on the top area, you can see sample superstore 2024, the file name. It is written below Microsoft Excel. Now in this file, you are having these 3 sheets here. Okay, there are 3 sheets. So we are having order sheet, people sheet, and return sheet. Now let me show you that file also, Excel file. So in this data set, I'll make it bigger. Okay. So in this data set, we are having various. First of all, you can see below in my screen on my screen that we are having these 3 sheets over here: order sheet, people sheet, and return sheet. Yeah. So there are the 3 sheets over here. The major sheet is the order sheet. Yeah. In most of our this practical part will be using the order sheet, but just now I want to also talk about these other 2 sheets also. But in the order sheet, you are having here various orders. Okay, so we are having here first of all columns like row ID. Yeah, row ID, you can see that it goes till what, how much, 10,000. Yeah, the number of records are 10,194. Okay, so this is the number of records that you are having in this data set. Then we are having here order ID. Order ID, as you can see, that it is consisting of the country code, then year, and this number. Okay, so this whole thing is your order ID here. Yeah, then here, yes, it is containing the both the Canada data and the US data, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so this is US. Maybe in between also there is some Canada data here. Yeah, so yeah, order ID. Okay, then we are having order date, ship date. There are two dates over here, order date and ship date here. Then we are having here the ship mode. So here, if we see the ship mode, then in the ship mode, we are having four ship modes here: first class, same day, second class, and standard class. So four ship modes are over here. Yeah. So here we are having the customer ID. Then we are having the customer name. Okay, customer name here it is combination of both first name and last name. Then we are having the segment here. Okay, segment we are having here three segments: consumer segment, corporate, and home office. Then we are having here country as I said, Canada and United States. Then we are having cities, various cities. Yeah. Then postal code, region. Now in region we are having here four regions: central, east, south, and west. Okay, so there are four regions over here. Yeah. Then we are having the product ID. Okay, so this is the product ID here. Then we are having here category. Now this is important. Okay, so in our data, we are having the three categories here: furniture, office supplies, and technology. And then after the category, we are having here subcategories. So subcategories here, if you count, it should be 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. So there are 17 subcategories here. Accessories, appliances, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So here you can understand that there is a hierarchy. What is the hierarchy here? First of all, we are having on the top category. So there are three categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. Within the category, we are having the subcategories. So you will see further in our visualization also, we are having various subcategories. So under each category, there are some subcategories. And under each subcategory, there are various products. Okay, so there are various product names. Here we are having the product name column, the last one of the column here, product name. So this is the hierarchy here: category, then subcategory, below category we are having subcategory, and below subcategory we are having the product. Okay, so this is what we are having here. Then finally, after the product, these are the various product names. Then at the end, we are having these four columns here, four numerical columns: sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Yeah. So these are the four numerical columns that we are having here: sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Yeah. So that will be also using. So these are all the columns which are available in your this orders table here or order sheet here. Now we go to the people sheet here. Let me make it bigger for you. People sheet. In the people sheet, I'm having here managers, regional managers, and the region. Okay. So there are four regional managers for four regions here. Okay. Now see here, this column, region column in the people's table or people sheet, the region column is there: west, east, central, south. And the same column is also available in your orders table. I've already showed you the region column in the orders table here. Okay, so just remember that this is the common column between the two tables here. Between the people's table and the orders table, there is a common column which is known as region column. Just remember this point. So this is people's table, then comes the returns table. Returns table or return sheet. Return sheet means in this returns table, it is having the details about all those order IDs which are returned by the customer because they are not happy with that product. Yeah, as we know that in case of Amazon, there is a 30-day return policy. So here, all these order IDs, okay, all these orders which have been written by the customer, their details are over here. So here there are only two columns in the returns table, that is returned. Yeah, everywhere it will be yes, yes, yes. Okay. So these are the return or say return column and the order ID column. Now see this order ID which is available in the returns table, the same order ID is also available in your orders table. Yeah, I already shown you this orders table, the order ID, the second column here. So also remember the second point here, that there is a common field between the orders table and the returns table, and that common field is known as order ID. Yeah. So this is a common field, and between the orders table and the people's table, we are having the common field which is known as region field. Okay. So this is what I wanted to highlight here. I'll close this file. Don't save. Okay. So here on the left hand side, now I'm back in the Tableau. So on the left hand side here, just hold on. Yeah. So on the left hand side here, you can see these three sheets here. Okay. Three sheets here. Yeah, these are getting repeated here. Don't worry about that. But these are the three sheets here: order sheet, people sheet, and return sheet. Yeah. Now what it says here in the center area, it says drag tables here to create a data model. So now I have to see, let's say I'm having here three sheets. Now, if I want to use here, let's say order sheet here as a data set, then I have to drag this order sheet and I have to place it over here in the center area. So now I'll request all of you to simply drag this order sheet with your mouse, drag the order sheet, and you drop it over here on this area. Okay, so drop this order sheet, drag it and drop it over here. So see, when you drop it over here in the middle area, then you can see that now their order sheet is over here. Okay, and now here you can see this is the table. Now see, there are two tables over here. This table, what you see on the left hand side here, this table, this is known as metadata. This table is known as metadata. Again, I'm repeating what we have to done here. We have simply drag this order sheet and put it over here on the blank area. Okay, and then these things will come up here. So this first table, it is known as metadata. What is metadata? Metadata, in simple words, it is data about data. So if I want to know that how many columns are there, what are their names, and then from which table they have come up, then this information is available over here in this metadata. So here we are having four columns in the metadata table, that is type. What is this type over here? These are the data types here. In Power BI also, you must have gone through the data types like text data type, date data type, time data type, whole number, decimal number, fixed decimal number. Yeah. So whatever the data types you have learned in Power BI, almost the similar data types are also available here in the Tableau. So this type means the data type column. Okay. We'll also see further this thing. Yeah. ABC. I think so in Power BI also you must have seen that ABC. ABC means the text data type. Here it is known as string data type. The name is different. In Power BI, it was known as text data type. Here it is known as string data type, this ABC. Yeah. While these are the icons of the date. Yeah, because order date and ship date, these are dates. So these are their icons. And when you see this hashtag here, hashtag means we are talking about the numbers. Now numbers can be both whole number and decimal number. Yeah. So this is the symbol or icon for the numerical field. Okay, numerical field. It can be decimal or uh, whole number, but the icon is same here. Then we are having the globe icon here. Globe icon means these are the geographical field. In case of Power BI also, we have the geographical field, which are identified by the globe icon. Yeah. So country oblique region, city, state oblique province, postal code. These are all the geographical field, and these are already identified very well by Tableau. we don't have to do anything here. Now at the bottom area, you can see there's our 4 numerical fields, as we have seen in the original data set also: sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Now here also we have the hashtag. Okay. Now if you see that here the colors are green color. These 4 hashtags are having green color. While above, if you see this row ID, yeah, row ID is also a number, so it is having a blue hashtag. So see, though it is a hashtag, but it is identified, it is shown in 2 different colors. One is blue, another one is the green color. So what is this blue and green? That also we'll see further. Yeah, because it is indicating something over here. Yeah, they have not just made it look beautiful. Yeah, it is having some purpose here of this green color and the blue color. So that we'll see further. So here we are able to see the type, then the field name. These are the field names: row ID, order ID, blah blah blah. Then we have the table, physical table. So currently what we have done, we have dragged only one table, and the table name is order sheet or orders table. So here everywhere you will find orders, orders, orders. Suppose if we will also bring very soon this people's table, and then here you'll be also finding the fields of the people's table, and you'll be also able to see here the physical table. In the physical table column, that is the people's table or returns table, if we are bringing this table over here. Yeah. Then we are having here a remote field. So there is another column here which is known as remote field. So see, remote field name, if you see, if you compare the field name with the remote field name column, they are exactly same here: row ID, row ID, order ID, order ID, order date, order date. So now the question will come that why Tableau has given these different names over here. Why we are having these 2 separate columns? So if the field names are same, then what is the logic here of giving these 2 columns here? Yeah. So that also we'll see now. So this is the metadata. Okay, metadata table here, where we can get a quick overview about our data set. Just now we don't require this metadata. So if you don't want to see this metadata table, you can click this icon here, this icon, the arrow. I can click on it. And when I click on it, now it is getting collapsed. Okay. See, this is that button. So click on it and it get the metadata table get collapsed. Now this is our main table. Okay. So in the main table, we can see all these columns that we saw in the original data set also. All the columns are available over here. Okay. And their icons are also available on the top. Yeah, the globe icons, ABC, ABC. Yeah, that is the text data type. Okay. So this is the data set. Now, just now here, how many records are shown? Here you can see the number of records or number of rows. How many it is showing you currently here? 100 rows only. 100 rows. Okay. Now, how many records we are actually having? More than 10,000, 10,100 something. Okay, 10,200 approximately we are having records or number of rows, but here it is showing you only initial 100 rows. Yeah. So in case of Power BI also, if you remember that when we are connecting a data set and when we go to the Power Query Editor window, there also we can see the initial 1000 rows, not all records. Yeah. So if I want to do the data analysis here, I can see see definitely all the records are connected to Power BI, but in case of Power BI, it will show you initial 1000 rows, while here in the case of Tableau, it is showing you initial 100 rows only. But suppose if I want to increase this number of rows, yeah, I can also write down here one more zero. I write down here one more zero and press enter or press this button. Now it is having around 1000 rows. Yeah, if I go down here, you see here 1000. Okay, row ID is 1000. But I would say that you should not make it 1000 rows. Keep it only 100. Okay, don't worry that only 100 rows have come over here. No, no, all the 10,000 rows have come over here. But here for the view purpose, it is showing you only 100 rows. But I've made it to 1000. Now just now let me make it to let's say I can also write down here one more zero, or let me write down here 11,000. Okay, let's say I want to see 11,000 rows. Let us assume that I don't know how many number of rows are available in my data set. Yeah, so I'm writing here, let's say 11,000 rows. I press enter, and see, when I press enter here, when I press enter, it is showing me here this thing. Yeah, here it is showing me 21 fields and 10,194 rows. What is this fields? Fields means this number of columns. Either we say number of columns or number of fields. So here it is already showing me 21 fields or 21 columns, and this many number of rows are available. So here it will show me the full number of rows, the numbers. But when it is showing me here below, it is showing me initially 100 rows only. So let me make it to here 100. Press enter. Okay. So now it should showing me here 100 rows. Okay, that is fine. So this is the data set. Okay. Now, so as I said that in case of Tableau, the Tableau desktop or Tableau public is not having all the features of data cleaning and data transformation, just like Power BI. Okay. Here we are having a separate tool, which is known as Tableau Prep. Let me also show you a quick overview about the Tableau Prep. This is the Tableau Prep builder. Okay. And I think so maybe 2 to 3 months before I had created this kind of data cleaning here. Sample. So this is the Superstore data set you see here. So see here, I was having separate files. Yeah, these were separate files for South region, East region, West region, Central region. Just now in the sample Superstore data set, all the data set, all the files have come together. Okay, but suppose if you are having these kind of situation where you are getting the orders data from various regions, so it will be different files. So I can bring those. Let me see if I can make it bigger for you. Oh, I don't think so. No, I think so. It is not. Maybe I have to check it. But here you can see that some of the files I brought over here. Okay, I connected with the Tableau Prep. Then I did some cleaning here. Yeah, some fixing some dates, renaming the states. Then I combined this all these 4 files into one file. Yeah, so it is known as a data union here. We'll also talk about this data union in our Tableau desktop. And then I did some further cleaning here. I also added the returns table. You see here, there is a separate returns table here. Okay, and that is how I'm doing this data cleaning in the Tableau Prep. So this is a separate tool over here. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to show you here. Another. Yeah, I can also make. Yeah. Now I can make it here bigger. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So see, this is that cleaning which I have done here. So here you can do many things in the Tableau Prep. But if I'm coming back to this Tableau desktop here, I'll show you some basic data cleaning which can be done over here in the Tableau desktop or Tableau public. So let's say uh, I'm having this customer name over here. Okay, this is the customer name column. Now, first of all, if I click this ABC here, ABC means text data type. If I click this ABC, here I can see all the data types of Tableau. So in the Tableau data type, we are having here decimal number, whole number. Yeah, just click this button, any of this button. Okay. If I click this ABC button, I can see here decimal number, whole number, date and time, date, string. Yeah, here it is identified string. String is text data type. Then spatial, boolean. Boolean means true and false. Then it is identified as default. Then there are also some geographical fields here, geographical role, image role, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so here it is identified it as string data type. That is a text data type. Now, what I want to do here, I want to create here 2 separate columns. I want to have one column of first name and one column of last name. I don't want to have a combined column here. So if I want to divide this one column into two columns, or if I want to split this one column into two columns, that is possible here. What I have to do, I have to click this I have to click this drop down here. Okay, click the drop down here, is a drop down button in this customer name column. And then here, when I click on the drop down, I'm having here options like rename, copy values, hide, aliases, create calculated field, create group, split, custom split, and describe. Yeah. Now, before I use this split option, let me show you what is this rename here. Rename, that's very clear that you can rename this thing. But let's say, I'll show you one example here. Rename. Yeah. Now I'm opening this metadata again, metadata table, because I want to explain here that why Tableau has given you these two separate columns here, field name and remote field name, though they are having exactly the same fields, but why these two columns are created here. So now I'll show you one demo. So here in the, let's say we are having here row ID. Okay, the original column name is row ID. Now I want to change it to row number. Instead of row ID, I want to change it to row number. So what I'll do here, just like Tableau, Power BI, we can double click on that field name or column name. So here also I can double click. I double click on the row ID. And now what I do, instead of row ID, I write down here row number. So see, I have double click on this title, row ID, and I have written here row number instead of row ID. Press enter, and now here you can see it is now row number. I have changed, I have renamed it column. Now see here it is row number, and now you see the difference here. See field name, the first field name is shown as row number, but you see the remote field name, it is still row ID. So now you have got that concept that why this Tableau has given you two columns here, because sometimes if I change this column name, then I should be knowing that what was the original column name. Yeah, what was the original column name? So original column name will always be shown in the remote field name column. Yeah, you cannot change this one. You can change this one, but you cannot change this one. Yeah, see, I can double click over here. I can double click on the field name also here, and I can change the name. But I think so here I cannot click. Yeah. Yeah, here I cannot click on the remote field name. This will be permanent. Yeah, so that is the advantage that you get for the remote field name, that you lose your original column name. Tomorrow, if you want to again go back to your original column name, you can see, okay, it was row ID. So now you can again, I can click on row number. I can type here row ID. Row ID, press enter, and now you see it is row ID, row ID. Okay, so that is the advantage that you get here. Okay, so this was one demo here. Now let us come back to the customer name here. In the customer name, I want to split this customer name into two parts, customer first name and customer last name. So what we do, we click this drop down, and in the drop down, there are two options here, split and custom split. So let us understand what is the difference between split and custom split. First of all, we'll go for split here, split. Yeah, so click on the split button. After clicking on the drop down in the customer name, click on the split button. When you click on the split button, what happens? Nothing happens. You see, you can see that, oh, Samir, nothing has happened here. But now you go to the right hand side. Go on the extreme right of this table. Yeah, you can use this scroll bar, go to the extreme right, and now here you will be able to see these two columns here. Yeah, once you click on the split button in the customer name column, then you go on the extreme right of this table, and here you'll be able to see customer name split 1 and customer name split 2. Yeah, see, these names are given by Tableau. We have not given any name. These names are given by Tableau. Now here, if I want to change the title here, because see, customer name split 1, customer name split 2 doesn't look good. What I can do, I can double click over here, double click on the title, and I can write down here customer first name and I can remove this split one. I don't like split one. So see, I've changed the name here, change the title of the column, customer first name. And similarly here, I can double click and I can write down here customer last name, and I can remove this split two, press enter, and see now my columns are ready. Yeah, in case of Power BI also we have the split button. So I can divide the splitting. In the split also we are having there 7 options, I think. So in case of Power BI, split by number, and then split by characters and delimiters and all those things. Yeah, there are 7 options which are there in Power BI for the splitting the column. So here, this is how we go for the normal split. Now see what this split has done, that here the splitting has been done when there is a space over here. Yeah, so here we are having this space between the two columns here, sorry, between the two names here. So it has done the splitting, yeah, when there is a space here. Okay, so that is how it has used this concept here. So this is the, sorry, these are the two separate columns, and remember that the columns that you are creating here, it will be always shown at the end. Okay, so this is customer's first name, customer last name. Let me see. Maybe we can do it later on also. Now, one important thing here. You see that on the top area, you can see this blue line here. Yeah, there is a continuous blue line. Okay. While here on these two columns, there is no blue line on the top. Yeah, here there is a blue line, here there is no blue line. So what does this blue line indicates? So blue line indicates that all these columns are coming from the original data set. They are coming from the original data set. That's why it is indicated by this top blue line. While these two columns have been created by us. Okay. So the columns which are created by us, that is what you have also understood in this Power BI, the calculated column. Yeah. So these are your calculated columns. Yeah. Here, definitely I have not put up any function here, but still I have created this column on my own. That's why at any point of time, if you are getting confused that which columns are created by me and which columns are coming from the original data set, you can use this blue line here. Blue line means the columns are coming from the original data set. When there is no blue line, it means that these columns are created by us. Whether it is created by splitting or whether it is created by calculated field or calculated column, that's a separate thing. Okay. So that's why these are the two columns which are not having that blue line. So this is one splitting. There's a normal split. Now, another example, custom split. Okay, custom split. So suppose here, if you come to this left hand side area, if you click on this order ID. Now, as I said earlier, that order ID is consisting of 3 parts here: the country ID or country short form, US or CA, the year, and the last 6 digits here. Okay, so there are 3 parts over here. Now, what I want to do, that I want to create one column. Yeah, and I want to get only the initial 2 alphabets in that column. Okay, just now in this order ID column, I am having all the 3 parts, but I want to create one column where I want to see only the initial 2 digits, US or CA. Okay, so if I want to extract only one portion of this whole series, what I can do, I can go to this order ID, click the drop down here, and in the drop down, I go to this custom split here. Okay, I click on the custom split, because if I go for split, let us also try what is the split. If I click here split here, yeah, so split I have used. Now let me go to the right hand side here. So see, in the right hand side, what has happened here, it has now created here 3 columns for the order ID. I have used the split option. So order ID split 1, order ID split 2, and order ID split 3. So what it has done, that wherever you are having the dash, at that point the splitting has taken place. Yeah, the splitting has taken place at the dash. Dash is your delimiter, or space is also your delimiter. So it has done the splitting over here. But here we have got how many columns? 3 columns, because there are 2 dash. Now suppose if I don't want to have all the 3 columns, I want to have only one portion, that is this US or CA. What I can do here, I can come to this order ID. I click on the drop down, and in the drop down, I click this custom split. Okay, I click the custom split. In the custom, when I click on the custom split, I'm having this dialog box. What it says, how should this data be split? Use the separator. So here I have to tell Tableau that what kind of separator I'm having here. So here we are having the separator that is dash. So in the use the separator, I have to put here dash. I have to type here dash. If you are having space, you press space bar. If you are having comma, you press here comma. So use the separator, I put here dash. Type here dash. Now here it says split off. In the split off, if I click the drop down, split off first, last and all. Now what is this first, last and all? So see here, how many dash I'm having here? There are 2 dash here. So now I can also tell Tableau that where the splitting should take place, whether the splitting should take place at the first dash or first delimiter, or the last delimiter, or all delimiters. Yeah, the split off is talking about the where do you want to do the splitting, at the first delimiter or last delimiter or all delimiters. So suppose if I go for first, okay, because I want to extract only this US and CA, I go for split off at first delimiter. Then it is asking me, okay, how many columns you require. Okay, now see, if I do the splitting here, yeah, let's say if I do the splitting here, then I'll be having actually 2 columns. One column will contain the USCA, and the other column will contain this another portion. Okay, one column will contain this USCA, and the second column will contain this 2021-103800. Because see here I have not done the splitting. I am telling the Tableau that please do the splitting at the first delimiter. So split off first, okay, and I want to get only this first column here, okay, because I want to get only this US and CA. So I'll be saying here first one column, okay, split off first and one column. I click on OK button, and when I click on OK button, now let me go to the right hand side, extreme right, and you see now if you go to the extreme right, we are having only one column here, because see these 3 columns I created by using the simple split option, but this column order ID split 4, this I created only with the custom split, and I said that I want to see only one column. Yeah, if I would have said here 2 columns, then I would have seen here 2 columns. One column will contain USCA, and the second column will contain 2021 dash something. Okay, but I said no, I want to go for only one column, so I can see only one column here. Yeah, so that is how you are using the custom split here. So you can tell Tableau that where do you want to have the splitting, first delimiter or last delimiter or all delimiters, and then finally how many columns you require, whether you want to have 1 column or 2 column or 3 column. Yeah, it all depends upon the column that we require. Okay, so I hope that this is clear. So here you can do this kind of simple data cleaning. You can rename the column names over here. You can do the splitting. Okay, definitely you can also create here calculated field. Calculated field means calculated column. Okay, see here the names are different. In case of Power BI, it is known as calculated column, while here in case of Tableau, it is known as calculated field. Yeah, just the names are different. But we'll be talking about this calculated field when the topic will come up. This group and beans also will be taking at the appropriate time. Yeah, aliases means different names here. Suppose if I click on aliases, Yeah, alias is, let me do one thing. If I click here row ID and let me write down here row number, and now if I click on drop down and if I click on aliases, yeah, here there's no aliases here. Normally, if see for aliases means I can give some name here. Let's say instead of this ship mode, in the ship mode I'm having the standard class, but sometimes I people they also write down something else. Instead of standard class, it will be standard type, let's say. Okay, so if it is standard type instead of yeah, that's a alias for standard class, then I can see here that what kind of aliases are available here. Just now in this example there is no aliases. Aliases means different names, okay, for the same thing. What are the different names given? But here there is no aliases, so it is currently blank. Yeah, so we can do this splitting. We can also hide the column here. Okay, so now first of all let us connect our sample superstore dataset that we created, that we had seen yesterday. So it's an Excel file, as we know. So we'll be clicking on Microsoft Excel, and then I'll be selecting that file, sample superstore 2024. Okay, click on open. So in the customer name column, as you know, if you want to do the splitting, if we want to have first name and last name, so I can click on this drop down over here in the customer name, and I can click simply the split. Yeah, because I don't want to go for any custom split, I want to go for split only. So I click on split, and once we click on split for the customer name, now we can go on the right hand side, and here we can see those two columns that we have created. Okay, and I also showed you that we can here do the renaming. Then yesterday we also discussed about this blue line. So blue line, I said that if any column is having a blue line on the top, it means that that column is already coming from the original data set. Okay, while these two columns are not having that blue line on the top, so it means that these two columns are created by us. Okay, they are not coming from the original data source. Now suppose if I want to delete these two columns, yeah, so I can click on this. I can select by pressing the shift button, sorry, control button. So please press the control button and you can select these two columns if you have created. Otherwise you can see over here. So press the control button and select these two columns, and now I can click any one of these drop down, and when I click on the drop down, you can see that I'm having here rename option, copy values, hide, and delete. Okay, specifically I'm having this option of delete. Now I will not click here just now delete, but suppose if I click this option, this column, let's say profit column, suppose. Okay, I select the profit column, I click on the drop down. Now in the drop down here in the profit column, I do not see the delete column, delete option here. Yeah, I go for any column here. Suppose if I go for product name, in the product name also, if I click the drop down, I do not see the delete option. I am having only the hide option. Okay, and plus other options are also there, but there is only hide option. There is no delete option here. So what does it mean? It means that whichever the columns are coming from the original data set, those columns cannot be deleted here. Okay, they will stay permanently over here. Definitely you can hide the column. Yeah, suppose if you don't want to see, let's say this category column, suppose. Okay, I don't want to see the category column, so I can simply, I cannot delete it. I can click on the drop down, I can click on hide. Okay, I click on hide. So see, now my category column is now hidden. Okay, but I cannot permanently delete it. What I can do here, I can delete only these two columns which are created by us. So I'll select this customer name split one, I'll press the control button, and then I'll select the second column. So two columns I've selected by pressing the control button, and then I click on one of these drop down and I can click on delete. Okay, so these two columns I can delete. I click on delete, and you see that now those two columns are gone. Okay, customer name split 1 and customer name split 2, they are gone. Okay, now here I have already hidden the category column. Okay, now if I want to bring that column back, okay, I don't want to hide that column, category column, I want to bring that column back. So what I do, I have to click on this gear icon here. Okay, let me start my marker here. So I can click on this gear icon, and when I click on the gear icon here, you see here it is written show aliases and show hidden fields. Okay, so suppose if I click on this drop, if I click on this gear icon, and if I click on the show hidden fields, if I click it, then I can see here that my category column is now hidden, but it is, I'm still able to see that category column here, you see. And now if I want to unhide this column, category column, I can click on the drop down here, and in the drop down I'm having the option of unhide. Unhide, okay. So I click the drop down, I click on unhide, and now you see the category column is now not hidden. Yeah, now it is available here. Okay, so remember this important point, that the columns which are coming from the original data set, original data source, they cannot be permanently deleted from the Tableau. In the Tableau, they can be hidden. If you don't require that field, you can hide that field, but you cannot delete anything. And the same concept is also there in case of Power BI. If you know this thing, in Power BI also, whichever columns are coming from the original data source, I cannot delete it. Yeah, I can hide those columns. Okay, but I cannot delete those columns. Okay, I can, and the columns which are created by me, let's say in Power BI also we are creating the calculated column. So those columns can be deleted by us. Yeah, that is fine, but I cannot delete the original columns. So this is the concept of hide and unhide. Yeah, anytime if you are having any issue, let me know. Now, uh, one more thing here that I want to show you now. See here, we are having the orders table. We have brought the orders table over here. Now, yesterday I showed you the other two tables also, that is the people sheet and the return sheet, or people's table and the returns table. Now, what I want to do, that I want to bring these two tables also over here in this area. Okay. Now, if you remember, yesterday I showed you that there is a common field between the orders table and the people's table. Do you remember the common field between the orders table and the people's table? Yeah, so there was a region column which was common between the orders table and the people's table. And now the second question is coming over here, that what was the common field between the returns table and the orders table? There was also one common field between the returns table and the orders table. So order ID. Okay. So now what we want to do, that we want to bring these two tables also over here, and definitely because there is a common field, so there will be some kind of a join over here. Okay, we'll be connecting one table with another table with the help of a join. So what I'll suggest you, that if you want to create a join, then if you put your pointer over here, okay, when you put your pointer on the orders table, what it says here, logical table equal to orders, and then it says here double click this logical table to see its physical table. Okay, so it is telling us to double click this logical table to see its physical table. So remember that whenever you want to see the concept of join, yeah, between the two tables, then you go for the physical table, or you go to the physical layer. So what you have to do here in this orders table, you have to double click, just double click this orders table. And when you double click the orders table, now this, you see that something has changed here. Yeah, let me delete it again. Yeah, I'll double click this orders table, and now it says here order is made of one table. Okay, now this is a physical table or physical layer, you can say something like that. Now orders is there. Okay, you double click on the orders table, then it will show you like this. Now what I'll do, I will bring this people's table here. Okay, I'll bring the people's table here. And you see, when you bring the people's table here, first of all, it says here, drag table to union. Now, I'll also talk about this, what is this union concept, but I don't want to union. You bring this table over here, the people table, okay? Bring it on the right hand side of this orders table, and then you drop it here. Okay, drop it over here. When you drop over here, when you drop the people's table over here on the right hand side of this orders table, you see that now people's table is connected with the orders table like this, and this is your join. Okay, this is your join here. Yeah. So orders table is connected with the people's table. Yeah, and this is a join. Now, if I click on this join, yeah, just click on this join, and when you click on the join, you can see that there are these four types of join: inner join, left join, right join, and full outer join. By default, it is showing you here inner join by default. Okay, so this is the inner join. Inner join means it is taking only the fields or rows. So it is taking only the records or rows which are common between both the tables. Now, are you having the concept of, or say, do you know the concept of these joins? Because these joins also comes in Power BI. Maybe you must have been taught the merging of the tables, yeah, merging queries. So maybe during the merging queries, these joins must have been discussed. But just I want to check that whether you know this concept of these four kind of joins: inner join, left join, right join, full outer join. Yeah, if you already know the concept, then I will not repeat that thing. But if you want, I can also discuss this four kind of joins. Yeah, because this concept must have been taught in slide concept. Please discuss. Okay, no problem. So then let me go to this presentation here of Simplilearn. So you will also find this presentation with you. So let me, uh, yeah, here in this presentation, it is showing the same thing what I've discussed. Okay, you see here that in the orders table and the returns table, we have created this join, and by default, it is showing you this inner join. And what is the common field here between the returns table and the orders table? That is the order ID. Yeah, here they have taken first of all the returns table. We took just now people's table, but the concept is same. Yeah, so this join has been created between the orders table and the returns table, and these are those four joins that we have also seen in our Tableau. And the common field here is order ID, order ID. Now, let us understand these joins here. Okay, so here they have given an example where there are two tables here. One is known as your left hand side table, which is having the product sales. So there is a product ID, sales, number of records. Okay, and there is another table which is known as right hand side table, which is having the product profit. So here also you are having product ID, profit, and number of records. Okay, now here, which is the common field between the two tables? That is the product ID. Okay, product ID is the common field here. Otherwise, if you see the sales, yeah, definitely the number of records, we cannot keep it over here, common field, because this product ID is a common field here. Now let us understand what is this left join. Okay, so what is left join? That in the left join, it will take all the values of the left hand side table, or it will take all the records. I would be very specific here that it will take all the records of the left hand side table, and from the right hand side table, it will take only those records which are common with the left hand side table. So let me show you the diagram here. See, this is the left hand side, left join here. In the left join, you can see that the left hand side circle is full. Yeah, so when it is full, it means that it is taking all the record of the left hand side table. And if you see the right hand side table or right hand side circle, it is taking only the records which are common between the two tables. So here in this presentation, if I go for the left hand side, if I go for the left join, then it will take all these records of the left hand side table. Yeah. And from the right hand side table, it will take only those records which are common between the two tables. So which are the common product ID? You see here 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here also we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So from the right hand side table on, it will only take these 5 records. But from the left hand side table, it will take all these records, whether they are matching or not matching, it doesn't matter. So this is known as left join because we are taking all the record from the left hand side. Yeah. Then comes right join. Right join is just opposite to left join. In the right hand side join, it is taking all the record from the right hand side table, and from the left hand side table, it is only taking those records which are matching with the right hand side table. So here also the records which are matching are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, here also you have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But from the right hand side table, it will take all the record, whether they are matching or not matching, it doesn't matter. But from the left hand side table, it will take only those records which are matching with the right hand side table. So this is known as right join. Then comes inner join. What is the inner join here in our table? If you see the inner join here, so inner join means it is taking only the matching record here. Yeah, this is inner join. This is your inner join, matching records. So here in the presentation, if you go for the inner join, then it says here the result of the inner join will include common data present in both data set. So the records which are common between both the tables, only those records will be taken. So here records like product ID 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here also we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They are common. So only these 5 records from the left hand side table and 5 records from the right hand side table will be taken, which are common. This is known as inner join. Okay. And the last one is very, very simple, full outer join. Yeah, when you see the diagram also here, if you see the diagram of full outer join, it is both the circles are blue. Yeah, so what does it mean? That it is taking all the record from both the tables, whether they are matching or not matching, it doesn't care. So it is taking all the record from the left hand side table, all the record from the right hand side table, and that is known as full outer join. In case of Power BI, just to give you the difference is here. In case of Power BI, there are two more joins: left anti and right anti. Okay, left anti and right anti. There are two more joins here. In case of Tableau, we are having only 4. So suppose if I want to tell you what is left anti join. Left anti join means that it will take only those records from the left hand side table which are not matching with the right hand side table. I repeat, in the left NT, it says here that it will take all the record from the left hand side table which are not matching with the right hand side table. So which are not matching here? The matching records are 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, these 5 records are not available on the right hand side. So when I go for left NT join, then it will take only these 5 records: 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, only these records will be taken from the left hand side table, but from the right hand side table, it will not take any record. It will not take any record. This is known as left anti, left anti. And the another concept in Power BI is known as right anti. Right anti is just opposite to left anti. What is right anti? Right anti will take only those records from the right hand side table which are not matching with the left hand side table. So here you can see that these 5 records 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 product ID, these 5 records are not available over here. Yeah, they are not matching. So when you go for right anti, then it will take only, yeah, it is known as right. Sorry for my handwriting. I'm writing by mouse. Right anti. Okay. So what is right anti here? Right anti means it will take this those records from the right hand side table which are not matching with the left hand side table, and from the left hand side table it will not take any record. It will take only from the right hand side table, and that is known as write NT. Yeah, this is just for your information. Yeah, but in case of Tableau, we have only these four kind of join: inner join, left join, right join, and full outer join. Okay, good. So what we'll do here, you can decide whether you want to go for inner join or left NT or right NT or full outer join. See, it all depends. See, whatever the join you select here, accordingly, you will see here that the number of rows will increase or decrease. Let me show you here. If I go for inner join, you see here, if I go for inner join, then the number of fields are 23 now. Why there are 23? Because initially out orders table was only having 21 fields, 21 columns, but now it is showing you 23 fields. Why? Because there are two fields which are coming from the people's table. How many columns are there in the people's table? Two columns are there. That is the manager column, and the another column is the region column. See here, you can see if you go on the right hand side here, extreme right hand side, you can see here these are the two columns which are coming from the people's table. You see here the people's table. So regional manager and region bracket people. So you see how it is written here, region bracket people. In the original table, it is not written region bracket people. It is simple written people in the original table, the Excel table. But here it is showing you regional manager and region bracket people. Why region bracket people? Because first of all, you remember that two columns cannot have the same name. Yeah, in the data set, two columns cannot have the same name. So here we are already having the people column, sorry, region column here. Region column we are having in the orders table. So here in this column, which is coming from the people's table, I cannot write here simply region. It will be written like this only, region bracket people. So it is showing us that this region column is coming from the people's table. Though above also it is written here people, but this is how it is written. Yeah. So two columns are coming from the people's table, and there are already 21 columns from the orders table. That's why you can see that the 23 fields are available. Currently, what is the number of rows? 10,194 rows. Okay. Now suppose if I select here left join, currently it is inner join. If I click here left join, in the left join also the number of rows are same. Let me click here right join. Right join also same, and full outer will also be same. Okay, so it doesn't matter here. But in other example, you will see further. Let us see with the other thing. So just now what we are doing, we are going, let's say, for the inner join, just for the example purpose. Yeah, you can also close this one. So orders table is now connected with the people's table. Now what we'll do, we will bring this returns table. Okay, this returns table also we bring it over here, and we drop it somewhere over here. Okay, we drop it somewhere over here. So now when you bring the returns table here, returns table is also connected with the orders table. And you see here, as soon as the returns table is connected with the orders table, what kind of join it is creating? It is inner join. Okay, it is inner join. By default, it is inner join. So this is showing you the common field. Yeah, when you click on this Venn diagram, you can see here order ID, order ID. This is the common field between the orders table and the returns table. That's fine. But here, just now, by default, it is inner join. And now you see here the number of rows. See, it has drastically reduced. See, number of fields are 25 now. Why they are 25? Because two fields have come from the returns table. If you go on the right hand side, go on the extreme right, you can see that these two columns, return column and the order ID column, are coming from the returns table. So that's why now we are having total 25 fields. 21 plus 2 plus 2. So 25 fields are there total in now this whole table. Yeah. And the number of rows are very, very low now. 3,226 rows. It is just one third. Initially, how many rows we were having here? 10,100 something. Now, if I want to increase this number of rows, yeah, I can go over here in this returns Venn diagram, this join, and what I'll do, I will go for left join here. Instead of inner join, let me go for left join. Okay, once you click on the left join, then you will see here that the number of rows will increase. So let us click here left join. And you see now when we click on left join, now the number of rows have increased. 12,620 rows. Let us see what happens with the right join. If I click on right join, it is same 3,226. And if I go for full outer also it is 12,620. So I would suggest you, let us go for left join here for the second thing, left join. Okay. So the number of rows have increased. Okay. Instead of 10,000 something, now we are having 12,000 something. Good. So this is how we can join the various tables with this table. See, joins are dependent on what kind of analysis you want to do. Okay. If you say that I don't want to, let's say I want to focus only on those kind of data which are common between both the tables, then you go for the inner join. But if you say, because see this orders table, I feel that this orders table is having all the majority of the records. Okay. So normally it is suggested, normally I'm using the word normal, it is suggested that they go for the left join. Yeah. If your orders table is your fact table, then you go for the left join. So you take all the record, because see, you don't want to miss those records of the fact table. You want to take all the records of the fact table, so you normally you go for the left join. But sometimes it happens that it all depends upon the use case, that if you say that no, I want to focus only on those data set which are common between the both the tables, I want to only focus on those order ID which are common between the returns table and the orders table, then you can go for here inner join. Yeah. Now here, if you we have done the joining. Okay. Now if I go on the right hand side, extreme right, yeah, you see here that in the returns table, yeah, returns table, initially you will see here null, 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 because there are some records, yeah, there are some order IDs which are not available in the returns table, but they are available in the orders table. I repeat, here if you go to the extreme right, you will see here null, null, null in the returned column in the order ID of the returns table. Why? Because there are some order IDs here which are not available in your returns table, but they are available in your orders table. Now, how it is possible? How it is possible that there are some order IDs which are available in the orders table, but they are not available in the returns table? Items which are, let's say, which are order, definitely, yeah, all orders are not written. Okay, because definitely the customers are happy with the orders, so they would not like to return. Okay, but remember that I saw one story. It was real story that there was a group of 4 or 5 people. I don't want to name them. I don't want to name the country also, but they had done a big scam of, just they earned the money based on the returning of the product. They actually never returned any product, but they showcased that they had returned the product to XYZ company, and the company had paid the money. Yeah, but actually after 2 to 3 years, the company realized that something was wrong. Okay, and there was a huge amount which they had earned out of that. Yeah, so there are very, very smart people in this world who can do this kind of activity. Okay, that because what happened that, let's say if we are talking about Amazon is they are sending the product, but the returning of the product is taken care of by another company. And sometimes there is no communication between that the third party and this Amazon. So Amazon feel that okay, this person has returned the product, but the third party has not received that product, and Amazon is paying some money. So something like that. So something is happening over there. So many people they have, or some of the people, not many people, but some of the people they have misused this system, and they were earning money out of that. Okay, definitely we should not be going for that. But yeah, so definitely there are products which are not returned. Yeah, not all products are returned. So that's why definitely here we are having this null, null, null. Now, uh, see here, we can see that first of all, we are having all the columns of the orders table. And then we are having these two columns of people's table. And then we are having the two columns of the returns table. Yeah. Now let us click on this gear icon. Yeah, just click on this gear icon again. If you click on the gear icon, yeah, today also I'll show you this aliases, how to create the aliases and what is the use of these aliases. But we have already seen this show hidden fields, yeah, because we had hidden one field and we wanted to unhide. So we already know these hidden fields. Now we focus on this area, sort fields. So if you want to do the sorting here, just here only in this window, if you want to do the sorting of the fields, then by default the sorting is done in uh, 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 the sorting is based on the data source order. Data source, your original source, your Excel file. So whatever the sorting is there in the original source, the same sorting is also over here. Yeah. So that is what we mean by the data source order. But suppose if you want to go for, let's say, ascending, you want to have all the fields in ascending order. So we can click on this A to Z ascending. Okay, I can click here A to Z ascending. And now what happens here, when you click on A to Z ascending, you see here it is starting from category, city, country oblique region, customer ID, customer name, blah, blah, blah. Then comes here order ID. You see here order date, order ID. And then this other order ID is also available over here because they are sorted in ascending order. So this order ID is coming from the orders table and this order ID is coming from the returns table. Yeah, so these two order IDs are together. Then the region column, you see the region column, the two region columns, one from orders table, from one from the people's table, they are also shown together. And finally, which is the last column here in the ascending order, subcategory is the last column. Okay, so it starts with category column and it ends with the subcategory column. So this is your, if you click on the gear icon, this is your A to Z ascending. Similarly, if you click on Z to A descending, now if you click on Z to A descending, definitely subcategory will be shown first, just reverse, and the category will be shown at the bottom. If you click the gear icon again, then the next option here is A to Z ascending per table. Now, what is the difference between A to Z ascending and A to Z ascending per table? You see, when you go for A to Z ascending, what it will do, if we are having here 3 tables, and whatever the number of columns we are having, all the columns will be sorted together. If you go for A to Z ascending or Z to A descending. But when you want to do the sorting per table, let's say you are having orders table. Orders table is having 21 columns or 21 fields. You want to do the sorting only of the orders table. Then you want to do the sorting of the people's table. Then you want to do the sorting of the returns table. If you want to do the sorting individually per table, then we can go for this option. Let's say A to Z ascending per table. If I click it. So now here in A to Z ascending per table, it starts with category and it ends over here with subcategory. Okay, so this is your orders table. Then comes the people's table. In the people's table also, first of all, we are having region and then regional manager. And then we are having the returns table. In the returns table also, we are having here order ID and then returned. Yeah, so here it is A to Z ascending per table. And similarly, we can go for Z to A descending per table. But what I'll tell you here, don't change any of these sorting fields. you go with the default one, data source order. I'll tell you why this is not important. Yeah, let's click again here, data source order, this option, data source order. Okay, why this option is not that much important. Yeah, just now, see, when you are focusing only on this area, then you can go with these options, that is fine. But now what we'll do, that once we have connected these three tables with each other, yeah, now let us go to the we go to the visualization area. Okay, so how to go to the visualization area? You can see here at the bottom area, yeah, here on the bottom left corner here, it is written here sheet 1, yeah, below. Okay, and what it says here, go to worksheet. Okay, so now if you want to start creating the visualization, because we have connected the data set here, we have done the joining here. Yeah, now we want to start the data visualization. Yeah, yesterday we saw that there is not that much of data cleaning to be done in this Tableau desktop or Tableau public. The major cleaning can be done in the Tableau prep, but that's a separate tool. So now we want to start with the visualization process. So what we'll do, we will click here below, left hand side bottom area, sheet 1. I click on sheet 1. And when I click on sheet 1, now we are in another window. You see here, this is another window. And in this window, you can see that now on the left hand side, we are having this data panel. Okay. Now just you compare it with Power BI. In case of Power BI, you are having the data panel on the right hand side. While in case of Excel, sorry, this Tableau, you are having the data panel on the left hand side. That's the difference. Okay, this is one of the difference. You remember these differences. As I said yesterday, that this can be asked in interview if you are appearing for anything. Yeah. So this is the data panel. Now here, there is also some difference here if we compare with Power BI. So in Power BI, what happened that whatever the fields which we are having, whether it is numerical field or whether it is categorical field or whether it is geographical field, all the fields are shown together in Power BI, and all the fields are shown in ascending order. Yeah, it's always start with the alphabet A and then it ends with Z. Okay, so it shows in the ascending order, but all the different types of fields are shown together. Now here in this Tableau, what happens? You see here, first of all, we are having the orders table. In the orders table, it starts with category, it ends with subcategory. These are all the fields which are coming from the orders table. Then we are having the people's table. So these are the two fields of the people's table that we have already seen. Returns table is also having these two fields. Now you see here, again below, it is showing you again below orders table. Here also there is orders table. Here also below there is orders table. Yeah, and in the orders table here, it is showing you here discount, profit, quantity, and sales. Yeah. So what is doing here in case of Tableau, that all your numerical fields are shown separately here. They are not mixed up. They are not mixed up with these other fields. While in case of Power BI, all the fields are mixed up. But in case of Tableau, these four numerical fields which we are having here, discount, profit, quantity, and sales, yeah, they are shown separately. Suppose if your people's table and the returns table is also having some numerical field, then they will be also shown over here separately. Yeah. So in case of now Tableau, now the concept comes over here, very, very important concept. In case of Tableau, let me show you one concept here. Yeah. So in case of Tableau, we are having two concepts here. One is known as dimensions and another one is known as measures. Okay, so dimensions and measures. So What is this dimension and what is this measure? Yeah. So here it says dimensions contain qualitative values. Just remember the word dimensions means qualitative values and measures means quantitative values. So dimensions contain qualitative values such as names, dates, or geographical data. Yeah. So here in our example, if we see the data set, we are having here city, category, yeah, even customer name, order date, order ID, postal code. These are all qualitative data. Okay. Product ID, yes, you can see here that product ID, but our product ID is combination of some text, some year, and some numbers. Okay. But if I focus on, let's say, category, so we saw yesterday the three categories: office supplies, technology, and furniture. So whenever you are having these different categories, okay, or different customer names will be different, okay, the ship mode is different. There are various kind of ship mode like same day, first class, second class, yeah, likewise. Then ship dates are also different. So whenever you are having these kind of fields, they are known as dimensions. They are known as dimensions. And if we are talking about the numerical field, let's say these are your four numerical field: discount, profit, quantity, and sales. They are known as measures. Okay, so you have to remember these two words here. Here, that is dimensions and measures. What are measures? Measures contain numeric quantitative values that you can measure. Measures are aggregated by default. Aggregated by default means we will see further that if I take the sales value, if I take the sales field, it will be doing the summation. Yeah, in case of Power BI also you saw that when we are taking the any numerical field, it will by default do the aggregation, sum. Okay, it will sum all the sales, it will sum all the discount, it will sum all the profit. That is the default characteristic of a numerical value. So here also our measures, when we use the measure in the visualization, it will do the aggregation. Yeah, we'll see today only. Yeah. What is dimension? Dimension means, you remember the example of dates, names, categories, yeah, geographical data like city, yeah, country. These are all the examples of dimensions. Okay. Now, if you focus on this right hand side area, you see that this area, this area, okay, these are all your dimensions. Okay. And if you see the color of this data type or this icon here, the color of these icons are blue color. Yeah, they are all blue color here, the icons I'm talking about. While if you focus on this area, okay, you see the color of this data type or color of this icon, they are green color. So what is this blue color and what is this green color here? Okay, so now we'll discuss this point here. Yeah, because they are identified separately here. Okay, so if we want to understand this blue color and green color, then let us come back to this area. Yeah, this is, see, this is the, if you want to have this article, I can put it over here in the chat panel. Yeah, so that you can refer it later on. So here it says blue versus green fields. Yeah, that is what we want to discuss now. Tableau represents data differently in the view depending on whether the field is discrete or continuous. Now there are two more words here. Initially we saw these dimensions and measures. So dimension is having qualitative value and measures is having quantitative value. Okay. While here, continuous and discrete, dimension and measures, yeah, they are very clear. But now comes here continuous and discrete. These two words also, they are, that also you have to remember. What is continuous? Continuous means, here it says continuous means forming an unbroken whole without interruption. These fields are colored green. When a continuous field is put on the rows or column shelf, an axis is created in the view. Yeah, first of all, let us read this line and then I'll explain. Discrete. Discrete means individually separate and distinct. These fields are colored blue. When a discrete field is put on the rows or column shelf, a header is created in the view. So in simple words, if I want to explain you what is discrete and what is continuous, discrete means you are talking about the customer name, let's say. Okay, so customer names will be separate. It is discrete. Okay, if we talk about categories, subcategories, ship mode, they are all discrete. Yeah, one category will be totally different from the other category. So that is known as discrete. While continuous, example will be, let's say, temperature. Okay, now example is temperature. Temperature will be, let's say, it will be 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, yeah, and so on. Then it will be 11.1, 11.2, 11.0. So it's a continuous value. If we talk about pressure, whatever the value of the pressure will be there, that will be also continuous value. Okay, if I'm talking about the marks also, marks of the marks in the exam, they are also continuous. Okay, so normally you remember like this, that whichever fields which are having numbers, they are by default continuous. Whichever fields are having numbers, they are by default known as continuous field. So normally all your measures are by default continuous, because measures are containing the numerical field, numerical value. So by default, measures will be continuous. And by default, dimensions, yeah, dimensions will be by default discrete, because dimensions, I gave you that example here, names, dates, geographical data, yeah, they are all separate. They are all separate from each other. So they are by default discrete. Okay, so remember like this, that dimensions are by default discrete, measures are by default continuous. Okay, by default you use that, you remember that word, by default. but but here we can see that discrete dimension and continuous dimension. Now see, I said that dimensions are by default discrete, but here it is also showing you an example where dimensions are also continuous. Okay, so I can convert, remember one sentence, I'll also show you practically that dimensions which are discrete by default, I can also make it continuous. See here you can see this order date. What is order date? Date is a discrete value. It's a dimension. So normally the date will be discrete because it's a dimension. But I can also convert the same date into a continuous dimension. Yeah, but I'll show you this thing practically in the Tableau. Now measures are by default continuous. So here we can see sum of profit. This is a continuous measure. But a measure can also be discrete. A measure can also be converted into discrete value. So that also we'll say practically. Okay. So a dimension will be by default discrete, but a dimension can also be converted from discrete to continuous. And when the dimension is converted from discrete to continuous, what is the discrete dimension? Discrete dimension is always shown in blue color. But as soon as you convert the dimension into continuous value, you see here the color is now green color. Okay. And when the measure is continuous, by default the measure color will be green color. But when you convert that measure from continuous to discrete, the color will change from green color to blue color. So I would say that I can think that it will not be so easy to understand this concept, but once we'll go for the practical part now, then you'll understand this concept. Okay, but at least you remember these four words: dimensions, measures, discrete, and continuous. Yeah, just take these words here. Okay, discrete means they are separate. Okay, while continuous means it's a continuous value. Okay, and as I said that dimensions are by default discrete and measures are by default continuous, but a dimension can also be converted to continuous value and a measure can also be converted into discrete value, and these are the examples over here. Yeah, but you can check this link also which I've shared over here. Yeah. Okay, good. So now let us come back over here with this theory part. So here you can see that all these dimensions, yeah, which are by default discrete, so they are shown in blue color and they are shown separately here, while the measures are shown separately, and measures are by default continuous, so they are shown in green color. Okay, so this is just the difference between the Power BI and Tableau. Yeah. Now here we can see that this is your canvas. Okay, in this canvas we'll be creating the visualization. Then above here we are having these two blocks on the top area. These two blocks are columns and rows. Okay, so columns means you can say x-axis and rows will be your y-axis. Yeah, normally in case of Power BI, we use don't use columns and rows. We use their x-axis and y-axis. Okay, so you can understand that these columns is x-axis and rows is y-axis. Then we have here uh, these blocks are there. We will see also see one by one pages. Then we are having filter block or filter panel. Then we are having this marks card. Okay, these are the various panels that we are having here. We'll be using it one by one. And then if you click this one here on the top right corner, it is written here, show me. Yeah, here, top right corner, show me. If you click this show me, when you click the show me here, then here you are able to see the standard visualizations. Okay. When you see here, show me, if you click on show me, you can see here, this is your text table. You see, when I put my pointer here on the first visualization, below it is showing me that name. So when I put over here, it says text table, one or more dimensions, one or more measures. So what it is showing here, it is showing you the name of the name of the chart, and plus it is also showing you that how many fields you require and what kind of fields you require to create that measure or sorry, to create that chart. So suppose if I put my pointer here on this first chart, it says text table. For creating a text table, you require minimum one dimension, one measure, minimum. Okay, that is what it is saying. If you are having more, it is fine, but minimum for text table, you require one dimension and one measure. Then this is your heat map. Heat map also require one or more dimensions and one or two measures. Likewise, this is highlight table. So we'll create one by one all these visualizations today or maybe in the next session also. So we'll see these various types of visualization here. Okay, so this is known as show me. And if you don't want to see the show me, you have to click this show me again, click on the title show me, and it will get collapsed. Okay, so these are the things. Now what we'll do, let us create our first visualization. Yeah, so here on the left hand side, we are having this category. So what I'll do, that I want to see the total sales of various categories. And I want to know that which category is having the highest sales, which category is having the lowest sales. Yeah, so I want to focus on the category. So what we have to do, if we want to create a chart, what we do, we drag this category. Now see, when you drag the category here, you see here, just focus on this line. Sorry, this one. Okay, just focus over here. Let me draw it again. Okay, see, you can see that there is a thin line over here. So what is this thin line here? This thin line is bifurcating the dimensions from the measures. Yeah, because below this thin line, all these are measures. And above the thin line, these are all the dimensions. Yeah. Now, before I forget one thing, you see here that in this, in the dimension area, you can see these measure names. Okay, there is one dimension which is known as measure names, and there are these four measures. You see these four measures. What is written here? Latitude generated, longitude generated, orders, bracket count, and measure values. Now see these five things which we are having here, five fields which are shown over here, they are not in our original data set. Yeah, you have never seen these kind of fields in your original data set. Now see, if you want to go to the original data set, what you have to do? If you want to see that table, sorry, missed your table. Yeah, just now what we connected that returns table with the orders table and the people's table with the orders table. Yeah, that join. If you want to go back to that page, what you have to do? You have to click this one. Just click this data source. Okay, bottom right, bottom left corner here. You click on the data source, and when you click on the data source, you are back over here. Okay, I can also double click this orders table, and when I double click the orders table, I can see this join. Okay, so just click on this data source when you are in the sheet. Yeah. So here you can see that in the data source, when I see all these fields here, I do not see here latitude, longitude, measure names, measure values. We are not having these kind of columns here. There are no columns like this in our data set. But if I go back to this sheet one, yeah, just click on sheet one, and now here these five fields are available. So remember that these five fields are generated by Tableau automatically. Whenever you are connecting any data set to Tableau, Tableau will automatically generate these five fields here. Measure names, latitude, longitude, orders, bracket count, and measure values. And we do not have here any control. Okay, I cannot stop this process. One more thing, that this longitude and latitude, these two fields, we will only see in that data set which is having at least one geographical field. I repeat my sentence, that this latitude and longitude field will be automatically generated by Tableau only when your original data set is having at least one geographical field. So here in our case, what are the geographical field? You see here, city, it is having a globe icon, country is having a globe icon, postal code is also having globe icon, and the state oblique province is also having globe icon. So here in our case, we are having four geographical field. So definitely these latitude and longitude fields will be generated automatically by Tableau. But let us assume that in our data set, we don't have any of these geographical field. Let us assume like that. So when you don't have any of the geographical field in your original data set, then Tableau will never create these two fields, latitude and longitude. Yeah, then Tableau will create only three fields: measure names, count, and measure values. That's all. But if your data set is containing at least one geographical field, it can be country, region, city. Yeah. Normally, region is not counted as geographical field, but country, state, city, postal code. Yeah. So these are all the geographical fields. So if your data set is containing one geographical field, minimum one geographical field, then automatically this latitude and longitude columns will be generated by Tableau. You don't have any control over here. Clear? And also these measure names and measure values and these orders count, they are also having its importance. Yeah, these three fields, measure names, count, and measure value, they are not just generated uh, yeah, just for fun by Tableau. It is having its own importance. So that also we'll see further. Clear? So now let us create our first visualization. So as I said earlier that we'll be dragging this category, and you see when you are dragging the category here, I was talking about this line here. Yeah, when I drag this field, yeah, just focus on this area. So what it is showing me here? It is showing me here the two words dimensions and measures below that line. Yeah, near that line we can see the dimension. I remember that in the older versions of Tableau, yeah, because I'm also using this Tableau tool for last 7 or 8 years. I learned this Tableau when I was doing my master's in data science from Bologna University in Italy. Yeah, so there this Tableau was part of our course. So there I learned this Tableau. So during those days, we were having or say the version that we were having in those days. Here in those days, in those versions, it was clearly mentioned here on the top area dimension, and here it was below mentioned measure. But now they are not mentioning over like this. Yeah, so whenever I drag the field, you see here below that line, yeah, just focus on this one area. Yeah, now it is not showing me, but yeah, again I drag it, so now it is below, it is showing me dimension and measure. So I drag this category, I put it here in the columns area. Yeah, I drop it over here in the columns area. So see now this category, when it's dropped over here, I can see these three categories. Okay, furniture, office supplies, and technology. Now what I require here in the row section, I require a numerical field, minimum one numerical field in the row section. So what I do, I click here, I select here sales. Let us select here sales, and I drop it over here in the row section. So see, when I drag the sales and when I put it over here in the row section, what it does here, it does the aggregation. It is doing the aggregation. Yeah, because it's a measure. Measure is always doing the aggregation. It's a continuous value. See, measure are by default continuous. So they are shown in green color. This is a capsule. Yeah. And the category is a discrete value. So it is shown in blue color. And now you can see as soon as you drag the sales here, yeah, it is doing the sum of sales by default. And now I can see the chart. This is a column chart. Yeah, this is a simple column chart. Now see here, this column chart is ready. But you see that here we are having lot of blank space. Yeah, there is a lot of blank space here. Now remember one thing, yesterday I told you that in the case of Power BI, as you know, that in Power BI on one page, I can create many visualizations. Yeah. In the Power BI desktop, I'm talking about on one particular page, I can create 5 visualizations. I can create 10 visualizations also. In case of Tableau, here you see the name below what is written here, sheet 1. So in Tableau, we are having various sheets, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, just like Excel. In Tableau, in one sheet, I can create only one visualization. Here in this sheet, yeah, you can, yeah, you will suggest me that, okay, Samir, here also we can create another visualization. No, it is not possible. Yeah, I cannot create here another visualization in this one sheet because this visualization is already created by me. So this is the difference here between the Tableau and Power BI. In Tableau, in one page or one sheet, I can create only one visualization. So now what we have to do, we have to utilize this empty space because it doesn't look good. So to utilize this empty space, what we can do, we can click on this drop down here. You see on the top area, this drop down. Yeah, if I click on this drop down, I can see here 4 options: standard, fit width, fit height, and entire view. Click this drop down. So by default, it is standard. By default, it is standard. Now, if I click on fit width, yeah, just click on fit width. So what happens when you click on this fit width, it is expanding horizontally. Okay, so now this is looking good that it has occupied the whole area. So this is fit width. What is fit height? Fit height means it will go vertically. It will expand vertically. But what is my suggestion to all of you, that sometimes what happens that if we are using fit width, so it will expand vertically, it will expand horizontally, but it will not expand vertically. If I click on fit height, it will expand vertically, but it will not expand horizontally. So what is my suggestion to everybody, that don't use your brain, simply click on entire view. What is entire view? When I click on entire view will expand horizontally also, it will expand vertically also. Yeah, in some of the scenarios you will see this thing, that when I click on fit width, it will expand horizontally, but below you will be having some space. So it will not expand vertically. It will expand horizontally only if you go for fit width. So what I do always, when I am having here standard, instead of standard, I simply select here entire view. So it will expand in both the direction, vertically and horizontally. Yeah. So every time I'll be telling you, please make it entire view. So you have to come over here to this drop down and you have to click this entire view. And now it is done. Okay. Good. So this is what is your, yeah, here we have created the whole page. Okay. Whole sheet. Now, if you see the sorting here, see how the sorting of this column is done. It is written here furniture. The first column, first block is of first column is of furniture, then office supplies, and then technology. So here the sorting is done. How the sorting is done? The sorting is done in the ascending order of the category. So first of all, it starts with furniture F, then O, and then T. So sorting is done. But now what I want to do, I want to do the sorting of these columns based on the sales. I want to see the category which is having the highest sales. I want to see it first, and the category which is having the lowest sales, I want to see at the last. Okay, so I want to sort these columns in the descending order based on the sales. I don't want to do the sorting based on the name of the category. I want to do the sorting of these columns based on the sales. And that too, I want to do it in the descending order based on the sales value. So how we can do the sorting? So say sorting can be done in various ways. So I'll show you one of the way here. You see here, when I put my pointer on the sales column, yeah, the sales title, there is one small button over here above the sales word. Yeah, can you see this button here? Yeah. So we have to click this button. This is the sorting button. Just put your pointer above the sales, put your pointer on the sales, and then you will see this button. See, as such, I'll not see this button, but when I put my pointer on the sales, this button will appear. I click on this button. When I click on this button for the first time, you see the sorting is done now. The sorting is based on the sales. Yeah, we can see that technology is having the highest sales, followed by furniture, and then followed by office supplies. If I want to do the sorting in the ascending order based on the sales, I have to click this same button again. Yeah, this button again, I click it, and now you can see it is doing the sorting in the ascending order based on the sales. And again, if I click this same button third time, okay, third time I click it, then now it is doing the sorting, but it is now doing the sorting based on the category name. See, again, we are having furniture, office supplies, and technology. Okay. So this button is used for sorting. When I click the button for the first time, it is doing the descending sorting based on the numerical value. When I'm clicking the button for the second time, it is doing the ascending sorting based on the numerical value. And when I'm clicking this button for the third time, it is doing the sorting based on the this category. Okay, so this is one method here by clicking this button, sorting. There are two more buttons here. You see on the top area, this area, these two buttons are available. These two buttons are also done for sorting. So see, the first button is ascending. Okay, this is for the ascending sorting. And the second button is doing the descending sorting. Based on what? Based on the numerical value. Whichever numerical value you use here, whether it is sales or profit or whatever, yeah, it will be, you can also use these two buttons. So if I click this first button here on the top area, this is the ascending sorting based on the sales. And if I click the second button here, it is doing the descending sorting. See, here I'm not having the third button for the sorting based on the category. I'm not having here third button. I'm having only two buttons, either ascending or descending. Yeah. So this is also the area where you can do the sorting. Clear? And there are also one or two more methods here for sorting that I'll be showing you as that topic comes up over here. Yeah, if you want to give here the sheet name, let's say here it is written below sheet 1. Now, if I want to give a proper sheet name, yeah, because sheet 1 doesn't look good. So here we can also double click, yeah, below where it is written sheet 1, you can double click and you can write down here column chart. Okay, type here column chart here. So yeah, this is the column chart. And what we'll do now, we will save this file because the same file will be using it today also and then in the other sessions also. So now we will save this file. Okay. So how to save the file? We'll go to, as usual, file. Okay, file. And in the file, we are having here save and save as. We'll go for save as here. Okay. And now I'll request you to save this file in a proper folder. So you can create a Tableau, let's say Tableau report folder or something like this. And then you can, uh, yeah, you can save this file. But let me show you one important thing here when you're saving the file. Just hold on. So see, I'll save it in, let's say, desktop folder. Okay, in the desktop, I'll click on this new folder, and here I'll be creating a folder which is known as Simplilearn Tableau batch. Uh, yeah, December 2024, suppose. Okay, so I'm creating one folder here. Accordingly, you can create your own folder. And now I'll be saving this file. Now, what I'll do here, I will save this file as uh, sample superstore data set. Yeah, I can give, yeah, you can give your own name also over here. So file name I'm giving here, I'll give here day day 2. Okay, because today is day 2. So day 2 sample superstore data set or sample superstore report. Okay, so you can give like this also. So day 2 sample superstore report. And now what I'll do here, you see that here it is written as save as type. Now in the save as type, if I click the drop down here in the save as type, then there are two options here. Tableau workbook, which is having the short form .twb, and the another one is known as Tableau package workbook, which is known as .twbx. Now let us understand what is the difference between .tw and .twbx. See, suppose if I save this file as .twb, which is known as Tableau workbook. Suppose, okay, I'm not clicking the save button. Let us assume that I'm saving this file as .twb. So what happens here that if I save this file, now suppose if I want to share this file with you, okay, so I can definitely share this file with you. Now, if you if you download my this .tw file into your laptop, and when you open this file in your laptop, what will happen that it will show you one message that you have to connect the data set with this .twb file. So remember that when you are creating a .twb file, the data set which we are using over here, which I'm using over here, that is the sample superstore data set, the data set is not getting connected with this .twb file. Okay, when you open this file in your laptop, my file in your laptop, then what you have to do, you have to again reconnect that sample superstore data set, that's the Excel file, you have to reconnect with your with my file, with my this Tableau file. Yeah, so that is what we mean by .twb. The another option over here is Tableau package workbook, which is known as .twbx. What is this .twbx? When I save this file as .twbx, then the data set which I'm using over here, the sample superstore data set, that also get attached with this Tableau file. So if I send you this .twbx file, and when you download it into your laptop, and when you open my file, you'll not have any problem. Yeah, you don't have to connect the data set with this file because the data set is already there attached with this file. So normally I would suggest you to save this any of your Tableau file as .twbx. Okay, So whenever I'm teaching this subject to the university students also, and when I'm conducting their exam, definitely in the exam I'll be asking them the practical question. So I always specifically mention that please save this your Tableau file with the extension .twbx. Okay, definitely I'll be also having the data set, but for what happens that every time if there are 60 students in a class, every time I have to connect the data set and then only I can see the visualization here. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to see the visualization. So I always tell my university students to save the file as .twbx, so that as soon as I open their file, as soon as I download their file and I open their file, I can see all the visualization. Then I don't have to connect any data set. Okay, so I'll also request here all of you to save this file as .twbx. Okay, so in the .twb, no data set is connected. In the .twbx, the data is also connected with your Tableau file or Tableau report. Okay, so I'm saving it as .twbx and I've given this name, day 2 sample superstore report. I click on save button and now it is saved. Okay, now it is saved. So this is how we are saving this file. Now I'll also show you very quickly here. If I go to this Tableau public, okay, just focus over here. Is this Tableau public? No, this is not Tableau public. Uh, just hold on. Yeah, let me close this file. Yeah, I'll also open this Tableau public. Okay, you don't have to open it. Just focus over here. Okay, so this is the Tableau public. Okay, just for your knowledge purpose here. In the Tableau public, here, yeah, just focus over here. I'm connecting that data set. Okay, I'm connecting that sample superstore data set here. And now here I'm dragging that order sheet. Okay, I'm not dragging here people sheet and return sheet. I'm dragging here the order sheet. Now I'm going to the sheet one. Okay, and in the sheet one, I'm creating the same chart in the Tableau public. So category I'm putting over here in the column section, sales I'm putting over here in the row section. I'm making this, instead of standard, I'm making it entire view, and I'm doing the sorting. Okay, I'm doing the descending sorting. So see, this is my Tableau public. Okay, just, yeah. So now in the Tableau public also, if I want to save this file, I can go to file, and in the file, I'm having here options like save to Tableau public, then save as, and save to Tableau public as. Now see here, there are 4 options in the Tableau public. Initially, I would say that almost like 6 months before or 1 year before, here in the Tableau public, I was having only 2 options to save the file. What were the 2 options? Save to Tableau public and save to Tableau public as. Okay, there was no save and save as option in the Tableau public here. So what was the initial problem with the Tableau public? That if I want to save this file, let's say I want to save this file on my laptop, then I could not save that file on my laptop with the Tableau public. I can save this file on the Tableau cloud platform. Tableau is having one cloud platform which is known as Tableau public. That name is also known as Tableau public. So if I'm using Tableau public, I could not save over here in my laptop. That was the earlier version, not now. Okay, now I can save this file. Yeah, if I click over here on save as, I can save it in my laptop, on my desktop here. Okay, this is not possible. So this is a good thing. But earlier, I could save only in this Tableau public. So suppose if I click here, save to Tableau public as, if I click over here, then what it says here, Tableau public sign in. Okay, so I have to now sign in here. Now see, normally because you have not created any account, yeah, or if you have created the account, then here you have to write down your email ID. So let me write down here my email ID here, which I've used here. Okay, this is one of my university mail ID. Okay, so I'm logging over here. I hope it should work. Yes, now it is working. So see, now I have logged in, and normally when you are not logged in, and you can create your own account here in the Tableau public, and then you enter into the Tableau public, the cloud-based platform, and now here it is saying save workbook to Tableau public. Publishing this workbook will make it available on the Tableau public website. Now see, there are two things here. One is known as Tableau public, which is a tool that what I'm currently using over here, and there is another concept known as Tableau public website. So just now what I'm doing, I'm saving this file which I've created in Tableau public, and I'm putting it on the Tableau public website. Okay, make sure it doesn't contain private or confidential information. Now see, this line is very, very important. Make sure it doesn't contain private or confidential information. Now why this line is coming over here, that also I'll now tell you. So here it is asking me workbook title. So by default it is book 1. I don't want to save it as book 1. I'll write down here as uh, day 2 sample superstore report. Okay, I'm giving the same name here, day 2 sample superstore report, and now I'm clicking on save button here. What I'm doing here, I'm saving the file into the Tableau public website. So I click on the save button here, and now it is saving. Okay, now I'll show you that website. Okay, see, this is that website here. I'm bringing this website here. So see, now this is my browser. And what is the initial this URL over here? It is public.tableau.com. Okay, in case of Power BI, you know that concept, that is Power BI services. Okay, so normally we publish that our report into the Power BI services. Now this is also a cloud-based platform from Tableau, and the initial URL is written public.tableau.com. Okay, now here this is the report which I published over here. Okay, so here it is written day 2 sample superstore report by Samir Wadia. Okay, I can also create here my profile. Okay, so see, here I can create my own profile. I can put my photo over here. Yeah, now if you remember that when I was saving this file into the Tableau public website, it was telling me that please do not use the private and confidential information. Okay, why it was telling me this? Because now this URL which is there, yeah, this is now public. So anyone can see my this particular report. Anyone in this world can see my report. Yeah. So this Tableau public website is a free website. Okay. I'm not paying anything for this website, and plus anyone can see my report. And also I can see the other person's report also. Suppose if you search my name in this Tableau public website, you will get my name. You'll come to my account, and then you can see all the reports which I've created over here. Okay, and I can also see your report if you are published on the Tableau public website. So that's why, because this platform is open platform, that's why I would strongly suggest you, do not use your company data and do not publish your company data report into this Tableau public website. Okay, remember this thing, because your company data are very, very sensitive, and if you put it over here, anyone can see your report. Okay, so remember this thing, only you should use the dummy data. Yeah, if you are using the sample superstore data or this global superstore data, what I've shared with you, or any other dummy data, then go for this thing. Okay, you use only the dummy data and you can put your report over here. Now, what is the advantage of this Tableau public website? So see, yesterday I told you that if you are writing in your CV that, okay, I have completed my Power BI course, I have completed the Tableau course, that will not really help you. what you have to do? You have to do your more marketing. That is what I mentioned yesterday. Now, how you can do the marketing that you really know about this Tableau? What I used to do, yeah, before 7 years back, yeah, when I was applying to various companies and their jobs. So what I used to do that in my CV, where I was writing that word Tableau in my CV, that okay, these are my skills. I was giving a link on my CV. Okay, so anybody will open that my soft copy of my CV, yeah, and if they click on the Tableau word, then they will come over here to this my profile, and then they can see all my various reports which I've created over here. So remember that if you are planning to change your job, or if you want to come to this data analytics area, yeah, and if you want to showcase your work to the recruiter, then please create a proper this Tableau public profile. Okay, so here you should be having your photo, you should be writing something, yeah, in this edit profile. If I click it, yeah, here the LinkedIn link is there, website if you are having your own website, yeah, if you are currently working in some organization, write on your title here, organization, and here you can write down your bio. Here it says introduce yourself to the community, use hashtags about your interest to make it easy for others to find you. So you have to create a proper profile over here, okay, with your photo and everything. Don't keep this photo blank, okay? It will not look good. Put a proper professional photo over here, and then what you can do here, that you can share this link. Yeah, either you can do one thing. You can if you don't want to create a link in your CV, you can, when you are let's say sharing your CV with the recruiter, you can also say that okay, please find my data visualization work in Power BI and Tableau by clicking the following link. So in Power BI also you are having the Power BI services. Okay, so you can use that Power BI service link and you can paste it in your email, and you can also paste this link here, this URL. So what happens that when any recruiter wants to see your work, yeah, they will click that link and then they will come over here, and then they will see the visualizations and they will see the report. And then during the interview, they will ask, okay, can you explain me this report? What was the data set? How did you create this report? Definitely this you'll not be creating a very simple visualization. You'll be creating a little bit complex also. So they will directly ask questions from your own report. Now see, you have already created this report, so you are very confident. Yeah, so maybe it is possible that your interview will be focusing only on this thing. Normally in this data analytics area, yeah, they'll be asking you the technical questions, there'll be technical round. So create a proper profile over here. Yeah, this is the platform where you can showcase your work, and this is how the recruiter will get some confidence that yes, you have created so and so visualization. So after once your project is also over, after this course is over, once your project is over, please publish your report or your project over here. Yeah, and then later on, whenever you are creating, you are working with some different data set and you are creating some report, please publish over here in the Tableau public profile, in the Tableau public website. Yeah, this is the platform for doing marketing. Okay, and here I can also search any other person here. Suppose if I search here, if I click on the search button, I'll show you one of the uh, expert. Yeah, his name should come here. Yeah, this is one of the expert, Kirill Kirill Eremenko. Okay, so I can search over here in the Tableau public website, and I can go to this person website or web page, Kirill Eremenko. If I click it, so see, this is one of the report which has been created by this person. These are the various tabs over here. Yeah, regional orders, office supplies, unemployment. Yeah, but actually this is not the person who is created. Kirill. Okay, Kirill is having a different website, but a web page here. But you can see this thing. Okay. Then there is also one Indian which I like his work. His name is. You see here, someone has created a resume in the Tableau. Yeah, can you see this thing? Pawan Talware. Yeah, let us see here his website, his link over here. And you see, he has created all these things in Tableau. This is not created in Word. Okay. So you can also do this thing. I'm not saying that immediately you should start with this thing, but there are creative people in this world who can also do this kind of thing. Yeah, this is a great thing. Yeah, even I have to also think twice that how he has created, but definitely it is possible. So you can also create this kind of resume. Even in case of Power BI, also you can create a resume in Power BI like this. Yeah. So here you can see the work of other people, and you can get a lot of motivation, and you can also make this favorite. If you like this resume, I can also make it favorite here. Yeah, this star, I can click it, and when I go to this my profile, yeah, when I go to the profile, I can click on my favorite, and you can see that now that person's resume is now favorite because I like this work. Okay. Then you can also follow people. You see here it is written following and followers. Now I'm using here another account. This is not my real account, but in my another account, some people are following me, and I'm also following other people. Those who are experts in Tableau, I'm following them. Yeah. So here I can follow other people, and if I like this person's work, I can also follow him. Yeah. So this kind of activity is there here in the Tableau public website. I hope that I have made you. Can you please repeat again the saving in public version once again? Yeah. So public here, if I go to this Tableau public, I have to go to file, and I have to click this option, save to Tableau public as. Save to Tableau public as. If I click it, and then it will, if you are not logged in to Tableau public, then you have to log in with your email ID and password. If you have not created an account, you have to create an account. Then you log in, and then here you have to write down your workbook title, means workbook name. You have to give your proper title here to the workbook, and then you can click on the save button, and as soon as you click on the save button, you will open up this URL. Okay, it will open up the browser, and it will take you to the Tableau public website. Yeah, I hope that it is clear. Okay, so this is a great platform, but as I again I'll repeat that sentence, that please do not use your company data, your sensitive company data, and you please, yeah, you can use it. uh, Means you can use your company data, put it into Tableau, but keep that Tableau file within your laptop only. Don't put it into the Tableau public website. This is very, very dangerous. Okay, so this is a great platform. You can check this thing later on. Yeah, and please create a proper profile here. Yeah, if you want to let's say send it to your recruiter, yeah, you should be writing something in your bio, put some proper photo over here. Yeah, likewise. So this is the Tableau public tool. From Tableau public, we can say publish the report to the Tableau public website. Now in this Tableau desktop also, see, now I'm in the Tableau desktop. Now in the Tableau desktop, if I click on file, in the file I'm having only these two options, save and save as. So suppose if I have created a report in the Tableau desktop, not in the Tableau public, I've created the report in Tableau desktop, and if I want to save it onto the Tableau public website, then what should I do? So what I have to do here, I have to go to this server. See, there is one tab here known as server. Yeah, after format, there is a server. In the server, I can go to here, the last option, Tableau public. And in the Tableau public, I'm having that same option, save to Tableau public and save to Tableau public as. Yeah, so you should not worry that, oh, I'm using Tableau desktop. Now, how should I save this file, and how should I put it into the Tableau public website? So you have to come to the server here, server tab, go at the bottom, last option, Tableau public. And when you come to the Tableau public, you can click here, save to Tableau public as. If I click it, yeah, it will give me the, maybe I have to sign in here. Okay, I have to sign in here, and then I have to publish this report to the Tableau public website. Okay. So remember that when you are applying to various jobs related to this data analytics, then please try to create at least 5 to 6 reports. Yeah, you create 5 to 6 reports in Power BI, you create the 5 to 6 reports in Tableau. Maybe you can use the same data set or different data set also, that is fine. Yeah. And I would like to show you one website here. Uh, just hold on. There is one website where you can get many data set, because sometimes I'm getting these kind of question that, okay, Samir, if I want to work with different data set, where can I find the data set? Okay, so there is definitely, you can go to Kaggle. Yeah, Kaggle, there are a lot of website here. Then there is one website where I saw a lot of data set. That is, the website name is Maven Maven Analytics. Okay, Maven Analytics, they are having their own courses, but I would not tell you to enroll for those courses. But here, if I go to this website, just type, yeah, just write down this link, this name of the website, that is Maven Analytics. Maven Analytics. And if I go to their website here, uh, yeah, they have created a lot of courses here, but I will not go for it. But maybe discover. Yeah, here. You see, if I click on this discover, and if I click on this resources, in the resources I'm having here data playground. Okay. Here it says free practice data sets handpicked by Maven instructors. If I click on resources, if I click on data playground, then here, you see here, these are the various data sets. Okay. So these are great. And I think so there are many. Yeah. So see how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 data sets per page. And I think so there are total 13. So 13 5s are 65. Around 64, 65 data sets are there. Okay. And they are of different variations. So you can use this, and this is available free of cost. Okay. You click on this download button. Let's say if I want to go for this wine tasting data set, they will see that, okay, how many records are there, how many number of fields are there. Yeah. In which type it is available. It is in CSV format. If I click on this download, it will show me here CSV. And if I click on CSV, and then my downloading has started. Okay, so I'm not paying anything for this thing. So this is a recently I saw this website. Miss, I know this Maven Analytics, but I came to know about this data set. Okay, so likewise, there are other platforms also where you can get the data set, but this is one of the good platform here, Maven Analytics. Just search in Google, and then you go to their website, and here you go to discover. In the discover, you go to resources. In the resources, you go for data playground. And when you click on data playground, you'll be getting these data sets here. Okay, and there are a lot of pages here. There are 13 pages here. Good. Yeah. So now let us come back over here. So see, we have saved this file. Okay, so let us close this file, because we'll be coming back very soon. So let us close this file. Yeah. And now I will request you that you open a blank Tableau desktop file, either Tableau desktop or Tableau public, whichever is fine. So I'll open up again Tableau, Tableau 2024.3. So just open a blank Tableau file. Okay, and now we'll go one by one those concept of data blending, then union and pivot table. And then if time permits, then we will come back to that sample superstore data set, and we'll continue further. Okay. So please open a blank Tableau desktop or Tableau public file. So first of all, I would like to show you here the concept known as data union. Okay, data union. So for data union, we'll be using Uh, uh, okay, so see, you already downloaded all these data sets from your LMS. So for the data union, we are having this file, which I've already shared with you, which is known as union demo file superstore.xls. Okay, so this data set, union demo file superstore data set, this will be connecting with the blank Tableau desktop file. Okay, to understand the concept of data union. So let me, yeah, I hope that you all open this file. Okay, blank file. And now I click on this Microsoft Excel. And now I select that file, which is uh, this one, union demo file. Okay, you have already downloaded. So please connect that file, Excel file, union demo file superstore. Click on open. Okay. Now I would like to show you that, first of all, that raw data set. So let me show you what is that data set containing. So see, this is that data set. Okay, that original data set here. So I opened that file. You don't have to open this file. It's not compulsory. So in this file, that is union demo file superstore Excel file, you can see that here on my screen that there are these three sheets over here, 2011, 2012, and 2013. Yeah. If I open this 2011, okay, 2011 sheet, so see, it is containing here country, then there is a state, okay, then there is region column, then category, subcategory, product name, sales, and profit. Okay, so 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 columns over here in the 2011. Country, state, region, category, subcategory, product name, sales, and profit. Okay, now this is the data of 2011. Now if I go to the 2012 sheet, the 2012 sheet is also containing the same columns. Same columns, okay? Country, state, region, category, subcategory, product name, sales, and profit. Okay, but this is the data of 2012. And then if I go to the 2013, 2013 is also having the same thing. Okay, country, state, region, category, subcategory, product, sales, and profit. So here what we are having the data of 3 years. And now what we want to do, we want to do the analysis. Now see, I cannot do the, if I do the analysis individually, let's say for 2011, 2012, 2013, if I do it separately, it doesn't make any sense here. So what I want to do here, I want to add all this data of 2011 plus 2012 plus 2013, and then I want to do the overall analysis. And then I want to know that, okay, say whether the sales have increased or decreased over the period of time, or whether the profit has increased or decreased over the period of time. Yeah, because I cannot do it individually here. It doesn't, yeah, make any sense here. So that's why I want to combine these three data set into one data set. And what is the situation here? That here in these three data set, the number of columns are same and the titles are also same. Remember this thing. The title should also be same. If here if it is written here country, yeah, okay. And in the other data set, if something else is written, let's say it is written country name, then country and country name are different according to Tableau. And according to Power BI also it is different. Okay, so country and country name titles are different. So what I have to first of all check, if I'm having these kind of scenario, what I have to check that whether all the columns are having the same names in all the three fields or in all the three tables. If here it is country, then in the other two tables also you should have the country column. Yeah, you should not have different name here, different title here. So in this situation, we are having the same number of columns, same column titles, but the data is different. Okay, so that's fine. So now what we'll do, we will combine these three tables into one table, and then I will do the analysis. So here we are having the concept known as data union. And this data union is similar to the append queries technique in Power BI. In Power BI, you must have gone through that concept of append queries. What is append queries? In append queries also, we are doing the same thing. We are putting the one table below the other table. And append queries is also used when you are having this kind of situation that the number of columns are same and the titles are also same. So whatever the topic that we are having in Power BI that is known as append queries, here in case of Tableau, it is known as union, data union. Yeah, concept is same, only the names are different. So what we'll do now, we have connected this union demo superstore file over here, and we can see the three tables here, three sheets. So first of all, what we'll do, we will bring this 2011 table over here. Yeah, bring the 2011 over here. So see, now 2011 is over here. How many fields it is having? 8 fields, 8 columns, and how many number of rows are there? 3270. Okay, so this also I'll write down somewhere. So 3270 rows are there, yeah, in the 2011. Now what we'll do, I'll drag this 2012. First of all, you focus on my screen what I'm doing, how to do the data union. I'm dragging this 2012 over here. And now what I'm doing here, see, if I bring it over here, then you can see that this noodle is created. A noodle is created. I don't want to create a noodle. I'll bring this 2012 over here near 2011. So see, when you bring this 2012 near 2011, you see this word union. You should be able to see union. If I go a little bit far away, then I'm not able to see the union word. I have to come nearby 2011 and then I have to drop it. I have to drop this 2012 onto this word union. Yeah, so I drop it this 2012 to this union word. And now you see here this icon has changed. If I put my pointer on this 2011, what it says here, logical table 2011 and union tables is 2011 2012. Yeah, just put your pointer over here. Yeah. And if I double click here, if I double click here, you can see that I can see that there is 2011 plus. Here it is written plus. It says here 2011 is made of two tables because there is 2011 plus 2012. Yeah, if I close it, if I click on this cross button here, so see, this is your data union. And now you see here how many fields are there? 10 fields and 5,898 rows. Now see, the number of rows have increased. So 5,898. Okay. See how many actual columns are over here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So normally there should be 8 columns here, 8 fields. But now what has happened here? The number of fields have increased, 10. Yeah. And why it has become 10, then also we'll see further. So now here in this 2011, I am having 2011 plus 2012. Now what I do, I drag this 2013 and I bring it over here nearby this 2011 and then I drop it on the union area. Okay, so I drop this 2013 on this union area. And now if I put my pointer here, you see it is written logical table is 2011 and union tables is 2011 plus 2012 plus 2013. Okay, and now you see here 10 fields and 9,872 rows are available. So see, the number of rows are getting almost double and 3 times now. When we had only one table 2011, the number of rows were 3,270. When we added the 2012 to 2011, the number of rows became 5,800 something. And now when we are uh, taking the 2013 and we are adding it to this union table, the number of rows have increased to 9,892 rows. And this number of fields are 10 fields. Why it has become 10? because let us focus over here. Yeah, you see here, country is there in our data set. Country, state, region, category, subcategory, product name, sales and profit. So see, this 8 columns. How many columns are these? 8 columns. Country, state, region, category, subcategory, product name, sales and profit. So 8 columns are also available in our original data set. So see, when I add this 2011 plus 2012 plus 2013 in my final table, I should be having only 8 columns. But what you are able to see here, we are able to see here total 10 columns. Why these 10 columns have come up here? Because if you see the last 2 columns here, what are these last 2 columns? These last 2 columns have been created by Tableau. We have not created these last 2 columns. It has been created by Tableau. What is the last 2 columns here? First column, the second last column is known as sheet. So see, these are the sheet here. How many sheets we are having here? 3 sheets: 2011, 2012, and 2013. And we are also having here another column which is known as table name: 2011, 12, 13. So here, these 2 columns have been created by Tableau, not by us. So our actual columns are these 8 columns. But because we have done the union, that's why these 2 columns have been created by Tableau. I hope that you are able to understand this thing. Yeah, clear this point? Okay, you will ask me a question that Samir, we are having in the original tables only 8 columns. Why here we are having 10 columns? Because of these 2 things. Because these 2 columns have been created by Tableau. Okay. Now, here we are having sheet and here we are having table name. So if you see the sheet and table name, they are having the same data. Okay. So what we can do here, we can hide one of these column, because I don't want to have these 2 columns which is having the same data, because both are showing you here 2011. This is 2011, and then it will show me 2012, and then it will show me 2013. So I don't want to keep both these columns. It's a data duplication here. So what I can do, I can make one of these column, let's say this table name column, I can make it hidden. I can hide it because I cannot delete it. Okay, I can just hide it. So what I'll do, I will go to this table name column and I can just hide it. I click on hide and see, now this one column is hidden, table name is hidden. Okay, and now here it is written sheet. Now see, sheet doesn't look good here. The title is not looking good. What I can do, what are this one? 2011, 12 and 13, these are years. So instead of sheet, I can double click the sheet, and I can write down here years. Years. See, double click here sheet and you write down here years. That's the proper title. Yeah. So I also require this years column, because if I want to do the analysis of sales and profit over a period of time, I require this years column. So instead of sheet, I have changed the name to years. That's all. Okay. So now I'm having how many fields? 9 fields, 9 columns. And the number of records are same, 9,892. So this is how you are doing the data union. Now remember this thing, that in this example, we were having one file, one Excel file, and one Excel file was containing different sheet. It is not compulsory that every time you'll have this thing. It is possible that you may have different Excel files. One Excel file will contain the data of 2011. Another Excel file will contain the data of 2012. Third Excel file will contain the data of 2013. So what you can do here, you can bring all those Excel files one by one here. Yeah, because this kind of situation will not be always in your company. Yeah, every month you are getting one Excel file. Yeah, so you have to bring this Excel file over here. Okay, and then once you bring the Excel file, you'll be able to see the different sheets here in the Excel file, and then you can simply drag that sheet and create the union. That's all. Okay, the concept is same, but here in this example, we are having one Excel file, and one Excel file is containing various sheets. Yeah, but it's not compulsory every time. Yeah. So once we have created this data union, yeah, now I can go to the sheet 1 below. We can click on the sheet 1 here, and now in the sheet 1 what I can do, I can drag, let's say, these years. I drag the years in the columns, and I can drag the sales in the rows area. So see, years I can put it in the columns, and I can drag the sales in the rows area, and now this is a column chart. Okay, let me make it entire view. I'll do the sorting. You know the sorting button. Either you can click these two sorting button or this button. So sorting, and now I can see that in 2013 the sales was maximum, followed by 2011 and then 2012. Yeah, I can also create a line chart here if you want. I can go to show me. In the show me, if I click here show me, I can click on this line chart, this one. Okay, I can click on this line chart, or for lines, okay, lines, okay, no, sorry, lines, it requires one date field here, date field, okay. So I cannot create a line chart here. Why? Because see, this is here we are having only years. There's only year 2011, 12, and 13. We are not having the exact date. If here we would have some date column like order date, ship date, then I could have created the line chart. But here you can see that I cannot click this line chart here because it is telling me that for line chart, I require one date field. Okay, so there is a difference here. Date field is different and this year column is different. It is only containing here year. It's not a date. Yeah, so I can create this kind of column chart and I can do this kind of analysis. Yeah. So this is what we mean by data union. I hope it's clear. Any question from your side? Yeah, anything which you could not understand in this data union? So first of all, you bring all the sheets or you bring all the Excel files to your Tableau, you connect with your Tableau, and then you do the data union in the data source area. Let me click on this data source here. You do the union over here, and then yeah, you can come to the sheet 1, and then you can create such kind of thing. We use union when data is more than one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because if you are having one file, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so you should have at least two data sets which are having the same number of columns and same titles, and you can do the data union. Data union is clear. So what you can do, if you want to save this file separately, you can click on file, save as, and let me also save this file. Yeah, for each topic I want to create a separate file so that you can see those files properly. Okay, so I'll save here this file as day 2, and I write down here data union. Okay, just for my reference purpose here, day 2 data union, and I save here as .twbx. Remember this point, .twbx. Now see, one of the advantage of .twb is this, that .twb file will be smaller file. Smaller file means it does the size of that file will be small. Why? Because you are not attaching the data set in the .twb, while the .twbx file will be always a larger file, a big size file. Why? Because the data set is also attached over here. Okay, so our data set is containing only 10,000 record, but if you are having a data set which is containing, let's say, 100,000 record, then definitely your .twbx file will be very, very large enough. Okay, so you have to decide. Yeah, I am not saying that .twb file is a very bad file, bad option. The advantage that we get with the .twb file is that the file size will be small, because there is no data set attached with that file. Okay, if you know that your colleague is already having that original data set, then you can just send them the .twb file. But remember that this file that you are sending it to your colleague, it is because that your colleague will also help you in creating the visualization. If you are sharing this file with your users, with your business user, then you should not say or say you should not send this .twbx file. If you want to share this report, this Tableau report with your business users, then either you can use Tableau server if your company is very large enough, or you can use one another concept known as Tableau Online. In the Tableau Online, you can create your account, and then other people can also create their account, and then I can share this file with my other business users through the Tableau Online. Tableau Online is much more cheaper because in Tableau Online, I'm just giving the money per account. Okay, so if my organization is small and if there are, let's say, 20 users only in my organizations who are using Tableau, I can go for Tableau Online. But if there are, let's say, 500 users, 600 users, 1000 users, then it makes sense to go for Tableau server. Okay, so in the Tableau server, you'll have the data set also. You can store the data set. You can also store the report, and you can also provide the access to the reports in the Tableau server. So these are the advantages of Tableau server, but they are very costly. Remember this point, okay? You can check with the Tableau team. I don't know the exact figure. Yeah. So let me save this. First of all, this file, I'll save it with .twbx, day2 data union. Okay. Let me check here. Tableau server pricing. Let us see if something is there here. Tableau pricing. I don't know whether it will be there or not. Normally, they will not share this information. You have to ask them specifically, and then only they'll be able to share. Okay, so here also Tableau server. Yeah, Tableau server also you can try it for free if you want. Yeah, but there is also this Tableau online. Okay, this is the new Tableau online. Okay, so these are the various pricing here. You can check it, this different pricing here, enterprise viewer. See here, suppose if you are providing the license to your user, business user, okay. Now see, business user will not be creating any visualization. They'll not be creating any Tableau report. So for them, these kind of licenses are very good. That is enterprise viewer license. Okay, this is $35 per user per month basis, and they are billed annually. Okay, and if you want to give the license, a Tableau license to a Tableau developer, then the Tableau developer should have this enterprise explorer. Okay, so that is costing $70 per user per month basis. Okay, but just for viewing purpose, you require this license, which is cheaper, almost. Yeah, this is half. Okay, so here you can save your money. You have to decide that, okay, how many people will be developing the report and how many people will be viewing the report. So for viewing you are having this license, and for developing you are having this license. And here it is little bit much more expensive. Discover insight with powerful suite of product that support your end-to-end. Yeah, so here you'll be having some extra features here. I have to go through this thing. Yeah, but here it says Tableau desktop. It includes Tableau desktop, Tableau prep, and one creator license. Yeah, so here you are having additional features. That's why they are costing here 115 dollars per user per month basis. Okay, so you can check this thing, Tableau pricing. So I think so Tableau, this union part is clear. We'll open another Tableau desktop file, a new file, and now we'll be going for the concept known as pivot table. What is this pivot table? So now we'll be going for the next concept, which is known as pivot table. Okay. Now all of you, you know this pivot table because we discussed this thing in the Excel course. Now here we can also do the pivoting of the table, pivoting. So what we'll do now, we will use this data set. Which data set here? Let me show you the data set. We'll be using this data set which is known as pivot data.xls. Okay, so now we'll be connecting this Excel file pivot data.xls with the Tableau file, with a blank Tableau file. Yeah. If you have not downloaded this data set, please download it immediately and we connect it with our this Tableau desktop or Tableau public. Yeah, let me close this file. Okay, so just open a blank Tableau file. I click on Microsoft Excel and now I'll be connecting that this one. Yeah, pivot data or pivot data, whatever you say. Okay, so pivot data or pivot data, this Excel file I'll be connecting with Tableau desktop or Tableau public. So see here, you can see that we are having sheet 1. Now see, if your Excel file is containing only one sheet, then automatically it will come over here. You see here, I did not drop the sheet 1 here, it automatically came. Because in my Excel file, if I open that Excel file, that pivot table or pivot data, let me show you that pivot data Excel file. So see, this is that Excel file which I'll be which have now connected with Tableau. So this Excel file, I've just created a demo. Okay, this is a demo file. So here there are some products. Okay, and there are these. You can assume that these are the sales figures for various financial year. So financial years 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And these are the products. Okay, phone, television, PlayStation, home theater, router, smartwatch, laptop. This is just a demo file here. So now here you can see that I'm having separate columns for each of the year. Yeah. Now, if I have connected this file, okay, with this Excel. Sorry, I've connected the Excel file with the Tableau desktop. Now, here we are having these separate columns. So whenever you are having these kind of situation where you are having separate columns for each of the year or separate columns for each of the month, then this will, if you directly use this data set, and if I go to sheet 1, suppose, if I go to sheet 1 here, and now if you tell me that, okay, yeah, if you ask me that, okay, Samir, I want to see the sales figures, I want to analyze whether over a period of time, whether the sales has increased or decreased for each of the product. Yeah, so I want to do I want to create here, let us say a column chart. Okay, and I want to do the analysis of the sales figure for each of the year. So here, what is happening that if I go to sheet 1, I can see these various columns. Okay, so suppose if I put this product into the columns area, then what I have to do, I have to drop here 2017, 2018, 2019. You see the issue here? I have to put here separately each of these fields. And now I'm getting these kind of visualization. It is not making any sense here. Yeah, I cannot analyze these kind of visualization. I want to create here a column chart for each of the product, and I want to analyze their sales figures for each of the year. Okay, so this is the issue here, that I can, if I keep these years separately, then it will not help me. So what I want to do, I want to remove this. See, first of all, I'll show you one technique here. If you have created some visualization here, and if you want to delete that visualization, how to delete the visualization? You are having one button here. Yeah, this is that button which is on the left hand side of this swap button, this button. If you click this button, then this visualization will go away. Okay, so if I click on this button here, the visualization is gone. Very easy. Okay, so remember this button here. If you want to clear, it says here clear sheet. Okay. So I'll go back to the data source below. You can see here at the bottom area, bottom left corner, data source. I click on data source. So just now what is happening that I cannot keep this years column separately. So what I want to do now here, I want to do the pivoting. What is pivoting here? I want to convert these 5 columns into 5 rows. I repeat, I want to convert the 5 columns into 5 rows. Now, in case of Power BI, have you gone through that concept of pivot and unpivot? Yeah, in Power BI, we have one concept known as pivot and unpivot. Have you gone through that concept here? Yes, okay. So pivot means, in case of Power BI, pivot means you are converting the rows into columns. And in case of Power BI, the unpivoting means you are converting the columns into rows. So in Power BI, we are having separate two topics, pivot and unpivot. While in case of Tableau, both pivot and unpivot are overall known as pivot. Here we don't have that concept of unpivot. Yeah. Though we do the unpivoting, in unpivoting, here what I'm doing, I'm converting the columns into rows. So it is unpivoting. But according to Tableau, it is known as pivot. Okay. So here we don't have separate concept. The whole thing is known as pivot. Whether I do the pivoting or whether I do the unpivoting, in Tableau, it is overall known as pivoting. So how to do the pivoting here? You select this first column, 2017, and now you press the shift button because see, you want to select all these 5 columns. You press the shift, you select the first column, 2017, press the shift button, and now you select the last column here, 2021. Okay. When you select the last column here by pressing the shift button, you see that all the 5 columns are selected. So even if you are having 100 columns, you should not worry. Select the first column, press the shift button, and then you select the last column, and then all these columns are selected. Yeah. Now what we want to do, we want to convert these columns into rows. So here I have to click this, any of this drop down arrow. Yeah, either I can click here or here, anyone. I can click the drop down arrow. And now here we have this option known as pivot. Pivot here. You see here, there's option pivot. Click the drop down, any one of the drop down, click on pivot. When you click on pivot, here, you are now having here, see, phone. See, now there are different records here. There are duplicated records, but why they are getting duplicated? Because here you are having 5 years. And these are the pivot fields values. Okay, so see, these 2 columns have been created, pivot fields name and pivot fields value. These 2 titles are given by Tableau. Okay, in case of Power BI also this happened, that when you are doing the unpivoting or pivoting, Power BI is giving its own title. So now what we can do, this pivot fields name, I can double click and I can write down here financial year or FY. Okay, I can write down here FY, financial year. And here I can double click pivot table, pivot fields values. I can double click and I can write down here, let's say sales, because these are the sales values. So I write down here sales. So see, this is the product column. This is financial year and this is the sales. Okay. So I have changed the title here. And now my job is done. I can go to the sheet 1. I go to the sheet 1 and now I can drag here. I can drag this financial year in the columns area and I can drag the sales here, sales in the rows area. And now I can see the column chart. Yeah, I can make it entire view, and now I can click this sorting. You see here, 2020, year 2020 is having the highest sales, followed by 2019, 2021, 2017, and 2018. I did the sorting here. So what I have done here, I put the financial year FY into the columns area and I put up the sales. And now you see here, it is very easy. So this is what you can do with the pivoting. That when you are having many columns like this, so it is very difficult to analyze all those columns together. So convert those columns into rows by doing the pivoting, and then you can put it into the visualization. This is the concept known as pivot. Suppose if you are having two columns like male and female, yeah. So instead of keeping those two columns separately, what you can do, you can select those two columns, male and female, do the pivoting, and then you can create a gender column. Okay, so there will be one gender column, and then there will be one numerical column. Numerical column, it can be sales, profit, anything. Yeah, so rather than keeping those two separate columns, male and female, convert it into do the pivoting, and then you create those two columns. One is gender column, and once you have the gender column, then you can do the analysis that okay, you want to see that which gender is having how much sales, or which gender is generating how much sales. Yeah, so it is better rather than keeping those two separate columns and then putting over here. It is difficult. So you can do this pivoting in some situations like this. So please save this file always. So file save as, and I'll save it as .twbx. Okay, and I'll use this one, that is day2 underscore pivot data. I'll give it like this name, day2 pivot data. Click on save button and save it as .twbx. Pivot data, this is the file, you can close it. Okay, and now finally we'll be going for the next topic here. Maybe it will be the final topic, and let us see if we are having some time. We'll switch back to that sample superstore data set. But now I'll be going for the next topic, which is known as data blending. Okay, data blending here. So for data blending, we'll be using these two files, that is office sales.xls, and another file will be coffee sales. Okay, so office sales and coffee sales, these two files will be connecting with our blank Tableau desktop file. Okay, so we are going for the next concept, which is known as data blending. Now let me see some theory part over here. See, we have seen this union part. Union we have already seen. Okay, now we are going for the data blending. Okay, so what is data blending here? Data blending, it says that blending is a method of combining related data from multiple sources in a single view to analyze it. So it is a method of combining related data. Now, related data, what do you mean by related data? Let's say I'm having a employee data. I'm having a department data. Okay, so there are two tables here, employee table and the department table. Now, they are somewhat related. Okay, so employee data will also containing the department information. Let's say if I'm working in marketing department, then it will show me that okay, in my employee data, it will show me that okay, employee ID 101. Yeah, then it will write my name and surname, Samir Wadia. Then it will show that okay, I'm working in marketing department, and then it will show other details about me. Okay, the salary and the gross salary and the net salary. And then there is also another table which is known as department table. In the department table, only the department number and the department name will be written, and their location will be written. Okay, so if the marketing department is there, that the marketing department ID will be 101 or 01, let's say. The department name will be marketing and the location will be, let's say, Frankfurt. Okay, so this is how this kind of related tables, if you are having, and if you want to bring it together in Tableau, remember that the tables here that we are bringing over here for data blending, the number of columns are not same. The titles of those columns are not same. Okay, in the data union, what we saw that in the data union, all the number of columns were same and the titles were also same. So we went for data union. But in the data blending, that's not the situation. Employee table will contain 10 columns or 15 columns, and department table will contain 3 columns. But what is the main purpose over here in the data blending, that when I'm connecting one table with another table, yeah, then I should be having one common field, minimum one common field. There should be one common column between the two tables. Then only I can do the data blending. Yeah, and both are coming from, both can come from different data sources. One will be coming from SharePoint, another will be coming from let's say SQL Server, or one is coming from Oracle Server, second one is coming from SQL Server. I can connect those two tables with the help of data blending, and both the tables are containing different columns and different column numbers. Okay, in that case we go for the data blending. Okay, so here it says data blending is a method of combining related data from multiple sources in a single view to analyze it. Yeah, so this is some primary data source, secondary data source. There is also one more table from secondary data source. And then here it says Tableau identifies the common dimensions within the data source. Common dimension means the common field, which is the common field between the two tables. And then with the help of this common field, it will connect the two tables. And that two tables will be connected with the third table. The whole table will be connected with the fourth table likewise. Okay. So this is what we mean by data blending. And now I'll show you the practical part. So let me open a blank Tableau desktop file. You can open a blank Tableau desktop file. Now you see here, if you are having the trial period, every time when you open this Tableau desktop, then it will give you this kind of message, this window here. Your product trial ends in 13 days. You can either continue trial or activate the product using your product key or credential. Okay, so I click on continue trial. Okay, so every time it is reminding us that you don't have the actual version, you are having, you are using the trial period here. So now what we'll be doing here, we'll be connecting those two data set. I've already mentioned this data set, office sales and coffee sales. One by one we'll be connecting here. Yeah, so first of all, we'll be connecting, let's say, coffee sales, suppose, just an example. Okay, so I click on Microsoft Excel and I click here, let's say coffee sales, the first file. Click on coffee sales, I click on open. So here you can see that we are having the coffee sales, that's the file name. Coffee sales is the file name, and within this file we are having one sheet which is known as coffee chain sales. This is the sheet name. Let me show you that file. If I open that file, Excel file, you see here, this is that Excel file. Okay, so this is that coffee sales file, and coffee sales files is containing this sheet known as coffee chain sales sheet. And here what we are having the product type, product, state, type, region, and coffee sales. So these are the various product type like coffee, espresso, yeah, herbal tea and tea. Let me open that another table. Okay, that is the office sales. So this is that office sales file which I've opened. On the left hand side, you can see the coffee sales. On the right hand side, you can see the office sales. So in the office sales also, we have here state code, state, market, market size, territory, and office sales. Now see here, I've given some color. There is a yellow color here, there is a green color. So what is this yellow color here? That here it is showing me that there are these two columns which are common. Okay, the state column is also available in the coffee sales, and in the office sales also we are having the state column. So as I said earlier, that for the data blending, you require at least one common column. Without that column, you cannot do any data blending. You require at least one common column. Yeah. So state column is here is common, but also you can see here that we are having the this one, that is the region column. You see here there is a region column. In the region column also we have here north, east, west, south. Okay, and here we have a column which is titled as territory column. But if you see the territory column, it is also having the same data, north, east, west, south. So the titles are different, region, and here it is territory, but the data is same. So here we can see that there are two columns which are common between the two tables, state column and the region column. Okay, so we have to remember this information. Now what I do, I go to this yeah, coffee sales. Okay, so I've brought here the coffee chain sales. Yeah, and this is the 6 fields and 13 rows. Okay, so this is there. Now what we do, that now I want to now bring the office sales here. I brought here the coffee sales, and now I have to bring the office sales here file. So what I have to do now, you see here there is one cylinder here on the top left corner. Here there is a cylinder. I have to click that cylinder, this above area. I click the cylinder, and in the cylinder I can see this coffee chain sales, bracket coffee sales, and now it is giving me another option known as new data source. Yeah, so click this cylinder icon, drop down, and now you click this new data source. Once you click on the new data source, yeah, when you click on the new data source, then you are getting this blue dialog box again. What you have to do, you have to click this Microsoft Excel again, because your file is Microsoft Excel. This office sales is also Microsoft Excel. So I click on Microsoft Excel here, and now what I have to do, I have to go to that folder where my data trace is available, and now I have to select this office sales. Okay, I select this office sales here, and once I select the office sales, I click on open, and now you see here this is my office sales. The sheet name is Office City Sales, and see it is having 6 fields and 18 rows. Okay, so this is how we bring the two files one by one. First of all, I brought the coffee sales file, and then I click on this icon, this cylinder icon. Now you can see that I'm able to see the two files here, coffee sales and office sales. But if I want to bring another file, I have to click here this button, new data source, and it will come over here. Clear? Yeah. Now I have brought both the files to Tableau. Now what we have to do, we have to click on the sheet 1 here below. Click on the sheet 1. When you click on the sheet 1, so now here you can see on the top area, this area here, you can see that we are having both the files, or both the data set, you can say, coffee sales and office sales. Now see, if I click on this coffee sales, this first file, first data set, I can see all the dimensions and measures of the coffee sales. If I click here office sales, I can see all the dimensions and measures of the coffee sales. Okay, this is how I can see this thing. Now what I'll do, I will click on coffee sales, and now what I have to do, that I have to create the relationship here. Once I bring both the files, yeah, to Tableau, then I have to create the relationship. For how I can create the relationship, by connecting the common field between the two tables. Which are the common fields over here? State, and region, territory. Okay, so I have to tell Tableau that these are my common field. Okay, so I have to create the relationship here. So for creating the relationship here, I have to go to the data. Click on this data tab here above. Okay, on the top area after file, you can click on the data tab. In the data tab, you are having one option here known as edit blend relationship. Edit blend relationship. Okay, so click on the data tab, and you click here edit blend relationship, and now here you can see this dialog box which is known as blend relationship. In the blend relationship, it says here blend relationship determine how data from secondary data sources are joined with primary data source. Now here in my case, My primary data source is coffee sales because I selected already the coffee sales here on the top area. So my primary data source is coffee sales and my secondary data source is office sales. Now, in your case, if you are having primary data source as office sales and if your secondary data source is coffee sales, you don't worry. Yeah, you can go for any one of the primary data source. So primary data source in my case is coffee sales and secondary data source is office sales. Now here you can see that it is written here state. So Tableau has already identified the common field between the two tables, state. Okay. But Tableau has not identified the another common field which is region and territory. Why? Because the titles are different. Okay. If the column titles are different, Tableau will not be able to identify. But now we have to tell Tableau that no, this region and territory is also a common field between the two tables. Just like state, region and territory are also common field. So here we can see state, that's fine. But now I want to create here another relationship between the region and the territory. Now how to create the relationship? I have to go to this. See on the top area, you can see here automatic and custom. When automatic is there, then in automatic mode, Tableau will identify the common field which are having the same name. So see in automatic, it is showing you state. But now if I want to create the relationship between region and territory, I have to click here custom. I have to click here custom, select here custom option. And once you select the custom option, then you have to click here below add button. Okay, click on the add button here. After clicking on custom here, you click on add button. And when you click on add button, then here it says add oblique edit field mapping. So now you have to tell Tableau that this region and territory, they are matching. Okay, so here it is showing me primary data source. Here it is showing me secondary data source. What I've done here, I've selected here custom. Again, I'm repeating the step. I've selected here custom option, and then I've clicked on the add button. I click on add button, then this comes up over here, this dialog box. Now here I have to select region on the left hand side, or if you are having territory on the left hand side, you select territory here, and here I select territory. So see region and territory, you select like this. So this is how we can tell manually Tableau that this region and territory, they are linked. They are the common field. So region, I select here territory, I click on OK button, and now you can see here that field has also come up here, region, territory, and state. That's all. Okay. It's not compulsory that you have to select, you have to bring here another common field also. You can also just keep it here state. That's also fine. No issues. Okay. It's not compulsory that you should have two common field. Minimum one common field has to be there. But here in this case, we are having two common fields. Now, once I have identified the two common fields, I have to click on OK button now. Click on OK button. Okay, so now these two tables, coffee sales and office sales, they are connected with each other with the help of that common field, state, and territory region. Now what we do, we create the visualization here. Let's say the state. Okay, let me drag here the state. I put it here in the columns area. Okay, and then, or let me put the state in the rows area because I want to create a bar chart. So I put the state. See, currently I've selected here coffee sales. On the top area, I've selected here coffee sales and I drag here, I've dragged the state in the row section because I want to create a bar chart. And then what I do, I drag this coffee sales. Okay, these coffee sales, I put it over here in the columns area. Drag the coffee sales in the columns area. And now you can see that the bar chart is created. I can make it entire view. Okay, make it entire view. And now you can do the sorting. Yeah, you can click this descending sorting. So I can see here that Connecticut is having the highest sales, coffee sales, and the lowest is Illinois. Okay. So I've just dragged the coffee sales. I've dragged the state over here. Yeah. And I've created a bar chart. And I've done the sorting by clicking this button. Either you can click this button, these two buttons as we know, or you can go to this x-axis area, and in the x-axis area where you are having the coffee sales, you can click that button for sorting. Now you see here, when I'm dragging these fields here from the coffee sales, you see that this cylinder, just check this cylinder here of the coffee sales, it is having a blue tick mark here. Yeah, there is a blue tick mark here. When you drag the state and the sum of this coffee sales here, you see here the blue tick mark. Yeah, just focus on this blue tick mark. Now what we do, I click on here office sales. Okay, I click here on the top area office sales. Once I click on the office sales, yeah. Now once I click on the office sales, you see here two things. Okay, this kind of icon, this chain icon or the link icon here. What is this link icon here? This link is that connecting link. So we have connected state with state. Okay, state of office sales, we have connected with the state of office sales. So that is this link here, this relationship here. This is the relationship link here. Okay. And then another link is between territory and region. So see, this link is having a cross here. So currently I'm not using this link here. What which relationship I'm using here? State. I'm not using this territory. Though I've connected here, but here it is showing me cross. Okay. So what I can do now, I can drag here office sales. Okay, from the office sales, I'll click here office sales and I put it over here after the coffee sales. Okay, so drag the office sales and you put it over here in the columns area after the coffee sales. And now you can see that there are these two bar chart. Just select here office sales and then you click here office sales over here. See, now both these links are now active. See, both these links are active. Now here, if I put my pointer on this link, that is the state link, it says here, stop using state as linking field. If I don't want to use the state as a linking field, I can click on it and then that state linking field will be out. Yeah, it will not be used. Or I can also stop this link here. Yeah, if I click over here, you see here, if I click over here, then something has happened here. If I again click here, yeah, it is different here. So here what I've done, in this visualization, I can see that in this coffee sales, I can see here that there are total 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 states in the coffee sales. But in the office sales, it is showing me only these 2 states here. Which are the 2 states here? Ohio and Texas. Okay. But if I go to the data set here, let me show you the data set here. So in the office sales, how many states are written here? Texas, Ohio, and Washington. While in the coffee sales, I'm having here Connecticut, California, Texas, Ohio, Illinois, Louisiana, and Florida. So here in the coffee sales, I'm not having the state name known as Washington. Washington is already only available in my office sales. While these two states, Texas and Ohio, they are the common states in both the tables. Here also I see Texas, here also I see Ohio. And here also I'm having Texas and Ohio. So that's why you see here, when I'm creating this visualization, when I'm taking the coffee sales first, and then I'm taking the office sales, I can see here 7 states in the coffee sales, and I can see here 2 states in the office sales. I cannot see here the Washington state because Washington state is not available over here. Okay, so it is skipping here the Washington state. It is just skipping the Washington state from the office sales here. And also, if you see this icon here, this tick mark. Okay, see coffee sales is the cylinder icon is having a blue tick mark, and office sales is having the cylinder is having the red tick mark. What is this blue tick mark and red tick mark? Blue tick mark means that in current situation, coffee sales is the primary data source and office sales is the secondary data source. Now, how we can decide which is primary and which is secondary? So see, primary data source is that data source where we are starting our visualization. Okay, so what I did here, I went to the coffee sales. Okay, I went to the coffee sales, and then in the coffee sales, I drag here state. I drag the coffee sales here. So that's why my coffee sales data set was my primary data source, because I used the fields first from the coffee sales, and then I came to the office sales, and then I drag this office sales field over here. So that's why in this case, my office sales is a secondary data source because it is having a red tick mark. So blue tick mark is notifying you the primary data source, and red tick mark is notifying you the secondary data source. Okay. Now remember that this primary data source and secondary data source, these are not permanent. I can now show you how to make this office sales primary data source and how to make the coffee sales secondary data source. I can also do like this. Okay. So what I'll do, I will click this uh, clear sheet. Okay. I click on the clear sheet. Now what I'm doing, you just focus over here. I'm going to the office sales here. I'm clicking the office sales data set. So first of all, I'll use the office sales and then I'll use the coffee sales. So I go for office sales and now I drag here state. I drag here office sales, and you see here now you see the icon here. You see that blue tick mark here, which is having the blue tick mark. Now my office sales is having the blue tick mark because this is my primary data source, because I have used the fields first of all from this office sales. That's why my office sales is the primary data source. Then what I do, I go to the coffee sales. I click the coffee sales over here, and now I drag the coffee sales field. I put it over here. Okay, I put the coffee sales over here, and now you see these two tick marks. Sorry. Yeah, now you see these two tick marks here. See, now in my case, office sales is having a blue tick mark and coffee sales is having a red tick mark. Okay. So office sales is my primary data source and coffee sales is my secondary data source. So that is what I wanted to highlight here, that it all depends upon which data source you are using first. The data source you are using first will always be your primary data source, and the data source which you are using at the last or second data source, that will be always your secondary data source. So you can change this order also. Yeah. Now you see here, I have first of all taken here office sales and then I've taken the coffee sales. Let me make it entire view. And if I do the sorting here, descending sorting. So see, now this is my coffee office sales. In the office sales, I can see Texas, Ohio, and Washington. And in the coffee sales, I can see only these two bars, that is of Texas and Ohio. Okay. See, in the coffee sales, we are having 7 states. We are having the data of 7 states in the coffee sales, but here I can see only these two states. Why? Because in this left hand side, I'm having only 3 states. So accordingly, whichever state is common, it will be shown over here on the right hand side. And whichever states are not common, they will not be shown on the right hand side. So see, this Washington is available on the coffee sales, but Washington is not available in my coffee sales, so it is not shown over here. And the other data and the other states which are there in the coffee sales, they are not shown over here because they are not matching over here with the office sales. But the concept over here is data blending is this, that you can go for the data blending because many times you'll be using this concept. See, normally you will not work with one table, you'll be working with many tables. Yeah. So, and those tables have to be connected with each other. So if you want to connect the tables with each other, and in case of Power BI, we have that concept known as merging queries. I hope that that was also covered in your training. That merging queries. In merging queries, I can bring the tables which are of different shape and size, and I can connect those two tables with a common field. And in the merging queries, what I do, I'm connecting the two tables side by side. While in case of append queries in Power BI, I'm putting the tables one above the other. And append queries, I use that concept when the tables are having the same columns and same number of columns and same titles. So here in this case, Tableau, whatever we are having append queries in Power BI, here we are having data union concept. And in Power BI, we are having merging queries. Here we are having the concept known as data blending. Yeah, just understand like that so that it will be easy for you. Okay. So this is what we mean by the data blending. Yeah, and this concept of primary data source, secondary data source, this blue tick mark, red tick mark, it always changes. It depends upon which field you are using first from the table. Okay. So the field which you are using from the first table, it will be then that table will be always your primary data source, and the second table will be automatically becoming your secondary data source here. Can you go over how you got all 7 states? See what I did here, I drag the state field, I drag it from the coffee sales. You go to the coffee sales data and you drag the state from the coffee sales. And then you drag your coffee sales value, and then you go to the office sales data set. In the office sales you data set, you drag the this one, office sales. So this state field is from the coffee sales, not from the office sales. Okay, and then we are getting here the 7 states here. Okay, so please save this file again for your reference purpose. .twbx. Now one small concept, see here, just focus over here. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. This is my Tableau desktop. Okay, in the Tableau desktop, if I'm in this data source area, you can see here on the top area, we are having this connection, live and extract. Okay, live and extract. What is this live and extract connection here? Currently, by default, it is live. Okay, what is the live connection here? That let us assume that I am connecting one of my table from the SQL server. Okay, I'm using one SQL server, and there is one table in the SQL server. And what I've done, I've connected that table from the SQL server to Tableau. So that is currently live. Okay, I'm using the internet, I'm using the Wi-Fi or whatever VPN, and my Tableau is now connected with the SQL server table. So this is the live connection. Yeah, and also if you are connecting, if you are connecting with your laptop, also if you are connecting a data source which is there in your laptop, and if you are connecting with Tableau, that is also known as live connection. Yeah. Now what is this extract over here? Extract. So see, extract is used when we are traveling. Let us assume that today I've got one data set, and tomorrow I'm traveling. So what I'm doing, that I want to utilize my time in my traveling. Yeah, let's say if I'm going from let's say Germany to India, suppose. Okay, so it is a 8 hours of flight from Frankfurt to Mumbai, or let's say Frankfurt to Delhi. So in that 8 hours, and suppose if it is a day trip, day flight. Okay, so I want to utilize that timing. Now, see, when I'm in the flight, definitely I'll not be having the internet connection. Definitely, see, some of the flights are giving the internet connection, but with that internet, you can just check your WhatsApp messages and Facebook and all those things. But I cannot work with the data set. So tomorrow I already know that I'm traveling and I want to utilize that time. So what I'll do, that just now, I'll open my new Tableau desktop file. I'll connect my SQL Server table with my Tableau desktop. So it is currently live. Then what I do, that once the data set is coming over here, then I can click this extract option. Okay, I'll click the extract option, and then when I click on the extract option here, see here it says extract will contain all data. Okay, so it will create an extract. I can click also here edit button. Okay, but we'll talk in much more detail here. But extract, what it will do, that extract will create here one file. Okay, it will have some data set which will be attached with this file, this Tableau file. And then what will happen that tomorrow I'll take my flight, and once the flight is, yeah, in the sky, yeah, at some height, then what I can do, I can open my laptop, and then I can start working with the Tableau file. Now see, I am not connected with my SQL server. Yeah, because at that 30,000 feet or 40,000 feet, I cannot access that internet, and I cannot access my company's internet or internet, and I cannot connect my Tableau file with that SQL server table. So here, what happens here in the extract file, that it will extract will create one, uh, let's say one kind of a demo data set. Okay, it will extract one some records from that main table, and then it will attach with this Tableau file. And then when I'm in the flight, I can work with this data set. I can create whatever the visualization I want to create. And then once I'm back in my office, okay, so let us assume that I'm back in the office after 1 week of my travel. So in the 1 week, definitely in 1 week, new records will be created in my SQL server. Yeah, because every day new and new records are getting created in the table. So once I'll come back here to my office, then what I have to do, instead of extract, I'll then click on live. I'll again click on live. So what will happen, that whatever the report which I've created here, whatever the visualizations I've created here, now it will have the live connection. It will have the latest data, and all my this whole my report will get updated with the new data. Whatever the data which I lost during this 1 week of my travel, that data will come back to this my Tableau desktop file. Okay, I don't have to recreate all those visualizations. My visualizations are already ready. I have to just go for the live connection, and then again that data will get connected with this Excel file, the latest data, and all my visualization will get updated, and I'm ready. Okay, so that is the advantage of extract. Normally extract is used also when your data set is very large enough. Let's say you are having 1 million record, let us assume like that, or you are having 1 billion record. When you are working with a very large data set, what you can do, you can take an extract of that 1 billion record. Let's say you are taking only 10,000 records, suppose. Okay, you are taking one small data set. You connect with your Tableau, create all the visualizations, and then again when you go for the live connection, your visualizations will get updated with your all the data, and you are ready to go. Okay, so this is the advantage that you are getting with the this thing, uh, extract here. And also extract is used when you are traveling. Yeah, if you want to utilize your time, yeah, definitely you can. When you are in the flight, you want to see some movies and all those things, but let us assume that you are having some deadline and you want to meet that deadline. Then even if you are traveling, you should not worry. You can create an extract file, and the extension of extract file is dot hyper. Just like we just now saw these two extensions, .twb and .twbx, the extension of extract file is always .hyper. So that extract file will be always named as blah 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 .hyper, hyper. Yeah, so that's the advantage we are here. So normally live connection you are using normally when you are working with a smaller data set. But if you are working with the larger data set, then you can go for the extract, or as I said earlier, that you can use the extract option only when say when you are also traveling. Okay, because you are not have any live connection. And remember that this live and extract feature, you are only having when you are using Tableau desktop. Only Tableau desktop. Okay, see if I show you here in the Tableau public, this is my Tableau public here. See, this is Tableau public. In the Tableau public, I don't have that option of live connection, live and extract. Yeah, so I cannot create an extract file in the Tableau public. This is another difference between the Tableau public and Tableau desktop. Yeah, so remember this feature here. Live and extract connection, if you want to have it, this option, you should always go for the Tableau desktop and not the Tableau public. Good. So now let us start. So we'll be connecting the Excel files. As you know that if you want to connect the Excel file, we have to click on this Microsoft Excel. So I click on it and then I go to the data set. Okay. So I go to that data set here. Yeah. In your case, wherever you have downloaded the data set, I'll go to Simplilearn, Tableau course, data files, and here I'm having this Excel file, sample superstore 2024. Yeah, so you connect that data set. Okay, sample superstore 2024, click on open. And now here we are having the three sheets, three tables or three sheets, that is orders, peoples and returns. Now last time we have already used all these three sheets. Now today, from today onwards, we'll be focusing only on the order sheet because that's the main file, that's the main data set. So we'll be using only this order sheet. So simply what we do, as you know, yeah, that we drag the order sheet over here, we put it, drop it over here. So that now we are having this order sheet. Yeah. Why I'm repeating these steps? Because yeah, I know that we have come back from 2 weeks, okay, of vacation. So even when I started my job last Monday, yeah, after this vacation, so it took me some time because whatever I was doing before the vacation, I had to recollect that okay, this is what I was doing. So it takes some time, okay. So that's why I'm showing you these steps. Otherwise, I know that you are knowing these steps. So order sheet we have put up over here, and we have talked about many times about this metadata. Okay, and this is the table that we are having. So we'll not go into that detail. Now we'll be going for the sheet one. Okay, after we connect the data set, if you want to start the visualization, you know that we have to click on the sheet one below. So we click on sheet one. Let me open my marker also over here. Okay. So here we are having initially we are having all these dimensions. As you know, dimensions are mostly discrete. Yeah, they are having discrete values. So they are shown in the blue color here. All these the data type icons, they are shown in blue color. And you know that these are the measures. And in between the measure and dimensions, we are having here a small line here. Okay, there is a very thin line over here which tries to distinguish the dimensions and the measures. So the measures are mostly numerical, yeah, and they are continuous. So they are shown in the green color here, yeah, green icons. Now what we'll do, we'll start with the initially the basic charts over here, and then we will move to the advanced charts here one by one. So first of all, we'll start with our column chart. Column chart, though we have created in the earlier file, but let us create one more column chart over here, the same column chart. So for column chart, you can take any one of the dimension. Yeah, I'll go for, let's say, our basic category. So category, I drop it over here. As you know that we are having here columns and rows. So I drag the category, I put it over here in the columns. So we are having here the category in the columns. And now we can see these three categories here: furniture, office supplies, and technology. Okay, so category is over here in the column section. And then let us take the sales here. Yeah, you can take anything: discount, profit, quantity, sales, any numerical field, you can take it. I'll take here sales. I'll drop it over here in the rows section. So as soon as you drop the sales in the rows section, we are having here sum of sales. Okay, it does the aggregation here automatically. Yeah, and here we are having the column chart, a simple column chart. So for the sorting, we are having here this button. Yeah, we also have the button over here, as you know. So let me click on this button here. this button above the sales. So here it has done the descending sorting. And now I can see that technology is having the highest sales, followed by furniture and followed by office supplies. Okay. So this is our simple column chart. Now let me make it here. Now see below we are having sheet 1. Yeah, here. So instead of sheet 1, what we'll be doing, we'll be writing the the column name here. Okay, means the visual name here. So let us double click here sheet 1 and we write down here column chart. Okay, we write down here column charts. Double click and you write down here column chart. Okay, so column chart is ready. Now as you can see here that when I drag the sales and when I drop it over here, it became sum of sales. Now suppose if you say that, okay, Samir, I want to see the average of sales, then what should I do? If you want to see the average of sales, you have to click the drop down over here. Yeah, click the drop down over here in this sum of sales, and then you go to this measure where it is written measure bracket sum, and instead of measure bracket sum, we can click here average. Okay, I don't know whether I showed this thing in the last session, but here instead of sum, I can go for average. Okay, so I click on average, and now you can see it is showing you average of sales. Okay, or I can go for here measure average. Instead of measure average, I can go for here, yeah, minimum, maximum, percentile, anything I can go. I can select here. Now what happens here, suppose if I remove this average sales, okay, let me bring over here outside. So now I'm not having here average of sales. Now again if I drop, yeah, again if I drop these sales over here, what it does is it again does sum of sales. So here by default aggregation here is sum. Okay, by default. Now let's say every time if I want to have by default average sales, not sum of sales, I want to have here average sales, then what should I do? Because see, I ultimately what I have to do that I have to every time I have to click the drop down, go over here, and then instead of sum I have to click here average. But every time if I want to do that, then it will be very tedious process for me and very boring process for me. So what I want now, let's say that every time when I drag the sales or when I drag the quantity over here, it should show me average of sales, average of quantity, not sum of sales and sum of quantity. So what should I do here? Okay. So here, if I go to the sales, yeah, this on the left hand side sales, if I click the drop down here, then in the drop down, yeah, sales, you click the drop down here, and then in the drop down, you are having various options. And one of the option here is default properties here, default properties. Okay. So again, I'm repeating, I go to the sales over here on the left hand side in the data panel, and in the sales, there is a drop down here. I click on the drop down, and then in the drop down, I go to this default properties, and in the default properties, I can see here comment, color, number format, aggregation, and total using. So in the default properties, I go to aggregation, and you can see that in the aggregation, we are having here by default, it is sum. You can see the dot over here. I don't want to have sum as a default aggregation. I want to have here average. So instead of sum, I will click on average. Okay, I click on average here. Okay, so again, if I go to sales, drop down, default properties, aggregation, in aggregation, I can see that now it is default is average. Okay, now let me remove this sum of sales. If I remove this sum of sales here, and now again, if I drag the sales here, okay, I drag the sales field, and when I drop it over here on the row section, you see it is automatically taking average of sales. Now I don't have to convert it into average of sales. It's automatically there. So every time I take the sales or I take, let's say the same thing, I can also do it for the quantity, profit and discount. So every time when I drop it in this area, either rows or columns, it will always go for the average of sales, not sum of sales. Okay, clear at this point? Yeah, default properties. You can check the other default properties also whenever you get some time. Yeah. So set the default properties. Whenever you want to work with the data, you want to say that, okay, I want to have this aggregation only, whether it is maximum, minimum, average, sales, sum, etc. You set it in, yeah, before you start the creation of the visualization. Yeah. So that every time you don't have to change it. Again, if I want to go over here, if I want to do the aggregation, I want to every time I want to go for sum of sales, I go to the sales, click the drop down, default properties, aggregation. In the aggregation, I go for here sum. Okay, I click here sum. Now here, let me change it back to sum. Okay, I can also change it from here. So now my default aggregation is always sum, not average. Now, this is our column chart. Okay, this is fine. Now what we do, we create another chart which is known as bar chart. So let us go for this new worksheet. Now you know that here below we are having the three buttons here, three options here at the bottom area. So the first option here, the first button here, it is for the new worksheet. Yeah, this is for the new worksheet. The second button is for new dashboard, and the third button it is for new story. Now dashboard and stories, that I'll be taking it on the last in the last session. Okay, so now what we'll be doing every time when we want to create a new visualization, we have to click this new worksheet here below. Okay, so click here this new worksheet, and now we are having sheet 2 below. Let us give the name. We give the name here as bar chart. Okay, double click and give the name bar chart and press enter. So bar chart is now here. So here we'll be creating a bar chart. Yeah. Now what we'll be doing here, that in this bar chart, instead of category, let me take the subcategory here. We are having this subcategory. Okay, so I drag the subcategory over here in the columns area. Yeah, drag the subcategory, not the category. Drag the subcategory. So these are all the subcategories. If you count, then there are 17 subcategories here. 17, 1, 7, 17. And categories are three categories. So subcategory I've taken here in the column section. And now I take the, let's say the quantity, suppose. Just an example. Okay, I take the quantity. I put it over here in the row section. Okay, so take the quantity or sales or profit, whatever you want to go for it. I have taken here quantity, so it goes for sum of quantity. And now this is a column chart. This is not a bar chart, because as you know that column chart are always vertical and bar chart are always horizontal. Now let us make it entire view here on the top area. Let us make it entire view. So instead of standard, I'll go for entire view. So see, this is fine. Okay. Now what is the problem over here? Yeah, let us focus on this x-axis. Yeah, whatever the titles which are written in the x-axis, let us focus over here. So you can see here that we are having here accessories. So see, the accessories name is not shown properly. It is showing you ACCESSORI. I'm not able to see the full name here of accessories. Then appliances and everything is fine, but here again this furnishing. Yeah, furnishing, I'm not able to see the whole name. So what is the problem here? That though this chart is correct, column chart is fine, but sometimes when you are having so many subcategories like this, or so many, let's say, yeah, discrete values, then what is the issue? That if the names are very big enough, you are not able to see the names properly. That's the issue. So what we can do now, we can convert this column chart into a bar chart on the left hand side of these two sorting buttons here. Okay, so we are having this button over here, and that is the swapping button. So what this swap button will do, it will swap whatever are there in the rows, it will swap to columns, and whatever there is column, it will swap to rows. So this is the swap button, and with the swap button, we can convert the column chart into a bar chart. So I click on this swap button here, and now this is your bar chart. Yeah. Now, what is the advantage of this bar chart? In bar chart, we can see all these names properly. See, I can see the accessories properly, furnishing properly. Suppose even if the names are still bigger, then what I can do, I can put my pointer over here and then I can drag it like this. Okay, so if I want to have here space on the left hand side, I can put my pointer here, and with the help of this arrow, I can adjust the size. Okay, so this is the advantage of the bar chart. Okay, so when you are having many discrete values, you want to see it, then it is better that you go for a bar chart, not the column chart. Okay, and if the names are small, then it is fine. But if the names are very big enough, then definitely bar chart makes sense over here. In the bar chart also, if I want to do the sorting, because see here it is, see how the sorting is done currently by default. The sorting is based on the subcategory name. So it starts with accessories and it ends with tables. So it has done the sorting, but the sorting is based on the subcategory names from A to Z. Yeah. But if I want to do the sorting based on the quantity, then what I have to do in the quantity here, yeah, we are having this small button. I click that button, and when I click the button, now the sorting is done in the descending order. Okay, so binders is having the highest quantity. Okay, then comes paper, furnishing. Okay, so just remember that I've taken here quantity. If you have taken sales, maybe the figures will be different. Okay, the subcategories will be different in the sorting. So binders, papers, furnishings, phones, storage, etc. And the last category, which is having the least quantity, is copiers section in my case. Now let us go to the new sheet here, new worksheet. So now we are having sheet 3 here below. Just you have to click this small button here and it will create a new sheet. So now let us go for a stake column chart. Okay, you know the stake column chart very well. You must have created in Excel in case of Power BI also. So stake column chart. Stake column chart means it is having the stakes. Okay. So first of all, what we'll do here in this sheet will be first of all creating a simple column chart, and then will be turning the column chart into a stake column chart. So for column chart, what we'll do, let us take, suppose we are having here segment. Okay, one of the dimension is segment. So I take the segment, I put it over here in the column section. So segment, these are the three segments over here: consumer, corporate, and home office. Okay, I've taken here segment. Yeah, here there is a segment. Now let me take here, suppose profit. Okay, I require minimum one measure. So let me take this profit, I put it over here in the row section. So this is a column chart. Okay, segment in the columns and profit in the rows section. Let me make it here entire view. Okay, entire view. Every time it is better to go for entire view. Now I want to create here, this is a simple column chart, but I want to create here the stake column chart. Now before I create the stake column chart, you can see that when I put my pointer here on this one column, it shows me here in this white box, segment is consumer and profit is equal to 136,371. Can you tell me what is this name of this white box here? Tooltip. Yes, tooltip. Correctly. Okay. Yeah, you must have used it in Power BI. In case of Excel, also we have the tooltip. So this is the tooltip. So see, tooltip is very good that when we put our pointer, it is showing me the value. But what I want to do here, I want to put here the label. Okay, I don't want to every time put the pointer here and then I should know the value of this profit. I want to always have here permanent labels. So for labels, what we'll be doing now, we'll be focusing on this area. Yeah, this particular area, it is known as marks card. This is known as marks card. The above thing is known as filters card. This is filters area or filters card, you can also say. And this is your pages section. Pages also will be using it. So pages, filters, and marks card. In the marks card, you can see that first of all, here we are having some kind of drop down. Here it is written automatic. I click the drop down. In the drop down, I can see here automatic bar, line chart, area chart, square, circle, shape, text, map, pie chart, Gantt bar, etc. There are various options here. So I'll keep it here automatic just now. I'll not change anything. Now here, these are the 5 buttons. Okay. The first one is known as color. Second one is size. Third one is label. Fourth one is detail. And the fifth one is known as tooltip. Yeah. So we'll be using step by step all these 5 buttons or areas, you can say like that. Okay. So what I want to do here in this chart, I want to put here the label, data label. Yeah, that you must have seen in case of Power BI also. So what I'll do, if I want to put here the label, now what I've dropped over here, I've dropped here profit. I've taken here profit. So if you want to put here the label on the top of these columns, then what you have to do, very, very simple. You have to take that field. Let's say I've taken here profit. So I'll take this profit field, and this profit field I'll be putting over here onto the label area. You have to drop it. Take the profit or whatever the sales, whatever you have taken in this chart, take that measure, and then you drop it on the label. When you drop it on the label, you see here, the labels are coming. Yeah, very, very easy, the label. And here you can see that it is showing you a icon of label, that is T. Yeah, this is a small icon, and you can see that, okay, what thing is available in the label, what things you have put up in the label. So it is sum of profit. So whatever the things you are putting over here on any of this panel, automatically it will show you over here for your reference purpose. Yeah. So this is how you create a label. Yeah, you have to simply drop that field onto the label area. Yeah, so we'll also use this label in other visualizations also. So this is our simple column chart. Now we want to convert that column chart into a stake column chart. So what we do, it's very, very easy. Let's say I want to see this, the profit. Yeah, currently it is showing me the consumer profit, consumer segment profit, overall profit. But I want to now see that what is the consumer profit for each of the region. Yeah, there are here 4 regions: central, east, south, and west. I want to know the total profit of the consumer segment for each of the region. Yeah. So what I can do here, I have to simply take the region. Yeah, this is one example. I'll take the region here, and what I'll do, I will put it here on the color. In this marks card, we are having the color panel here. So take the region and put it on the color. When you drop the region on the color, now you see this is your stake column chart. Now it is showing you the individual say profit over here. I've taken here profit, so it is showing me here that consumer segment profit in west region is 57,710. Here it is 26,000 something. Here it is 43,000 in the east region, and here in the central region it is 8,700. And here you can see those colors. Okay, this is your legend. In case of Power BI, what you are doing, you are putting that field in the legend. Here what we have, we are having here the a small button or small area which is known as color area. So simply I drag the dimension, I put it on the color, and my stake column chart is ready. So here you can see that now I have put up the region in the color. See, this is the small icon for color, and this T icon is for the label. So see, drag and drop. Nothing to be done over here. Simply drag and drop, and then the visualization is ready. So this is known as your stake column chart. Okay, so let me double click on this sheet. Why my values are different? Srinivas, just check it. if you have taken here profit, because see, I've taken here profit. I don't know whether you've taken profit or whether you've taken quantity or sales or discount. Yeah, if you have taken any other thing, then it will be showing you different values. Just let me know whether you have taken only profit. Okay, you are putting something here. So let us give the sheet name here. So this is the sheet name is stake column chart. Now uh, let us do one thing here, that instead of segment here, okay, I remove this segment and let me take here category. Suppose if I take here category in the columns area, okay, and what I'll do here, instead of profit, I'll remove this profit and I will drag the sales here, sales. Okay, if you want to keep the same chart also fine, you can keep it, but just I'm changing this chart. So what I've done here in the column section, instead of segment, I've taken here category. Instead of sales, I've taken here, sorry, instead of profit, I've taken here sales. And here it is showing me the sum of profit here, which is, I don't want to see the sum of profit. I want to now see the sum of sales here. So I remove the sum of profit. And what I do, I drag the sales over here. I drag the sales. Where I drag it, I put it on the labels. Okay, I put it on the labels here. Okay, just I'm doing something over here. Uh, okay, so here we have taken this category, sales, and the region. Now let me do the sorting here. I do the sorting, descending sorting. So now I can see technology, then furniture, and then office supplies. Okay. Now I would like to show you some concepts over here before I go further with the stake bar chart. See, stake bar chart, to create a stake bar chart is very, very easy. What stake bar chart is doing here, that, okay, so now here you can see that like here we have created a plus stake column chart. Now I was telling you that if you want to convert it into a stake bar chart, then what we have to do, we have to simply click that same button here, the swap button here on the top area. If I click the swap button, it becomes a stake bar chart. Yeah, so it's very easy. Again, if I click this swap button, it again becomes a stake column chart. Okay. Now the important part comes over here, that suppose here in this technology, I'm having here, this is the western region sales, then this is the southern region, this is eastern region, and this is the central region. Now as you can see here in the technology category, the southern region sales is very less. Okay, we are having here 148,772. This is the lowest figure in the whole of technology category. Now what I want to do, that I don't want to see this part. I don't want to see this red block over here in the technology column. So what I can do over here. So here I can select this block. Okay, I select this block, and when I select this block only, this southern block in the technology category, then if I put my pointer here, just I put my pointer here on the that red block, I can see here keep only, exclude, then there is this UPIN icon, and there is this data guide, and there is this create set, and then we are having the last option, that is view data. Okay, again I'm repeating what I've done here. I've selected this red block, and when I put my pointer here, after 1 or 2 seconds, this thing will come up, and here it is showing me these various options. Now what I want to do here, I don't want to see this southern block, the red block. So I can click on this exclude option. Exclude. Okay, I click on exclude. So see, when I click on exclude, now you can see here from the technology category, see now the technology category position has changed. Initially it was number 1. Now technology category has gone to the 3rd position. Why it has gone to the 3rd position? Because now we are having here no southern region sales. We have removed that southern region sales. We have excluded. So when I exclude the southern region sales, so here you don't see that red block. Okay, and because of that that red block which has been removed, now overall technology is coming at the 3rd position. Now suppose if you want to get that red block back, yeah, so what we can do, we can click on this undo button here. Yeah, on the top area here we are having these 2 buttons, yeah, this undo and redo. So I click on this undo button. If I click on this undo button, my red block is back here, and once my red block is back, my technology is also at the 1st position. Okay, so this is what we mean by the exclude. That if you want to exclude some portions, yeah, I'm just not talking about this red block or anything. You can also exclude a column. Okay, if you are creating a column chart, or if you are creating a bar chart, if you want to exclude it, you can also exclude that whole bar. Okay, this is one of the method of creating a filter. Okay, though tomorrow and day after, in the next weekend also we'll be talking more about the filters, but this is one of the method of filtering the data, that is exclude. Okay, now let's say I want to compare the western region sales data of 2 categories, that is technology and the furniture. Okay, or I want to compare the eastern region sales of technology category and the furniture category. So these 2 blocks only I want to see here. These 2 orange blocks I want to see here in the whole visualizations. I don't want to see these other blocks here. So what I can do, I click this one block, this one orange block. I click it. Once I click it, now I also want to see this block. Okay, from the furniture category. So what I do here, I press the control button. Press the control button on your keyboard. Keep it pressed, control button. And now I can select this block also. So see, 2 blocks are now selected. By default, you can click only one block. But if you want to select here 2 blocks or 3 blocks, you have to press the control button on your keyboard. Keep it pressed. So I have selected here these 2 blocks. Okay. Now, if I want to also select this block of the office supplies, again I can press the control button. I select this block also. So see, 3 orange blocks are selected. I want to now see only these 3 orange blocks. I don't want to see the other blocks here. So what I do, if I put my pointer on one of these block, yeah, now I can see this area here, and in this panel I can see the keep only. Okay, I click on this keep only, click on keep only, and now here you can see these 3 orange blocks only, nothing else. And here now I can compare these orange blocks with each other. Yeah, definitely the technology category is having the highest sales in the eastern region. What is this orange block? It is of the eastern region. So here I can see uh, the comparison. Okay, I can do the comparison. Now once my comparison is done, if I want to go back to the original chart, okay, see here, just for your information, you can see that when I'm doing the keep only or when I'm doing the exclude, yeah, either I do keep only or I do go for exclude, automatically here in the filter panel something is created. You see here. Yeah. Now let us go for undo. I click on undo button, so my blocks are back. And if I click outside over here, just click outside, yeah, over here, and all the blocks are back. Yeah, click outside here in the blank area. So this is what we mean by keep only and exclude. Exclude will exclude the block, and keep only will only keep those blocks. Okay. Now here we are having the colors. Now see, these colors are given by Tableau. Yeah, these are the default colors. But suppose if you don't like these colors, let's say you don't like this red color here. Yeah. So what you can do, you can change the color. If you want to change the color here, yeah, we can go over here in this area. Okay, this is the legend. Now in the legend, if I don't like the red color for the south region, what I can do, I can double click here in the red color, this small block. Okay, whatever it is, this block is there. There I will double click. So I double click this red block, and now here I can see this panel which is known as edit colors bracket region. Yeah, simply double click one of these color on the legend. Yeah. Now here I'm having these standard colors. Now suppose if I don't like this red color, instead of red color I want to give another color. So I select here this south. I select south over here, south, and now here I'm having other colors. Yeah. Now see, these are the how many colors are there? There are 10 colors. So I have to select from these 10 colors. But let's say you want to have more colors. Yeah. Then here we are having the color palette. There is a color palette over here. If I click the drop down, in the drop down, I can see here various color palette. By default, it is automatic, but then we are having color palette here. Yeah, click the drop down here, and we are wearing the color palette like Tableau 10, Tableau 20. If I click here Tableau 20, Tableau 20 is having more colors. Then I can go for here color blind. Yeah, color blind colors. Then traffic light. Yeah. Likewise, we are having, you can check all these different colors. Yeah, we can also have single color. Let's say one color, but it is having various shades. So if I go for here blue color, so see I can use here the different shades of blue color. Yeah. Likewise, orange, green, red, etc. Then I can go for two colors here, orange and gold, green and gold, red and gold. Yeah. Now see, in many of the companies I've seen that they have defined their own colors. They are having their own color palette. So in case of Power BI also, we can assign a color palette, our company color palette. And here in case of Tableau also, you can do the same thing. Yeah, there is a method of putting that color palette into one of the folder. Yeah, so if time permits, I'll show you that process. But otherwise, you can, yeah, if your company has created a color palette, then that color palette has to be placed in one of the folder in the Tableau, and then you will be able to see here your color palette also. So I remember that, I think so 4 years back when I was doing one project, I was like doing a consultancy project for one of the company here, local company, which was known as Henkel. Though Henkel is a big name, it's a MNC. So for Henkel, they had a Tableau project, and they had told me that Samir, you have to use only our colors. Yeah, so whatever the Henkel is having a red color icon, as a red color logo, so they were having different shades of red color and then gray color, and likewise, so I had to use only their colors. So that makes sense, okay, because otherwise what will happen, that everybody will be using their own colors, and if you see all the reports, they'll be not looking same. Yeah, especially the format, I would say. So many of the companies, they have decided their own colors here. So here you can check your colors. But let's say if I go for here Tableau 20, and now instead of red color, if I want to go for here, let's say this pink color, okay. If I go for here pink color, so now south is shown in pink color, you see here. Likewise, I can select here east color, and in the east I can select, instead of orange, I can select any other color. So this is how you change the color. And once you are done, you can click on this apply button here in this panel. Click on apply, okay. And now here you can see the pink color. Okay, whatever color you want to select, simply what you have to do, you have to double click over here on one of the color. When you double click, then this panel will come up, and then from the panel you can change the color. And once you are done, click on apply, okay, and the colors are applied. Good. So this is how you can change the colors. Then here, if you click on this color box, this one color, if you click on this color box here, there also you are having this button known as edit colors. Edit colors. If I click on edit colors, then the same panel will come up here. Yeah, so this is another method. click on this box color, click on edit color, it will open up this one. And in this below the edit colors, here we are having opacity. Yeah, currently here opacity is 100%, but if I reduce this opacity, you see here the colors are now light colors. Yeah, sometimes initially the colors are very bright, but you don't like the bright colors, then here in the color panel you can change you can reduce the opacity. See, now it is very light. If you make it 100%, it is very dark. So you decide here. Okay, then we are having here effect, which is known as border. You can create here some border here along the colors. Yeah, so suppose if I select here some kind of black border, yeah, some kind of black border here, so you can see that there is some thin black border here. If you want to create, okay, it's not compulsory that you can create here, you have to create here a border, but if you want to create a border, you can select here any color. Yeah, that looks little bit different. Okay, if you don't want to have it, you can click on none here. Yeah, and if you are not liking these colors, you want to have more colors, you can click on more colors here. In the more colors, you can select many colors here. Yeah, so you can do the changes over here also from the color. Okay, so this is stake column chart, and similarly I've told you how to create the stake bar chart, so I'll not now show you how to create the stake bar chart. Just simply you can click on this button, and now it is converted to the stake bar chart. Okay, can you change the thickness of the border? I thickness of the border, let me see. No, but color, we are having here opacity, effect, border, but border we don't have any other option here. Maybe here row bending, default colors, total. No, I think so. The border as such, I would see, because see here there is some halo effect, but here it is not showing me any halo effect here. But just now we don't have this option. Maybe if anybody is finding this option, you let me know. Otherwise, I don't see any of these options here. Yeah, yeah. So this is about the stake column chart. So now let us go to the next chart here, that is known as line chart. Okay, we shift to the line chart here. So line chart is one of the very standard chart. So we'll see that how we can create the line chart here. Yeah, I'm also seeing that whether we are able to, whether I'm missing anything or not. Okay, let us create here. Okay, now before the line chart, let us create one pie chart here. Okay, so let us give the sheet name here, pie chart. Okay, pie chart here. So for pie chart, what we'll be doing, we'll be using this show me here. So now let us use this show me here, because we want to create here a pie chart. Yeah. So what we'll be doing here, let's see, for the pie chart, if I put my pointer on the pie chart, you will see something over here that what is required. Okay, so if I put my pointer on the pie chart, then for pie chart, it says that you require one or more dimension and one or two measures. Yeah, you can see over here in this area. So put your pointer on the pie chart, and then you will be able to see that information, that what is required to create a pie chart. So what we'll be doing, we'll be taking here, let's say, this is just one example, that I take here region, and I want to see the region wise sales in a pie chart. So how to create a pie chart? I select this region. Okay. See, I'm not dragging anything over here. I'm selecting the region field on the left hand side. Then what I do, I want to select here sales. So if I select here sales, then my region is not selected. So I, by default, I can select only one field here. Either I can select region or I can select sales. But if I want to select both the fields, then you know the technique, control button. Okay, so if I select here region, and now if I want to select here sales, then what I have to do, I have to press the control button. I select the control button, and now I select the sales over here. So you see, both the fields are now selected, region and sales. You can also take region and profit. Yeah, no issues. So I take here region and I press the control button, and then I select here sales. Now what I have to do, after selecting this one measure and one dimension and one measure, what we have to do, now we have to come to the show me, and now you can see that in the show me, some of the charts are activated. The charts which are activated, it means that now you can create those charts. Yeah, so I can create a pie chart, highlight table, heat map, text table. I can create this horizontal bar. This is a tree map. Tree map will also create here. Yeah. So what I'll do, I'll click on this pie chart. After selecting region and sales, I click on this pie chart in the show me. As soon as I click on pie chart is created. Okay, just click on the pie chart here in the show me, pie chart is created. Now what we do here, first of all, I don't want to see the show me panel because I've created a chart. I don't require the show me panel. So I click again on this show me. Yeah, where it is show me is written, I click on it, and now the show me panel is gone because I don't require, and now my pie chart is ready. But what is the issue here? This pie chart is very small. What I have to do here on the top area where it is written here standard, instead of standard, I go for entire view. This is the first process. Okay. So instead of standard, you click on entire view. So see, now your pie chart has become very big. Okay, this is fine. Now you see that still, if you are not happy with the size of this pie chart, you want to make it bigger. Yeah. If you want to make it bigger than this size, then for that purpose, we are having here a button. You can see here the button that is known as size button. Yeah, we have already used the color. You know the color button. You know that label button. Now we are using this size button. If I click on this size, then in the size, if I click on the size button, then I can see this bar. Okay. Now let me drag that bar over here on the right hand side. You see here? Now it has become very, very big. Yeah. So when you click on the size button, you can see here that there are these two small, what you say, these markings. So here, if I click on the size button, you can see these two small markings. What are those two small markings? These two small markings are showing you the suggestion that if you put this vertical bar, this blue bar, vertical bar, if you put it over here, let me put it over here. So this is a proper good size. But still, if you want to make it bigger, then you can put this vertical bar in the second marking. Yeah, the second marking is another suggestion. So I put this vertical bar on the second marking, and now it has become bigger. But still, if you see here that the size is circle. Okay, the shape is circle here. Okay, it is a proper circle here. But now, if you say that, okay, no, Samir, I'm not happy with this size. I want to make it much more bigger. Then if I drag this vertical bar on the right hand side like this, you see, when I drag the vertical bar on the right hand side, now I cannot see that full circle. It is a pie chart, but it's not a circle now. Its shape has changed. Again, if I go on the right hand side, you see now it has become rectangle. Instead of circle, it has become rectangle. So that's why these two markings are very, very important here. Sometimes you may have two markings, sometimes you may have one marking. And that marking is showing you the suggestion that you can put this vertical bar on that marking. It will be looking very good. So I again put this vertical bar on this second marking. So now it has become proper. It is big enough, and it is also in circle shape. Okay. So this is a pie chart. Now definitely pie chart I can see here. This is the western region. This is the central region. This is eastern region. This is south region. Now I want to put here label. Okay, I want to see here labels. So what I'll do here in the label option, this label panel, I'll be dragging the two things here. See, first of all, I don't want to see here the legend, because see, if I every time if I see the legend, it is taking me some time. Yeah, so I don't want to see here what is this region, what is this region. So I will put here in the label. In the label, I'll put here two things: region and the sales. Okay, I want to see here in the label region and the sales, so that I don't have to see this legend here. So for that, what I do, I drag the region here, this region, I put it over here. Sorry, this region, I put it here on the label. Okay, so once I put the region on the label, I can see here these four regions. Yeah. Then what I do, I put the sales, because I've taken here the sales. So I put the sales, I put it on the label again. So drag the sales, I put it on the label, and now I can see the label, the sales here too, sum of sales here. So in the label, I have taken here two fields, region and the sum of sales. Yeah, and that is shown over here. See, region is used two times. One region is used in the color, so you can see these different colors, and one region is used in the T. T means label. Then the sum of sales, you can see here sum of sales is shown here three times. Why it is shown here three times? Because one sum of sales we have used in the slice. See, this is another button known as angle. So for when you are creating a pie chart, when you have to create an angle, so for creating that angle, you require the any numerical field. Either it has to be sales or quantity or discount, anything. So that's why here automatically when you create a pie chart, by clicking the show me here, and if you click on the pie chart, then that whatever the numerical field you have taken, that also goes into creating the angle. So that's why this sum of sales is creating the angle. Then this another sum of sales we have, this is the icon for size, because we increase the size of the pie chart. So that's why this sum of sales is also shown in the size, and this sum of sales it is shown in the label, because we have created this label 739,814. So this is the label that we have put it over here. So that's why it is showing me here three times sum of sales and two times region. Now here, in case of uh, Tableau, we can create a donut chart. But let me tell you one thing, that donut chart we don't have here in the show me. See, if you go to the show me, we don't have here donut chart. In case of Tableau, you have donut chart. Yeah. But in case of in case of Power BI, you have donut chart. But in case of Tableau, if you want to create a donut chart, then there is a method over here. It's not easy. Yeah. So maybe I'll definitely show you. I'll show you how to create a donut chart. But there are some steps available. It's not like this pie chart that you select two fields and you click on the pie chart and pie chart is ready. No. In the case of donut chart, I don't know why they have made it very complex. But yeah, this is the thing. So in donut chart in Tableau, we have to follow some steps here. Yeah, and we'll continue with this one. And meanwhile, you can save this file, please. Yeah, before we go further, let us click on File, Save As, and I'll be saving this file in that folder, Simplilearn Tableau Batch December 2024. And let me save this file as uh, day 3. And then, yeah, we can write down here types of charts. Yeah, just give some name here, types of charts. And as I said that, let us give here, see, save as type. If you remember that I discussed this point, that here when we are saving this Tableau file, we are having two options here, .twb and .twbx. We have to go for .twbx. In the .twbx, whatever the data set that we have used over here, that is the sample superstore data set, that also get connected with your Tableau file. So if you want to send this file to your colleague will not have to connect that data set with the Tableau file. It's already there. But if you save it as .twb here, then you have to also separately connect the file, separately connect the data set. Not you means your colleague, because when you open your .twb file in your laptop, it's already there. The data set is already there. Yeah, in the laptop, not with the file. But better you save it as .twbx. You save it as .twbx, and here I've given the file name, day 3, types of charts. Click on save button, and now it is done. Okay, so better we save the file. So now let us meet at 9:30 p.m. IST, and we'll continue further. Okay. Uh, yeah, we had discussed this pie chart over here, and we had seen how to create a pie chart, how to give the labels over here. Now, normally in pie chart, I would like to ask you one question, that normally in pie chart, do we see these kind of numbers or we see something else? Percentage. Okay, so normally we try to see it in percentage. So now the question will come here, that can I see here in percentage? Yeah, whether this is, let's say, 30%, 40%, whatever. So I want to see this in percentage. So how should I, or so what should I do here to convert these numbers into percentage? Yeah. So for that purpose, what we'll do here, that we can focus on this thing over here in the marks part, in the marks card over here. So there is a T icon, the label icon, where we are having the sum of sales, and the sum of sales here. I can click the drop down. Okay, in the T sum of sales, I click the drop down, and in the drop down, I go to this bottom area, and here we are having the concept known as quick table calculation. Okay, that instead of these numbers, I want to see it in percentage. So I've gone to this sum of sales, click the drop down, and in the drop down, I go to this quick table calculation. In the quick table calculation, I can see here running total, difference, percent of total, rank, percentile, moving average. So here, what I can do, I can go for here percent of total. Okay. So here in the quick table calculation, I select here percent of total. And as soon as you click on percent of total here, you say here, now this is the percentage, 31.8. 21.63, 29.74, 16.84. Again, I'm repeating the step. I have to go to this sum of sales, T, click the drop down, and here I go to this quick table calculation. And in the quick table calculation, I can select here percent of total. Yeah. And these numbers get converted into percent of total. Now here, suppose if I don't want to see this decimal number, I want to see here whole figure. I want to see here 31.8 means I want to see here 32 percentage. I want to see here 21.63, that is 22 percentage. I don't want to see this decimal number. So now what I'll do here, I can right click. Now remember my step. What I'm doing here, I'm right clicking on this number, one of the number, or one of this percentage here. So simply I right click on this percentage. When I right click on the percentage, one of the percentage here, then I get here many options. But one of the options that I'm getting here is format. Okay. So right click on one of these percentage number, and then you click here on the option format. Okay. I click on format. When I click on format, then now you can see that on your left hand side here, yeah, on the left hand side, you are having the format panel. Okay. Now in the format panel, we are having here one drop down, which is known as fields panel. Fields. If I click on the fields, this drop down, I can see here region, percentage of total sum of sales, and sum of sales. Now what I want to do here, I want to remove this decimal number from this percentage. Yeah. So here, first of all, what is important here, I have to select here fields, and in the fields, I have to select this option, the second option, that is percent of total sum. Yeah. So I click on this percent of total sum. And once I click on this percent of total sum, now I can do the adjustment over here only for the percent of total sum. Yeah, so this is important here. Now here, what I have to do, I have to go to this uh, pane. Yeah, here there is axis and pane. In the pane, I'm having here default. In the default, I can click here the font. So see, suppose if I don't like this font, I can change here the font. Yeah, I click on this drop down here, and in the drop down, I can see here the various fonts. Okay. Now the best part of Tableau is over here. One of the best part, that here I'm having many options in the font. Okay. This many options I don't find in Power BI. So here Power BI is having a drawback. You know, this is my view. I can share my view here, because if you know that in case of Power BI, if you want to change the font, you are having, I think so, 10 to 15 or maximum 20, not more than that. Okay. But in case of Tableau, you are having many options here. I have not counted this total number of fonts type, but they are, I think so, at least they are around maybe 100 or so, or 100 and 150. So this is the advantage. So I can select here any of the font which I like it. Let's say I go for this Berlin Sans FB, something like that. I can make it bigger. Okay. Let's say I make it 11, just an example. I can also give some color to this font. Let's say I give here uh, orange color. Okay. And I can make it bold and italics and all those things. I can do it here. So this is where I've changed the font. Okay. I've changed the font. But now, just now you can see that the font is not getting changed. Okay, though I've adjusted here everything, I've changed the font type, I've made it bigger, I have given the color, I've made it bold also, but currently I cannot see the change here. Yeah, but I'll show you where you will see that change, not in the chart. Then I go to the alignment. In the alignment, if I click the drop down here, I can go for here. Yeah, left hand side, middle, and this right hand side, but just now it doesn't make any sense here. I can also make it up, down, yeah, like this, bottom, middle, top. I can also make it like this one. Okay, but I think so. Let me check it here. Uh, if I go for fields, okay, alignment will do it a little bit later here. Let us come to the numbers here. Numbers, and the numbers, we are having here various options like automatic, number standard, number custom, currency standard, currency custom, scientific, percentage, and custom. Yeah. So here what we are having here percentage. So I want to remove this decimal figures. So in the numbers, I click the drop down and I select here percentage. Okay, because this is percentage. So I select here percentage in the numbers, and then in the percentage, it is showing me here by default 2 decimal places. Yeah. Now, if I want to make it 0, I make it here 0. You see, as soon as I make it 0, you see here, it is now showing you the whole number, 32%, 22%, 17%, 30%. So this is where you can change this numbers here for the percentage. Click the drop down, select here percentage, and you make it 0, and accordingly it will adjust. But before that, you have to select here the field. Okay. If you want to do the modification for this region name, then you have to select here region. Okay, I select here region, and now I can do the font, alignment, etc. Yeah. So this is how we convert that numbers into percentage. Yeah, and that is known as quick table calculation. Yeah, what is quick table calculation means? Tableau is giving you some options. If you click on running total, it will do the running total. If you click on percent of total, it will do the percent of total. Yeah, but in case of Tableau, just like this Power BI, we are also having here concept known as calculated field. Okay, in case of Power BI, it is known as calculated column. Here we are having the concept known as calculated field. So, uh, so I'll be showing you in one of the session how to do that calculations with the help of the formula. But without formula, if you want to do any uh, quick calculation, then you are having the concept known as quick table calculation. Okay, so this is one of the demo over here. Okay, now see, once you are done with this panel here, format panel, let's say you are done with this format panel. So ensure that you are not keeping this format panel open, because what happens that behind the format panel, you are having the data panel. So if I want to see really the data panel, I have to close this format panel. Otherwise, I'll not be able to see it. So you have to close it from here on the top right corner, this X button. If I close it, now you can see that I'm able to see the format panel here. Okay. So the data panel. Okay. So by default, the format panel will be placed above the data panel. And once your job is done, you remove that format panel, close that format panel, and you will be able to see the data panel here. Okay. So this is your pie chart. So we have created a pie chart. Now let us go to the next sheet here. And in the next sheet, we are creating a line chart here. And also sometimes what happens that here, see what I've done here, I've created a dashboard here, though it is not currently required in your case. But normally what happens that sometimes some changes are not shown in the sheet level, they are shown in the dashboard level. Yeah. So normally here it should show you that thing, but here it is not doing any changes. Maybe I have to let me save the file and let me open it again. Yeah, let me try it again here, because some of the changes are taking place in the dashboard, not in the sheet level. Okay, so maybe I will check it again. Normally it should work, but I don't know why it is not working just now here. Yeah, I will check it again. But this the method is same, that we have to right click over here, go to format, and then we have to change the things over here. Okay, I have to select first of all the field, and then I have to select the things. Okay, so that is the normal thing over here. Yeah. Okay, so now we go to the next sheet here, and in the next sheet we'll be creating here a line chart. So normally for the line chart, as you know, that we have to take one date field here. Okay, I have to take one date field, and I have to take here one of the measure. Yeah, so I can take here discount or profit or quantity or sales here. So we are having here two date field, that is order date and the ship date. Yeah, so let us drag here the order date. I drag the order date and I put it over here in the column section. Yeah, drag the order date and you put it here in the column section, and then we drag the sales and we put it here in the row section, and our line chart is ready. Drag the order date to the column section and sales to the row section, and this is your line chart. Yeah, let us make it entire view. So now I can see here the sales of 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Yeah, so in 21 the sales was, yeah, approximately 500,000. Then it became a little bit less in 2022, and then 2023 is increased, and 2024 also it increased. So this is a simple line chart. Yeah. Now you see here, when I'm dragging the order date and I'm putting it over here, see what it is written here, year bracket order date. Now you know that in case of Power BI, that whenever you are taking a date field in the visualization, especially let's say this line chart, then Power BI automatically creates the hierarchy. So you are having year, quarter, month, and then day. Here also the same concept is there in case of Tableau. In case of Tableau also, when you are taking the date field, Tableau automatically creates the hierarchy for you in case of Power BI and Tableau both. Yeah, so here it is showing you year bracket order date, because this is the year level. We are able to see at the year level. Now, before the year, we are able to see this plus sign. Okay, here there is a plus sign here. So if I click on this plus sign, so now what happens here? We are having another that pill. It is known as pill, just like medical pill. So we are having a new pill which is known as quarter. Okay, just click over here plus sign. It brings here second level of hierarchy, that is quarter. So now you can see that we are having here for 2021, this is the line chart, yeah, where we are able to see the quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. Likewise, there is another separate line chart for 2022, 2023, and 2024. Yeah, so we are having 4 line charts now because there are 4 years. Okay, it is not a continuous line from 2021 to 2024. There are 4 separate line chart. So this is a quarter level. Now, see, when we are clicking on the plus sign in front of year, a new hierarchy level is coming up here. And now in the year, in front of year, you are having minus sign. Yeah. So when you see a minus sign, it means that you can collapse this year, this particular level, collapse. Okay. If I click on this minus sign here, it will again come back to year. Now you can see we are having only the year. Again, if I click this plus sign here, it will show me the next level of hierarchy, that is quarter. Now in front of quarter also we are having plus sign. So if I click here this plus sign, it will show me the month. Now there is another level known as month. So now we are having here, see, this is first quarter of 2021 where we are having January, February, March. So this is one line chart. Then for quarter two, we are having another line chart, quarter three, third line chart, quarter four, fourth line chart, and so on for the other quarters also. So see, there are 4 years, 4 years, and every year is having 4 quarters. So 4 fours are 16. So 16 line charts are available here. Not one line chart, 16 line charts are there. Okay, they are separated. There is no connection over here. So we are at the month level. Now in front of month also we are having plus sign here. If I click the plus sign in front of month, now we are at the lowest level of hierarchy, that is known as day level. So remember that all these days, which all this in, let's say in January, whatever this line chart is there, you see, as such we have a feeling that this is a continuous line chart. But remember that this is not a continuous line chart. They are all broken line chart. So for every month, we are having here separate line chart. Okay, there is a separate line chart here for every month, and they are not connected with each other. So this is what is your line chart. Okay, and you see the colors here. You see the colors of this pill on the top area, in the columns area, they are all blue color. What is blue color means? It is discrete. So by default, a date field is always a discrete field by default. Okay, and they are all shown in, discrete fields are all shown in blue color. Now let's say I'm at the lowest level of hierarchy, that is day level. It is showing me all the days and the sales. Now if I want to come back to the year level, what I have to do? I have to click here this plus sign again in the front of year, and now I'm at the year level. Okay. Now what is the issue here? When I go to the next level of hierarchy, I'm not able to see here a continuous line chart. I'm able to see here different line chart. But suppose if you have a requirement that you want to see one line chart only, whether you are at the quarter level or whether you are at the month level or whether you are at the day level, you want to see one line chart only. If you are having that requirement, then what you have to do, that this date field, currently the date field is a discrete field. Now the discrete field, I want to convert it into continuous field. Okay, if you remember that in the first session, I told you that by default dimensions are discrete and by default measures are continuous. But a dimension can be converted into a dimension can be converted into continuous field, and a measure can be converted into a discrete field. Yeah. So now I'll show you here how to convert a discrete field into a continuous field. Currently our order date is a discrete field by default. Now I'll be converting it into a continuous field, and then now we'll see that what is the advantage of converting that order date from discrete field to continuous field. That we'll see the advantage over here. Okay, so let me click here minus sign. I want to be at the year level. Okay, currently you see the color of this pill, it is blue color. Now if we want to convert this order date from discrete to continuous, what we have to do? we have to click here this drop down in the year order date. I click the drop down here, and in the drop down, when I click on the drop down, you can see that here this is one portion where it is written year, quarter, month, day, and more. And then below we again have here year, quarter, month, week number, day, and more. Yeah, so there are two times here: year, quarter, quarter, month, day, and here we are having extra level known as week number, and then we are having day, and then we are having more. So currently you can see that this year is selected. It is having a black dot over here. So this year is selected. Now this is a discrete year. Remember this portion. If this year is selected, it is a discrete year. Now I want to convert that discrete year into a continuous year. So what I have to do, I have to select now this one, this year, the second year. Okay, so if I click this year, so what happens here? You see the color of this order date. It is now green color. What is green color? Green color means continuous field. Again, I'm repeating what I've done here. I've clicked on the drop down here. In the drop down, I've selected this year, not this, not the first one, the second one. Okay, so I click on the second time year, and now it is converted to green area, green color. So now it is continuous. Now you will see what advantage you are getting here. So see, we are at the year level. So in year level, we are getting a one line only, continuous line. Now let me click this plus sign in front of the year. If I click this plus sign in front of the year, you see, now there is a difference. See, when I click on the plus sign, in the earlier example, we were having here two pills. There were two pills. If I clicked on the plus sign of year, there were two pills. One was year, and here it was showing me the quarter. Now, what is happening here in the continuous field, that year pill is getting converted to the quarter pill. Yeah, because I clicked here plus sign in the year pill, it converted to quarter. And now you see here we are getting a continuous line. Yeah, we are not getting four lines here for four different quarters. We are having only one line, continuous line. If I put my pointer here, it is showing me quarter 1 2021 sales is 75,972. This is quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 of 2021. Then here it comes quarter 1 2022, 2023, 20 quarter 2 22, quarter 3 22, and quarter 4 22. So whenever you want to have a continuous line in your line chart, then you please convert this, whatever the date field you are having, you convert it into a continuous field. Then only you'll be getting the continuous line, otherwise not. Okay, so currently we are at the quarter. Now in the front of quarter also we have here plus sign. So I click here plus sign. So now we are at the month level. So see, now here we are having again a continuous line. We are not having separate lines. It starts from January 2021 and it ends over here at December 2024. Yeah, so this is a continuous line and we are at the month level. Again, if I click on the month, this plus sign, so it is showing me the week. Yeah, here it is showing me the week. And then if I click on the week plus sign, it will take me to the last level of hierarchy, that is known as day. Now remember that this is a continuous line. This is not a broken line. In the discrete area, we were able to see the broken line, but here this is not broken. It starts from here. Let's say it is 4th of January 2021 and it ends at 30th of December 2024. Yeah. So this is a continuous line and we are at the day level, the lowest level of hierarchy. So see, these concepts are more relevant in the case of line chart. Yeah, because we are taking care of the we are taking the date field. That's why. Okay. And remember the color. Color is very, very important here. Yeah, even a layman can tell you that whether this, if the color is green, then it is continuous. Yeah, so you have to remember this point. Okay, so here we are at the lowest level of hierarchy, that is the day level. Now see, from day level, I want to go back to the year level, let's say. So here, in the case of continuous pill, I cannot directly go to the year level. because here I don't have that option, because see, earlier we were having here various pill, and if I clicked on the plus minus sign, if I clicked on the minus sign in year pill, I was coming to the year level. But here I cannot go directly from day to year. What I have to do, I have to click the drop down here in the day order date. If I click the drop down, in the drop down, I can see here that I'm at the day level. Now, if I want to go back to the year level, what I have to do, I have to click this one option, not this year, this year. Okay, so I click this year, and now I'm again at the year level. Again, if I click this plus sign, from year I come to quarter, from quarter I come to month, from month I come to week, and then week I come to day. Again, from day, if I want to go back to year, I have to click the drop down, and I select this year, and I'm at the year level. So this is how you are coming to the year level if the date field is a continuous field. Okay, and again, if you want to convert this continuous field to discrete field, I have to click this drop down, and I have to click now this year, the first year here. If I click this year, you see the color, now it is blue color. Now if I click on the plus sign of year, it is showing me another level, quarter. If I click on plus sign of quarter, it is showing me month. If I click on plus sign of month, it is showing me day level. So now this is a discrete field again. Okay, so just take care of this concept here, discrete and continuous line chart. Now let us do one thing. I'll convert back this discrete date field into continuous date field. Okay, so now I've changed the color here. I've converted to continuous date field. Now let us put here the label. Okay, labels also I want to show you something here. So in the label, I will drop here. See, I have taken here what? Sales. Okay, sales. So I will drop the sales. I'll put it here in the label. So see, you can see that these are my sales, sum of sales. Yeah, just drop the sales in the label, and the labels are ready. Okay. So for each year, I'm able to see the total sales. Now I go to the quarter level. Okay, from year I go to the quarter level. So I click the plus sign here. Now this is a quarter level. Okay, similarly, if I click on the month level, you see the month level say labels, and then this is the day level. Okay, or week level, sorry. Again, I come back to the quarter level. Okay, I can click on the drop down. I can directly come to this quarter. Now, in this label, I want to show you something. This is very, very important. Yeah. So if I click here, this label, see, currently I'm at the quarter level. Remember this point. I'm at the quarter level, and I've made the order date this continuous. Okay, my order date is continuous. So if I click on this label, this button here, label, when I click on it, in the label, I can change here the text here. Okay, I can change here the text. If I click on these three dots in the text, it is showing me sum of sales. If I click on the three dots, then it will open up this window. Now in this window, what I can do, I can increase the value font. Okay, I can change the font type here. I can change the font value. Yeah, let me select here 10. Let me select first of all this one. You have to select this sum of sales. I have to click the drop down. I have to click here 11. Okay, 11. Let me change the font. Yeah, let's say I go for Sitka, small, something like that. I make it bold. I give some color here. Okay. I take some good color here. Yeah. Okay, and I go for apply. Okay, you see here, now the things have changed. Yeah. So remember that I have to click the three dots here. I have to select, remember this thing, I have to select the sum of sales, and then I have to adjust all these things, whatever I want to do. Okay. But first of all, you have to select everything, this one, the title, and then you can adjust things, and then you can click on apply. Okay. And now the fonts are now bigger. I've given some orange color and so on. I can also do it from here, font, if I want to adjust. Then I can go for alignment. Now see alignment here, it will work. Alignment, if I click here, you see alignment is like this or like this or straight. Okay. I can also bottom, then middle, and then top. Just now top is looking better according to me. Yeah. So I can adjust the alignment here. Okay. Now here, this concept is important. This one, that in the label, this marks to label, this area where we are having here 6 options, this is important. Yeah. So in the marks to label, what we have here, option all, mean oblique max, line ends, selected, highlighted, most recent. Now just now you can see that all these labels are shown here. Yeah, all the labels are shown. There are total 16 labels because we are having here 16 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 labels are over here. Now suppose I don't want to see so many labels. What I can do, I can click on this label button. So suppose if I want to see only the minimum and maximum, I'm interested in only in the which is the minimum value, which is the maximum value. So in that case, in the marks to label, I have to click this option mean oblique max. Yeah. So if I click on mean oblique max, so I can see here that this is the minimum value, 70,392, and this is the maximum value in all the quarters. Yeah. So I'm interested in only in this point. Yeah. Because see what happens that when you are having more labels, you get confused. So you want to see here minimum value and maximum value. That is what you get over here in the label. Yeah. So in the label, we are having mean oblique max. Then we have here line ends. Let us see what is this line ends. If I click on this line ends, then what it shows here, it shows me the starting value and the ending value. Yeah. So where the line are ending, there only I see the value. Yeah. So sometimes you may require these kind of label. You want to see the starting value, you want to see the ending value of the line chart. So this is what we mean by the line ends. Then we have here concept known as selected. Let us see what it is selected. So if I click on selected, yeah, just click on selected. So see, just now you don't see anything. There is no label. When you click on selected, you don't see any label. Now, let's say I want to see this label of 2021 quarter 4. So if I click this one, see, if I click this one, I can see the label. If I click this one, I see the label over here. So this is what we mean by selected. Yeah, whichever point you want to see the label, you can click on it and that label will appear. Yeah, so unnecessary, you are not getting confused over here with so many labels. So this is what we mean by selected. Okay, so label, we have gone for selected. Then comes here highlighted. Now what is this highlighted? Let us click on highlighted. I click on here highlighted. So see in highlighted what we do, suppose if I want to see here this label, this point and this point, the value of this point and this point. So what I do here in the highlighted, I create with the help of my mouse, I create this kind of box. Okay, I create this kind of box and I select these 2 points. Yeah, again I'm repeating. I select with my mouse, I create this kind of box and I select these 2 points and then I release my mouse button. When I release my mouse button, I can see the values of these 2 points which I've already highlighted. So whichever area I highlight, in that area, whichever points are available, only the labels of those points will be highlighted. Let me show you again. If I click here over here and if I select these kind of points, then here you can see only these labels are highlighted. The other labels are not shown over here. Yeah, I can also create like this. Okay. So with the help of our mouse, you have to select the points. That is what we mean by highlighted. And the selected means if I click on this, yeah, if I see, if I have, if though it is highlighted, but I can also click one point. So highlighted and selected, they are almost like same, but little bit the option is that in case of highlighted, let me try with selected also. Selected, yeah, in selected also I can create these kind of thing. Okay, but normally selected is this point. Okay, whichever point I select, it will show me the value. That is what we mean, generally we mean by selected. And highlighted means whatever the points we highlight like this, only though their values will be shown over here. Okay, so these are the 5 methods over here, and the last method here is most recent. If I click on most recent, then it will show me the last value, because last value is the most recent value. That's very clear. Okay, so most recent means this quarter 4 2024 is the last value that we are having. So only that value will get highlighted. That is what we mean by most recent. Yeah. So this is all about your label. Still, we'll be talking more about the labels. Don't worry. Yeah. And in the label, in this label, if I click it, and there is one first tick mark over here which says show mark labels. If I remove this tick mark, then all the labels are gone. Suppose if I select here all. See, I selected here all, and if I tick mark this thing, then all the labels are shown. But if I remove this tick mark, all labels are gone. Okay. So this is one label area. Now you have another button over here, which is known as here T. This one. Okay. On the top also you have the T. That is also for label. So if I click on this small button T, again the label will come up here. Yeah. If I click here again, the labels are gone. Again, if I click this T, my labels are back. And now if I want to modify anything, then I have to come over here. I have to come over here to this T label, and now I can modify the things over here. Yeah, but this is also a method where, suppose, see, let me show you. If I remove this sum of sales here in the label, I remove this sum of sales, and now let me try here. If I click this T button, so see, if I click this T button, see, I have not put here anything in the label, but although I have clicked here the T button, it is showing me all the labels without putting anything in the label. Yeah, so that is another advantage over here of this small button here. Yeah, if I click on this small button again, all the labels are gone. Yeah, but better I would say that you drop the field on the label. That's the better I would say suggestion. Okay, so put the field onto the label, and the labels will be shown like this. Okay, so this is all about your label. We can also go for here. See, there's one, when we are creating a line chart, then we have one separate button here known as path. Okay, so if I click on this path, in the path I'm having these 3 different paths. That is, one was known as linear, second one is known as step, and third one is known as jump. If I click on step here, so see, now it is showing in step. If I click on jump, it will be shown like this. Yeah, so these are various line types. This is a normal line type, then jump, and then, sorry, step and then jump. Then I can also select this line like continuous line, solid line, dashed line, dotted line. Yeah, I can have these kind of options here. I have selected here this path. Okay, path button. There I see these options here. Yeah. So let us give the sheet name here as line chart. Now, after the line chart, let me show you one more option here that is known as tooltip. Okay, we have seen color, we have seen size, we have seen label, we have seen path also, and now we are focusing on the tooltip. And then later on, we'll also talk about the details here. Yeah, details button. But let us focus on the tooltip. Now, see, what is the tooltip here? This is your tooltip, this white box, as you can see. Now I can also customize the tooltip. Yeah, I can customize this tooltip. So what I'll do here, I will click on this tooltip, this button, and if I click on the tooltip button, I get this dialog box known as edit tooltip. Okay, just click on this button, tooltip, and this edit tooltip dialog box will open up. Now here I can modify the things. See how it is written here, quarter of order date. This is the title, and then here it is showing me the quarter. Then it is showing me the title sales, and then it is showing me the sum of sales here. So I can modify here. I can make the title, this tooltip, little bit bigger. Okay, I can also make everything bigger here. Let's say 12. Okay, then I can give this color over here. Let's say this quarter of order date. I can, or I can give this one, not the title, but this one, quarter order date. I can give here some green color, and this sum of sales, I'll give here something like blue color. Okay, so I can modify these things. Plus here, I can also add some extra field here. Let's say just now what it is showing me here, order date, quarter of order date and sales. But let's say I want to also see here the profit. Though I have not used here profit in this chart, but I want to also highlight the profit value in this tooltip. So that is also possible. So what I do here, after this sales and the sum of sales, I press enter, and now here I can write down profit. Yeah, it will show me in other color. Let me put it in black color. Okay, or gray color here. I don't know which color they have used here. Okay, let me take here everything black. Okay, this also black. The title I'm talking about. Okay, so I've taken here profit. Now in the profit, what I do here, I want to see here the sum of profit. Yeah, now this is the title. This is the additional data that I want to show it to my colleague. Okay, so profit title. Now here I can go to this insert. Okay, insert. Now in the insert, you can see that I can add here the data source name, data update time, sheet name, workbook name. See, let me put here sheet. Suppose if I remove this profit and let me come to this insert, and in the insert I select here sheet name. What is my sheet name here? Sheet name is line chart. If I want to put it in the tooltip also, I can go over here, insert, I click on sheet name. So sheet name will come up. I press enter. In the next line, I want to see the workbook name. I write down the workbook name. Again, I press enter. Yeah, and I can also put my full name, username, etc. Yeah. Now here, what I want to do, I want to put here profit. Okay, I want to see here put the profit, and here I want to see the sum of profit. But just now you can see that I am not have, if I go to the insert, I'm not having here profit column here. I'm having only two options here, quarter and sum of sales. But let me click here all fields. Let me click on all fields. Let us see what happens. Okay, all fields will show me everything. So I don't want to go for all fields. Yeah, I want to put here only sum of profit. So what we'll do, let us write down here profit, double quote. I click on OK button just now. I click on OK button. If I put my pointer here, you see here, when I put my pointer, it is showing me quarter of order date is this much, sales is this much. Now, then it is showing me the line chart. That's the sheet name. Then it is showing me day 3 types of charts, which is the workbook name, my file name. And then it is showing me profit, double dot. Yeah, profit and colon. That's all. It is not showing me any value. Now, if I want to see here in the tooltip profit, what I have to do, I have to drag this profit. Yeah, this profit field, I have to drag it and I have to drop it on the tooltip. Yeah, I have to drop it on the tooltip, not the label. So I drag the profit, I put it on the tooltip. So now here you can see that sum of profit is dropped on the tooltip. This is the tooltip icon. Yeah. So this is important step. Then I go to the tooltip again. I click on the tooltip. So here I want to see the profit value. So now I've already written the title profit. Let me make it black color. Okay, and now I want to see here sum of profit. Just like sum of sales, I want to see here sum of profit. So what I have to do, I have to go to the insert, and now in the insert button, insert drop down, I can now see here sum of profit. Initially it was not there. So we drop the profit and we put it into the tooltip. So now I'm able to see this sum of profit in the insert. So I click here sum of profit, and now automatically the sum of profit will come up. I can give some color here if you want. Okay, so this is how you are bringing the field which you have not used in this visualization. I have never used any sum of profit in this visualization, but still I want to show to my users. So profit, sum of profit, I click on OK button, and now if I put my pointer here, you can see that it is showing me the profit. The tooltip profit is currently it is showing me 16,880. Okay, so you can do lot many customization in the tooltip also. That was my point here. Yeah, these are all the customization here. Just click on this tooltip button and then you can adjust many things here. Yeah, you can also click here. Let's just show tooltip. Suppose if you don't want to see the tooltip, then let us remove this tick mark. I remove this tick mark, show tooltips. Click on OK button. And see now if I put my pointer here, it is not showing me the tooltip. If you want to remove that tooltip, you can also remove it. Yeah, by removing this tick mark. Again, if you want to see it, you can put the tick mark. Then what it says here, responsive, show tooltips instantly. Instead of show tooltip instantly, I can click the drop down and we can also go for here on hover. If I click on hover, let us select this option on hover, show tooltips on hover. I click on OK button. So see, when I put my pointer here, hover, then only it opens up. The earlier one was more responsive, but here now, if I hover on a particular point, then only it comes up. Okay, so you can play with these options here. Okay, clear? Tooltips, options, and any question related to line chart, let me know. Okay, so line chart is ready now. Now let me show you two kind of maps here. Yeah, the basic maps. We are having here field map. There's a concept known as field map, and another map is known as symbol map. Okay, so here in the show me, if you click on the show me here on the top right corner, then in the show me, you can see that these are the two maps here. Yeah, these are the two maps here. So the first map here, it is known as symbol map. Yeah, just see the name over here. So the first map is known as symbol map. For symbol map, we require here one geographical field. So it is written over here. Just check over here what is written. When you put your pointer on the symbol map, in the symbol map, you require one geographical field, 0 or more dimensions. Now see, geographical field is already a dimension. Then if you want, you can also use one more dimension, and you may require no measure or maximum 2 measure. Okay, so if you don't put any measure also, then also it is fine. But for field map or symbol map, you require minimum one geographical field, minimum. Okay, if you don't put any measure, then also it is fine. So this is the first map here, it is known as symbol map. And the second one here, when you put on the pointer on the second map, it says here map. But what is second map is known as field map, FILLED, field map. So remember these two words, symbol map, field map. Okay, so let us click on the new sheet here, create a new sheet. Let us write down here symbol map. Okay, first of all, we'll create a symbol map. So as we have seen that for symbol map or field map also we require one geographical field minimum. So now here, which are the geographical field? Can you tell me here which are the geographical field in our data set? You can see the geographical field by the icons. Okay, when you see the icons, you'll be able to see it. Region is not a geographical field. Let me clarify this point, Srinivas. Region is not a geographical field. Just check the icon here. It is ABC. Yeah. See, the geographical fields are these fields which are having this globe icon. So postal code, you can see that it's having a globe icon. Then country oblique region, it is having. Now see this country oblique region. Now definitely here we should we should be writing better. We write down here. Uh, we can also write down here country. Okay, better we write down here country, not the country oblique region. Let me remove this point. Okay, so country. Okay, if you are having country oblique region, you can right click here and you can rename. Okay, when you rename, you can just remove that region, just keep here only country so that you are not getting confused here. Yeah, so country, you can see that it's having a globe icon. This is a geographical field. City is also having a globe icon, again a geographical field. And then you are having here the state. Yeah, state oblique province. In case of Canada, they are having provinces. In other countries, they are having states. Yeah, so state oblique province, that's also having a geographical field. Yeah, so there are here four geographical fields: country, state, city, and postal code. Region here, unfortunately, it is not a geographical field. Okay, so now what we'll do, that if I want to create here a symbol map, then now see in this case our data set is from US. So we are having different states sales figures and different states profit figures. So we'll be focusing on the state here, this field. Okay, suppose if we are having data of various countries, then we can definitely select this country also as the one of the geographical field for creating the map. But I'll go for here state oblique province, and then I want to select here, let's say, sales. Okay, sales. So what I do, again the same method. If I want to select here two fields, one dimension and one measure, I have to press the control button, and then I select here state oblique province, and I select here, let's say, sales. Okay, by pressing the control button. So two fields are ready, state oblique province and then sales. And once you select this one geographical field and one measure, you can see here automatically these two maps are active. Initially it was not active, but now these two maps are active. So what we do, we click this first map here, which is known as symbol map. Yeah, so I click on this symbol map, and when I click on this symbol map, what happens? I'm able to see the overall world map, but I'm not able to see any data here. See, just click on the first button here after selecting the country oblique province and sales, and then here we are able to see like this only. Anybody is able to see the map? I think so. Those people who are in US, yeah, you are able to see the map and the data. Am I correct? Yeah, I think so. If I'm not wrong, then Nisha, are you there? Nisha, you are from US, and anybody who is from US, you can let me know. Yeah, that you are able to see the map or not. But those who are from other parts of those who are living in other countries except US, you'll not be able to see anything. And what you are able to see here below, just like me, you are able to see here 59 unknown. Am I correct? Yeah, those people who are in India, let's say, are you able to see anything over here? Or you are able to see like 59 unknown, just like me? And also maybe those people who are in, let's say, Africa or other countries, yeah, except US, same as yours. Okay, so this is the issue. Now, what is this 59 unknown? And why you are getting this 59 unknown? Yeah. The problem is here that, see, I'm in Germany and I'm using the data of US. So currently my local setting is Germany. Yeah. And if I'm using the data of US, then I'll be getting these kind of unknown. If you are in India, or if you are in, let's say, in Africa, or if you are in even in, let's say, uh, Asia, okay, you are using the data of US, and you'll be getting this kind of error, 59 unknown, yeah, because of your local setting. So now what you have to do, very, very important part now comes over here, that once you are once you have created the map, but you are not able to see any data and you are able to see these kind of unknown, then what you have to do, you have to go to this map tab over here. You can see on the top area, we are having the map tab here. So there is a map tab over here. In the map tab, if you click the map tab, then you are having here one of the option known as edit locations. Edit locations in the map tab. So click on edit locations. In the edit locations, it will open up this dialog box. It says here edit locations. Now here you can see that in my case, country oblique region is selected here as Germany because that's my local setting. If you are in India, it will show you here country oblique region India. Yeah, or if you're in Africa, it will show you here Africa, or your own country. Sorry, not Africa. Africa is a continent, but your own country here. So what I have to do here, I have to adjust this thing. Yeah, I want to see the data of US, so I have to click this drop down in this country oblique region. I click the drop down. When I click the drop down, I'm having here various options: none, fixed, and from field. Yeah. If I click on none, it doesn't make any sense here. I have to click on fixed just now. Fixed. Now in my case, fixed is Germany by default. What I have to do? I have to, in the fixed Germany, I click the drop down, and now I select here, I search here United. So I select here United States. Okay. I don't select this one, United States, minor outlying islands. I'm not that much sure about this option, but I go for the United States. So see, now in my case, instead of fixed, it is United States. Okay, now one more thing here, it is happening here. You see here, when I select here United States, see what is happening here? Here we are having also the data of Canada that I forgot. So see, we are having here Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba. These are all the provinces of Canada. So whenever I'm selecting here country oblique region United States, I fixed my location to United States, then it is not able to identify the provinces of the Canada because my I have fixed my country equal to United States. So see, this is everywhere it is showing me here unrecognized, unrecognized. Now if I go below unrecognized, then it is showing me here Alabama. So here also it is showing me matching location is Alabama, Arizona, Arizona, Arkansas, Arkansas. This is fine. For US it is fine, but for Canada it is not recognizing. So now what is the solution? If I see, if I fix here instead of United States, if I fix here instead of United States, if I fix here Canada, suppose. Okay, if I click here Canada, okay, if I click here Canada, fixed. Now you see here all these states of US are unrecognized. Okay, all the US states are unrecognized, and if I go down, then it is showing me Alberta, Alberta, British Columbia, British Columbia, Manitoba, Manitoba. So now I am able to match the provinces of Canada, but now I'm not able to match the states of US. So you will definitely have these kind of situation. So what you can do now, you can go to this country oblique region, and instead of fixed, yeah, instead of fixing any country, you have to go to from field. From field. Okay, if you are having data of many countries, then don't go for the fixed option, go for the from field option. And from the field, what field we are taking here? Country field. Yeah, because the data is related to different countries, so I select here country field. Yeah, so from field country. Okay. And now you can see here it is matching Canada with Canada, United States with United States. If I go to state oblique province, yeah, see there are two options, two panels here. Country oblique region, it is matching. If I go to state oblique province, here also it is matching. Everything is matching. You see, Alabama, Alabama, Alberta, Alberta, Arizona, Arizona. Now you are not getting here unrecognized. Okay. So remember this portion that when you are having only the data of one country, then you can select here fixed. Suppose if you are in India and if you are also using the data of India, then you will never have this issue of unknown. Remember this point. But you are in India and you are using the data of, let's say, Germany, then you have to change this thing. You have to fix yeah, fixed equal to Germany. But if you are having data of various countries, including India, then you have to go for this option known as from field. And in the field, you have to select here country. Yeah, because in your data set also you'll be having a country column. Yeah, you'll be having country column, city column, state column. You have to select here from country. And then it will match up each and every data like this. Okay. And now once the data is matching, then you click on this OK button. OK button. And now you can see it is showing me the data of US. And see, there are also these small points here. See that the sales data of Canada is very, very less. So there is a dot. If I put my pointer on British Columbia, then the sales is 2,763. If it is Alberta, it is 11,000 something. Yeah. So the dots are there in Canada also. Quebec also it is there. Ontario is there, and plus all the states of US. So this is a symbol map. Yeah, this is a symbol map. Why it is a symbol map? Because it is using a symbol here. Yeah, here it is using the symbol as circle. Yeah, and here this California is having a bigger circle. If you want to increase the circle, let's say you are not able to see this Alberta circle or this Canada, this Saskatchewan circle, what you can do, you can go to this size button, click on the size, and you can increase this circle. You see here, I have increased this size of the circle by going to the size, and now at least I can see this thing. And still, if you want to make it bigger, you can also make it bigger like this. Okay. So see, now I can see British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan. Yeah, and here also I can see many circles here. I have to go to the size. So this is what is known as symbol map with this one. So I think so symbol map. I hope that you are all clear. Yeah. Now here we are having the let's say the one kind of a legend that what is the size and what it is highlighting here. Now see these kind of legends, suppose it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because if you put your pointer on this circle, you'll be able to see the value. Yeah, here it is showing you the minimum value of the sales, which is 132 in one of the province. Maybe I think so. Yeah, it is Saskatchewan here, and the highest value is 457,688. Yeah, that is this one, California. Yeah, it is having the biggest circle, so it is having the highest sales. So I would say that suppose if you don't require these kind of let's say the legend, what you can do, you can click on this drop down here in the sum of sales, click on the drop down, and in the drop down we are having this option known as hide card. Hide card. Okay, click the drop down and click on hide card. So see, now you are getting here more space. Yeah, and that kind of legend, it was not having any sense here. Yeah, so just hide the card and it will go away. Also, I would like to show you here in the, let's say in this stake column chart or this pie chart also. If I in the pie chart and stake column chart, I can see here this legend. Okay, now see this legend is occupying a space here. Yeah, because if you see this below area, this is totally blank. So it is just a wastage of space here. Yeah, why this is blank? Because here we are having this legend. So what we can do here, instead of putting this legend over here, by default the legend will come over here in Tableau, but I can bring this legend in this area. Where? Here. Okay, because see this is also blank. Yeah. So I will bring this legend from this area to this area. Okay. So what we have to do, we have to simply select this legend. Okay. Let's say when I put my pointer over here. Yeah. Sorry. Start my camera. Yeah. So when I put my pointer over here on this legend, then I can drag it. You see here, I'm dragging, and then I'm dropping over here like this. I drop over here, and you see here, now I'm able to see the legend here. And once my legend comes over here, now this space is occupied. Okay, now there is no wastage of space here. Again, I'm repeating. Yeah, what we do, that this was over here. Okay, so what I do, I drag this legend and I bring it over here below the marks card, and now this legend is over here. So I'm able to see the legend also, and plus I'm able to see get here more space in the chart. Yeah, so this also you can remember here. Okay, and for symbol map, there was here one kind of a small legend, but that I did not require, so I had hidden that card. Yeah. So in between also, let us save this file. Okay, save it, file, save it, save. So now this is the symbol map. Now let us go to the next map for here. We go to the next sheet here, and here we will be creating the field map. Okay, so for field map also we'll require a one geo dimension and one measure. Minimum one geographical dimension we require, but if we want to see sales or profit, then we also require the yeah, the measure over here. So for this second map here, what we require the state. Okay, so I select here the state, and now I press the control button as usual, and now let us select here profit. So for field map, I want to use here the profit. So state, and then I press the control button, I select the profit. So two fields are selected here, state and profit, and then I click this second map here, not the first map, second map. If I click on the second map and I remove this close show me. Yeah. So here, what is happening? It is showing me the data of Canada, as you can see, but now it is showing me here 49 unknown. So it is not showing me any data of US. If this is the situation in your case also, you know the things, what we have to do. Yeah. In my case, it is showing me 49 unknown. Yeah. I can also click this 49 unknown. If I want to remove this 49 unknown, I can click on this 49 unknown. When I click it, 49 unknown, I get here this panel. Yeah. Just click on the 49 unknown, you get this panel. In the panel, you click this edit locations. In the edit locations, what is my issue here? My country oblique region is Canada. Yeah. I don't want to keep it here Canada. I click the drop down. Instead of fix Canada, I go for here from field. From field, and I select here country. Okay. So from field is country here. And now everything is matched. Okay. So select here from field country. I click on OK button. And now you can see here the data of US and Canada. Okay. Yeah, now it is there. Okay, so now I'm able to see this is a field map. Why it is field map? Why it is known as field map? Because here yeah, these sales, sorry, the profit, it is shown by the colors, and these colors are filled here. Okay, they are filled over here. So that is known as field map. While in case of symbol map, I'm able to see the symbol only. Yeah, with the help of the symbol, I'm able to know whether the sales is high or low. Okay, but with the field map, it is showing me with the help of the colors. Okay, so here you can see that California is having the dark blue color. So California is having the highest sales. Yeah, sorry, highest profit. Okay, then we are having here New York, which is having the second best profit. Okay, then you can see the different colors of or the shades of blue color, and this orange color, the dark orange color. Let's say this Texas if you see if you put the pointer on Texas, it is showing you here profit is equal to minus 25,729. It is showing you minus. So there is a loss over here. So that's why when there is a loss, loss is highlighted by the orange color. Yeah. And here, this is your legend on the top right corner. Let me bring this legend over here. You see, I brought the legend over here, and here it is showing me the maximum value and the minimum value. The minimum value is minus 25,729. That is for this Texas, and the maximum value is 76,381. That is for California. Okay. So here it is showing me the dark orange color. Then slowly the dark orange color become light orange, almost white, and then it starts with blue color, and then it finally becomes the dark blue color. Yeah. So with the help of these shades of color, I can see that which state is having the higher profit and which is having the lower profit. This is known as field map. Now, one thing which I forgot in this symbol map. Yeah, please come to the symbol map here, or let us give the sheet name first of all here. Sheet 7. I give the sheet name as field map. Okay, sheet 7 is field map. Okay, so give the sheet name here. And let us come back to this symbol map. In symbol map, I have to show you one concept here. See here, what is the shape of this symbol? It is circle. Okay. Now suppose if I don't like circle, I want to see here, let's say rectangle, or let's say triangle, suppose. Okay. I'm not happy with this circle symbol. So if I want to convert this circle into any other shape, what I have to do, I have to come to this area. Okay, this area here, where it is written here automatic. Okay, so in the currently in the automatic, it is showing me this. This is also known as circle chart because it is using the circle. So if I click on this drop down here, automatic, instead of circle, if I want to see here square, I can select here drop down and I can select here square. So see, now it is square. Okay, symbol is square. But suppose if I want to convert it into triangle, suppose. So if I want to convert this symbol into triangle, then I have to click here the drop down, and the drop down, see, I cannot see here triangle. I can see here square and circle only. Yeah, there is no triangle here. But if I want to go for triangle here, then I'm having one option here known as shape. Shape, okay. So if I click on this shape, yeah, just click on the shape here, and now you are having one additional button known as shape. Yeah, click here shape, and you are having one additional button known as shape. Yeah, so now you can see that this is currently circle. This is a different kind of circle. But if you don't like the circle, if you want to have the triangle, you can click here the shape button. Yeah, click on the shape button, and now you can select here, let's say this filled triangle or empty triangle. Suppose if I select here filled triangle, this is what I see here. Yeah, or this is rhombus, I think so. Rhombus. Yeah, I can go for here plus sign or multiplication sign, star. These are some of the shapes. Yeah, if I want to have more shapes, I can click here this more shapes. If I click on more shape, then I'm having this dialog box. Yeah, that is edit shape. In the shape also, I'm having here shape palette. Yeah, just click here on the more shapes. This panel will come up. In the panel, you are having here shape palette. I click the drop down. In the drop down, I'm having here default, field, arrows, bar, bug tracking, gender, KPI, proportions, ratings, thin arrows, weather. If I click here field, then these are all the field shapes. Yeah. Likewise here, these are the default, and we are having different kind of arrows. Okay. So here you can change these things. Okay. So this is how we are changing the shape of the symbol map. Yeah. Okay. So coming back to the field map here. So this is the field map. Yeah, field map also, it is very, very looking good. Yeah. Now let us focus on these buttons over here. These buttons. Okay, so we are having here the search button, the first one here. If I click on the search button, I can search here anything. Let's say I search here Texas. Okay, I search here Texas. So now it is showing me here Texas, United States, or Texas City, Texas, or Texas County, or Texas County. Also, there are two Texas County in Missouri and Oklahoma. Yeah, suppose if I want to go for the Texas state, I select here Texas state, and now it is showing me only the Texas state. It is highlighting the Texas state here. Okay, if I want to go back to the original map, then here I'm having one button here. You can see this pin button. If I click this pin button, I'm going to the original map. Yeah, just click the pin button here. If I search here, let's say New York. So now it is asking me whether it is New York as a state or New York as a city. So if I click on New York, then here, this is the New York. Okay. And if I click on again on this pin button here, I'm going back to the original map. Yeah, so this is the search button. Then this is plus or minus, that is zoom in, zoom out. Okay, zoom in. If I click on minus sign, yeah, that's very clear. And if I zoom in too much, and if I want to go back to the original map, I have to click the same button, this pin button, and my original map is back. Okay, so this is that button for coming back to the original map. Then we are having here this kind of button, the last button. In this last button, we are having here zoom area. Then we are having here pan or pan. Then we are having here rectangular selection, radial selection, and lasso selection. Yeah, these options here. So if I click on this zoom area, if I click on zoom area, so see now this zoom lens is coming up. With the zoom lens, I can click on this thing. Okay, I can click on, let's say, this Montana. It will zoom in, still zoom in, something like this. Okay, so this is what we mean by this zoom lens here. If I want to go back, I have to click here this pin icon. I'm back over here. Yeah. Then if I want to see, currently I'm having the data of US and Canada, but let us assume that we are having the data of various countries. So suppose if I want to uh, move between the countries in the map. So what I have to do, I have to click on this arrow and I have to click this option here that is known as pan. If I click this pan option, now I can move freely here. Okay, I can go to this South America. Suppose if I'm having the data of South America, I can go to South America, Africa, yeah, Europe. I can move anywhere here. I can go to India, Asia. Yeah, I can go anywhere here. So that is what is this pan button here. These four arrows in four directions. Okay. And if I want to go back to my original, reset my map, I have to click again the pin icon. I'm back over here. Okay. Then we are having these three buttons here, which is known as selection button. Rectangular selection, radial selection, and lasso selection. Now, what is this selection all about? So, let's say I want to select here the states which are part of the western region. Okay. Let's say I want to select here California, Nevada, and Oregon and Idaho. I want to select here only 4 states here out of all these 50 states. So what I can do, I can go to this arrow and I can click here in the arrow. I will click here this rectangular selection. Okay, first of all, we'll go for the rectangular selection. I click it. And now once this rectangular selection is selected, then what I do, I create this kind of rectangle with my mouse. Okay, I create this kind of rectangle and then I select here all the 4 states. So see, when I select all the 4 states, then only these 4 states are getting highlighted. Again, I'm repeating, I'm going to this button, I'm clicking this rectangular selection, and then if I want to select some few states here in the western region, with the help of my mouse, I create this kind of rectangle and I can select whichever state I want to select. Yeah. So I select here these 4 states, and now only these 4 states are getting highlighted. Okay, with the help of the rectangular selection. Similarly, I can also go for here radial selection. So instead of rectangular, if I click on radial selection, and with the help of my mouse, now it will create a circle. Yeah, so whichever state is coming under that circle, it will get highlighted. Yeah, these are getting highlighted, and this is known as a radial selection. I can also click over here like this, and whatever the states are selected within the circle, all those states will get selected here. Okay, so this is known as radial selection. Now, what is my requirement here? That I want to select here, let's say California. I want to select here Nevada, and I want to select here Idaho. Okay, I want to select here only these 3 states, California, Nevada, and Idaho. I don't want to select here Oregon. Sorry, this is, yeah, Oregon. Okay, I want to select here only these 3 states. So if I go to this button and if I click here rectangular selection, so if I create here these kind of rectangle, what is the problem here? That with the help of the rectangular selection, by default, Oregon is also getting selected here. Yeah, because I don't have that control. Yeah. So when I'm selecting the California, Nevada, and Idaho, automatically Oregon is also selected. That is with the rectangular selection. Now, if I go for uh, radial selection, circle. Okay, so if I create here one circle, and if I make it bigger, you see here, with the help of circle, I'm also able to select here Washington and Utah, so Utah and then Arizona. I want to select only the 3 states, but along with the 3 states, the other 4 states are also getting selected. So that is the problem with the rectangular selection and radial selection. Now we are having the third option, which is known as lasso selection. This is a great option. So instead of radial selection, if I click here this lasso selection, now you see the effect. Okay, first of all, I click over here. Now you see I want to select here California, Nevada, and Idaho. So I've selected here lasso selection, and now I select like this with the help of my mouse. I select like this. You see here only these 3 states are selected. I'm again showing you. Okay, let me show you here with the help of lasso selection. I select here, I start with California with the help of my mouse, and then I select here Nevada, and then I select here Idaho. And only these 3 states are selected with the help of lasso selection. See, Oregon is not selected, this Utah is not selected, Arizona is not selected. So that is the advantage that you are getting here with the lasso selection. If you are having these kind of typical selection, I would say. Yeah. If you want to select here, let's say California, Nevada, Idaho, and Montana, that also it is possible. Maybe, or we can do some kind of special selection like this. You see, I'm able to select only these 4 states. No other states are selected here: California, Nevada, Idaho, and Montana. So all this is possible with the help of lasso selection. Remember this point. So we have taken here all these options. Yeah. Now suppose if you don't want to have some of these options here, let's say, yeah, by default all these options will be shown here. Yeah, zoom in, zoom out, then this search option, this fixed map, and these all these options here. But if you want to remove some of these options, then what you can do, you can go to this map again, map tab, click on the map tab, and the map tab you are having here map options. The last option is map options. So go to map tab and you click on here map options. In the map options, you get here these options here. Show map search. This is your map search here. If you don't want to see this thing, you can remove this tick mark. When you remove the tick mark, the map search is gone. If you tick mark again, the map search is back. Yeah. Then here it says show layer control. Here the layer control, I'll be showing it later on because we are having a separate session on the maps where I'll be talking in more details about the other options in maps. There we'll be talking about this layer control. Then here it says show view toolbar. See, if I remove this view toolbar, then you can see that this view toolbar is gone. This lasso selection and all those things are gone. If I tick mark again, this view toolbar is back. Then what it says here, allow pan and zoom. If I remove this tick mark, yeah, if I remove this tick mark, now you can see that that zoom feature plus and minus, they are gone. And also there was a pan option that is also gone. If I tick mark again, those options are back, plus or minus, and here this is the pan option. Yeah, so you can customize all these options here. Then here it says show map scale. If you see the map scale, yeah, normally you must have seen that in the case of Atlas, yeah, Atlas book, there is a scale. Yeah, so if I want to see here the map scale, so now here at the bottom area, I can see the map scale here. Okay, so this is the let me go back, map option. So this is the map scale. In the map scale also, I can go for the units. In the units, I can click the drop down, automatic, metric, or US. Now see, I am currently in Germany, so we are using the metric system. So we are having here in 1,000 kilometer. Yeah, but if you are in US, you will require it in miles. So I'll select here US, metric units equal to US, and now I'm getting here the scale in miles. Yeah, if I select here metric, it will show me 1,000. If I select here automatic, in my case, it will be still showing me in 1,000 kilometer. Yeah, because it is taking the region here where I'm located. Yeah, so this kind of scale is also available here if you want in the map. So all these options are available here in the map and map options here. Yeah. Now one more thing here in this profit here, some profit here, you can see that we are using the orange color for showing the loss, and we are using the dark blue color for showing the profit. But suppose if you don't like this color palette, you want to use another color palette where you want to highlight the loss with red color and profit with green color, suppose. Yeah, so you don't like this color palette, so you can go to this color palette here, sum of profit. You can click the drop down, and in the drop down you can select here edit colors here. Yeah, in the sum of profit you click on edit colors, and now in the edit colors you will see here the palette. Okay, in the palette it is showing you here automatic. Instead of automatic, I can select here various shades of blue color, orange color, red color, single color. Then I can also select the combination of two colors. Then I'm having here orange blue diverging, red green diverging, green blue diverging. So let me select here red green diverging. Yeah, I select here red green diverging. So see, red color will be showing you negative, and green color will be showing you the positive values. Yeah, so here it is showing me this palette. Let me click on apply. OK. You see here now the state which is having the highest profit or more profit, they are shown in green color, and the states which are having the negative profit or loss, they are shown in red color. And this Texas is having the highest loss, so it is showing in dark red. Yeah, so this color palette I can select here. Yeah, click on the drop down, and here I go for edit colors, and now I can select here. Also here you can see that there are some shades here, but suppose if you want to fix up some shades, you want to have here 5 shades, 6 shades, then you can select here this step color. I select here step color. As soon as I select here step color, then these are the 5 steps here. Okay, so it is dark red, then it becomes light color, light red, then something like very, very light green color, then green color, little bit darker, darker, darker. If you want to have here more steps, you can increase this more steps like this. So you can also make it here 6 steps or 7 steps, you decide. You can also reverse here. See, currently dark color is used for, dark red color is used for loss, and green color it is used for profit. But if I want to reverse it, I can click on this reversed, and when I click on reverse, now loss is shown by green color and profit is shown by red color. Normally we don't like that one, but you can also reverse it. Then here it says use full color range. If I select here use full color range, maybe this color has changed here a little bit. Yeah, I click on apply, okay, and you see now it is looking different. Yeah, now see this Texas is really dark red. Initially it was not that much dark, but now Texas is really dark red, and this California is really dark green. This is also dark green, New York. Yeah, and the other are different shades here. Okay, so this is how you can change the color palette here, and you can also adjust the things here. You can also edit the title here. Let's say this is the title. What is the title of this legend? It is sum bracket profit. If you don't like this title, you can click on the drop down. You can edit the title. Yeah, so sum bracket profit. If you don't like this one, you can write down here total profit. Total profit. I can make it bigger. I can change this thing. Yeah. So see, now it is total profit here. Now, though it is total profit, it is not showing me properly here. I think so. Now it should be showing me in, yeah. See here, when I put this field map onto the dashboard, yeah, then I can see here the dark red, this bold and bigger color. Okay. See in the field map, when I change this total profit, the title, here it is not showing me that formatting options, means it is not showing me the title after the formatting has been done. But if I take this map onto the dashboard, here I'm able to see the things. Because see, for me, what is important? The dashboard is important. Finally, when I'll be bringing all the visualizations together in one place, then the dashboard is important. So in the dashboard, I should be able to see all the formatting. Okay, this is what I can say here, but we'll be talking about the dashboard a little bit later. So here I can do these formatting options. Yeah. So we'll be creating here one last chart here that is known as tree map. Okay, yes. Okay. So now the same thing I'll be also able to show you in the Tableau. So in the Tableau, if I go to the show me, in the show me, I'm having this tree map here. This is my tree map. Yeah, this area. This is the chart here. So for the tree map, what I require here, it is shown below. For the tree map, I require here one or more dimensions and one or two measures. Yeah, so minimum I require one dimension and one measure. Minimum. Okay, if I'm having more dimensions, more measure, that is fine, but at least I require one dimension and one measure. Yeah. So here what I'll do, that I'll be selecting, let's say, subcategory. Okay, I select subcategory, and let me select here quantity, suppose. Okay, subcategory and quantity, you can select here any other field. I select here subcategory and quantity by pressing the control button, and now you can see that my tree map is active. So I click on the tree map. Okay, I click on the tree map, and now my tree map is ready. Very, very easy. Okay, I have taken here subcategory and the quantity. And as you can see that in the tree map, the biggest square, so the biggest rectangle, it is shown on the top left corner. So here binders is having the highest quantity in my, yeah, and then copiers subcategory is having the lowest quantity, which is 242, and here it is 6071. Yeah, and here it is showing you various shades of blue color. This is the dark blue color, so it is having it shows you highest or the subcategory with the highest quantity. And if it is very light color, it means that it is having the lowest quality, say lowest quantity here. Yeah. So this is the tree map. Yeah. In tree map also, if I want to show you some label here, I can put the quantity in the label, so I can see the quantity over here. Yeah. And if I go to the label, in the label also I can here see in the label also I'm having here. If I click the label button, I'm having here all, min, max, selected, highlighted. Yeah, the option that we have seen in the line chart. If I select here min max here, then I can see that accessories, yeah, and tables. If I select here selected is fine, but if I go for here min max, then why it is showing me here accessories and tables. Okay, it is very interesting here because accessory is not having the highest quantity, and definitely tables is not having the lowest quantity. Binders is having the highest quantity, and this is one. This is very interesting. Yeah, if I go for here min max, if I go for highlighted, then highlighted it is fine. Highlighted is working like this. Yeah, but this is interesting. I don't know whether this is an error or not. Yeah, if I go for all, it is fine. But min max, why it is showing me this thing only? You see here what I did, that here if I select here min max, then it was showing me here accessories and tables, okay, which was wrong. What I did, I go to the label, and here in the field, okay, in the field, I see it was showing me automatic. Instead of automatic, I went for yeah. What it is doing here, if I here subcategory, now see on the basis of subcategory, definitely accessories is coming first because it is starting with A. So it is showing me the quantity of accessories because in ascending order it is coming first, and the last one is tables because it's starting with T. So based on the subcategory, accessories is first and tables. So this is what we were discussing here, that when we click on this label and then when we are selecting here the field, then automatically when we select here sum of quantity, then based on the sum of quantity, binders is having the maximum value and copiers is having the minimum value. Yeah. So you likewise you can select here, but let us go for all. Yeah. So this is our tree map. Okay. So let us write down the sheet name here, tree map. Okay, and please save this file because we'll be using this file on a regular basis. So please save it. Okay, save the file. And now we'll be starting with a new file. So I'll request all of you to open a new or a blank Tableau desktop or a Tableau public file. So when you open the Tableau desktop, here we are having the what it says here, jumpstart your analysis with pre-built templates. So there are already some templates which are available. So you can also use this template. Okay, before you start creating anything, it would be my suggestion to check all these templates. If you are lucky, you may get a template, and then what you have to do when the template is ready, you have to just connect your data set. That's all. Okay, maybe you have to do some little bit of modification, but at least you are saving a lot of your time. Okay, so here we are having some yeah, pre-built templates, and here if I click on view more, yeah, when I click on view more, Then here, these are the various templates. Okay. And I can also do some, yeah, these are the various categories here, all, then corporate finance, customer service, digital, and etc. Okay, energy, ESG. So you can also check it at your convenience, all these templates, and maybe specifically for your industry. Let's say I'm in insurance. If I click on this insurance, then these are the various insurance templates which are available. So in the insurance, suppose if I click on this one, insurance claims, suppose, let me click it. And now here we are having this kind of template. Okay. And let me click on open. So see here, this is the template which is already been created by Tableau. It is on insurance claims. And here it says add your data. You can replace the sample data in this accelerator with your own data. The data mapper helps you add data and assign your fields to those used by the accelerator. So suppose if I click on get started, though I don't have any currently any data, but yeah, this is the, here I can connect the data and then it can get connected with all these yeah, the fields which are already available. So this is what I can do over here. Okay, so these are the various, let's say this is the one of the dashboard here. Then there is another dashboard which is known as executive summary. Yeah, it will come over here. You see here, see these are already built. Yeah, so this is about executive summary, then open claims. Yeah, and here this is agents. Okay, how much is paid for the agents, claim reimbursement, average days to close. This is process effectiveness. Yeah, so these kind of templates are a great help for all of us. Okay, great advantage. So you don't have to do anything, just connect the data, do some little bit of modification. Maybe sometimes what happens that sometimes we don't know that what we can, or say what kind of uh, uh, visualization we can create here, what yeah, which type of visualization we want to have it, what it should show. But here you can get lot of let's say ideas, okay, that what you can do. Yeah, so this is one of the example related to insurance, and likewise you can select here many other templates. Yeah, so please go through these templates at your convenience. These templates are available only in the Tableau desktop, okay, not in Tableau public. So now what we'll be doing, that we have seen these accelerators, and I think so this I already mentioned earlier that these are the two sample data set. So if you are not having any kind of data to work with Tableau, then you can simply click this sample superstore. This is our sample superstore data set. So you can and here what has happened that here many of the visualizations are already created for you. So if you click this particular thing, yeah, then it will open up a new Tableau file, and there all the things are already created. So you can also learn from that particular example. Okay, it is possible that I'll not be able to create all the visualizations. Yeah, so at least you can go through this particular report also, which is already created, and here the same sample superstore data set is used. And there is another data set which is known as world indicator, so that also you can see. Yeah, it will give you a lot of ideas, frankly speaking. Okay, this is what I also do. So try to explore these two data sets over here. Please click on Microsoft Excel. Now you know the things how to connect it. So here I'm having the data set Global Superstore 2024, open, and now we are having these three sheet, orders, peoples, and return sheet. And what we'll be doing, we'll be connecting the order sheet here, just order sheet. So bring the order sheet over here. Now see this data set, Global Superstore data set is almost 5 times bigger than the sample superstore dataset. If you remember that sample superstore dataset was containing around 10,000 rows or 10,000 records, while this global superstore dataset, you can see here it is written 24 fields and 51,290 rows. So this is 5 times bigger. Yeah, and this is global superstore. So here we are not focusing on, let's say US and Canada, we are focusing on many other countries. That's why here they've created more number of record. And again, I'm repeating that this is a dummy data set. This is not a real data set. This is a dummy data set. So normally the Tableau trainers, they are either working with the sample superstore data set or the global superstore data set. Both are popular. Now in this global superstore dataset also, almost the number of columns are same. Means the titles are same here you can say, but one or two columns are different. Okay, so here we are also having ship mode, customer ID, customer name in the sample superstore dataset, segment, postal code. Okay, you know these fields very well. City, state, country, region. Now here in the region, we are having here various regions like Oceania, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, yeah, Asia also we are having various categories of Asia, Western Asia, Southeastern Asia, yeah, so on. Okay, even America also, Central America, yeah. So these are here the regions are like this. Okay, in the sample superstore dataset we were having regions like West, East, South, and Central. Okay, but here the regions are like this. Then we have another field which is known as market field. So here we are having market like Asia Pacific, Europe, then USCS, that stands for US Canada, it's very clear. Then we are having LATAM, that is Latin America. Okay, so as such there are here, and plus we have Africa also. So five markets are over here. So this is a new field in global superstore which is not available in the sample superstore dataset, and the other columns are same. Okay, here also we have the, okay, now here we have one extra measure which is known as shipping cost. In the earlier one we did not have shipping cost, but here we are having sales, quantity, discount, profit, and shipping cost. So five measures are over here. Okay, and here we also have one order priority. Okay, that whether it is high, low, or medium. Yeah. So I hope that this is clear. So this is a data set. This is known as Global Superstore 2024 data set. Now what we do, we click on sheet 1. Okay, sheet 1. And now we'll be starting with the first topic, which is known as hierarchy. Okay. So for hierarchy, first of all, let us create one visualization. Yeah. So what I'll do that here, see in this show me, in the show me, I want to create this kind of text table, the first visualization, which is known as text table. Yeah. So what I'll do that I will select here uh, category. Okay, I select here category, and then I press the control button, and then I select here sales. Okay, so category and the sales. I select these both the fields. Okay, and then I click this first visualization in the show me, that is known as the text table. So I click on it. Okay, I click on this, and now here you can see that this is our small table where it is having the furniture, office supplies, and technology, and these are the total sales. Yeah. So this is our text table. Now what we'll do that, as we know that under each category there are subcategories. So there are 3 categories and there are 17 subcategories. So here what now I'll do that I will make this table a little bit bigger. So I will simply click this, I'll drag this subcategory and I'll put it over here. Okay, drag the subcategory and I put it over here. And now you can see that, yeah, I can make it bigger also like this. I can expand. So here we are having category, subcategory. Let me make it, okay, now see here, whenever you are having a table, you will, by default, it will be standard. But now see what happens that if I go for entire view in this table, if I click on entire view, then it will be looking like this. Yeah, this doesn't look good because here we are having the category subcategory, and here the sales is on the extreme right. So this is not looking good. So what I'll do, instead of entire view, I will click here fit height, because if I go for standard, then standard is like this, but now I want to expand down. Okay, I want to go down. So I will click here fit height, and now this is looking better. Okay, I can also adjust manually like this. Yeah. So this is the category, subcategory, and the sales here, total sales over here. Yeah. Now see here, I have to see both the things, that is the category and the subcategory. Now normally this is the situation, okay, that we are having. First of all, we start with the higher level, and then we go with the lower level here. But now suppose if I want to see again only the category, okay, I don't want to see all these subcategories. If I want to see only the category, then what I have to do, I have to remove this subcategory. I remove it out. Okay, now I'm able to see only the category. Now again, if I want to see the subcategory after the category, then what I have to do, again I have to drag the subcategory. I have to put it over here, and again I can see the subcategory. Now this is not a good process here. Okay, so what I want to do here, that whenever I want to see only the categories, I will be able to see only categories. When I want to see the category and the subcategory, then I should be able to see both the levels. This is what is my requirement. Currently, I have to remove the subcategory, again bring the subcategory. This is not looking good. So here, what we'll do, that we will go for a concept known as hierarchy. You have already gone through that concept in Power BI session. So here now we'll be seeing how to create a hierarchy. Now to create a hierarchy, we are having here two methods. So I'll show you both the methods. The first method is this, that we have to select that field which is coming at the top level in the hierarchy. Okay. So in our case, we are having here category, subcategory, and below subcategory, if you want, I can also put here market as another level of hierarchy. So suppose if I drag here market, then here I can see that there are various market. Though this is not looking good, but yeah, here this is the market. Okay, or I can also remove this market. I can bring here segment. Yeah, so segment is better because here we are having three segments. So this is also, you can say, this is the three levels of hierarchy. Though we have not really created a hierarchy, but you can say that we can assume that this is like an hierarchy. Category, subcategory, and here I have taken segment. Yeah. So now in these three levels, suppose if I go with these three levels of hierarchy, yeah, then what we'll be doing now, that we'll be creating the hierarchy with the first method. So in the first method, as I said, that you have to select that field which is coming at the top level of the hierarchy, top level in the hierarchy. So that is our category. Okay. So now you see here, I'm selecting this category. I click the drop down. And when I click the drop down here, there is one option known as hierarchy. Okay. So go to the category, click the drop down and go in this list, go to the hierarchy. And in the hierarchy, there is one option here known as create hierarchy. Yeah. So I click on create hierarchy. And now here, when I click on create hierarchy, here it is asking me what is the name of the hierarchy. So let's say I give here the hierarchy name as products. Okay. Products hierarchy. It is not compulsory that you should write that word hierarchy. You can simply write down the title of the hierarchy, that is known as products. Okay. You can give your own name also over here. So name is products. I click on OK button. And now you see here that here our hierarchy has been created. Okay. So here we are able to see the hierarchy. Okay. So products is the hierarchy name, and below the products hierarchy, we are having the first level of hierarchy, which is known as category. So category is available. Now what we'll be doing here, that we below the category, I want to bring the subcategory. So now what I can do here, I can select this subcategory. I can click the drop down in the subcategory, and in the subcategory I go to hierarchy. Now see, in the subcategory hierarchy, now I'm having two options. What are the two options? Add to hierarchy. I can add this subcategory to the already created hierarchy, which is known as product hierarchy, or I can also create another hierarchy. There are two options. Okay. Now see, just now it doesn't make any sense to go for creating another hierarchy. So I will go for this option, subcategory, drop down, hierarchy. In the hierarchy, I go for add to hierarchy. In the add to hierarchy, I select these products. Okay, so I click on products, and now you can see that subcategory is part of the hierarchy. Okay, below the category, we are having now subcategory. Okay, here the level is very important. You should always start with the top level. In case of Power BI also, it is the same thing. Yeah. So category, subcategory, these two levels are created. Now what we want to do, we want to have this segment below the subcategory. So I can also go over here to the segment, click the drop down, segment drop down. I go to hierarchy, and in the hierarchy, I go to add to hierarchy, and the add to hierarchy, I select here products. So I click products, and now did it came or not? Yeah, segment is there. Sorry. Yes, segment is there now. So category, subcategory, and segment. Yeah. So this is one method of creating the hierarchy. And now you can see here, as soon as you have created the hierarchy, category, subcategory, and segment, now you can see that these are the minus sign. Yeah. So in yesterday also we saw in the order date, whenever we are having the plus sign, it means that there is another level of hierarchy. Yeah. So here, if I want to see here, we are able to see all the three levels of hierarchy. Now, if I want to see only the category level, then in front of the category, there is a minus sign. I can click on the minus sign here. And now I only see the three categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. If I click on plus sign here in the category, it expands to subcategory. So see, now it is showing me subcategory. And if I click on the plus sign of subcategory, I can also see the segment. Again, if I want to come back to subcategory, I can click the minus sign. So now we are back to category and subcategory. And if I want to see only category, I can click the minus sign and I can see only this thing. Okay, so this is the advantage of creating the hierarchy. Yeah. By default, when you are having the date field, then the hierarchy is already created. You don't have to create a hierarchy for the date field, as we saw yesterday. But if you want to create this kind of hierarchy, then it is also possible. Manually also you can create this kind of hierarchy: category, subcategory, segment. You can also go for category, subcategory, and product name, or you can go for category, subcategory, region, or category, subcategory, and ship mode. Okay, or category, uh, region, and market. So there are many options over here for creating the hierarchy. Okay, so this is one of the method of creating the hierarchy. Now what we can do, that if I want to show you another method of creating the hierarchy, then let us remove this hierarchy. Okay, so I will select this products hierarchy. Let us select the products hierarchy, click on the drop down, and the drop down we have one option known as remove hierarchy. Okay, so I'll now show you the second method, but before that I have to remove this hierarchy. So select the products, click on the drop down, and then you click on here, remove hierarchy. When you click on remove hierarchy, now you can see that categories, segment, and subcategory, they are all separate fields now. Okay, they are all now shown separately here. So now I will show you another method of creating the hierarchy. And what is that method? Here, I will start with this subcategory. Okay, I'll start with the subcategory, and then with the help of my mouse, I will select this subcategory field from the left hand side, and then what I'll do, I will drop it. I will drop it on the category. Again, I repeat, I select the subcategory field from the left hand side, and then I drop it on the category field here. Okay, so just drop it on the category field. When you drop it, then here it is asking you to give the name to the hierarchy. Yeah, so here by default it is showing you the name, category, comma, subcategory, but this doesn't make any sense. So let us remove this one, and now I write down here again the same hierarchy that is known as products hierarchy. Okay, so hierarchy, I'm giving the name here, products hierarchy. Click on OK button. So now you can see here that again that product hierarchy is created. What I did, I took the, see, suppose if I do it reverse, suppose if I take the category and if I drop it on the subcategory, let us see what happens. Okay, so I'm removing this hierarchy. Now what I'll do, I will take this category and I'll drop it on the subcategory. Let us see what happens. So when I drop it, when I drop the category on the subcategory, let me give here the name, products, products hierarchy. Click on OK button, and now you see here the level. First of all, it is showing you the subcategory and then it is showing the category. Now this is wrong. First of all, what we want to have the category because it's the highest level, and then we want to have the subcategory. So that's why when you are dropping the field, one field into another field, remember that you have to always start with the lower level of hierarchy. So select that lower level of hierarchy, that yeah, and then drop it on the higher level of hierarchy. Yeah, so this is not okay. So I will delete, remove. So now what I'll do, again I'll do the same thing. I will take this subcategory and I'll drop it on the category. And now here I'll be giving the name products, products hierarchy. And now this is the correct level, category, subcategory. Okay, so remember the sequence. And now what I can do, I want to also take this segment into the category, sorry, into the hierarchy. So I can select this segment. Now see this segment, either I can go to drop down. I can select the drop down in this segment. I can go to hierarchy, and the hierarchy I can go to add to hierarchy and products. This is one method. Or I can select this segment and I can drag this segment, and what I do, I bring it over here. See, I'm bringing over here in the hierarchy, and what I have to do, see here you can see that black line. So currently that black line is below the subcategory. So what does it mean? That the segment will be placed after the subcategory. If I take it little bit above the segment, then it will come between category and subcategory. Okay, I want to put this segment after the subcategory, so I can drop it over here, and now you can see that this segment is coming after the subcategory. Yeah, so here this is how I can drag and drop. Okay, so this is one thing. Yeah, now here also you can see again the plus sign. I can click on the category plus sign, it opens up subcategory. If I click on plus sign in subcategory, it opens up the segment. So here the hierarchy is already there. So these are the two methods of creating the hierarchy. You can decide which method is better for you. Either you create one hierarchy and then you drop, then you select that hierarchy again and again, and you create your 2, 3 levels of hierarchy. Yeah, and yeah. See this hierarchy. Why this hierarchy is important? Because when you want to do this analysis, yeah, you can also create a hierarchy here by normally people they also create hierarchy that is known as, let's say, geographical hierarchy. What does the geographical hierarchy contains? It contains, let's say, if you are having the data of various countries, and those countries are available in different continents, then you can in your geographical hierarchy you can start with the continent. Okay, then below the continent you have country, below country you have state, below state you have city, and below city you may have postal code. It all depends how many columns you are having. So here many people what they do, that they also create a hierarchy for this country, city. Yeah, uh, here we don't have postal code in this data set, but we have here state. Okay, sorry, postal code is over here. Yeah, so there are 4 geographical hierarchies, so geographical levels. So here also I can create a geography hierarchy, okay, which will contain 4 levels of hierarchy, and that also I can use it in any of the chart. Yeah. Okay. So this is all about the hierarchy, and in hierarchy, once you created the hierarchy, you can use it for creating any kind of visualization. Clear? Yeah. So please give the sheet name here. Sheet name here will be giving as name as hierarchy. Yeah, so that you know that what you have done over here. So this is the hierarchy sheet. So if this is clear, hierarchy, then the next topic that I'll be now discussing, it is known as grouping or creating the groups. Yeah, so let us go to the new sheet here, new sheet. And in the grouping also, there are various methods of creating the groups. So let us start with the first method here. Yeah, so we'll be going for the first method, which is known as grouping by header. Okay, so let us give the sheet name here, that is grouping by header. Grouping by header, that's the sheet name here. Yeah, so I'll show you here three different methods of creating the grouping. So grouping by header. So here, what we'll be doing that, let us create one visualization here first of all. So what I'll do, I will take these sales in the columns area, sales in the columns, and then I take the market here, market. We are having here market field. So that market field, I'll put it here in the rows section. So sales in the columns and market in the rows section. And what I'll do, I will make it entire view. Okay, make it entire view. If you want, you can also do the sorting here, descending sorting, ascending sorting. So I will click on the sales and there is a descending sorting here. So I've done here descending sorting where we can see that Asia Pacific is having the highest sales, followed by Europe, US, Canada, Latin America, and Africa. So 5 things are there. Now grouping. Okay. So let us understand what is the purpose of creating the grouping here. So see, currently it is showing me 5 markets. Now let's say I want to club some of the markets and I want to see the, let's say the overall effect of those 2 markets. So one of the example which I can take over here is, let's say I want to group, let's say Latin America and US, Canada, suppose. Okay. I want to see that what is the total sales of US, Canada, and Latin America. Yeah, and that total sales I want to compare it with Asia Pacific. Yeah, currently you can see that Asia Pacific is having the highest sales. So I want to do the grouping of these 2 markets. Yeah. So what I can do now I'll show you the first method of creating the grouping. I will select this US Canada. Okay, select this US Canada bar. Then we have to also select Latin America because I want to do the grouping of these 2 markets. So I'll be pressing the control button because I've already selected one market. So I'll press the control button and now I select Latin America. So 2 markets are now selected. And now what I do, after selecting these 2 markets by pressing the control button, I put my pointer here on one of the selected market. And when I put my pointer here, yesterday we have already seen keep only and exclude. Now we'll be using this one. Which one? This one, this pin button that is known as group members. So when I click this button, pin button, when I click it, so now something has happened. You see here, when I clicked on the pin button, something has happened. This one, pin button. Okay. What has happened here? You first of all see on the right hand side here. On the right hand side, you can see that this blue color, it is for Latin America and US, Canada. and the rest are others. Okay, suppose if I click over here, just hold on. If I click somewhere over here, then I can see that now Asia Pacific, Europe, and Africa, they are of gray color, which is shown over here. It is shown as others, and this US, Canada, and Latin America, they are shown together because that we have what we have created here, a group. Yeah, so this is one group, and the second group is others. But now what has happened here, that though I've created a group, yeah, and plus you can also see one more thing here on the left hand side. On the left hand side, you can see here that after the market field, we are having a new field which is known as market bracket group. Yeah, this field has been created now. How this field was created? Because we clicked on that pin icon. Yeah, when we selected these two fields, two markets, and then we clicked on that pin icon, then what happened, that a grouping was created, and here a new field has been created which is known as market bracket group. This is automatically created by Tableau. You don't have to do anything. Yeah. In case of Power BI also, it is the same concept, that there also the group is created automatically. So market bracket group is created. Now what is the problem here, that I want to see only one bar of US, Canada, and Latin America. Okay, whatever is the total sales of US, Canada, and Latin America, I want to see only one bar. And I want to see another bar which will take care of the other regions. Okay, whatever the other markets are available, I want to see it as others. So I want to see in my bar chart only two bars, one for Latin America and US, Canada together, and second one will be others. That's all what I want to see. But just now here I'm able to see all the 5 bars. Now what I'll do, I will remove this market field here. In the rows section, we are having the market field. Just bring it, sorry, just bring it out. Okay, just remove it, this market, remove this market field. And now what we'll do, we will drag, yeah, once we remove this market field from the row section, now we will drag this market bracket group. This market bracket group, this field will be putting here in the rows section. Yeah, remove the market field from the row section, and now you drag this market bracket group into the row section, and now you can see there are only 2 bars here. Latin America and US, Canada, 1 bar, and the rest, all the other 3 markets are coming as others. So this is what we wanted. Yeah. Okay. So just practice, bring this market bracket group. If I remove this market bracket group, and if I again drag this simple market field, if I drag the market field over here, again my these 5 markets are shown. Okay, but I don't want to see like that. So I remove the market field. I drag the market bracket group. Now see here, if you want to change the name of this field, by default it is shown like this, market bracket group. But instead of that, I can right click over here. Yeah, and I can create here rename, and in the rename I can write down here market grouping. I can also write down like this, market grouping. Yeah, or market groups also, whatever. So market groups, I can rename it, and now I will drag these market groups over here in the row section, and now we can see these two things here. Okay, so suppose if you want to rename, see this Latin America and US, Canada, this doesn't look good. Let's say here I want to give the title as uh, North and South America, let's say. Okay, I don't want to specifically mention like this, but I want to write down, or Americas, suppose if I want to write down Americas, yeah, then also it is possible. So what I'll do now, uh, if I want to do any modification here, yeah, any modification in this grouping, then I have to go to this market groups here. Okay, where this field is already created. So I go to this market groups. I click on the drop down here. Okay, just check it here. Go to the market groups or market bracket groups. Click on the drop down. And when you click on the drop down, you are having one option here known as edit groups. Okay, edit groups. And before I show you this edit groups, one thing also you can see here that you can see that there is a pin icon here. Yeah, so if you want to identify that which is the grouping icon here or grouping field, you can identify with the pin icon here. Yeah, so this is important. So now what I'll do, I want to modify these groupings. So I'll go to this market groups. I click on the drop down and here I click on edit group. I click on edit group and here I get this dialog box, edit group, market groups. The field name is market groups. And these are the two groups, others and Latin America. Now here, if I want to change the name of this grouping, yeah, I can double click over here in this Latin America and US Canada, double click. Or I can right click also over here, better to right click on this Latin America and US Canada, right click. Then here we have the option rename. I can select this group also. I can click on rename also. There is a button here, rename. Yeah, so I write down here, let's say Americas. Suppose just an example, okay? Don't misunderstand me because just now there are a lot of discussions going on. Yeah, so I don't want to be part of that political discussions here. Yeah, so Americas, okay? And then here we are having others. Now suppose I don't want to see others, I want to see the other regions. Like separately I want to see Asia, Pacific, Europe and Africa. I don't want to see everything in others. Then here you can see that we are having here one tick mark known as include others. Include others. So if I remove this tick mark, as soon as I remove the tick mark, now you can see that here we are having separate markets, region, Asia, Pacific and Europe. Yeah, if I click again, then all these remaining markets will be coming under others. But let me remove this tick mark. And when I remove the tick mark in front of include others, I click on apply, OK. And now you can see that there are here 4 markets: Americas, Africa, Asia Pacific and Europe. If I click on this, if I do the descending order, in the descending order now, Americas is having the highest sales overall. Then comes Asia Pacific, then Europe and then Africa. And you see the colors here. You see there are 4 markets, so it will show you 4 different colors. And as I told you yesterday that if you are not happy with these colors, you can change the colors over here. Yeah, from this area. But what I'll do, I will bring this legend from the right hand side. I will bring this legend and I'll put it over here. That also we did yesterday. Yeah, so that here we are having some space. Okay. So this is what is the grouping. So now what I want to do, that I want to club, let's say Europe and Africa, suppose. Yeah, I want to do another grouping here where I want to group the Europe and Africa. So if I want to do the grouping, you know the method. Either I can select both these columns or both these bars and I can do the grouping. This is one method. Or again, I can go to this market group here, market group, click the drop down. And then in the drop down, I go for here, edit group. And now here, again, this dialog box has come up, edit group. Now what I want to do, I want to group Africa and Europe, suppose. So I select here Africa, press the control button, and I select here Europe. So see, these two markets are selected, Africa and Europe. Yeah, I have not selected Asia Pacific because Asia Pacific is having a highest good amount of sales. So I'm grouping here Africa and Europe. And then what I can do, I can click here this button, group. Okay, I click on group. And when I click on group, now it is telling me, it is giving me the combined name. Okay, select both the markets, click on the group button. Now this is the name. Suppose if I don't want to give this name, uh, suppose if I want to write down like this, that is uh, of EU, suppose. Okay, just a small simple name of EU. Okay, of EU. Yeah, I give the name to this grouping. So now what we are having this one group which is consisting of Africa and Europe. Another group is consisting of Americas, that is Latin America and US, Canada, and there is a third one which is just simple Asia Pacific. Okay, and once this grouping is done, yeah, you can click on apply, okay, and now you can see here these three groupings: Americas, AFEU, and then Asia Pacific. This is how you do the grouping. And when you want to remove the grouping, I have shown you. You can go to this grouping, market grouping, drop down, edit grouping. And here, if you want to remove this grouping of Asia, this Africa and Europe, I can select this group, select the group, and here you are having one button known as ungroup. Yeah, so if I select this grouping AFEU, if I click on ungroup, now there are three countries, three markets here, and Americas. I click on apply, okay, and now we are having here Americas, Asia Pacific, Europe, and Africa. I have removed that grouping, one of the grouping. So whenever you want to see, once you do the grouping for the first time, then this kind of group field is created. And then if you want to modify anything, then better you go to this group field, click the drop down, edit group, and then you can do the grouping, ungrouping, whatever. Yeah. So this is one of the method of doing the grouping, that we did the grouping directly in the our this area. Okay. Now let us go to the new sheet here. In the new sheet, I'll be showing you now another grouping. See, we are having here, let's say we create one visualization first of all in this new sheet. So create a new sheet, and here we'll be taking the, let's say, the sales. I put it in the columns, and I take the subcategory. Okay, subcategory, I put it in the rows section. Okay, see here, if I take the subcategory, then automatically subcategory is having the plus sign, because here we are having the subcategory is part of the hierarchy. So even if I take the subcategory, it is showing me this plus sign, because if I click on the plus sign, it will show me the segment. But currently I don't want to see the segment, so I will click on this minus sign here in the subcategory. So just take the subcategory level, sales and subcategory. Yeah, let us make it entire view. Okay, entire view. Now here I'm not doing the sorting based on the sum of sales. I will keep this sorting as it is. This sorting is based on the alphabetical order. Yeah, it starts with accessories and it ends with tables. So I'm not doing here any kind of sorting. Now, if you want to create a group, okay, where let's say I take one example here. I want to create a group for these three subcategories, which are starting with alphabet A. Okay, so I want to create a group which will consist of accessories, appliances, and art. Okay, I want to create a subcategory. No, sorry, a group. Now, as I showed you earlier, that I can select this accessories bar, then I press the control button, and then I select here appliances and art, and then I can click on this pin button, and it will create a group field over here. Yeah, this is one method which I showed you earlier. Now there is another method. that what I can do here, I can go to this subcategory. Yeah, here it is written subcategory. I click the drop down, select the subcategory field, click the drop down. In the drop down, you go to this option known as create. Go to the option known as create. In the create, you are having here four options: calculated field, group, set, and parameter. Okay, in the create, we are having calculated field, group, set, and parameter. What we want to do just now, we want to create a group. Yeah. So go to the subcategory field, create, and you click here, group. Click group. So see, now it is showing you the field name. Field name is subcategory bracket group. If you want, I can also remove this group. I can write down here subcategory grouping. I'll give my own name here, subcategory grouping, let's say. You can also go for the default name. It's not compulsory that you have to give your own name. You can also go for the default name. So subcategory grouping. Yeah. Now here, currently no groups have been created. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to do the grouping of accessories, appliances, and art. So just I showed you earlier, what I'll do, I'll select these accessories. Yeah, I cannot select here two items together. So what I have to do, I have to press the control button. So select accessories, then press control button, and then you select here appliances and art. Yeah. So three subcategories I have selected here. Yeah, by pressing the control button, and now I click on group button here, group. So now this group has been created. Now what I do here, when the group is created, then by default the names are written like this. Whatever the names of subcategories are written, it is shown like this: accessories, comma, appliances, comma, art. Yeah, I don't like this name. What I'll do, I'll give my own name here for this group, for this new group. I'll write down here small office appliances, suppose. So, yeah, so here I've given the name to this new group, which is known as small office appliances. You can give any name here. Okay. So small office appliances here. Yeah. Then once I've created this grouping, now I can decide that whether this other subcategories, whether I want to put it in others or I want to show it separately. Yeah, because currently all these other subcategories, they'll be shown separately in your this bar chart. But if I do want to see only two bars, one is small office appliances and other one will be others, then what I can do, I can click on this others, include others, I can tick mark. And when I tick mark over here, you can see that all these other subcategories are coming in other. Yeah. But let me remove this tick mark. I want to show it individually. Yeah, so only one group is created, small office appliances. I click on apply, OK, apply, OK. Now you see here, currently this chart has not changed. Though the grouping we have created, but the chart has not changed. Why? Because just this grouping has been created here. The grouping field has been created. Now what we have to do? If I want to see the grouping here, then what I have to do? You know the process. I bring this subcategory grouping over here. Subcategory grouping, you put it in the row section. And then what you do, you remove this small subcategory, this simple subcategory field, you remove it, keep only subcategory grouping. Yeah, just keep here some small subcategory grouping. And now you can see here, let me do the uh, descending order. When I go for the descending order, I can see here small office appliances, then phones, copiers, chairs, etc. Yeah. So just if you want to see the grouping, then you have to bring that grouping field over here. You cannot keep it here simple subcategory field. You have to bring the subcategory grouping over here. Then only you will be able to see the grouping here. Yeah, so this is the grouping. So likewise, you can bring other groupings also. You can create other groupings also. Yeah, suppose add, if I want to add these binders to this small office appliances group, then what should I do? Yeah, I want to add these binders to this small office appliances. So I will go to this subcategory grouping here. In the subcategory grouping, I click the drop down. In the drop down subcategory grouping drop down, I click on edit group, as I have shown you earlier, edit group. Now here, again that dialog box has come up, subcategory grouping. I click this arrow button. Okay. And now what I'll do, here the binders is there. Yeah. What I can do, there are two methods here to add these binders to this small office appliances. I can select these binders. Yeah, the first method is that I select these binders, and after selecting the binders, you see here one drop down. Okay, select the binders, and then you see here the drop down. What it says here, add to. Add to. In the add to, if I click the drop down, I can see here the group which I've already created, that is known as small office appliances. So I can click this small office appliances, add to small office appliances, and now here you can see that binders is now part of the small office appliances. This is one method. Okay. If I select here drop down, now let me show you another method. See, I brought these binders separately. Yeah, now it is separate. Now what I can do, if I want to add these binders to the small office appliances, I can select these binders and I can drop it. Yeah, I select these binders and then I can drop it on these small office appliances. If I drop it on the small office appliances, so now you can see that binders is part of the small office appliances. This is how we do. Okay, so you can go for any method. Either you select the binders and then you click here drop down and you can select here whichever group you want to add. Yeah, or you can drop it over here. Just drop that binders to the grouping title and it is done. Good. So once I add the binders, I click on apply. Important part is apply. OK. And now here you can see that binders is not shown separately. It is part of now the small office appliances. Yeah. So this is how you are doing the grouping in the data window. This is not a data window. So what we did, we directly went to the data window. We selected the subcategory field. We created the grouping and then we use that grouping over here in the visualization. Yeah, so that is known as grouping. Let us write down here the sheet name, grouping, uh, grouping in data window. Okay, this is known as data window. Yeah, here there's the title data. Yeah, so grouping in data window. Yeah, so either you first of all do the grouping and then you do the visualization, or from the visualization also you can do the grouping. So I've shown you both the methods. Whichever method is fine to you, you can go for it. Let us go for the final topic of the grouping. So here, let us go for the sheet name. That is, you can give the sheet name like visual grouping. Okay, give the sheet name here, visual grouping. So here we'll be creating a scatter chart. Okay, up till now we have not created a scatter chart in Tableau. I hope that you must have created in Power BI. So let us create here a scatter chart. As for scatter chart, we are also having in show me. Okay, show me here. You can see that this is your scatter plot. In here it is known as scatter plot. In case of Power BI it is known as scatter chart, but they are same. Okay, so here we are having this scatter plot, and for scatter plot it says that we require minimum two measures. Okay, because scatter plot for both for x-axis and y-axis we require two numerical fields. So two measures are required minimum. If we are having more measure, that is fine, but minimum two measures. And if we have dimensions or not, that's fine. Yeah, if we put some dimension, that's also okay. We can go for further analysis, but otherwise this scatter plot we require minimum two measures. Okay, so let us do one thing, that here what we do, we will use this show me by clicking this visualization, but currently you can see that I cannot click it. So what we'll do, we will select here, let's say sales. Yeah, I take the sales and I take the profit. Okay, let us take these two measures. You can go for any other measure. You can go for sales and shipping cost, and profit and shipping cost, or profit and quantity, or sales and quantity, whichever combination you want to go. I will go with this sales and profit. Okay, and then what I'll do, I will also select uh, one dimension here. So I'll select one dimension that is known as subcategory. Okay, so I'll also select this subcategory by pressing the control button. So just select here subcategory, profit and sales. Okay, subcategory, profit and sales. And then you select here this particular scatter chart here. Yeah, over here. So I select this scatter chart. And when I select the scatter chart, this is my scatter chart. Okay, this is my scatter chart. Let me make it entire view. Okay, I can also bring this legend here, though this is a legend, very long legend, that also I can put it over here. So there are here 17 circles because there are 17 subcategories here. So this is a scatter chart. Yeah. Now, normally the scatter chart is having many dots or many circles. Yeah, here we are having 17 subcategories. But suppose if I put my pointer on one of these circle, what it shows me here? It shows here accessories. This is the subcategory known as accessories, and then whatever it is showing me the profit and the sales, this is the total profit and the total sales. I repeat, here it is doing the aggregation. Yeah, because if you see here, it is showing you sum of sales and sum of profit. So whenever you are creating these kind of uh, scatter chart or scatter plot, it is doing the summation. Now normally in the scatter chart we don't do the summation. Yeah. So if you want to remove this aggregation, let's say you don't want to see sum of sales and sum of profit, you want to see here simple sales and simple profit. Yeah. Then what you have to do, you have to go to this analysis tab. Click on the analysis tab, and in the analysis tab you can see that there is one option here known as aggregate measures. Okay, and there is a tick mark over here. So currently what we have done here, that there is an aggregation. It is doing the summation of profit and sales. So if I go to analysis tab, and if I click on this aggregate measures, yeah, if I click it, now you see here, see these are the individual points here. Yeah, these are individual record now. It is not doing the aggregation because see here it is written sales and profit. Again, I'm repeating what I have to do. I have to go to this analysis tab, and here you will see that in your case, if there is a tick mark here by default, so aggregate measures is active. But if I don't want to do the aggregation of the measures, I have to come to this analysis tab and I have to simply click this aggregate measures. and then this aggregation will be removed. So this is the actual scatter plot, okay, where it is showing you individual points. Okay, that let's say this point it is showing you for machines, and this is one of the record where sales is 8,000 and the profit is negative 3,840. These are the individual points here. Yeah. Now let us do the aggregation. Okay, suppose if I want to do the aggregation of the sales and profit, again I go to this analysis tab, and the analysis tab I click on this, again this same option, aggregate measures. I click on aggregate measures, and now again these individual, this 17 dots are available. Okay. Now I will show you one more method here of doing the grouping. So let's say this 4 circles. Yeah, this is accessories, this is appliances, this is storage, and this is machines. Suppose if I want to do the grouping of these 4 subcategories, then how I can do this thing? Yeah, see, I can select here this one circle, then I can press the control button, then I select the second circle, third circle, fourth circle. I can do this method which I showed you earlier. But instead of that, because see, sometimes this, suppose if you want to select 15 circles, they are nearby each other. So to select individually one circle by pressing the control button, it's a tedious process. Yeah. So what you can do here, that if you want to select these 4 circles, you can create with the help of your mouse this kind of rectangle. Yeah. So with the help of your mouse, you select these 4 circles, and now you can see that all these 4 circles are selected. You can, once your 4 circles are selected, you can right click over here, right click, and the right click, you can see here there is an option known as group. Okay. So again I'm repeating, with the help of your mouse, you select these 4 circles. These 4 circles are selected, then you select one of, you put your pointer on one of the circle, right click. Yeah, either you can right click, see, either you can right click here, or you can put your pointer on this circle, one of the circle, and then you will be able to see this pin icon. Yeah, but let me right click here. When I right click, I can see here group. I click here group, and now here you can see that another grouping has been created. See, already we have created subcategory grouping. Now another grouping has been created. Yeah. So this is how you do the grouping. Likewise, you can select, yeah, let's say this is one grouping. Then you can select here. Now, if you want to create another grouping, you have to go to this subcategory group, click the drop down, go to edit groups, and here now you can create other groups. Yeah, you can remove this include other, just remove the tick mark in front of include other, and now you can do any other grouping here. Yeah, one grouping is you already done here. So this is how you do the grouping in the visual. Yeah, miss, earlier also it was the visual here. Yeah, but here we can create the grouping by creating this kind of rectangle. Yeah, so that is, it's very easy. Okay, so this is what is grouping. Yeah, so let us save the file in between. Okay, so then let us go further here. So now we are going for the next topic, which is known as sets. So see, when I'll talk about the sets, then sometimes maybe you may get confused between groups and sets. Yeah, but definitely we'll be also seeing the differences between the groups and sets, because both are almost similar topic, but there are differences over there. Okay, so grouping, I hope that it is clear. So now let us go for the sets. So we'll create another sheet over here. Now in the case of these sets also, we'll be creating here 2 different kind of sheet. So first of all, let us create one visualization here. Yeah, so what we'll be doing, that we'll be creating here, we'll be dragging the subcategory here. Okay. Now what I'll do that I'll remove this, or let us keep this hierarchy. I'll take this subcategory, I'll put it in the rows section, and I'll take the sales, I'll put it in the columns. Okay. So here we have created a bar chart, sales in the columns and subcategory in the rows. Let us go for entire view, and then I do the sorting, descending sorting. Okay, so do the descending sorting and entire view. So here we can see that phones is having the highest sales, followed by copiers, chairs, bookcases, and so on. Yeah, and labels is having the lowest sales over here. So this is a simple bar chart. Now we will go for a concept known as sets. Yeah. So before I go for the sets, let us give here the label. So for label, I've already told you that either I can put here, I want to see here the total sales. So what I'll do here, I will drag the sales onto the label. This is one method. Or what I can do, I can click this T icon here on the top area. Yeah, this is the T that I've already shown you. So I click the T, and when I click the T, yeah, this T button, then I can see all these total number of sales. Yeah. Now here I would like to create a set where the sum of sales has to be less than or equal to 400,000. Just now you can see that till furnishing, the total sales is 385,156, and then from binders, the total sales is more than 400,000. So I want to create a set where I want to see those subcategories whose sum of sales is less than or equal to 400,000. Yeah, that is what I want to do here. So for creating the set here, what we'll be doing, that will be selecting this uh, subcategory. Okay, or I can do one thing, I can go to this subcategory, this one on the left hand side, select the subcategory, click the drop down, and in the subcategory drop down I go to create. Okay, so subcategory drop down create, and then in the create I select here set. Earlier we had selected here group. Now what I do, in the subcategory create, I select here set. So I click here set. When I click the set, then here this create set dialog box is created. Okay, so here we can see that there are these this is the name of the set. Yeah, you can go for this default name also, subcategory set. This is also fine. Now here we are having the three tabs over here, that is general, condition, and top. Yeah, so in the general, what I can do, I can create my own set. Let's say I want to see here, I want to see here in the set, I want to see accessories, binders. Yeah, randomly I'm selecting some subcategories, copiers, fasteners, furnishing. Let's say I want to select here 5 subcategories and I want to put it into one set. Yeah, so randomly I've selected some subcategories, and then after selecting these subcategories, then what I do, I click on OK button. I click on OK button, and now what has happened here, that here a subcategory set has been created. Yeah, just like grouping, just like this subcategory grouping, yeah, and these market groups here, once you create the set, then it is written like this subcategory set. You can also give your own name, and here you can see the icon. It is having a Venn diagram icon here. Yeah, this is the Venn diagram icon. So this is a set has been created. Okay, now up till now we have not seen here any effect of the set, because just now I'm able to see all the subcategories here. Now what we'll do, that once you create this set here, then this set, what we have to do, we have to put it on the color. Okay, put this subcategory set on this color panel or color box. And when you put the subcategory into the color, now you can see that this is my set. Okay, whatever is this blue color, this is part of the set, and whatever are this gray color, they are not part of the set. Yeah, so in my set, I'm having here copiers, binders, accessories, furnishings, and fasteners here. See here, it will not be, uh, let's say, shown together. Okay, you will not see only one column, one bar, which will be consisting of copiers and accessories and binders and furnishings together. No, it is not like grouping here. Okay, so here also there is a difference. In the grouping, we normally see only one bar of that group. But here in the set, I'll be able to distinguish the subcategories which are in the set by this blue color. And here you can see on the right hand side, here it is written in German, ein and aus, but in your case, it will be written here in and out. In the set, I'll be having only two things, in and out, whether it is inside the set or whether it is outside the set. Okay. So here, whichever subcategories are inside the set, they are shown in blue color, and whichever the subcategories which are outside the set, they are shown in gray color. This is what is set. Okay. So this is one method of creating the set, that we randomly selected some subcategories and we put it into set, and now it is identified with the help of this blue color. This is one method. Then what I want to do, that I want to modify this set and I want to take only those subcategories whose sum of sales is less than or equal to 400,000. That is what is my condition for the set. So here this set is already created, subcategory set. I click on the drop down, and then in the drop down, once I click on the subcategory set drop down, I can see here edit set. Earlier we saw edit group. Now here we can see edit set. If I click on the edit set, I again get this dialog box. Okay, so what we had done, we had randomly selected these few of the subcategories. Now what I'll do, I'll click on none. Yeah, I'll click here none. So all these tick marks are gone. So now I'll not use this general panel. I will go for the condition panel. Yeah, instead of general, in general, you remove this tick mark by clicking on the none button. Yeah, so all are gone. Now you go to condition, and in the condition, we have to put here the condition that the sum of sales has to be less than or equal to 400,000. So in the condition panel, it says here by default none. Instead of none, I select here by field. Okay, by field, and in the by field, it is automatically taking sales, sum of sales. Yeah, because here we have taken the sum of sales. So by field sum of sales, and now here I have to select the operator. So here we are having equal to, not equal to, less than or equal to, greater, greater than or equal to. So there are 6 operators over here in the drop down. So what I have to do, I want to select here this operator, less than or equal to. So I select here less than or equal to, and now here I write down 400,000. You can give your own figure. I'm giving here the figure 400,000. Okay, just take care of the zeros. So sum of sales has to be less than or equal to 400,000. That's all. Okay, these things are not compulsory. So once you set up this sum of sales is less than or equal to 400,000, you can click on apply, OK, and now you can see that these 7 subcategories, they are part of the set because their sum of sales is less than or equal to 400,000. Yeah, and they are shown with the blue color. And all these other subcategories whose sum of sales are greater than 400,000, they are not part of the set. They are outside the set. That's why it is shown here in and out. Now see, remember that one of the difference which I showed you over here, that in the set, what is the thing that in the set we can see individual bars. We will not be able to see one bar only for the whole set. We'll be able to see individual bars here. This is one difference between the set and the groups. Yeah, in groups we'll see a common bar. Yeah. Then the another difference over here is that in the groups, I can create 2 groups, 3 groups, 100 groups also. While in case of set, I'm having only two things, in and out. Yeah. I cannot have here three kind of sets. Okay. Remember this thing. In the sets, we can have only two types, in and out. Yeah. While in case of groups, I can have 2 groups, 3 groups, 15 groups, 100 groups, 200 groups also that I can create. This is second difference between the groups and sets. Okay. Now, the third difference over here in the sets is this, that sets are dynamic. If you want to write down, you can write down this thing that sets are dynamic while groups are static. Okay. Sets are dynamic and groups are static. Now, what do you mean by this sentence? See, today, these furnishings, its sum of sales is 385,156. Now, suppose if I here bring more data, okay, let's say I am now bringing here data of, let's say, 2025, suppose. Then what will happen that it is possible that these furnishings sum of sales may cross 400,000. So if the furnishing sum of sales crosses 400,000, then automatically furnishing subcategory will be out of the set. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, because here you have fixed up the condition that the sum of sales has to be less than or equal to 400,000. So as soon as any of this subcategory whose sum of sales increases more than 400,000, it will be out of the set. Yeah. Or it is possible that, let's say, these binders, just an example, okay, the binder sum of sales may reduce below 400,000. So if the binder sum of sales reduces below 400,000, then it is possible that binders will automatically come in inside the set because it is fulfilling the condition that its sum of sales is less than 400,000. Yeah. So that's why we say that sets are always dynamic. If you are putting some condition, see, if we had gone for this condition, let's say if we had gone for general, and in the general we selected here some few let's say subcategories, then it was fixed. Then in that case sets were static. But in if you go for a condition, yeah, then the sets are dynamic. If any of the subcategory is not fulfilling the condition, it will be out of the set. While in case of group, yeah, here we created the groups. Now groups are static. Why they are static? Because even if the Asia Pacific, let's say, even if this Latin America and US Canada here, yeah, here we club those two market, US Canada and Latin America. Even if their sales increases, or even if their sales decreases, this group will be as it is. This group will not change. It is static. Yeah. Even if it is, let's say, even if its sales is below Africa, still this group will exist. Yeah. So that's why I can say that groups are static. If I want to change the group, then I can do it manually. Okay, then the group will change, but otherwise group will never change. If you don't do anything, this group will be remaining as it is. So that's why I'm telling you the sentence that is groups are static and sets are dynamic. Sets will change if you are putting some condition, but groups will never change. Yeah. So these are the major differences between the sets and groups. Clear? Yeah, so you have to accordingly decide that where you want to apply these sets and where you want to apply the grouping here. So let us give the sheet name here, that is sets, yeah, sets based on condition. Yeah, here we have put up the condition. So that's why I'm writing here the sheet name as sets based on condition. Press enter. Clear? So this is sets based on condition. Now let us go for the next thing. Yeah, again the another example of sets. So let us go for a new sheet here. Okay. Now in this sheet also we'll be creating the same visualization. So let us take the subcategory. Don't take the subcategory group, okay? Take the subcategory, put it in the rows section, and again the same sales, you put it in the column section, okay? So we are creating the same visualization, sales in columns and subcategory in the rows, and let us make it entire view, and we will do the uh, descending order. Okay, we'll be going for the descending order here. So we have created the same visualization in the another sheet. Yeah. Now, uh, what we want to do here, that here there are total 17 subcategories. Yeah. So I want to create here a set which will show me the top 10 subcategories. Okay. I want to see the top 10 subcategories in one set, and all the other subcategories I want to see it in outside the set. So first of all, let us put here the label. So we put, let's say, the sales. I put it on the label. So sales figures are over here. So I want to see here the top 10 subcategories, and I want to create a set for that. Yeah. So what we'll do, we can go for this. Let us create one more set here. Okay, because this set what we have created, this is for this particular thing, this particular sheet, that is sets based on conditions. So I'll create another set. Yeah, you cannot modify this set, because if you modify this set for your next sheet, then this set will also affect this particular visualization. Yeah, so we'll create here another set. So what we'll do, we will select here subcategory, click the drop down. Yeah, I think so. We can also create here a duplicate if I'm not wrong. Yeah, we can also create a duplicate here. You see here, subcategory set. If I click the drop down, I can create here a duplicate set. Okay, this is another method of creating the set. Or you can go to subcategory here. In the subcategory, I can click the drop down and I can click here create. In the create, I go for set. Anything is fine. So let me create a duplicate of this set. Drop down, duplicate. So now here it is written subcategory set bracket copy. What I can do, I can right click and I can rename. I can write down here subcategory set, or let me write down here, write down the, I write down here top 10 subcategory. Okay. I'm giving here the set name. What I've done here, you select that set which you have duplicated, right click, and then you rename, and the rename, and I'm given the name here top 10 subcategories. Okay, this set is will show you the top 10 subcategories. Okay, press enter. Okay, so top 10 subcategories. Now what I will do, I will modify this subcategory, this set here. So I click on the drop down in the top 10 subcategories, drop down, click on the edit set. Now here in this set, what I'll do, that I will not go for condition, I'll make it none. Okay, condition, currently it is showing me the condition because I have duplicated that earlier set. So here I will not go for this condition, I'll select here none. Okay, none. So condition is none, and now I go to the top. Okay, top. Now in the top, I can go for here by field. Yeah, top, you can select here by field, and in the by field, you select here top. Now see, there are two options here, top or bottom. So I can see here top 10, top 15, top 5, top 7, top 50. Yeah, or I can see bottom 7, bottom 5, bottom 10, bottom 15. Any subcategories I can see here. But yeah, so I'll go for here top, and I'll go for here 10. You can also change the number here. You can, if you want to see here top 5, you can change here top 5. Yeah, I will go for top 10. Okay, top 10, and then by what? By sum of sales. Yeah, because here we have taken sum of sales. So here by default it is also coming here sum of sales. Now here also I can change the field name. Suppose if I want to see the top 10 subcategories by the sum of profit. not sum of sales, because here I have not taken sum of profit, but here I can adjust. I can select here top by sum of profit. Instead of sum of profit, I can also go for here average of profit. That is also possible. Yeah, so I can modify anything here. But let me go back to sum, and here instead of profit, I select here sales. Okay, so I'm going for top 10 by sum of sales. And once I go for this one, top 10 by sum of sales, I click on apply, OK. So what has have happened here? Just now there is no effect of this set. Now what I have to do? I have to drag these top 10 subcategories, these subcategories, sorry, this set top 10 subcategories, I have to drop it on the color. Remember that step. You have to put it on the color. Yeah, let us see if I put it over here, yeah, in these rows, and if I remove this subcategory, then here I'm getting in and out only. This is not actually a set. See, I put it over here. This is not the correct method. Yeah. So let me remove it, undo. Now, if I put here subcategory and these top 10 subcategories, then here I can see that these are the initially top 10, which it is showing me here ein, but that is in. Okay. But better what we do, we take this subcategory and I put it on the color. Yeah, take the top 10 subcategories, you put it on the color, and now you can see that initially these 10 subcategories which are having the highest sum of sales, they are shown in blue color. They are part of the set, and the others are outside the set. Yeah. So here what we have done, we have created the top 10 subcategories. Yeah. So this is how you can use it. Suppose if you are having, let's say, 100 products, and if you want to see the top 10, definitely see what happens here. As such, it's not, I can also see without this set also, I can see that, okay, this initially top 10 are this, yeah, these are the initially 10 categories which are having the highest sum of sales. So that is also fine. Yeah. But what happens here that whenever in the visualization, if you are using some color to specify something, then that is very, very easy for our eyes to identify. Yeah, so that's why we have created a set, top 10 subcategories. I put it on the color, and see, now it is very, very easy. Gray color and blue color. And now I don't have to see specifically that, oh, which are the top 10 and which are the bottom 7 or whatever. I can see, I can easily identify with the color. So that is the advantage that we get over here in the set. Yeah. So this is how we create the top 10 subcategories, which are having the highest sum of sales. Similarly, we can also create a bottom 10 subcategories. Yeah. So what I can do, I can select this set here, which I've already created, top 10 subcategories. We'll click the drop down, and in the drop down, we will go for here duplicate. Okay, duplicate. And in the duplicate, I write down here, first of all, I rename. Okay, so select these top 10 subcategories, click the drop down, click on duplicate. So a duplicate is created. Top 10 subcategories bracket copy. Now this is not looking good. So what we do, we rename. So either I can click the drop down, and in the drop down, top 10 subcategories copy drop down, I can select here rename. So rename, and I can write down here now what? Bottom 10. Okay, instead of top 10, I'll write down here bottom 10 subcategories. Press enter. So see, now bottom has gone on the top. Okay, top is at the bottom and bottom is at the top. Why bottom is at the top? Why these subcategories went to the top? What's the reason? Yes, because of alphabetical order. Yes, you are correct. Okay. So because in both in Power BI and Tableau, whatever the field names which are shown, they are always shown in the alphabetical order. Yeah. So that's the default characteristic over here. So now see, suppose if you want to, let's say, put all these sets together, suppose, okay, then what you can do that you can also accordingly create you can rename these sets here. Suppose if I want to put these bottom 10 subcategories, top 10 subcategories together, what I can do, I can right click over here or drop down, rename, and what I'll do, I'll write down here set, set, and then I write down here bottom 10 subcategories. Yeah, so I write down here initially set. Similarly, here also top 10 subcategories, I right click, rename, and I write down here set dash top 10 subcategories. So see, now these two sets are together. And similarly, here we have created subcategory set, right click, rename. Here I can write down here set dash subcategory, or I can write down here set dash based on condition. Okay, I can also write down here set, yeah, set based on condition bracket subcategory. Okay, if I want to make it bigger. Okay, so see, initially when I'm writing this set, so now you can see that all these three sets are together. Okay. And one more thing, what we can do here, yeah, you see here, if I want to do the grouping here. Now, grouping means I'm not actually talking about these kind of grouping. I want to put all the sets in one group, all the groups in another group, likewise. Okay. So what I can do, I can select all these three sets. Yeah. Though they are together, then I can right click or I can click this one of the drop down in one of the set. I click the drop down. In the drop down, there is one option known as group by. Group by. Okay. In the group by, I go for here folder. Let us go for here. Yeah, group by. Let us create here folder. Has it created folder or not? No. Yeah, folder. You see, first of all, it says group by folder. I've selected here folder. Now what you do, you again click this drop down and again you will see here folders. Okay. And then I create here folder, create folder. So I write down here all sets, all sets. I click on OK button. And now you can see here, this is a folder. You see? So all my sets are together. I'll show you with the grouping now. Okay. If you are not able to understand, I'll show you with grouping. So let's say here, these are the two groupings which I've created because they are having this pin icon. So what I'll do, I'll select these two groupings one by pressing the control button. So I select these two groupings by pressing the control button, click on one of the drop down. And in the drop down, I can go for directly folders also, not go for group by folders, but I can go for folders. In the folders, I'll select here, add to folder or create folder. Now see, add to folder will show me all sets which I've already created, but I'll go for folders and I'll create folder. Okay, so folders, create folder. Then here I write down all groups. Yeah, all groups or whatever groups also you can write down. I click on OK button and see now these are the all groups, all sets. Yeah, so this makes your life very easy. Okay. Similarly, you can also select some of these fields. Okay. Yeah. Here also we are having this group. See, this we forgot. So I can select this group. I can also drop this group on this all group. Okay, I select these market groups, I drop it on this all groups, and now we are having these market groups also here. Yeah, so this is very, very systematic process. Yeah, if we are having, see here we are having, let's say 100 measures or 100, let's say 100 measures and dimensions, then sometimes we get confused. Yeah, so you can also create these kind of folder. Yeah? This is not just say, yeah, means here I've given the example for creating the folder for groups and sets, but it's not compulsory that you should create the folders only for groups and sets. You can also create the folders for all these fields also. Yeah, if you want to see it together, you can create these kind of folders here like this. Suppose if you are having some marketing dimensions, finance dimensions, you can create these folders, finance, marketing, and then within the marketing, you will see all the marketing dimensions. Within the finance, you will have all the finance dimensions. That kind of thing you can also create like this. Good. So now here we have created this set bottom 10 subcategories, but I have to modify it because currently it is showing me top 10. So in this bottom 10 subcategories drop down, I go to this edit set, and in the edit set, what it is showing me here currently, top 10. I don't want to go for top 10, I want to go for here bottom 10. Okay, you can go for here anything, bottom 5, bottom 3, bottom 10, bottom 15. I'll go for here bottom 10 based on what? Based on sum of sales. Same option. Okay, bottom 10 based on sum of sales. Apply. Okay. Now what we'll be doing here? This bottom 10 subcategories is there. Currently, what is available here? What is available in this color? It is top 10 subcategories. Yeah. Now what I'll do, if I want to see here bottom 10, I will, what I'll do, I will take these bottom 10 subcategories and I'll put it here in the color. So when I take the bottom 10 subcategories and I put it on the color, so see now these are the bottom 10 subcategories based on the sum of sales. Yeah. Tables, accessories, binders, furnishings, etc. till labels, these are our bottom 10 subcategories. If I want to again see top 10, I can take these top 10 subcategories, put it into color. It will show me top 10. Yeah. So remember that here, normally I can see either top 10 or top 5 or top 3, or I can see bottom 10, bottom 5, bottom 3. Okay. I can go for any one thing because what is the problem here, that I can put only one field in this color. I can put only one field. This is the drawback of this color. Yeah, in color I cannot put two fields, three fields. That I'll talk about later on. For the details button is something different, but for the color I can put only one field. Okay, so here in the color either I can put bottom 10 subcategories set, or I can put here top 10 subcategory set. I cannot put both the things. So now the question will come in your mind that if I want to see let's say bottom 10 and top 10 both together in one visualization only, so is it possible? And the answer is yes. Okay, it is possible. You can see top 10 also, you can see bottom 10 also. Okay, but before that what I'll do, that here what we'll do, that we will change these numbers. I don't want to see top 10. Let us modify it. Instead of top 10, I want to see top 5 only. Yeah, there is a purpose over here. So I'll select here this drop down top 10 subcategories. I'll go to edit set, and here instead of top 10, let me go for top 5. Okay, I'll keep this title currently as it is. I'll not change the title. Let us make it here top 5 by sum of sales. Okay, apply. Okay, so see now this is your top 5 because I have taken here top 5 in the color. So this is my top 5 subcategories. Okay. Similarly, this bottom 10 subcategories, I'll click the drop down. I'll go to edit set, and instead of bottom 10, I'll go for here bottom 5. Bottom 5. Apply, OK. And now if I take this bottom 5, bottom is currently the name is bottom 10 subcategories, but let me drop it on the color. So here I can see the bottom 5 subcategories. Yeah, don't worry about this title. We'll later on change the title. But just now, either I can see the bottom 5 or I can see the top 5 subcategories based on the sum of sales. So let us go further here in the set, the last point over here, that is, suppose if I want to see both the top 5 and let's say bottom 5 subcategories in one sheet. Yeah, then is it possible? It is possible. Okay. In case of Power BI, we can create, I can see the top 5, I can see the bottom 5, but I cannot see both the things together. That's the limitation in Power BI currently. Maybe I don't know, in new version that thing may come up, but currently this is what I've experienced in Power BI, that I cannot see both the things together in one sheet or in one visualization. Yeah. So here what we'll be doing now, we'll be creating a set which will show me both the things. Yeah. So for that purpose, what we'll be doing now, you see the process, what I'm doing. I'm selecting these top 10 subcategories, this one, this set on the left hand side. Then I'm pressing the control button, and then I'm selecting the next set, that is bottom 10. Okay. So select both the sets, top and bottom. Okay. By pressing the control button. So select both the sets, and then you click here one of the drop down in one of the set, click the drop down, and when you click the drop down, you will see an option here known as create combined set. Create combined set here. Okay, so select both the sets by pressing the control button, top and bottom, and then you click one of the drop down here in one of the set, and then you will see this option create combined set. You have to click it. Once you click this create combined set, then here this dialog box will come up here. Okay, when you click on create combined set, then this dialog box will come up. Now here you can write down the set name as top top 5 and bottom 5 subcategories. Okay, and initially you can also write down initially set dash. Yeah, because here every time I've written here set. So here I'm writing the name of the set, that is set dash top 5 and bottom 5 subcategories. Yeah. Now here it is creating, you can see that it is showing me here, yeah, top 10. Actually it is top 5, and here it is showing me top bottom 10, and you see this Venn diagram. Okay. Now here we are having the 4 options here. Okay. This is now tricky. So in these 4 options, the first option says all members in both sets. Okay. Then it says here shared members in both sets. Then it says here set top 10 subcategories except shared members. And then last option here is set bottom 10 subcategories except shared members. Just now what we'll do, we will by default, we will go for the first option, all members in both sets. Let us see what happens. Okay, so here all members in both sets means it will take all the top 5. Okay, it will show it will show the top 5 from the top 10 from the top 5 subcategories, and it will also take the bottom 5 from the bottom 5 subcategories. Okay, it will show everything. It will show both the things, both the sets. So I select by default this first option, all members in both set. I click on OK button, and now we have seen here that this is a set. Okay, now currently this set is outside this all set. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll put this set, I'll drop it over here in all sets. Okay, so here this is a combined set. So set top 5 and bottom 5 subcategories. This set is available. Now what I have to do, I have to simply drop this combined set. I have to put it on the color. So drop this combined set and you put it on the color, and now you can see here, these are my top 5, these are my bottom 5. Yeah, I can see both the sets, top 5, bottom 5, with the help of this combined set. So this is how we are creating the set. Yeah, combined set. Now let us again go to this combined set, this top 5 and bottom 5, and let us now what I'll do here, that in this, though I've given here the title top 10 and bottom 10 subcategories, these two set. Now let me make again really top 10 and bottom 10, because just now I've changed the set. I've taken top 5 and bottom 5. So what I'll do, I'll again go to this top 10 subcategories, click the drop down, I'll go to edit set, and now here instead of top 5 I will go for top 10, the actual one, because the title is also top 10 here. So I'll go for here top 10 based on sum of sales. Yeah, top 10, apply, OK. So see now here, as soon as I change these top 10 subcategories, now in my combined set you can see that it is showing me the top 10, and here it is showing me bottom 5. Okay, currently it is showing me here top 10 and bottom 5, because I change here this particular set. Then I go to bottom 10 subcategories, I click the drop down, the actual bottom 10 subcategories, click the drop down, and I go to edit set, and then in the edit set I go for here bottom 10, not bottom 5. I go for here bottom 10. Okay, so bottom 10 by sum of sales, apply, OK. Now you see the actual position. See what I've done here, what I've taken, which set I've taken here. I've taken the combined set in the visualization. So here when I'm taking the combined set, let me remove it again. I will take this. Yeah, let me change the title also over here, rename. I'll go for here top 10 and bottom 10. I'll change the title. Okay, so this is my combined set, top 10 and bottom 10 subcategories. Now what I do, I put it on the color, and when I put it on the color, you see here it is showing me all the subcategories. They are part of this combined set. Yeah, you cannot differentiate the color here. Everything is inside. You can see that it is written here in. Okay, so all sets are covered here. Oh, see, all the subcategories are covered. Why? Because suppose if I take the top 10, because this combined set is consisting of top 10 subcategories and bottom 10 subcategories. Now, if I take here the top 10, then top 10 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So till these binders, okay, till these binders, we are having this top 10. Okay, these are the top 10 from phones to binders. Yeah, and then suppose if I take here the bottom 10, suppose bottom 10, then bottom 10 will be labels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it will be till tables. Okay, so if I count from bottom, okay, so here from bottom it is still tables, from labels to tables. They are the bottom 10. Okay, so let us write down here bottom. Sorry for my handwriting. I'm writing by my mouse with my mouse. This is bottom 10. Okay, and if I go for here uh, top 10, then top 10 will be from phones to binders. Okay, so from phones to binders, this will be top 10. Okay, So here, there are these three subcategories which are common. Okay, so these three subcategories, they are common. Sorry. Okay, so these three subcategories, that is tables, accessories, and binders, they are available in the top 10 also. They are available in the bottom 10 also. That's why when I'm taking here both the sets, and I'm yeah, both the sets, then it is showing me all the subcategories which are part of the set. Either they are part of the top 10 or they are part of the bottom 10, or sometimes these three subcategories are part of both the set. That's why they all are blue color. Now let us play with this option here. That is, if I go to this combined set, let me change the title here. I'll change the title. Instead of set, I'll write down here combined set. Okay, so this is a combined set here, combined set, and these are the normal set. So in the combined set, I click the drop down here, and in the drop down I click this edit set. Yeah, edit set. And then here in the edit set, what I do here, you see it is written here. The first option is all members in both set. Okay, all members in both set. This is what it has happened over here. Yeah, that I've taken all the members of top 10. I've taken also all the members of the bottom 10. That's why all these subcategories are selected together. Now what I'll do, that I will select here second option, shared members in both set. Suppose if I select this option, second option, shared members in both set, and if I click on apply, okay, now you see it is only selecting these three subcategories, because what I did, I selected shared members. So which are the shared members in both the set? So these are the three subcategories which are shared in both the sets. If I want to see only those subcategories, then I have to go to this edit set and I have to select here shared members in both set. Okay, so it will show only these three subcategories: tables, accessories, and binders. Then let us select the third option here. If I select the third option, what it says here, set top 10 subcategory set except shared members. So now I want to see in the top 10 subcategories those subcategories which are not shared members. Okay, which are not shared members, but they are part of the top 10 subcategories. So I will not be able to see here these three subcategories which are shared. So let us select this third option, set top 10 subcategory set except shared members. I click on apply, okay. And now you see here it is highlighting only these 7 subcategories. Though I have selected top 10 subcategories and bottom 10, but it is showing me only the top 10 subcategories which are not shared members. So this is not shared. Again, I click on the drop down. I click on edit set in the combined set, edit set. And now here I go for the last option here, that is bottom 10 subcategories except shared members. Except shared members. So I select the last option, apply, OK. And now it is showing me these bottom 7 subcategories which are not having any shared members. Yeah, these are the shared members. They are not part of the set. Only those bottom 10 subcategories which are not shared members, they are part of the set. So this is how you can play with the sets here, combined set. Yeah, and you can, if whatever you want to see, if you are having this kind of situation where you are having total 17 subcategories, and you have gone for both the things, we have gone for top 10 also, you have gone for bottom 10 also, then you decide that whether you want to see the shared members, whether you want to see everything, or whether you want to see except shared members, that you decide. And that decision will be available over here in the combined set, that is with these options here. So this is what is meant by combined set here. Okay. So let us give the sheet name here, top 10 and or I can write down here sets based on top 10 and bottom 10 conditions. Okay, you can give your sheet name here. I'm giving here the sheet name sets based on top 10 and bottom 10 subcategories or bottom 10 conditions, you can say. So this is what we have seen here. We have seen the sets based on condition where we put this condition here that the sum of sales has to be less than or equal to 400,000. And in this example, here we have created first of all the top 10 subcategory set, then bottom 10 subcategory set, and then we did the combined set, which is a combination of top 10 and bottom 10 because we want to see both the things here. Yeah. So this is how you work. Okay. I can also go again over here, but let us keep it over here like this. Yeah. So here, the first thing that I want to create here, I want to show you here three different types of dual axis chart. There is a concept here in case of Tableau, which is known as dual axis. Okay. So similarly, we also had in Power BI, and here also we have the dual axis chart. So let us create here three different types of dual axis chart. Okay. So let us create here one new sheet, and the data set is our same sample superstore data set that we used yesterday. Yeah. So we are using the same file, same data. So we'll be starting with the first dual axis chart, and that is known as bar versus line chart. Bar versus line chart here. So for that purpose, what we'll be doing will be first of all creating a normal chart. So let us take here subcategory. I put it into columns. Okay, subcategory into columns. And then I take here the sales. Okay, so what I did here, I created a new sheet here in that yesterday's file, and I had dragged the subcategory over here in the columns. And then what we did that I will now drop the sales into the rows section. Okay, sales into the rows section, and then I will also drop profit into the rows section. So what I'm doing here, I'm dropping here two fields, two measures, that is sales and profit in the rows section. Yeah. So here we are able to see two different charts. One chart is showing you subcategory and sales, and another chart is showing you subcategory and profit. So actually there are two separate charts now. Okay. Let us make it here entire view. Entire view. Now, what we want to do here, that we don't want to see here two different charts. We want to have only one chart, and one chart should show us both bar chart and line chart. Okay. Let's say I want to see the sales as bar chart, and I want to see profit as a line chart. But I want to see only one chart. In one chart only I want to see the bar as well as the line also. So that is what I want to do here, and that is where this dual axis chart comes over here. So here we are having these two pill, that is sales pill and the profit pill. Now if I want to create here a dual axis chart, now you see the process what I'm doing here. This is very, very important, that here in the sum of profit, yeah, or whichever is your second pill, whether it is sum of sales or sum of profit, whichever is your second pill, if you click on this drop down here, then in the drop down you will be able to see one option here which is known as dual axis. You have to click this dual axis. Yeah, go to the second pill, click the drop down, and you have to click here dual axis. See, this dual axis option you will not get it here in the first pill. If I go to the sum of sales, click the drop down, I will not find here the dual axis option. Dual axis option is always available in the second pill. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it is sum of sales or sum of profit. It always, this dual axis option is always available in the second pill here. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll click the drop down, I'll click on this dual axis. Once I click on the dual axis here, then what happens? Both the chart changes. Yeah, now both these charts are circle charts. They are not bar chart and versus line chart, they are circle chart. Yeah, initially both the charts were were column chart. That column chart got converted into circle chart because we made the dual axis. Now see, before I convert this chart, you focus over here in this area. Yeah. Now you can see here when you are clicking on the dual axis option, then you see here that you will be having this kind of area. Okay. Initially what was there, that we were having here a proper pill, a medical pill. Okay, proper pill over here. But now these two pills in between, we are having this straight line. Okay. So this is what is yeah, with this kind of action you can identify that yes, it is a dual axis chart. Okay, when you are having these kind of vertical bar here. Okay, so just now what is the problem, that both the charts, that is for the sales and profit, they have got converted into a circle chart. But now what I want to do here, I want to make one chart bar chart and another one I want to make it as line chart. Yeah. Now one more thing here, you see when you are converting these two charts into a dual axis chart, now here you see the marks card. Something has happened over here in the marks card. Yeah. In the marks card, you can now see here three different types of marks card. How many? Three. We are having here all. If I click here all, this is the all marks card. Then the second marks card is sum of sales. If I click on sum of sales, this is the marks card for sum of sales. And the third marks card is for sum of profit. Okay, this is the marks card for sum of profit. What is all? All means for both the charts, whether it is profit or whether it is sales, for both the charts, if I want to modify together, then I can use this all marks card. All marks card means I can change both the charts together. Yeah, whether it is bar versus bar or bar versus line chart, any combination. If I want to modify together both the charts, then I go for all. If I want to modify only the sum of sales chart, then I click on the sum of sales. And this is the marks card for the sum of sales. And similarly, we are having the marks card for sum of profit. It will only, if I change here anything in the sum of profit marks card, then it will affect only the sum of profit. It will not affect the sum of sales. So that's why here up till now you see here, if I go to the tree map, in the tree map also we were having here only one marks card. Yeah, any chart you go there, you go for it. Okay, symbol map, line chart, pie chart, etc. You will have only one marks card. But now in this dual axis chart, we are having three marks card. That's the difference here. Okay. So now what I want to do, let's say this sales, okay, sales, I want to convert it into a bar chart, and let's say profit, I want to convert it into a line chart. Okay. So what I can do here, I can go to this sum of sales, this sum of sales marks card. In the sum of sales marks card, currently what is that chart here? It is a circle chart because here I can see the circles. Okay. See, blue is for profit and this orange color, it is for sales. So what I want to do, I want to convert this sum of sales card or sum of sales, this chart, from circle chart to a bar chart. So here in this marks card, what I'll do, that in the sum of sales, you select the sum of sales marks card, open it, and here instead of automatic, I'll select here bar chart. Okay, by default automatic means it is circle chart, so I'll select here bar chart. Okay, so convert that sum of sales into a bar chart. This is one thing. Yeah, so now you can see that this orange color, the bars are created for the sales, sum of sales. Now what I want to do, I want to convert that profit chart from a circle chart into a line chart. Yeah. So I go to sum of profit. Okay, go to the sum of profit marks card, open it, and now here instead of automatic, you select here line chart. Okay, you can also do reverse. You can also convert that sales chart into a line chart and profit chart into a bar chart. That's also possible. But here I'm converting this profit chart into a line chart. So I click the automatic drop down and I select here line chart. And now you see here the two charts here. Yeah, this is the sales axis. On the right hand side, we are having the profit axis. If you want, you can bring this legend and bring this legend over here. Okay. Now here I can decide, okay, that whether I want to do the sorting based on the sales or I want to do the sorting based on the profit. Currently the sorting, I'll do it based on the sales. Yeah, so in the sales, I'll click the sorting button. So now you can see that all these columns are sorted in the descending order. Yeah, so I can see the line chart here. Now, if I want to see the line chart, if I want to do the sorting of the line chart in the descending order, I have to go to this profit area on the right hand side. I have to click the sorting button here. And now you can see that the sorting has been done based on the sum of profit. So you can go for any one. Okay. I'll go for sales again, sales sorting. So this is known as your bar versus line chart. And it is a dual axis chart. Remember the title, dual axis. So let us write down the title here. We write down the title as dual axis dash bar versus line chart. Yeah, bar versus line charts. This is normally how I give the sheet name here. Dual axis, because we'll be creating here three different types of dual axis chart. This is the first dual axis chart. So dual axis dash bar versus line chart. This is how I define. Okay. So this is one chart, dual axis. Yeah. Remember the step that you have to just go to this drop down and you have to click this. Go to the second pill drop down. You have to click this dual axis. Currently, you can see that this dual axis is having a tick mark. Okay. So this is at one of the dual axis chart. Now let us go for the next sheet here. In the next sheet, we'll be creating here another dual axis chart, which is known as bar in bar chart. Bar in bar chart or bar inside another bar chart, something like that. Yeah. So in the next sheet here, we'll be creating the same visualization as we created earlier. So I take the subcategory into the columns and sales into the rows, profit into the rows. Okay, just as we did earlier in this first dual axis chart. So here also we are starting with the same step, subcategory in the columns, and then sales and profit, you put it in the rows section. I'll make it entire view. Okay, entire view. Now what we'll be doing, that we'll be creating here, we want to create here a dual axis chart. And what is the title of the dual axis chart? It is known as bar in bar chart. So I'll be keeping both the charts bar chart only. Yeah, in the earlier example, we created bar and line chart, but here in this second example, we'll be keeping both the charts as bar chart only. Whether it is profit or sales, it doesn't matter. So what we'll be doing, first of all, we'll be creating, see just now you see here that when there is no dual axis, then you see this area, it is shown like this. Yeah, when there is no dual axis. And now when I go to this sum of profit, drop down, and there's the second field drop down, and if I click on this dual axis, okay, if I click on this dual axis, so now you see here we are having a straight line here. Yeah, now this has changed. So what has happened here again, the same process, that whenever we are having the bar chart and when we convert it into a dual axis, by default it gets converted into a circle chart. But now what we want to do, we want to convert both the charts into bar chart. Here we don't have that example of bar versus line. Here we are having both as bar chart only. So I want to convert both these charts into bar chart. So if I want to convert both the charts into bar chart, then what we'll be doing, I'll not be going individually. See, I can go individually also, sum of sales. In the sum of sales marks card, I can click on the drop down, I can select here bar. Yeah. Similarly, I go to the sum of profit, and the sum of profit also I click the drop down and I select here bar. This is one option, that in both the marks card I select here bar bar. Okay, this is one option. Another option what I can do, I can go to the all. The best option, I go to the all marks card, open it. In the all marks card, instead of automatic, I select here bar. Okay, because I want to make both the charts as bar chart. So I click here bar, all bar. So now you see here both the charts have got converted into bar. Now see, somewhere here you can see that here we are having the sales, because this orange color it is for sales. So here we are having the sales bar, below we are having the profit bar. Here in this case, let's say accessories, appliances, art, and let's say this one also, I can see only the profit bar, I cannot see the sales bar. So what is happening here, that there is a sales bar, and above the sales bar there is a profit bar. Okay, so there is a here it is overlapping. So I cannot see here in this copiers, I cannot see the sales bar. Sales bar is behind this profit bar. Yeah. So this is the problem. But I want to see both the bars. Then what to do? What we can do, see here, I'm not able to see the sales bar. Okay. In appliances also, I cannot see the sales bar. Here also, I cannot see the sales bar. So what I'll do now, I will reduce the size of this profit bar. Reduce. Okay. The width I'll reduce. Once I reduce the width of this profit bar, then I can see the sales bar also, because the sales bar is behind the profit bar. Yeah. So reduce the thickness of the profit bar. How to reduce the thickness of this profit bar? By going to the, you go to the sum of profit. Yeah, this marks card, you open it, sum of profit, and you go to size, and the size you try to reduce it like this. You see here, still reduce. Yeah, now you are able to see everything. What I've done here, again I'm repeating, you go to the sum of profit marks card, you open it, and the sum of profit marks card, you go to the size, and in the size you reduce the size, or you reduce the thickness of this profit bar. Yeah, if you do reverse, if you reduce the thickness of the sales, it will not happen. Yeah, if I make it, let's say like this. Yeah, suppose if I'm keeping this sum of profit bar, yeah, I am not reducing its thickness, and if I go to the sum of sales, and if I reduce the thickness, it will not help me. You see here, I'm not able to see the bar here behind. So the best option here is that I go for sum of profit marks card. I go to the size and I reduce the size of the bar like this. So now I can see both the bars. I can see here the profit. This is the sales bar, orange bar, and this is the profit bar. I can compare that. See, for this accessories, I can see that accessories is having the lower sales, but it is having a good profit. Yeah. So this is also the advantage of this chart. I can compare. Yeah. I can see here that this bookcases is having a very good profit, very good sales, but it is having negative profit. Yeah. While this one, chairs, okay, chairs is having a good amount of sales, but the profit is very, very less. Just compare the chairs with copiers. In the copiers, the sales is very low, but the profit is very high. So this is how I can compare. Yeah. If I want to, let's say, do the sorting based on the profit, I can click on the profit. And now if I click on the sorting, if I do the sorting based on the profit, I can see that copiers is one of the best subcategory, because you are selling less and you are earning more. Yeah. So these kind of analysis we can get it over here. We can compare just the height of the bar. So this is what is known as bar in bar chart. There is one bar, inside one bar there is another bar. That's why it is known as bar in bar chart. Or you can also say bar versus bar chart. That's also another name. Yeah. So this is another example of dual axis chart. I hope that you are able to understand this thing. Okay. So let us give the sheet name here, dual axis dash. This is bar versus bar charts, or bar in bar chart also. Yeah. So bar versus bar chart. This is the second example here. So this is the second dual axis chart. Now let us go for the third one and the final one over here in the dual axis. And that dual axis chart, it is known as lollipop chart. Lollipop. It really looks like lollipop. Okay, I'm definitely, you must have eaten lollipop, or you are still, maybe you may be fan of lollipop. So here we'll be creating that same chart, which is having the shape of a lollipop. Yeah. So let us create here a lollipop chart. So in the lollipop chart, we'll be taking the subcategory, put it into the columns. Now here in this lollipop chart, I'll not be taking here sales and profit. Remember this thing, okay? I'll be taking here 2 times sales in the row section. Okay, so one time I've taken sales, I again drag the sales over here to the row section. So I've taken here 2 times sales. I'm not taking here sales and profit. I'm taking here 2 times sales, or you can also take here 2 times profit, or 2 times discount, or 2 times quantity, whatever. Yeah. So I've taken here 2 times sales. So here we are having these two different charts. Definitely they are exactly same because we have taken here sales and sales. So they are exactly same. Yeah, let us make it entire view. Okay, so just take care of this thing. I've taken here 2 times sales. I'm repeating this sentence because sometimes what happens that you have taken here by default sales and profit, and then you will say, okay, Samir, I'm not able to do this thing. Yeah. So sales and sales, and then make it entire view. Then what we do? We convert it into a dual axis chart. So converting the dual axis chart, we click the drop down here, the second pill drop down, and now let us click here dual axis. Okay, so I click here dual axis. So as you know that as soon as you click dual axis, by default the bar chart gets converted into a circle chart. Now see here we are able to see only this circle with one color. Why? Because here we have taken the same field, sales and sales. So that's why here actually we are having here two circles. One circle is there, and behind one circle there is another circle, because both the charts are same, both the fields are same. Yeah. So that's why here as such we are able to see only this one circle, but behind this circle there is another circle. So both the charts have got converted into a circle chart. Now what I want here, now see lollipop. Lollipop, you know that on the top we are having a that spherical shape, so round. Okay, and then we are having a thin stick. Okay, so we take the stick. Okay, and with the help of the stick we can eat that lollipop, we can enjoy that lollipop. So here what we'll be doing, one chart will be keeping it as circle chart, because circle we want to have it on the top for the lollipop. Okay, and another chart will be a bar chart, because for that stick we'll be creating a bar chart. So what we'll be doing, we are having here, see, if you see the marks card, in the marks card we are having here all, sum of sales and sum of sales 2. Yeah, because now here we are having 2 times sum of sales. So one is known as sum of sales and other one is identified as sum of sales 2. So one chart we want to convert it into, or we want to keep it as circle chart, and another chart we want to convert it into a bar chart. So let us do one thing, that is sum of sales. This first sum of sales marks card, we keep it as it is. I don't change anything. I go to this second sum of sales. Okay. this marks card second sum of sales, and here what I do, instead of automatic, I select here bar chart. Okay, so instead of automatic, I select here bar in the second sum of sales. So now you can see that this is the bar, and you can see some kind of circle here. You see there is a circle here. Okay, now if you remember that lollipop, that stick is very, very thin. Here you can see that this our stick is very, very thick. So we have to reduce the thickness of this stick. So what I have to do here in the sum of sales 2, where I have converted into a bar chart, I go to the size. In the size, I reduce the size like this. Yeah, still you make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, it should be very, very thin. Yeah, then only it looks better like lollipop. So in the sum of sales 2, where I've converted the chart to a bar chart, I go to the size button, click the size button, and I reduce the size of this bar. Okay, it should be very, very thin. It should look like a lollipop stick. Okay, so this is one thing. So see, now it is looking like lollipop. Okay, but now suppose if you want to give here some color on the top, yeah, this circle, if you want to give color, so then what we can do to give some circle to the or say to give the color to the circle, we'll go to this first sum of sales, come to the first sum of sales, and now if you want to give the color here, you have to click on this color. Okay, in the sum of sales, first sum of sales, you click on color. In the color, you can click here any color you like. I'll go for here orange color. You see orange color. Okay, so sum of sales, where it is automatic circle, I click this color here. In the color, I select here the orange color, and now my lollipop is ready. Yeah. Now what is the problem here, that in this lollipop I'm able to see the stick over here. So there is a stick, and behind the stick there is a circle. Okay. Now what I want to do here, I don't want to see this stick over here in this area. Yeah, in this area or wherever, I don't want to see the stick here in front of that circle. I want to keep the stick behind that circle. Then only it looks better. Okay. Normally the stick is inside that lollipop, but here because it's a two-dimensional, so I cannot show you that three-dimensional thing. Yeah. But what we can do here, that the stick, we can bring it behind that circle. Then only it looks good. So how to bring the stick behind the circle? So see here, what I'll do, that we are having the sum of sales 2 times. Now this second sum of sales, or what I can do, I can take this first sum of sales here, and sorry, not like this. So I'll take this first sum of sales and I will bring it behind the second sum of sales. I'll drop it over here. Okay. Take the first sum of sales and you drop it behind the second sum of sales. You reverse. You reverse those two sum of sales. And when you reverse, you see here, the stick is now not, the stick is now behind the circle. If I put my pointer on the stick, then I can see the stick here in the circle, but otherwise I cannot see the stick. Yeah, just swap this sum of sales. That's all. Okay, so now you can see that this first sum of sales has become your bar chart, and the second sum of sales has become your circle chart, because you swapped those things. Yeah, or when you created this dual axis, you could have done this thing, that you could have taken you could have converted this first sum of sales into bar chart initially, and the second sum of sales you could have converted into a circle chart. Then you would not have this problem. But what I did reverse. I converted this initial first of sum of sales. I put it as circle chart only, and the second sum of sales I converted into a bar chart. That's why I could see initially this stick over here. But now, even though I committed the mistake, but still I was having this option. I just swapped these positions of these two sum of sales. Swap it, and now this is your lollipop chart. Now, what is the advantage of this lollipop chart? let us give the sheet name first of all. Okay, dual axis dash lollipop chart. Okay, here in the lollipop chart, we can see here sales and sales. Yeah, because both on the x-axis, sorry, on both on the y-axis, left-hand side and right-hand side, we are having same sales. So I can do any of this. I can take here any one of the sales. I can do the sorting here. Okay, so I do the sorting here, and now I can see that chairs is having the highest sum of sales, followed by phones, storage, and tables, etc. Okay, so what is the advantage of this lollipop chart? Lollipop chart is just for the comparison purpose. See, normally if you create a bar chart is also for comparison, or column chart, whatever we say. Okay, so you could have created a bar chart. Yeah, as we have created here these kind of bar chart or column chart here, that is the vertical one. So this is also there. Okay, and this is also used for the comparison purpose, but the advantage of lollipop chart is this, that it looks beautiful. Okay, it looks beautiful. Is there any way to hide the secondary axis in this case? Okay, I'll come back, let us see together. So what is the advantage of lollipop chart? That it is used for comparison purpose, but compared to this column chart, or let's say bar chart, you just compare this column chart and bar chart with the lollipop chart, which is looking more beautiful. Definitely it is lollipop chart. Yeah, so people, they like to see these kind of typical things. Okay, I have seen that there are some people in this world who are creating excellent visualization. They are not using these simple visualization tools. Yeah, they are having that some additional tools by which they are creating some exceptional data visualization charts and all those things, and they are earning a lot of money. Yeah, I just now I forgot one of the name of the one lady, but she is expert. There are likewise there are some experts who are there, and they are going out of the way and they are creating some different charts. That kind of chart you will never get it in Tableau, but they are using that tool. They are also using their creativity and some extra tools, and then they are creating some different charts. So when you see their charts, you will definitely get a lot of information, plus you will get uh, yeah, you will be amazed with that chart. You'll be surprised with that chart, that how this person has created this chart. Okay, so I've seen some of those examples. Maybe if I in the next session, if I get some time, then I'll show you those kind of exceptional charts. Okay, I forgot the name of that lady also, but I'll try to find it out for you. Yeah. Okay, now is there any way to hide the secondary axis in this case? So suppose if I don't want to see the secondary axis, if I right click over here, right click, and here it says clear axis range, but I cannot click. If I click on edit axis, yeah, edit axis, I cannot. If I click on here, none, yeah, now it is possible. You see here what I've done. Let me show you again. See, when you right click over here on this right hand side axis, right click, and then you click on edit axis. Okay, edit axis, and then this dialog box will come up here, and this dialog box we are having here general, yeah, and we are having here tick mark. Okay, now see here tick mark. In the tick mark we are having here major tick marks and minor tick marks. Yeah, so by default it is here we are having here automatic, fixed, and none. So I can by default it is automatic here, and here there is no minor tick mark. You can see that there is no minor tick mark here, but if I select here automatic, suppose, does it change? No. If I click here fixed, yeah, fixed, and the fixed, if I write down here tick mark is interval is 5000, Let us see if it works or not. No, it is not working. But what we can do here in the edit axis, I can click here tick mark and I can click here none. If I click here none, the thing is gone. Yeah, it is only showing me here sales. Okay. And here it shows me show header. I can also remove this show header and now it is gone. So see, I'm again showing you. See, this header is, I already showed you this tick mark. Instead of general, you click tick mark and you click here none. You don't want to see anything. So this is one option. And then if you don't want to see the sales word also, you can right click over here and you can click on this show header. Currently show header is having a tick mark. You click again on this show header and this is gone. Now you are having only one sales figure, one sales scale. Okay, so this is how you can do this thing. Yes, now it is looking perfect. Yeah. See, if you are having both the sales and sales, then it doesn't matter. Then it is better that we keep only one scale here. Yeah? Now, one more thing here, because you have asked about the scale, I wanted to talk here that see here, if I go to this exam, this dual axis chart, that is bar versus line chart. In the bar versus line chart, you can see that this is our sales scale, sales axis, and on the right hand side, we are having the profit axis. Now, if you compare this both the axes, they are totally different. Yeah, they are totally different. See, here it is starting, the sales axis is starting from 0K till 350K, while the profit axis is going from 0K to 55K. So here we have an option here where I can synchronize both the scales. I can synchronize the sales scale and the profit scale, because see, just now, though it is showing me bar chart and line chart, but the scales are different for sales and profit. But if I really want to see the correct picture of both the sales and profit, then I have to synchronize the axis. So what I can do here in this profit area, let's say in this profit scale, I right click, and when you right click on the profit scale, you are having one option known as synchronize axis. Okay, you click on synchronize axis here on the right scale, right click in profit axis, synchronize axis, and now you see here that the line chart has gone down. Yeah, because see, here also it is showing me profit from 0K to 340K. Here also sales is from 0K to 340K. So both the scales are same, and now actually you can see the both the charts together. Yeah, this is the correct method. Synchronize axis. Okay. If I right click over here on the sales axis, right click here in the sales axis, and if I click on synchronize axis, let us see whether it is showing me something different. So I select here synchronize axis. So see, still it is showing me the same thing. Here also it is 340K, 340K. So whether you right click here on the sales axis or whether you right click here on the profit axis and you click here synchronize axis, the answer will be same. Okay, so now this is better. And the same thing you can also do it for this one. Yeah, this dual axis bar versus bar chart, you can synchronize axis, the second dual axis chart. Okay, right click, synchronize axis. Now you can see that it is better. Yeah, definitely if you want to adjust the axis, yeah, you can click on edit axis and you can adjust. Yeah, by default it is automatic, but you can customize, you can do everything. Yeah, you can reverse, logarithmic, you can do many things here in this edit axis. But just now I've done the synchronization. Okay. So these are the three dual axis: bar versus line chart, bar versus bar chart, and lollipop chart. Okay, now one last chart, yeah, before we complete, sorry for that, but because this the last chart which I'm now going to show you, it is having connection with this dual axis chart. Okay, so that's why let us complete that part, because otherwise then after 1 week we'll forget. Yeah, so let us go for the final chart, and that chart is known as combined axis chart. Combined axis. Now you will get confused that okay, what is the difference between combined axis and dual axis? Yeah, because in case of Power BI, they are having only Though in Power BI, I think so it is known as combined axis chart, but actually it is not combined axis. Yeah, it is a dual axis chart in case of Power BI. But in case of Tableau, we are having two different types of chart, dual axis chart and combined axis chart. So let me show you finally that last one. Let me give the sheet name here, combined axis chart. Okay, and let us see the difference between combined axis and dual axis. So here in this combined axis chart, I will drag the, let's say the, yeah, I will go for here, let's say order date. I put it in the columns. Okay, and then I take here sales in the row section. Okay, so here I'm taking date field, just one example. Okay, so date I'm taking here, and I'm taking here sales in the row section. Let us make it entire view. Okay, so this is a simple line chart that we have created earlier, order date and sales. Now I want to create here a combined axis chart. So now what I'll do here, I'm already having the sales in the y-axis. So what I'll do now, I also want to see here profit. Okay, profit. So I'll select this profit. You see here, first of all, you focus on my screen what I'm doing. I select the profit, drag the profit, and then I bring it over here. Where? On the on the y-axis. See, as soon as I bring on this profit on the y-axis, you can see that there are these two vertical bars. Yeah, you are able to see these two vertical bars. When you see these two vertical bar, you have to release your mouse button. Again, repeat. Sales is already over here. You drag the profit, bring it over here, and when you see these two vertical bars on that sales scale, you release your mouse button. When you release your mouse button, now you can see here that this orange line, this is for sales, as you can see over here in the legend, and this blue color, it is for profit. Maybe in your case, your color may change. Okay, I'm not sure. So here in one line, in one chart, we are able to see both the things, profit line and as well as the sales line. And you see here, we are having only one scale, one y-axis. On the right hand side, we don't have any scale. Yeah. So here we are having only one axis, and it is showing me both the things. It is showing me the profit also. It is showing me the sales also. That's why it is known as combined axis chart. Yeah, it's a combined one. Yeah, while in up till now in this dual axis we were having two axes, one on y, one on left hand side, one on right hand side. Okay, there were two y axes, so that's why it was known as dual axis chart. While in case of combined axis chart, it is having only one axis on the left hand side. Now you see here, it is not showing you sales, it is showing you value. The title has changed. Why? Because initially it was sales, but then when we dropped over here profit, then the title has changed. It is now showing you just value. You can, yeah. I can also drop this quantity. Let's say in this same chart, I want to see the quantity or quantity line also. I can drop the quantity. Yeah. Just remember that you should be able to see these two vertical bars on the line chart. When you see these two vertical bars, release your mouse button. And now here you can see below, there is a quantity line. Yeah. So in one chart, I can see sales, I can see profit, and I can see the quantity. I can compare. Yeah. So this is known as combined axis chart. And just understand the difference between the combined axis and the dual axis chart. Okay. So let us start with this hierarchy file here. Okay, hierarchy. And in the hierarchy file, now we'll be starting one by one with the filters. So here we'll be starting with the filters here. Okay. So let us create a new sheet. We create a new sheet here. And now you can see that in the filters, if you want to create a filter, then this panel is important, or this shelf, it is known as filter shelf. Yeah, so this is the filter shelf, and we'll be creating the filter over here. Okay, Just like in case of Power BI, you are having the filter panel. So here also we have the filter shelf. So let us first of all create one visualization, and then we'll be starting with the say with the filters. Okay. So let us do one thing, that here we are having the hierarchy, product hierarchy. So I select this product hierarchy and I put it over here in the rows section. Okay. So hierarchy in the rows section here. So we are having here category, and let me click this plus sign here. I want to also see the subcategory here. Okay. Then what I do, that I take the sales, you put it in the column section. Okay, sales in the column section, and yeah, here we are having the bar chart. Yeah, just ensure that you are having here category and subcategory, both the levels, because once you are dragging the hierarchy, you will see both the levels. Okay, we can also see the other level. As you know that in this hierarchy, I have taken here segment. If I want to see the segment also, I can see the segment like this also. Yeah, this is also possible. But I don't want to see the segment. I want to see category and subcategory only. Now let us make it entire view. Okay, entire view. And now here, what we'll be doing, we'll be creating a we don't want to keep it here a bar chart. We want to convert it into a stake bar chart. Stake bar chart. So for stake bar chart, we require one dimension here, and that dimension we would like to put it in the color, because then only we'll have the stake bar chart. So let us take the, let's say, the market. Okay, market, I put it into the color. Okay, market, I put it into the color, and now here we are having the stake bar chart. Yeah, let us make it yeah, I've taken the market into the color. Now let us make it sorting, descending sorting. Yeah, so either you can do over here, you know very well, or you can put it over here. Click this button. I will click this button. So sorting is done. And now here we are having these 5 markets: Africa, Asia Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and US, Canada. Let me bring this thing over here. Okay, so that we have some space over here. So just bring it over here, this legend. Now if we want to see the values here, okay, so we can put the sales. Yeah, sales, we put it into the label. So our labels are ready. Okay, now see, one of the issue with this uh, clustered bar chart or clustered column chart is this, that see, when I put the sales into the label, or any numerical value into the label, then see, you can see that here we are having individual values. Okay, so let's say this is the for chairs, furniture, sorry, chairs, furniture, chairs, and this is the US Canada market. So I can see these individual values. But a question may come, that can we see here the total value, total sales value for the chair section? Okay, so it is possible. Yeah, so now what we want to do here, that we want to create here a filter. Yeah, so here we are having 5 markets. Now let's say I want to create a market filter here, and I want to play with that market filter. So what we'll do, that if you want to create a filter here, then you can drag that particular field. Okay, so we'll first of all go with this market, because I want to play with that market filter. So I drag this market dimension and I put it over here. Okay, see, when you are bringing this any field over here, then you can see that there is a orange color here, orange bar. Let me show you again. Yeah, you check over here in this area. Yeah, somewhere over here you will see a yellow, sorry, a yellow or orange kind of a triangle. Yeah, So when I drag this market field onto this thing, yeah, so I've created a little bit below, but let me put it over here. Somewhere over here you will see that thing. Okay, so I will drag this market field onto the filter, and now you can see that there is this yellow or orange triangle that I should see, and then I drop it over here. And now as soon as I drop this market field over here, then I see this dialog box. Okay, it is known as filter bracket market. This is a market filter. Now first of all, here if you see that we are having here 4 panels. Okay, so there are 4 panels over here. One is general, the second one is wildcard, the third one is condition, and the fourth one is top. Okay, so we'll start with the general one here, general filter here. So in the general, I can see all the markets, they are all tick marked. Yeah. Now what I can do here, I can suppose if I want to see the data of Europe and US, Canada, suppose. So I can remove this tick mark, I can remove this Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America. Yeah, I can remove the tick mark. I can keep only US, Canada, and Europe. 2 tick marks are there. I click on apply, OK. And now you see here that we are having the 2 markets only, Europe and US, Canada. Okay, let me put it over here. Okay, so these are the 2 markets. US, Canada is represented by green color and Europe is represented by the red color here. So this is one of the easiest method to create the filter. And now here we are in the filter shelf, we are having the filter. Now if I want to modify, let's say I don't want to see the data of US, Canada, and Europe, I want to see the data of Asia and Africa, suppose. So what I'll do now, I will go over here in this market field, sorry, in this filter shelf, and I click on this market drop down, and in the drop down, I can see here edit filter. Okay, click the drop down, click on edit filter. When you click on edit filter, again that dialog box will come up here. Same dialog box that we saw earlier. And now here we can change the filter. So I'll select here Asia Pacific, Africa. I'll remove here Europe and Latin America. Yeah, I can also use this none. See, suppose if I want to, suppose if all these tick marks are there, I can click on none here, and then all the tick marks are removed. And now I can select here Africa and Asia Pacific, suppose. Okay, so 2 markets I've selected. Okay, then I click on apply. Okay, and now here you can see the 2 markets. This orange color, it is representing Asia Pacific, and this blue color, it is representing Africa. Yep. So this is how you do the normal filtering, general. You use that general tab and you can remove the fields, you can add, yeah, you can tick mark some fields, and accordingly the filter will be applied over here in the visualization. Okay, so now this is one part that is selecting the things in the general tab. Now let me go back over here in the market filter. I click the drop down, click on edit filter here. Now here general we have seen. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us select all. So if you want to select all, you can click on all here. All is selected. Okay, you first of all select all. Now another option what you can do here, you can see that it is written here exclude. Okay, so if I select here exclude, so see everything is excluded. Okay, or what I can do here, suppose if I click on exclude, then everything is excluded, but if I remove this Latin America, if I remove Asia Pacific, then these 2 things are there. Okay, these 2 things are part of that one. Okay, I've excluded only Africa, Europe, and US, Canada. You see that it is having a, it is crossed. Okay, so I've just selected here exclude. Yeah, but I've removed here Asia Pacific and Latin America. Now if I click on apply OK, so now I can see here Latin America and Asia Pacific, because they were not part of the exclude. They were there, yeah, but I removed it from the exclude. So I can see here only two regions, Asia Pacific and Latin America. Yeah, this is how you use that exclude. Yeah. Now I again go back to the market filter, edit filter. Now what I do, I remove this exclude. Okay, I remove this tick mark from the exclude. I select all. Okay, select all. So ensure that all these things are selected. Okay, there is no exclude. Now after this general, we are having next panel here, which is known as wildcard. Okay, wildcard here. Come to this wildcard panel. In the wildcard panel, you can see that I have to write down something over here in the match value. And then we are having the options like contains, starts with, ends with, exactly match. Okay, so there are here four options: contains, starts with, ends with, and exactly matches. Now let us start with this contains. How to use this contains as a wildcard. So here what I'll do, I'll write down here, let's say F, suppose. Okay, I write down here only alphabet F and I select here contains. Okay, I go for contains and then I click on apply. Okay, when I click on apply and OK, you can see that there are these two markets where it is having that F alphabet. Africa is having F and Asia Pacific is having here F. Yeah, so suppose here, see here we are having only 5 markets, but let us assume that you are having, let's say, 100 products or 100 subcategories, and out of that you want to select those categories where some of the alphabet is written. One or two alphabets you can write down, and then it will show you all those subcategories which are having that either one single alphabet or a group of alphabets. So it will search for only for that one. So here I have taken Africa, means F alphabet. So it is available in both these markets, and then it is showing you here accordingly the data. Yeah, so this is one of the example of wildcard. Yeah, let us go back to filter, drop down, edit filter. And here I go to wildcard. Now instead of contains, it's let us go for the second option here, that is starts with. Okay, let us see what it is starts with. In the starts with, I write down here A, alphabet A. Okay, now see here, we know that there are two markets here, Africa and Asia Pacific, which are starting with alphabet A. Okay, now here it is not compulsory that, see here the A, initial A is written in capital, but here it's not compulsory that I should write down that alphabet A in capital. I can also write down in small. Yeah, I write down here the small alphabet, small A. Then here I select starts with, and then I click on apply, OK. And now again the answer is same. Yeah, Africa and Asia Pacific, both markets, they start with the alphabet A. Okay. Again go to filter, edit filter. I go to wildcard, and similarly you can now understand what is ends with. Now exactly matches. Now in exactly matches, I can suppose if I'm having, let's say, 100 markets, and suppose if I want to select here Asia, suppose. Let us see, because see, yeah, we are having this Asia Pacific, but if I write down here Asia only, and I've gone for the exactly matches. Okay, exactly matches. I click on apply. Okay, I don't see anything here. Yeah, because exactly matches means I have to exactly write down Asia Pacific only. I cannot write down just Asia, or I cannot write down just Pacific. Yeah, because I have gone for the exactly matches. Okay, if I select Asia, if I write down Asia, and then if I select, yeah, let me go to edit filter, wildcard, and here if I write down here Asia, and if I select this one starts with, then I'll get that one. Okay, if I select here start with, apply, OK. Now you can see here I'm having Asia Pacific because it starts with Asia Pacific. But if I want to use this exactly match, then I have to write down here, let's say if I write down here Africa. Okay, if I write down here the full name Africa and I go for exactly matches, apply, okay. Now I can see here only Africa. So if you know already a particular market, particular subcategory, and you want to see only that particular subcategory you want to do the filtering with that subcategory only, then you can go for that exactly matches. Okay, and similarly here also I can select here exclude. Suppose if I written here Africa, okay, exactly matches Africa, and if I select here exclude, okay, let us see here exclude. So now see, as soon as I select here exclude, what happens here? You see the options here, they have changed now. Just put here the tick mark, exclude, and now you can see here does not contain, does not start with, does not end with, does not match. You see that does not has come up here. If I remove the tick mark, then it is showing me contains, starts with, ends with, exactly matches. But if I put the tick mark, it is writing here does not. So suppose if I have written here Africa and does not match, yeah, I have selected here does not match and Africa, I write down here apply OK, and when I click on apply OK, I can see here 4 markets except Africa. Okay, except Africa, I can see all the 4 markets. So this is what we mean by that exclude. Yeah, so whenever you get some time, just play with these filters. Yeah, this will give you a lot of confidence here. Okay, so here we have gone for the wildcard. Okay, I'm removing the exclude, and what I'll do, I will click on clear. Yeah, please click on clear, because before we go for that condition tab, we click on here clear. Okay, so click on clear, and if you have selected here exclude or whatever you have written here, yeah, it will go away. Yeah, and ensure that in general also you have selected all the markets. Then comes here condition. The third panel is condition. Now in condition, I can put some condition, as I've shown you in that sets also, that we put the condition that the sum of sales should be less than or equal to 400,000. So here also I can put a condition. Yeah, so I select here condition, then I select here instead of none, I select here by field. Okay, by field. In the by field, we are having here sum of sales. Now why the sum of sales has come up? Because we have used here sum of sales. Okay, so let us go with the sum of sales here. Okay, by field I've selected here sum of sales. Now here I can give some condition. Yeah, so I can say that the sum of sales should be less than or equal to, let's say I select here less than or equal to, and let me put up here 100,000 suppose. Okay, put up here 100,000. You can put your own value. So by field, sum of sales and less than or equal to 100,000. Let us see what happens. Yeah, if I click on apply, okay, you see nothing is there. Yeah, so let me go back, edit filter, condition, and suppose if I select here none again, none. Yeah, let me click on apply, okay. Let us do reverse thing. Yeah, let us go for edit filter. I go to condition. In the condition, I go for by field. In the by field, sum of sales, I select here greater than or equal to. Suppose if I write down here greater than or equal to, and if I write down here 100,000, let us see what happens. Sum of sales greater than or equal to 100,000. Apply. Okay. Let me increase this value. Suppose if I write down here 300,000, let us see what happens. 300,000. Apply. Okay. Yeah. No change. Yeah. So here, yeah, we can suppose if I do reverse thing less than or equal to 300,000, apply. Okay. So it is overall what it is doing. It is taking overall the 300,000. Okay. So here we can also put here, let's say instead of sum of sales, I can also select here sum of profit. Okay, sum of profit. and let me put here uh, greater than or equal to 300,000. Apply OK. So I think so. You see here when I go for the sum of profit, yeah, sum of profit, and what I've done here, condition sum of profit, and I've taken here greater than or equal to 300,000. Okay, I click on apply OK, and now you can see here that there are only three markets here: Asia Pacific, Europe, and US Canada. Okay, Africa and Latin America, they are out. So this is another way. Yeah, though here I have not taken sum of profit, but still I can do the filtering based on the sum of profit, or I can also do the filtering based on sum of quantity, sum of discount, yeah, or sum of shipping cost here. Here we are having shipping cost also. So that is how I can go for here this condition. Okay, so just check this thing. Yeah. Now what I'll do here, if I want to remove this condition, I can click on, let me click on reset here. No, reset here. Okay, let me click on none. None is better. Okay, if I do, just ensure that you are selecting here none, so that that effect is not there. So select here none in the condition. Now we go for the top panel. Yeah, so in the top panel, I can select here by field. Okay, by field, and in the by field top, I select here top. I can select here top or bottom. Yeah, I have to decide whether I want to see total we are having 5 markets. So whether I want to see the top 2 markets or top 3 markets or top 4 markets, or whether I want to see the bottom 2, bottom 3, bottom 4, etc. Yeah, because we are having in total 5 markets only. So suppose if I select here top and I select here top 3, suppose top 3 based on what? Based on sum of sales, suppose. So top 3 by sum of sales, and then I click on apply. Okay. So see, they are these top 3 markets: Asia Pacific, Europe, and Latin, US Canada. Yeah. So only 3 markets are shown. Again, if I go to market field, edit filter, and if I click on condition, sorry, top, I select here instead of top, I select here bottom 3. Okay, I select here bottom 3 based on sum of sales, apply, okay, and now here these are the bottom 3: Africa, Latin America, and US Canada. Okay, so it has reversed now. Yeah, so this is how you play with the this thing, that is the filter. So yeah, what I was saying here, that I have created here the top 3 by sum of sales, and then I've gone for the wildcard, let's say, and in wildcard I will say that I mentioned that I want to see only those market which is containing the alphabet A. Okay, A contains, and here we can see that out of the 3 markets, only Asia Pacific is having the alphabet A. So let us apply both these conditions, both these filters. I click on apply, okay, and now here what it has done, it has changed something. Let me see again what it has done. If I go for wildcard, you see here Latin America, now Asia Pacific, Latin America, and US Canada is there. Okay, so here it has gone for these 3 things. Okay, and plus, yeah, maybe this is little bit controversial, because if I go for here wildcard, okay, and or let me do one thing. Let me do one thing. I remove this market. I again drop this market over here. Okay, and now I put both the condition together. So contains A, alphabet A contains, and then in the top, I go for by field and I select here top 3. Okay, so I'm going for top 3. Wildcard I'm taking here contains A, and now if I click on apply, okay. Yeah, so here you can see that these are the 3 markets which is obeying the condition that it should be containing the alphabet A. So all these three markets are having the alphabet A, and plus it is also little bit fulfilling the condition that is it should be in the top three. See, suppose if you go for only top three market, then you will see Asia Pacific, Europe, yeah, and I think so US, Canada. But Latin America is not in the top three. But now what it is doing, it is also fulfilling the condition of that market should contain the alphabet A and plus the top three. So somehow it is trying to show you both these conditions together. Okay. But normally I've seen that you go for only one thing. Either you go for wildcard or you go for top or you go for condition. Yeah. Any one of the panel you use over here. I have not seen anybody, or especially I'm not using both the conditions together. Okay. Because sometimes it may be confusing. Yeah. Because if I go for, let's say, top three here, and if I remove this wildcard, yeah, if I click on apply OK, you can see that it is top three are actually Asia Pacific, Europe, and US, Canada. But now if I put that condition, that is, it should also have contains alphabet A, and then if I click on apply OK, now this Latin America has come up, though Latin America is not part of the top three, so sometimes it is confusing. So I would suggest you that better you go for one thing, better. Yeah, this is my word, better. Okay. So it is better to put the two filters in the shelf. Yeah, that also you can do it. Yeah. But normally here, if I put here and if the market, suppose if I clear this wildcard, if I go for top three only, apply OK. Now let us try if I put this market second time. If I put the market second time, you can see that I cannot put the market two times. I can put the market only once. Yeah, yes. Along with the market, if I want to put here, let's say I want to put here segment, suppose. Okay, or ship mode. Suppose if I want to put here ship mode in the filter, that is possible. Okay, that is possible here. So ship mode I can go for here all, apply OK. So ship mode is there, and now in the ship mode I can do filtering, let's say based on top three. Okay, I want to see the top two, suppose in the ship mode top two based on sum of sales, apply OK, and now you can see that there is the effect of two filters here. One is for ship mode, another one is for market, but I cannot put here two markets or two ship mode here. Yeah, I can go for this kind of combination that it is applying the ship mode filter also, it is applying the market filter also, both on this chart. Yeah, so this is possible. Okay, thank you. So let me remove this ship mode here. Okay. Now let us give the sheet name here. So we write down here filter shelf. Okay, just for my or our understanding purpose, this is filter shelf or whatever you want to write down. Yeah. So this is the sheet name here, filter shelf. Now see, one thing you must have seen that whatever the name I give to the sheet, the same thing is also available here as my title of the chart. This is the title of the chart, and the title of the chart and this sheet name by default they are exactly same. Okay, here also it is written filter shelf, here also it is written filter shelf. Now this is the default characteristic of Tableau. Okay, that the sheet name and the title will be same. But suppose if you want to give here your own title here, suppose, yeah, you want to give a different title, so that is possible. Okay, so what I'll do now here in this where it is written here in this case filter shelf, if I want to give a different title, then I can double click here this filter shelf or whatever this title is written, I double click, and when you double click this title, then here you can give the your by default it is sheet name, you see here, and now I can remove it and I can write down here Yeah, I think so. This I have already discussed if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so here I can write down uh, bar chart showing, yeah, category, cat category and subcategory versus sales versus total sales, suppose something like this. Okay, so I can give my title here, I can change all this thing. I think so. This I've already discussed. Yeah, so we can give any, yeah, a good title here, and then I can make it bold. I can give some color here. Yeah, so apply OK, and now this is your title. You can change your title. Bar chart showing category and subcategory versus total sales. Okay. Yes. Now see this title, whatever we are creating this title here. Uh, let's say here I want to create a dynamic title. Okay, dynamic title means suppose here what I've done just now, I'm showing here all the 5 markets. Okay, I've removed the filter here. Though the market filter is there, but I've removed all the filter effect, and here I'm by default I'm having all the 5 markets here. Okay, now you just check over here. Okay, just check over here what I've done. I've modified the title. I will also show you how to do this thing. Okay, but first of all you see the effect here. What I've done here, I've given here the initially I gave the title bar chart showing category and subcategory versus total sales, and then I added here for all. Okay, just focus over here, and then I'll show you how to do this thing. Now currently here, if you see, then all the markets are there by default. Okay, so here it is showing you for all. Now what I'll do, I will here I will apply the filter. Let's say I want to see here Africa and Asia Pacific, suppose. Yeah, I don't want to see these other 3 markets. So I go to market filter, edit filter. I go to here. See, currently my general, it is not showing anything. If I go for here, select from list, now here I keep only Africa and Asia Pacific. I remove here Europe, Latin America and US, Canada. I keep only 2 markets. Now see, just focus on this area. Currently it is showing me for all. Now if I select these 2 markets, apply, okay. Now you see here this box for Africa and Asia Pacific. So see, it is changing. The title is changing. Depending upon whatever the market we are filtering, accordingly the title is changing. So this is a good, I would say, technique. Yeah, that people they know that okay, this bar chart it is for which market? It is for currently Africa and Asia Pacific. Again, if I go to market, drop down, edit filter, and then if I select here, let's say Europe also, along with Africa and Asia Pacific, I select here Europe also, apply, OK. And now here it is written for Africa, Asia Pacific and Europe. Yeah. So this is known as dynamic title. Yeah. And now I'll show you how to create this dynamic title here. Okay. So what I've done here in this title, yeah, I will double click again the title. And now in the title, what I've done here, you see here in this area, I've written here, this was my initial title, bar chart showing category and subcategory versus total sales. So let me remove this part. Okay, this was my original title. And then what I did after this one versus total sales, I've written here for which market. Now after for, I want to show you, I want to put here the dynamic title that whichever market is shown over here, accordingly my title should show me that title, should show me that market name here. So after this for space, then here I want to put the market field, and that should change. So after for, I go to this insert button here. Yeah, this insert button. Click on this insert button here, and in the insert button, you will see this market here. See, there are four things here: category, market, subcategory, and sum of sales. Click this insert button here, and the insert button, you select this market. Click market. So when I click on market, you see here it is coming like this, for market. Okay, again I'm repeating. After this one, you go to, after for, after writing for, you go to this insert tab, insert button, and you click here market. Okay, so for this market, click on apply. Okay, and that's all. Now you can play with this market field. Okay, play with this market field here, and suppose if you can see in your case, if you are not able to, normally what happens that if you come to this general section, currently in the general section, if you are not able to see any things over here, what we have to do, you have to go for this option here, select from list. Okay, by default, maybe in your case this use all is selected. Instead of use all, you select here this one, select from list, select from list, and now you can select here whichever market you want. If you are selecting all the markets, suppose all the markets, yeah, apply. Okay, and now you see here what is written here, for Africa, Asia Pacific, Europe, and two more. Yeah, sometimes it is also showing you all word. Yeah, for all. Let me click again, edit filter. Yeah, let me remove here Europe, Asia Pacific. If I remove these two things, apply, okay, and now it is showing me here blah 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 for Africa, Latin America, and US, Canada. So this is a great technique. Remember this concept of dynamic title. Yeah, because for the user it is very important that whatever the filtering they are doing it, they can put it over here. Okay. What we can also do, see here it is written in my case, bar chart showing category and subcategory versus total sales for Africa, Latin America, and US, Canada. Now I can also create here this, let's say if I create here a category filter, suppose. Okay, suppose if I put this category filter, I put it over here in this filter shelf. Okay, so I put here a category filter. I select here all the three categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. Apply, okay. So see, this is the category, this is the market filter. Okay, so two filters I've created here. Now what I want, that suppose if I select here category, in the category if I go for edit filter, and if I select here, let's say furniture category only, I don't want to see the data of office supplies and technology. So suppose if I remove these two things, and if I click here furniture, apply, okay, so I can see here only the furniture category, and inside the furniture category there are these four subcategories. So I can see only furniture. Okay, now what I want here, that here it is written bar chart showing category. Yeah, I don't want to see this. I want to see here bar chart showing furniture category. I want to change the title. I want to make the title also here dynamic. Yeah, currently I made this portion dynamic, but now I want to make this portion dynamic. That whichever the category I select, that category name should come over here. Yeah. So what we'll do, we will click on this title, double click the title, and here bar chart showing. Bar chart showing. After showing, I will give a space. Yeah, after showing, I give a space, and then after the space, I go to this insert tab, insert button, and in the insert button, I select here category. Okay. So bar chart showing, this is the field name, which I brought from this insert button, and then category, and then this word category is coming up. Okay. And I can also, let me remove this subcategory. Let's say I don't want to see the subcategory. I see here only category. Yeah, so bar chart showing this category field, category versus total sales for so and so market. Apply, okay. And now you see here, I have selected here furniture category, so it is showing me here furniture category. And here it is Africa, Latin America. Yeah, furniture category and this market. If I want to do it better, I can also give a separate color to this furniture word and this Africa, Latin America, and US, Canada. So it gets highlighted here because see everything when it is everything is in same color, sometimes it's difficult to identify the things. So I can also change the color. So double click and here I can select this category and I can give some different color. Let's say orange color. And this market also I will give here a different color. Let's say orange or anything blue color suppose. Yeah, so you can select this part only in the title. Double click this title and then here you can give a different color so it gets highlighted. I can also make it bold and this market also I can make it bold or it was already bold. Yeah, apply OK. And now you see this word furniture and here it is Africa, Latin America, and US, Canada. So it is now highlighted. Yeah, suppose if I select here two categories here, furniture and let's say technology. Yeah, I select here two categories, apply OK. And now you can see it is written here, bar chart showing furniture and technology category versus total sales for Africa, Latin America, and US, Canada. So this is how you can play with the titles. I would suggest you to make your titles dynamic like this. Okay, so users will like this point. So here we have seen this various kind of we started with this filter shelf over here and we created this two filters here, market and category. And now let us go for the next page over here. Let us quickly create a chart here. So what we'll do here, we will create here a line chart. Okay, so let us go for here a order date. Here we are, as you know that we are having here two date fields, order date and the ship date. So let me take this order date and that I put it in the columns. Okay, take the order date and you put it in the columns. And then you can take here the sales, put it in the row section. Okay. And now if you want to make it here, let me make it here entire view. Okay, so what I've done here, I've taken here order date in the column section. And here we are having the sales, sum of sales. As you know that sales becomes sum of sales here. And you make it entire view here. If you want to make it a little bit complex, then what you can do, you can also take here the category. Okay, category. You can put it into color. Okay, so you are having here 3 line chart. Or you can also take this category and put it into the row section. Put the category into the row section here. So now we are having here 3 individual line chart. They are separate. Okay, this is one line chart, this is second line chart, this is third line chart, and here we are having 3 y-axis here. Okay, so it's up to you whether you want to keep it like this, or if you want, you can also put this category into the color. Okay, let us keep this legend over here, and let us put this sales into the label. Okay, you put the sales into the label. So just now we have created a line chart. Now, as you can see here that in the 2022, all the categories, they are having the highest sales. Yeah, 2022 was the highest one, and currently the lowest one is the 2024. But if you see actually the data, then we are not having the full data of 2024. We are having the data I think so till July or August, something like that. Okay, so that's why here we are not having the full data of 2024, but overall it is having the less sales, whatever for the 6 months. So this is that line chart. Now we will play with the date filter here. So as we have taken here the order date in the line chart, so what we'll do now, we will drag this order date and we will put it over here in the filter shelf. Okay, take the order date and you put it here in the filter shelf. When you drop it on the filter shelf, this order date, then here you are getting this dialog box. What it says here, filter field, order date. Now here we are having, here it is asking you, how do you want to filter on order date? So we are having here relative date, range of dates, years, quarters, months, days, week numbers, weekdays, month oblique year, month oblique day oblique year, individual dates, count, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this panel is there. Now what we'll do, let us start with the range of dates, suppose. Okay, so range of dates is already selected, or we can also click this range of dates if you want. So select the range of dates and then you click on here, next button. Okay, click on next button. When you click on next button, then here you are getting this dialog box. So see here on the top area also we are having here relative dates, range of dates, starting date, ending date, and the special. Yeah. So we can also start with this relative date, suppose. Relative date. I can start with this relative date. If you click on relative date, then here you can see the various options. Okay. So in the relative dates, if you click this relative dates panel, then you are having here years, quarters, months, weeks, and days. So if I click on years, okay, year. So if I click on year, then in the year, I'm having options like previous year, this year, next year, yeah, last, last, and then in the last I can select here number of years, next number of years, year to date, etc. So let us select here. Let's say by default it is this year. Yeah, click on the year and then you click here this year. And if I click on apply, okay, definitely there is no data. Yeah, because we are not having data for 2025. We are having data till 2024. So again, what I do that I go to this order date, this filter panel, order date, click on the drop down, edit filter, and now this dialog box has come again. I click on relative dates, years. Now let us click here, previous year. Let us see what happens here. Previous year, apply, OK. And now for the previous year, you can see that these are the three dots here. Why we are having three dots? Because there are three categories. And we are having, it is showing me for 2024 because I selected last year. Okay. Similarly, you can play with this one. Yeah, you can go for here last. Suppose if I select here last 3 years, suppose. Okay, last 3 years, apply. Okay. So see, last 3 years means what it says here. In the last 3 years, it is also taking the current year and the last 2 years. That is what we mean by the last 3 years. Okay. So in the last 3 years, it is showing me the data of 2024 and 2023. There is no data of 2025, but it is taking into consideration that 2025 also has one of the year. Yeah, so last 3 years means current year and the last 2 years. Yeah, so I can filter this data like this. Again, I go to order date, drop down, edit filter, and likewise I can, if suppose if we go for next 3 years, it doesn't make any sense because if we are having, let's say, data of 2025, 2026, 2027 in advance, if we are having some kind of prediction, let's say, then we can also go for this next 3 days, like the next 3 years here. Yeah. Similarly, all these options are also available for quarter. So in the quarter also, I can go for previous quarter, this quarter, next quarter, and so on. Suppose if I select here previous quarter, apply OK, there is nothing. Okay, there is nothing here. Again, if I click on this drop down, edit filter, suppose if I go for last 2 quarters, suppose last 2 quarters, apply OK. See, there is no data. let me again click here, last 3 quarters, apply OK, no data. See, currently we are in the January. So January, February, March, this is 1 quarter. And then last 3 quarters means current quarter and the last 2 quarters. Now here we are having data, what I know, it is till June. Okay, that's why if we take the last 3 quarters, then there is no data. Again, if I click on edit filter, if I go for last 4 quarters, apply OK, you see now we are having the data because we have selected the last 4 quarters. So current quarter and last 3 quarters. So there we are having the data. Okay. So this is how you play with these relative dates. Okay. Similarly, you can play with the months, weeks, days. You can decide what you want to do. Okay. Now, along with this one, if you see this portion here, there is one tick mark here. Yeah, there is one tick mark which says here anchor relative to today. Okay. Now see, whatever I'm selecting here, it is related to the today's date. Suppose if I say last 3 years, so I told you that last 3 years will include the current year and the last 2 years. Okay, that is what we mean by the last 3 years. But suppose if I go to years, and here it is said anchor relative to today. Okay, if I put this tick mark here, then that if I put the tick mark, it is showing me the today's date, that is 18th of January 2025. Put the tick mark here. Yeah, if you remove the tick mark, then it is showing you the word today. But if I put the tick mark, it is showing me the today's date only. Now here, suppose if I want to say that, okay, I want to see the data of last 3 years. Now last 3 years means according to me, it should be 2024, 2023, and 2022. That is what I mean by the last 3 years. Yeah. So in that case, if I want to see the data of here 2022, 2023, and 2024, then what I have to do, I have to change this anchor date. This is not an anchor date. If I click it, just click over here on the date and you get this your calendar. And now let me select here, not January, I'll select here December. I'll go to December 2024, and let's say my anchor date is 31st of December 2024. So I've selected here 31st of December 2024 as my anchor date. Yeah, as my anchor date. Yeah, and here I go for last 3 years, suppose. Let us see what happens here. So I've changed the anchor date to 31st December 2024 and I've selected here last 3 years. I click on apply, OK, and now you see here, now it is showing me the data of 2024, 2023, and 2022. If I was selecting the anchor date as today's date, then it was showing me the data of 2023 and 2024 only. It was not showing me the data of 2022 because also it was also taking the current year. So this is what we mean by the anchor date. If you want to change the anchor date, by default it will be today's date. But if you want to change the anchor date, that is possible. So let me go back to order date, this filter, and I can change the anchor date. Okay. If I select here anchor date as this one, because I'm having the data of 2024 till June. Yeah. So suppose if I select here 30th June as the anchor date. Okay, so 30th of June 2024 is the anchor date. And now if I go to quarter, and in the quarter, suppose if I select here 3 quarters, let us see what happens. Okay, initially when the anchor date was today's date, then if I went for 3 quarters, then it was showing me only the one data point here. Now what I'm doing, I'm changing the anchor date, and now I'm selecting here last 3 quarters, apply, OK. Okay, so again it is showing me the one thing, but I think so in between, if I'm not wrong, in between, let me show you the data. Just hold on, because see what is happening here, that in this data set, especially for 2024, let me open the Excel file here. Okay, so this is that Excel data set which we have connected here, sample superstore data set. Now here I put the filter. Okay, and in filter, if I go for 2024, okay, 2024, and you see here, if I go for 2024, then in the 2024, okay, 2024, we are having the data, but let me select here 2024, okay, okay, but I think so, then this has changed. Let me do one thing. Let me, okay, sorry. What the problem was this, that I opened this Global Superstore 2024. Yeah, we have used this Global Superstore 2024, not Sample Superstore. So let me open now Global Superstore data set, and that will give us some idea here. Yes, I'm opening now Global Superstore 2024. I want to show you what is the data set and how it is looking. Yeah, so this is the Global Superstore 2024. And here, if I go to the order date, and in the order date, see in the order date I'm having here from 2019 till 2024. Now, if I go to this 2024, in the 2024, I'm having the data of January, March, May, and June. Only 4 months data are available for 2024. For 2023, I'm having the data of January, February, March, April, and May. So even for 2023 also, I'm not having the full data. And for 2024, I'm having just the 4 months of data. So normally, if you are having the full data, let's say for the whole year, or even if you are having the really 6 months of data, then also this filter will work properly. Yeah, because here if I see January and March, they are part of the first quarter, January, February, March, first quarter, and then April, May, June. This is the second quarter. Yeah, but sometimes what happens that if the quarters, if they are not having the full data, then sometimes it may create a problem. Yeah. So this is what is the thing. So my main point over here was to show you how to play with these various relative dates, months, quarters, days, weeks, and years. Okay, so just play with it. Then comes here the range of dates. In the range of dates, I can select the range. Okay, so by default, the range is starting from the date range is starting from 1st of January 2019, and it goes till the last date here is 6th of June 2024. Now here also I can play with this slider, okay, and I can adjust my date here. Let's say here I adjust from let's say, yeah, or I can also write down over here. Suppose if I want to, if I click here and if I select here 1st of January 2020 till what, till I select here 31st of December 2023. That's my range. Okay, so from 1st of January 2020 till 31st of December 2023, that is what I've done in the range of dates. I click on apply, okay, and now the data is showing like this for 2020 till 2023. So I can define my date range, and accordingly the chart will change here. So that is what we mean by the range of dates here. Yeah, again you can make it full. Yeah, make it full here. Then we are having the starting date. So starting in the starting date, I can change my starting date but my ending date is always 6th of January, no, sorry, 6th of June 2024. Okay. Likewise, ending date, in the ending date, I can change the ending date, but my starting date will be always fixed, 1st of January 2020, 2019. Similarly, I'm having here special. In the special, we are having here null dates and non-null dates. Now, null dates means there is no data here. Yeah, so sometimes if you want to really remove that null dates, you can remove it. Okay, or you can select here, let's say non-null dates, those dates which are really proper dates. If you want to only take those dates, you can select here this one, non-null dates. apply OK, and as such it will show you the same data, because see, in our data set there is no null dates in our data set. Okay, but if you are having some null dates, it will get excluded here. So this is all about the dates here. So here, see, anchor date means, suppose if I go back to the filter, yeah, let me go to the filter, edit filter, and if I go to the relative dates, yeah, first of all I go for all dates, and here if I go to relative dates, now see, in the relative dates, if I, by default, what is written here, anchor relative to today. Okay, so whatever it is showing you here, the data, let's say you want to see the last 3 days data. Okay, last 3 days, or currently we are on 18th of January, today is 18th of January. So if I go to these days, and if I select here uh, last, and if I select here last what, uh, last 20 days, suppose. Okay, last 20 days here. So in the last 20 days, if I click on apply OK, there is nothing. Yeah, because here we are having the data till 6th of June 2024. So from today, it is going back 20 days. Okay, so that is what we mean by the anchor date. Anchor date is by default always the today's date. Suppose if you open this file tomorrow, then it will take the anchor date as 19th of January 2025. Yeah, if you open it after 2 days, Monday, it will be 20th of January 2025. So by default, it is the whatever is your today's date, it will take that today's date, and then it will go back or it will go further. Okay, because see, if you say, okay, I want to see the next 3 years of data, then next 3 years means what? There has to be some starting point, and from the starting point, then it has to go forward next 3 years. If you say that, okay, I want to see the last 3 years of data, then there has to be some point from which I can say, okay, from this point, you show me the data of the last 3 years. Yeah, so that point is known as the anchor point. Okay, or an anchor date. So from the anchor date, it can go backward, it can go forward. Yeah, so here if I go to this uh, drop down edit filter, and if I go for these relative dates, and if I select here years, this is what I showed you in the years. If I select last 3 years, okay, years, I've selected last 3 years, and here by default my anchor date is today's date. If I go for last 3 years, apply OK, so see, it is showing me the data of 2024 and 2023, because it is also taking into consideration this current year 2025, because today is 18th of January. Yeah, so according to 18th of January, it will take 2025 as the one year, and plus the last 2 years. That is how it counts last 3 years. So currently we are having the data of 2023 and 2024. We don't have any data of 2025. Now if I go back to order date, edit filter, and here if I want to see the last 3 years, but for me last 3 years should be 2024, 2023, and 2022. If I want to see those 3 years of data, then here I have to change the anchor date. So if I put the tick mark here, then it is showing me the today's date, 18th of January. If I click this 18th of January date, then here this is showing me the calendar. Today is 18th. Now if I go back and if I select the anchor date as 31st of December 2024. So if I select here now 31st of December 2024 as my anchor date, and see, this is on this is same what I selected earlier, last 3 years. And now if I click on apply, okay, so now it is showing me the data of 2024, 2023, and 2022, because my anchor date has been changed to 31st of December 2024. So 2024, that is your current year. Yeah, not by that by logic, but as such it is 2024, 2023, and 2022. That is how it is shown here. So based on the anchor date, this chart will change. And as I said, by default, it is the today's date. Yeah. So this is what we mean by the anchor date. Okay. Okay. So I think so this is all about the date filter. So let us click here the sheet name, and we give the sheet name as date filter. Okay, just give the sheet name here, date filter, and it will, yeah, just for the reference purpose here. Now the next filter that I would like to show you here, it is known as a uh, interactive filter. Okay, what is this interactive filter? Okay, so for interactive filter, let us create one sheet here, one visualization here. So for the interactive filter, I will take here, let's say, sales in the columns area, and I'll take this hierarchy. Okay, we already created the hierarchy, product hierarchy, that I take it over here in the row section. So we are having here first level of hierarchy, that is category, and I click this plus sign. So we want to see both the levels of this hierarchy, category and subcategory. Okay, take the hierarchy here directly and the sum of sales. Okay, now let me change one thing here. Okay, so now if I go for entire view, okay, entire view, and if I go for, let's say, descending sorting, so this is the a simple bar chart. Okay, category, subcategory, and here we have taken the sales. Now what I'll do here, I will create here a category filter. Category. Okay, so I will take the category here, this category field. I'll not take this hierarchy, I'll take the category field, and that I'll put it over here in the filters panel. Okay, so take the category field and you put it in the filters panel. So here we are having this filter dialog box. We will select all these three filters, sorry, all the three categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. I click on apply, OK, and now currently it is showing us all the three categories. Now see, if I want to see only the data of office supplies, suppose if I want to see the data of only office supplies, I go to the category field, I click the edit filter, and I remove this furniture, I remove the technology, I keep only this office supplies. Okay, click on apply, OK, and now here I can see the office supply. This is very, very simple. Okay, that is what you know. Now here, what is the problem? That suppose if I'm a user, yeah, then as a user, I want to have simple things and I want to have quick things. So suppose here, if I want to change the filter, instead of office supplies, now I want to see the data of technology category. So what I have to do as a user, I have to go over here, click the drop down, click the edit filter. Again, this dialog box will open up. Here now, instead of office supplies, I have to select here technology. Okay, I select here only technology. I say OK, and now this filter will get applied. So you see that here the number of steps are more. Yeah. So as a data analyst, I want to give some kind of flexibility to my users and to let's say ease of use, I could say. Yeah, I want to give them the ease of use so that if they select any category, then accordingly the chart should change immediately. Yeah, and it should be very quick. It should not go through all these steps. Click on the filter, drop down, edit filter, select the category, click on apply button, OK button, blah blah thing. Okay, so it's a long process here. So that's why here in case of Tableau, we are having a concept known as interactive filter. It is just like your slicer in Power BI. You have all gone through the slicer topic. So here in case of Tableau, they don't have that separate word known as slicer. Everything is coming under the filter topic. So instead of a slicer here, they are calling it as interactive filter. Okay, so interactive filter is equal to slicer in Power BI. So here, suppose if I want to now see slicer, you know very well that it's very interactive. Okay, and in case of Power BI, just for your knowledge purpose, these two topics are there, slicer and filter. So normally what I tell the participants that you should provide the slicer facility for your end users or your, yeah, the, the consumers, report consumers. Okay, so you have to provide them slicer because it's very easy. They can put the tick mark and accordingly the data will change. And the filters, in case of Power BI, you should not provide the access to the filter panel to your end users, because what happens that filters are much more powerful in case of Power BI I'm talking about. Yeah. So if you provide, if you have done some changes in the, if you have applied some filters in the filter panel in Power BI, then what will happen that if you give this access to your end users, then they may change the whole report. So what I say that the filters has to be under the control of data analyst, and the slicer you can provide them to the end users, yeah, so that they can play with the data. Yeah, so that is what I normally say in case of Power BI. Now here what we can do, we can create here a interactive filter for this category filter so that people can play with it very easily. So what, how to create an interactive filter? It is very easy. You can in this category, in this filter panel or filter shelf, we are having this category filter. We click the drop down, and in the drop down, when you click on the drop down, you have one option here after the edit filter known as show filter. Okay, show filter. So we'll see this show filter. So click the drop down in the filter panel and then you click on show filter. When you click on show filter, then you see here on the right hand side, you are able to see the filter panel. Okay, this is the filter. This is just like your slicer, what you see, what you have seen in case of Power BI. So again, I'm repeating, whatever this filter you have created, click the drop down, and in the drop down, you have to select here this option, show filter. When you click on show filter, then this filter panel comes over here. Okay. Now here, technology is there. Now suppose if I want to again select all, I want to see all the data, I can click on all, and now all the categories are shown. Instead of all, if I want to see the data of only furniture, so I remove this all, I can click on furniture, and now I'm able to see only furniture. If I want to see along with furniture, I also want to see the data of technology, I can select here technology, and now I'm able to see the data of furniture and technology both. So see, now it is very easy. Now the person has not to go to the filter panel, click the edit filter, change the filter, apply, okay. Now this is very convenient. Yeah, you can also take this filter panel over here, and from here also the person can play with the filter panel. So this is known as interactive filter because we are interacting with that filter. That's why it is having that word interactive filter. Okay. So this is what very convenient for the user. So here they have not given this name of this filter as a slicer. They have given the word as interactive filter. Yeah, I hope that this is clear. Yeah. And here in this filter, this interactive filter, now if you want to remove this filter effect, you can see that there is this small button here. Okay, to clear the filter, if I click on this button, yeah, just click on this small that funnel button, then all the filters or all the data are back. Again, if I remove all and if I click on technology, you can see that this filter or this funnel button is active. Okay, so see, if I put my pointer here, what it says here, click to show all values. Click to show all values. If I click on it, all the data is back. Yeah. Now here currently I'm allowing the participants to select either one category or two categories or all the categories. Now suppose if I want the users to select only one category, only one, means single value here. I want to force them to select only one value or one category, then that is also possible. Okay, single selection here. So here in this case, if I want to allow them the single selection instead of multiple selection, then you can see that there is this small drop down over here in the filter panel or in this interactive filter. You can click on this drop down, and when you click on the drop down, then here you are having various types of filters. Okay. If you remember, in case of Power BI also, we are having various types of slicers. That is vertical list slicer, drop down slicer. Uh, then we are having the what was that box one? I forgot that one. Vertical list, drop down, and then there is a box slicer over there. Okay. So here also we have, if you click the drop down here in the slice in this filter, then we are having here single value list, single value drop down, single value slider, then multiple value list, multiple value drop down, multiple value custom list, and then we are having the wildcard match. So let us see one by one. Currently by default it is multiple value list. Yeah, this is in the list form, and you can go for the multiple selection. If I click the drop down, now instead of the multiple value list, I want to go for the single value. I want to allow the participant to select only one category. So instead of multiple values, I select this one option, single value list. If you click it, so see, now it is a radio button. Okay. Now see, the problem here is that we are also having here all. If I select here all, then all the categories will be shown. If I click here furniture, then furniture, office supplies, technology, technology. Again, if I click on all is back. Now suppose if I don't want to allow the people to select this all, I don't want to see this all category here, or this all option, that also I can remove. If I don't want to see here all, I can click on the drop down here again, and in the drop down we are having here uh, customize. Okay, click the drop down. In the drop down you go to here customize, and in the customize you have here various options like show all value, show search button. See, this is the search button here. See, this is the search button, that also I can see. If I click the search button, in the search button I can write down here, let's say furniture. Then see, furniture will be shown. Now here in our case we are having only 3 categories, but let us assume that if you are having 100 categories, and out of 100 category if I want to select only furniture, then I can use this search option here. And once I select the furniture, then I'll get the furniture, I can click it, and now I can see only the furniture data. So this is how I can use this search option here. Yeah. So if I go to again to customize, and if I don't want to see this all option, currently you can see it is having a tick mark here. If I click this show all value, you see all is gone. Again, if I want to bring all, I have to click on the drop down, customize, and in the customize I select this show all value, and it is back. If I don't want to see this search option, I can click on the drop down, customize. In the customize I can click this show search option. Currently it is tick mark. I select it, and now you can see that there is no search option here. Yeah, so just play with this option customize, and you can see there's various options here. Okay, see here we have that option, sorry, show all values button. Yeah, so if I click on the show all values button, okay, it is showing you button. This is also important. Let me do you one thing here, customize. Just hold on. So search option. There is also this option known as show more or fewer buttons. Okay, so you can play with this option just to try to see that thing. Yeah, now here this is the single value list that we have selected, one of the filter type here. Then the next option is single value drop down. Okay, if I see, if we have I have gone for here single value drop down, then we can also go for single value slider. If I select here single value slider, then see it is in the form of a slider. Yeah, it is just like your between slicer. But normally between slicer in Power BI we get the between slicer only when we are using a numerical field. Let's say year, sales, profit, etc. Okay, but here this category is a dimension. But here luckily in the dimension also we have this slider. So currently it is all. If I click this slider here, this right hand side button, it is now showing me furniture. If I click it again, it is showing me office supplies. If I click again, it is showing me technology. Okay, so now I cannot click this right hand side button. I have to click now the left hand side button. If I click this left hand side button again, office supplies, furniture, all. Yeah, so this is how it is. This slider is working. Single value slider. Yeah, slider is mostly for the single value. It is not for the multiple value. Then we are having multiple value list. This is what we saw for the first time. Then we are having multiple value drop down. In the drop down also again we are having the drop down and I can select here multiple values. And finally we are having the multiple values custom list. If I select here multiple value custom list, you see here, if I select multiple value custom list, there is nothing. Now what I do, let me write down here furniture, press enter. So see furniture is available. Then let me, if I select here, let's say technology, technology is there. And if I write down here, let me try along with technology, comma, I write down here furniture. Okay, so it is not taking place here. So technology. Okay, so see technology, if I press it, this is fine. Or yes, I saw this plus sign also here, plus sign. You see, there's a plus sign. So I've taken here technology. I click on plus sign. So see, now I'm writing here furniture. I click on plus sign. And now I write down here, let's say office supplies. I click on plus sign. So see, now I'm having three things. If I select here technology, office, yeah, I can also now remove. See, now I can see all the three data. But suppose if I don't want to see the data of office supplies, I can remove this office supplies. So office supplies is gone. If I click remove this furniture, the furniture is gone. So this is what we mean by the custom list. You create your own custom list. Okay. So you decide. Suppose if you are having 100 products or 100 categories, out of that you want to create a list, your own list of filter. Yeah, over here you can write down here 5 filters, 10 categories also by clicking this plus sign. You select, you write down the first category, then you click this plus sign. Yeah, if you press enter, then you see only the technology. Okay, you see only technology. But if you want to see the technology and let's say office supplies, then you have to write down here office supplies and then you click here plus sign. Before you press enter, you click here plus sign. Now office supplies is available. Now you write down here, let's say technology. You write down technology, you click plus sign, and now you are having both the categories and you can see the data of both the categories. If you want to remove any category, you can click on this remove, this cross sign, and now the office supplies is gone. Now you are having only the data of technology. Yeah, so you can create your own list here. That is what we mean by custom list, multiple value custom list. And then finally, we are having the wildcard match here. In the wildcard match, if I click it, so here I have to write down any character. Let's say I write down here A, alphabet A, press enter. I don't get anything. If I write down here, let's say F, press enter. You see F is available in furniture and office supplies. So see these two categories are available. Yeah, if I write down here T, alphabet T, press enter, I get here technology also and furniture also there is a T. if I write down here TE and press enter, I get only technology, because in technology we are having this word T and E together. Yeah. So that is how you play with the wildcard here. Okay, wildcard match here. Do with this thing, yeah. And now I'm again coming back to this. Instead of wildcard match, I go for this standard one, that is multiple value list. Yeah. Now coming back to that question which I asked earlier, that when you should use the uh, vertical list and when you should use the this drop down. Yeah, the same thing also applies over here to the Tableau. Whatever I've asked you for Power BI, the same question also applies to the Tableau. So see, if you are having, let's say, many values in the filter or in the slicer, yeah, in case of Power BI it is slicer. So what happens here, that in case of Power BI, suppose if I focus on Power BI, then in the Power BI you are creating the slicer on the that report on the page. So it is occupying some space over there. Yeah. So you know that in case of Power BI, that whole page is limited. Yeah, whether I'm using the Power BI or whether you are using the Power BI, the page is same for everybody. So I have to properly utilize that whole page, because in that one page in Power BI, we have to create many visualizations. So there should be some slicers over there. There should be some visualizations over there. Now, if I'm having, let's say, here in our case we are having 17 subcategories. Okay, there are 3 categories and there are 17 subcategories. If I create a subcategory filter, subcategory slicer in Power BI, then it will occupy a space, because it has to show you all the 17 subcategories together. Yeah, so that is where normally we use the vertical list, but vertical list will occupy a lot of space. But if the same vertical list slicer is converted to the drop down slicer, then the drop down slicer, you know that it will occupy very, very less space, because it will be showing you in the form of a drop down. So here also, if I go back to this drop down, multiple value drop down, you can see that the space is limited, means it is very, very less here. Yeah. In case of Power BI also, it will occupy very less space. Just to show you the drop down, when you click on drop down, you can select here any value. So that's why you remember one rule. You can say it's like a thumb rule in Power BI also, that if you are having, let's say here in the slicer, if you are having values more than 4 or 5 values, then better to go for drop down slicer. And if you are having less than 4 or 5 values in the slicer, then you can go for the vertical slicer. Okay, again, it all depends upon that how much space you are having on that one page in the Power BI. If you are having enough space, then you can definitely go for the vertical list also. But if you are having very less space in the Power BI, on the Power BI page, then you can go always for the drop down slicer. Okay, and the same thing here also. Here we are having a space, but suppose here we have created only one slicer, one interactive one interactive filter. Now I'll also show you later on another interactive filter here, and then it will occupy a lot of space here. Yeah, so better you create a drop down slicer. Yeah, that's my suggestion here. But here, let us go back to our multiple value list, not the drop down, multiple value list. So this is multiple value list. Okay. So this is what is the concept of interactive filter. Yeah. What you can do, see, to create interactive filter, there are two methods here. What are the two methods? First method, what we have done, we took this category field and we drop it here in the filter panel. Yeah. So when you drop that category, let me show you again. If I remove this filter, okay. So what I'm doing now, I'm showing you two methods of creating the interactive filter. The first method is that you take this category. Let's say I want to create a category filter. I take the category filter, I drop it on the filter shelf. When I drop it on the filter shelf, it is asking me what kind of filtering you want to do. Let's say I want to go for all the three categories. Currently, I select all the three categories, apply OK. Now, currently it is not interactive. If I want to create interactive filter, what I showed you, I click on the drop down here, the category filter, and then in the drop down you have this option known as show filter. So I click on show filter. And once I click on show filter, now here on the right hand side, initially I'm having the category filter. This is your interactive filter. Okay. So this is one method of creating the interactive filter. Now I'll show you second method of creating the interactive filter. Now see, along with this category, I also want to create here a subcategory filter. Okay, because here we have taken category and subcategory. So here in this category filter, along with the category filter, I want to also create here a subcategory filter. And then I want to play with both the filters. So if I want to create a subcategory interactive filter, you just see my wordings here. I want to create here a subcategory interactive filter. Then what I can do, I can simply click on this subcategory here, click the drop down. Okay, click on the subcategory drop down here, and then in the drop down, you can see that here we are having the second option known as show filter. Show filter. Okay, so I click on this show filter, and as soon as I click on the show filter, the first thing you can see that here we are having the subcategory filter. This subcategory is now part of this filter shelf, and also we see here this one. Okay, now the subcategory interactive filter is also shown over here. Yeah, so this is the second method, and maybe the easy method, I would say. Yeah, select that field for which you want to create an interactive filter, click the drop down, and in the drop down you click this option, second option known as show filter. Once you click on the show filter, then that field will be shown in this filter panel, and also this interactive filter will be created for you. So this is how you create a interactive filter. Yeah, or if you drop this subcategory onto the filter shelf, then in the filter shelf you click the drop down and you click here show filter. That's the second option. Okay, so I leave up to you, whichever option you want to select, you can go for it. But this is how we are creating the interactive filter. Now let us focus on this area, right hand side area. Okay, so on the top area we are having subcategory, here we are having the category. Yeah, now you see here, or let me do one thing. See, suppose if I want to put this category filter above this subcategory filter, then what I'll do here, I will take this category filter, I will put it over here. You see that there is a black line here. When you bring your category filter over here, then there is a black line. You release your mouse button, and now you can see that category filter is above the subcategory filter. Yeah, it is better that we start with the higher level. So the higher level filter has to be shown on the top. Then comes the lower level filter. So again, I'm showing you here. Let me show you again here. So what I've done here, initially the subcategory was on the top and the category filter was on the bottom. Now what you can do, either you can bring this subcategory below category, that is possible, or I can take this category filter and I can put it over here on the top. So now we are having category filter and now subcategory filter. Clear? You can adjust this various types of filter. Now let us see the issue. Now there is one issue here. If I click on, suppose if I remove this all in the category, if I remove this all, okay, now if I click over here on furniture, so see, if I click on furniture, then here I'm able to see only the 4 subcategories of furniture. Yeah, if I remove furniture and if I click here office supplies, then if I select here office supply, then here I'm able to see all the subcategories of the office supplies. Now let me tell you one thing, that in the earlier versions of Tableau, this was not possible. Okay, earlier versions, what was happening, that even if I select here any category, let's say if I select here furniture category, in this subcategory it was showing me all the 17 subcategories. It was, so these 17 subcategories was not getting filtered based on the category. Yeah, but now I think so in this newer versions, Tableau has improved this thing, that whichever category you select here, accordingly it will show you the relevant subcategories here. In the earlier days, what was happening, that this was not coming by default. So what there was a technique here. What was the technique? That suppose in this subcategory filter, if I click on this drop down, then in the drop down there is one option here, only relevant values. Only relevant values here in the drop down of the subcategory. Go to the subcategory filter, click the drop down, and here we are having the option only relevant values. Suppose if I click this relevant values, okay, only relevant values, that is okay. Now, as such, it doesn't make any difference here. Let me again click on only relevant values. If I remove this option, then see, still it is the same thing. Okay. So now Tableau, what has they have done? They have kept these things default. Okay. That is, this is known as dependent interactive filter. Which is the dependent interactive filter? The subcategory filter is known as the dependent interactive filter. Why it is known as dependent interactive filter? Because subcategory filter is dependent on the category filter. If I do any changes in the category filter, accordingly, my subcategory filter will also change. That's why my subcategory filter is also known as dependent interactive filter. Clear? Yeah, this is that another topic which I wanted to discuss. Yeah. So initially, as I said, that if you select anything in the category filter, the subcategory filter was not changing, but now in the newer version, this is changing automatically. Yeah. But if it is not changing automatically, then I have to go to the subcategory, click the drop down, and the drop down, I have to select here this option, only relevant values. Okay. See, if I select here, let me try here. Yeah, no, it is by default, I think so. Yes. This is a good option, I would say. The Tableau has done these changes very good. Clear? Dependent interactive filter. Okay. So let us give the sheet name. Sheet name we write down here, overall interactive filters. Okay, give the sheet name here, interactive filters. So if this is clear, yeah, if anybody is still having any issue with the dependent interactive filter or normal interactive filter, you let me know. Yeah, but just remember this option of show filter. Show filter will always show you that filter, and then you can play with the filter here. Yeah, that is a good option here. So the last filter that I want to show you here, it is known as data source filter. Data source. Okay. So for data source filter, what we have to do, we have to go to this, click this below. You can see this button over here. Yeah, this button here on the bottom area, bottom left corner, that is known as data source. Yeah, because see, now we are talking about data source filter. Data source filter means I'm putting the filter right at the data source level. Okay. So here we have to click this button here at the bottom area, data source. Yeah, click on the data source. When you click on the data source, then you know this panel very well. Okay, this window very well, where we can see here the order sheet, and this is your metadata. This is your main table. Yeah. So click this button here, bottom data source. Now in this data source, let me also open the Tableau public for your reference purpose. Yeah, I am also opening the Tableau public because I think so some of you are also using this Tableau public. Let me select the same data set. Okay. What I wanted to check with Tableau Public, that in the Tableau Public also we have here this option. Yeah, check this option here in the Tableau Public, that is filters. Currently it is showing you 0 and there is a add button. Okay, this on the right hand top corner. And the same thing, if I go to the Tableau desktop also, in the Tableau desktop also, we have here the filters. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, that suppose, let us take an example that I'm connecting the sales data of various countries to this Tableau. Okay, I'm working in an organization which is having the, let's say the, uh, uh, yeah, they are operating in various countries and I'm having the sales data. Now here I want to analyze only the sales data of, let's say, uh, yeah, India, suppose. Okay, just an example. So in my original data set, that is the server, or let's say it is available on my desktop also. So in the original data set, I'm having the full data of all the countries. So suppose if I connect that file, okay, to Tableau, then what will happen, that all the sales data will come to Tableau. It can be a very big data set. But now here I want to take only those data which are, say, those sales data which are from India. So in that case, I can create here a data source filter. Okay, so for data source filter, we have to come over here to this area, and currently what it says here, filter is 0. Yeah, we have not created any data source filter up till now. Now I want to show you how to create a data source filter. So if I click on this add button here, yeah, click on the add, and when you click on the add, then this dialog box will come up here. Yeah, it is known as edit data source filter. Yeah, just click on this add button here on the top right corner. So currently there is no data source filter. Now I want to create a data source filter. So here what I want to do, I want to see, let's say, the data of furniture category only. I want to bring here the data of only furniture category, no other categories. So I'll create here a data source filter. So what I'll do, if I want to create a data source filter, there is a add button here in this dialog box. I click on the add button, and when I click on this add button here, then I get this dialog box where here it is showing me all the fields which are there in my data set, okay, or in my report. So these are all the fields that I've created or that I've brought over here. Yeah, some of the fields I've already created, this combined set and this set, group, etc. But there are also our regular fields. Now what I want to do, I want to create a data source filter where category should be equal to, let's say, furniture. So here I select category because furniture is a category. So I select here category. I click on OK button. And when I click on OK button, then I can see this panel. This you know very well, our filter panel, regular filter panel, where we are having general, wildcard, condition, top, whatever you want to create. Let's say I go for general, and the general I select here only furniture because I want to see the data of only furniture. Okay, so I select here general and I select here furniture, and I click on OK button. So see now here, this is the data source filter. What it says here, category. Yeah, it is Tableau has written in its own words, category keeps furniture. Okay, so category is equal to furniture. That is what we have done. Now, before I click the OK button, yeah, we have to take care of this thing. That is, see what I'm doing here, that I have created here various pages, various sheets here. Okay, we have created here various visualizations. Up till now, what we have done, we have taken the full data, including the furniture category, technology category, and the office supplies category. Now what I'm doing, I'm bringing only the data of furniture category. And now you will see a very drastic change over here. So here it says category keeps furniture, And now I click this OK button. Let me click the OK button. When I click the OK button, yeah, you are having a feeling that nothing has changed. But now let us go to the hierarchy here. First sheet. So see, in my hierarchy sheet, I can see only the furniture category and the subcategories of the furniture. I don't see any other data. See, here I have not created any filter. Yeah, but what has happened here, I've created here a overall data source filter, which is now this data source filter will affect all these sheets over here, all the sheets. If I go to grouping by header, you see here grouping by header, something has changed. The data has changed because now whatever it is showing you the data for these various groups, market groups, it is showing you only for the furniture category. If I go to grouping in data window, you see here in the grouping in data window, it is showing me only the four subcategories which are part of the furniture category, and so on. See, everything has changed here. Every visualization. Okay, the last one what we created here, interactive filter, there also it is showing me only the data of furniture. And also you see here in this interactive filter page, if you see on the right hand side, it is showing me only one option of furniture. I don't have any other option of office supplies and technology. And here whatever the subcategories are shown, bookcases, chairs, furnishings and table, they are part of the furniture category. So I don't have any option here. Either I can, if I, let me see, if I click here, if I remove this all, nothing is there. If I click here furniture, by default furniture is all. So this is what we mean by data source filter. And data source filter, according to me, it is one of the dangerous option. It is a good option, very good option, but it can be also a little bit dangerous because see now whatever, even if I create here more visualizations in this Tableau file, here it will only show me the data of furniture category. Yeah, because I put the restriction at the source level. Okay, so whenever you are creating the data source filter, you should be very, very careful. Very, very careful because see sometimes if you have already created a data source filter, and if that's yeah, that particular information is not shared with the user, then your user will have a question that okay, why I'm seeing here only furniture category, why I'm not able to see the office supplies and technology category. So you have to tell them that this is what I've applied. Normally you do this thing, you create this data source filter because you have been told by the users. Yeah, then only you will do it. You will not do it for fun. Okay, suppose if the user say that no, I want to see the data of only US, in the sales data of only US, or I want to see the sales data of only Africa, then here you can create initially the data source filter. So only that data will come to your Tableau, and then you can create the various visualization. Either if you have already created the visualization, and then if you are creating the data source filter, then it will affect all the visualizations here. So I would say that better you create the data source filter in advance. Yeah, when you start this whole exercise of creating the visualization, better you create the data source filter in advance if there is a requirement. If not, then don't do anything here. Okay. If you want to modify the data source filter, I'll go to this data source button, come back over here. And now you can see here in the data source filter, it is showing you filters 1. Yeah, so it means that one data source filter is already there. And if you want to see that which data source filter is there, now you see here it is written edit, not add. If you are creating one data source filter, then by default it will be showing you here edit. If I click on edit, then here it will show me this data source filter which I have created. If I want to edit it, I can select, okay, select this data source filter, and then I can click on edit. I can edit it. Or if I want to remove it, suppose, yeah, let's say I don't like this data source filter, I want to remove it. So I select this one, I click on this remove, I click on OK, and now I'm having all the data again back. Yeah, I click on hierarchy. In hierarchy, we are having all the 3 categories. If I click on interactive filter, I'm having all the 3 categories back. Okay, so this is what is meant by data source filter. Remember that you should be very, very careful with the data source filter. You should not have any fear for data source filter, but at least you should be careful. Something more, let us see over here in this category filter. Let's say you see here there is a title here. Okay, this is the title of the uh, filter, interactive filter. So you can also do some modification here. I can click on the drop down here and I can click here. Let's say there is a title option. If I don't want to see the title, I can click on this title, and now you see that category title is out. It is not showing you title here. Suppose if you know that, okay, everybody knows about this categories thing, then you don't require any title also. If I want to bring the title back, I have to click the drop down, and in the drop down I click here again title, and the title is back. Now see, what is this title here? Title is the field name. Whatever is the field name, it automatically becomes the title for the filter. Now suppose if I don't like this title, if I want to modify it, so then I can click on this drop down. In the drop down I'm having the option known as edit title. Okay, click the drop down, you click on edit title, and now here this is your title. So if I modify this title, if I make it bigger, bold, I give some color here. Okay, so I've changed some title here, I made it bold, bigger, and some color. If I click on OK button, now see here, you don't see any option, any changes here. Though I modified the title, I cannot see over here. Now when I'll be talking about that topic of dashboard, almost on the next weekend, definitely we are winding up the whole course. So next weekend I will be talking about the dashboard. Yeah, so let me show you one very quickly. See here in this interactive filter on this page, I cannot see this category bold and orange color anything. Okay, I have done those changes here, but it is not showing me anything changes here. It is not showing me any changes in the page. Now if I go to the dashboard and if I bring this visualization here, interactive filter sheet over here, you see this word category is now bold, it is bigger, and it is having the orange color. So whatever the formatting you do it in the page or the sheet, you normally, as in case of this kind of thing, that is filter and some topics, you will not be able to see the effect immediately in the sheet. You will be able to see only in the when you bring that sheet into the dashboard. So this is how you can modify the things here. Yeah, and the other options, yeah, here also we have edit filter, remove filter, format. Yeah, format also you can check this formatting at your convenience. Yeah, these filter or set control or filter, etc. This you can go for it. Customize, I have shown you some of the things here. That also you can play with it on your own. Yeah, and some other options which we are shown over here that I'll be discussing in the dashboard. Yeah, some of the topics are related to the dashboard here. So this is all about the filters. Okay, so here we are winding up all the filters, you can say. We saw the filter set, then we talked about the date filter, yeah, talked about the interactive filter, dependent interactive filter, and then we went for the data source filter. Okay, so these are the different kind of filter that we can create in Tableau. Now what we'll do, we will save this file. So please save the file with the same file name. Let me save it like this. That is day 4 and today is day 5. So I will also share this file in the LMS. So day 4 and 5, and here these topics are there: hierarchies, group sets, and filter. I click on save button, and now this file is saved. Okay, so save the file properly for your reference purpose, and then I will close this file. Okay, I'll close this file, and now once you close that earlier file, then you open this file where we have created the various visualizations. So just open this file where we have created the different charts. Yeah, so what happens that here in one file only you will be having all the charts, whatever the chart will be creating every day. Yeah, then you will be having only one file so that you can refer it later on. So if your file is open, then we will start with a new sheet. And now I want to show you here the first visualization that is known as highlight table. Highlight table. Okay. So for if I go to this show me, if you open the show me, then if you see in the first row, this is your text table. As you can see over here below, this is your text table. This is your heat map, and this is your highlight table. Yeah. So I'll be showing you first of all this highlight table, then we will go for the heat map. Yeah. So for highlight table, if you see at the bottom area, what is the requirement? For highlight table, we require one or more dimensions and one measure. Yeah. We require one or more dimensions and one measure. So let us create here a highlight table. Okay. So for highlight table, what we'll do, we'll be selecting here, let's say subcategory. Okay. I select here subcategory, and then I select here sales because we require minimum one dimension, one measure. Okay. So I select here subcategory, and you press the control button on your keyboard, and then you select here sales. Okay. So two fields are selected by pressing the control button, and now we go to the show me, and the show me we are having here the highlight table. Okay. So if I click on this highlight table, then this is your highlight table. Yeah, very easy. Click this show me and this button here. Okay, this one. So this is your highlight table, and once you are done, you can click on the show me again. And now what we'll do, we will make it here, instead of the standard, we will select here fit height, not entire view. You click here fit height because we want to go down, we want to utilize this area. So go for fit height, and that's all. We can adjust here these columns. So here, this is the highlight table. Now see here, it is currently doing the sorting. The sorting is based on the subcategory name. Yeah. So based on the subcategory name, it is starting from accessories and it is going till tables. Okay. Now suppose if I want to do the sorting based on the sum of sales. Okay, because here you can see that this chairs is having the highest sales, highest sum of sales. So it is 335,768, and then followed by phones. Okay, and you can see here that one of the benefit of highlight tables is that we are able to see the color. Yeah, the darker the color means it is showing you the higher value, and the lighter the color means it is showing you the lower value. Normally, if I click, so suppose if I convert this highlight table into a text table, suppose. So if I go to the show me, and instead of this highlight table, if I click this text table. So see, if I click this text table, yeah, you don't have to do it, but if I click this text table, so see, this is also a table. But now here I have to see, oh, where is the value? Yeah, here is the value, higher value. Where is the lower value? Then I have to see, oh, where is the lower value? Oh, this is the lower value. Sometimes if the values are very nearby, then it is very difficult. But instead of this normal text table, if I convert it into highlight table, Then with the help of colors, it is very, very easy. Okay, so I can go for here, fit height. Okay, so I can see here based on the color. Okay, and this is lower value. Sometimes, yeah, with the help of the color also, if it is very, very lower value, it is also difficult sometimes, but at least we can identify with the help of colors, the darker color and the lighter color. Now, if I want to do the sorting here, then what I can do, either I can click this button, sorting button here on the top area, let's say descending sorting, or if I click this button here, this small button, see if I click this button here in the subcategory, let's say this button, then it will do the sorting of the subcategories only, not the sorting based on the sum of sales. It will do the sorting of the subcategories. So if I click this button, initially it is A to Z or A to T, A to Z, and then if I click this button again, it will be showing me from tables to accessories. But what I want here, I want to do the sorting based on the sum of sales. So I can also click this drop down, sorry, this button here, or if I right click here in this area, there is no title, but if I right click here, then it shows me here sort ascending or sort descending. What I'm doing here, I'm right clicking on this area on the top. Okay, so if I right click here and then if I go for sort descending, you see now it is sorted descending sorting based on the sum of sales here. Okay, if I click this button also, then also it is work, descending sorting, ascending sorting, descending sorting, ascending sorting, likewise. Yeah. So this is what we mean by the highlight tables. Okay. Now here you can see that I'm having here subcategory, which is currently in the rows section. And here in this marks card, I am having the sum of sales, which has gone to the color, and also the same sum of sales has gone to the label because I can see the label here. So when we create a highlight table, then it is the fields are placed like this. Okay. Now what I can do here, if I want to make this highlight table little bit complex, then I can also put here, let's say this region. Yeah, this region, I can put it in the columns area. And now I can see the region wise sum of sales for all the subcategories here. Just put the region to the columns. You can put here region, segment, ship mode, anything. Okay. Here I placed the region in the column section, and now I can see here central, east, south, and west. Okay. So this is how the things are shown. Now suppose if I want to do the sorting, if I want to know that in the central region, which which subcategory is having the highest sum of sales, then you can see here in the central, there is this button. Okay, central, there is a sorting button. If I click it, so see now it has done the sorting of the central region. If I want to know that which subcategory is having the highest sales in the eastern region, then in the east region, I can click this small drop button here. And now it is showing me that in the east region, phones is having the highest sum of sales, followed by chairs, storage, machines, etc. Similarly for south and similarly for west. Yeah. So this is how the sorting can be done individually for each of the region, depending upon your requirement. Yeah. But this is also a highlight table. Now the next visualization over here is the heat map. Okay, this one. In the show me, we'll be clicking this one, heat map. Okay. So for heat map also what we require here, just see over here in the heat map, we require one or more dimensions and one or two measures. So here we can also keep two measures in the heat map. While in case of highlight table, we can only go for one measure. So that is also the difference between the heat map and the highlight table. In the heat map, we can have two measures also, we can have one measure also, but minimum we require one measure and one dimension. So let us create this heat map. Okay, so we have created a new sheet here, and the new sheet we first of all select some one dimension and one measure. Okay, so we will take again the same thing. We will take here the subcategory, take the subcategory, press the control button, and let us select here, let's say profit. Suppose this time we select profit, subcategory and profit. So one dimension, one measure. We go to show me, and in the show me, I click this heat map. Okay, I click the heat map, and now this is your heat map. Let me make it fit height. Okay, so see in the heat map, it is showing you these boxes. The bigger the box, it means that it is having the higher sum of sales. Sorry, sum of profit here. Here we have taken profit. So here it is showing you in the form of a boxes like this. Okay. Now instead of this boxes, if you want to see circle, that also can be done. Let us try over here. In this automatic, it is showing you square or box. Instead of box, if I select here circle, so see now it is circle. If you want to make it bigger, you can also make it bigger like this. Okay, but if you make it bigger, then that circle will be having a different shape here. I have to make it little bit bigger like this. You see here, if I make it bigger, yeah, I can increase this width over here. You can see that there is a, when I put my arrow here, you see I can adjust this one. Okay, so you can increase the size of this circle over here by this one. Okay, by going for the size. And if you want to see any other shape, that also I shown you earlier, that if you want to use here, let's say triangle instead of circle, then I can select here shape in this drop down. I can select here shape, and now in the shape I can select here, let's say triangle, and now it is showing me the triangle. Okay, now here also I can see that there is only let's say one column only here of the triangle. But suppose here also I can select here this region, I can put it in the columns. And now when I put the region in the columns, now I can see the things for all the regions. Okay, sum of profit for all the regions. So put this region in the columns area. So here also I can do the sorting based on the central region or eastern region or southern region or west region. And here one more thing. Yeah. Suppose if you want here, what is the color of this triangle? It is all blue color, dark blue color. Okay. Now what we have done here, we have the size of this triangle. Size of the triangle is showing you the profit. Okay. The bigger the size, it means that it is having the higher sum of profit. Now, suppose if I want to show something else with the color. Currently all the triangles are having dark blue color, but I want to use this color also to show something else, to show one more measure. Then what I can do here, I can take the sales field, also sales field, and that I put it in the color. Okay, drag the sales field, put it into the color. And now here you can see that the colors of the triangles are different. Okay, here the chairs, they are having the higher sales. So their color is very dark color, dark blue color. And if I talk about, let's say, furniture, okay, furniture is having less sales, so it is having very light blue color. Okay, so what I've done here, I put the sales into the color. We can also do reverse here. Suppose if I put this profit Yeah, here I put the profit into the size, but if I put this profit into the color, yeah, profit into the color, and then if I put this sales into the size. Okay, I've done now reverse. I put the profit into the color and sales I put up in the size. So now you see here that bigger the triangle, it means that it is having the higher sum of sales. And the color, if you see this table, you see this table here, this one, here it is showing me red color. Yeah, so red color means it is having the negative profit. Okay, so I can use this color here and I can see here that the profit of the uh, tables subcategory in the eastern region, it is negative 11,086. Yeah, so here with the color I can show something else also, another measure also. Yeah, so it gives a good idea here that here see the triangle is is okay, it is big enough in the tables for the tables in the eastern region. But what is the problem here, that though I'm having more sales but I'm generating losses here. So I have to now think about this particular subcategory in the eastern region. I have to think that whether I have to stop selling these tables in the eastern region. See here it is doing well in the western region of US. Okay, so in western region it is blue color, so this is fine. But here almost you can see the other three regions tables is not doing well. Though the sales is more, but it is not generating more profit. Yeah, so either we can put more money, let's say we can do some more advertisement, and then we generate more sales, and then accordingly more sales we generate more profit also. That's also what we can do. Or we have to identify that why here the profit is negative. What are the reasons? Yeah. So this is how you can use the color also. You can use the shape also. Your shape is showing you sales, color is showing you the profit. So this is how you can create a heat map. Yeah. So you decide, see heat map and highlight table as such we feel that they are almost same. But here in the case of highlight table, we can use only here one measure. I can use here either the sales or profit. Yeah. Because here both the sales and the sales here they are put up in the color and they are also put up in the label in the highlight table. But in this heat map I can use here two measures also. I can use here two dimensions also. That's the advantage that we get it in the heat map. Clear this difference? Okay, and here also I already shown you that if you don't like this color palette, I can change here this sum of profit, click the drop down, I can go to this edit colors, and now here I can change the color palette. This also I talked about in the last session. Step color, reverse color, yeah, use full color range. You can play with it one. This one here. Click on the drop down and click on this edit colors here. Yeah, this sum of sales, this panel you don't require. So I can click on the drop down here. I can click on this hide card and this is gone. Okay, and this I can bring it over here. Similarly, highlight tables also. In this highlight tables also, I can change the color panel. Yeah, and this I can change it. Okay. So let us give the last sheet name here. That is heat map. Okay, the last this visualization is known as heat map, and this earlier visualization is known as highlight table. Good. So let us save the file again, and I will save it with here day 3, day 4, day 3, comma day 4, and day 5. Okay.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.